Chapter 1121. Who? The blood god held the axe and paced back and forth in front of Chin Mo. The chest part of its armor rose and fell violently, accompanied by heavy and angry breathing. You shouldn't challenge me directly. You are not strong enough compared to the sun. You should honestly sharpen yourself and devour souls to increase your strength, instead of rushing into my demonic domain to confront me. You will pay the price for this. The blood god paced, panting angrily, and spoke words that sounded particularly terrifying. Sooner or later, I will have to face you, and time has no meaning for you creatures of the subspace. Chin Mo raised his chainsaw sword and pointed it at the blood god. I have to do something during this period to prevent you from actively interfering with what I want to do. What are you going to do? The blood god stopped pacing and chopped the ground with his axe. Come to die? I'm not going to die in your hands. Chin Mo felt that the blood god might take action, so he became serious and calm. I can't fight you to the death here now, but sooner or later. The blood god stared at Chin Mo in silence. After a moment, a loud laugh came from under the blood god's heavy and terrifying brass armor. When you rushed into the domain of Slaanesh, you were like a reckless man seeking death. Korn raised his finger and tapped the helmet. I thought you were just a reckless man, but later I have to admit that you are not lacking in courage, nor are you lacking in other qualities required to be a qualified warrior. Chin Mo frowned. When I found that I had no way to survive, I chose to be angry. That's why I took revenge on Slaanesh as if I were seeking death. Hearing this, the blood god nodded and laughed again. Chin Mo didn't know what this guy was laughing at. The blood god soon stopped laughing. It took a step forward with its right foot and stepped on the bloody sand. The impact released from it shocked Chin Mo and made him step back. Then came the blood god's angry roar. Then why did you come to my domain now? Do you think you have the strength to fight me? Or do you think you can leave alive after challenging me? You don't really think that the sun can help. This is my kingdom, and me, I am the god who is best at war. The roars of the blood god all carry substantial attack power. Chin Mo's armor was washed by the roars, and the patterns on the entire set of armor radiated light. For some reason, the blood god was still scolding instead of really taking action. You have already measured me with your courage. While resisting the impact of the roar, Chin Mo could sense the blood god. The god of war among the dark gods is no longer vague and abstract. Its power has been very intuitively presented in Chin Mo's feelings. Unfathomable. But you did this too early. You should first measure the gods, who are not good at fighting, such as the blue stupid bird. Instead of coming to me first, I can crush you to death with just a flick of my finger. I appear in this form entirely because of my respect for the warrior, not because you are really worth my trouble to deal with. Hearing this, Chin Mo responded to the blood god. Besides Slaanesh and Nurgle, there are only you and Sinch left, and after thinking about it, I think that you are better to be measured than Sinch. You're... The blood god's words were blocked by Chin Mo. It stood there, stroking the blade of the axe, and the dangerous aura it exuded made Chin Mo's hair stand on end. What did you say? The blood god's voice sounded abnormally calm without any anger. Compared to Sinch, you are easier to measure. Chin Mo replied. The blood god was silent for 2 seconds, and swung an axe fiercely. One blow from my incarnation is enough to annihilate you. You are as weak as an ant now. No matter which god it is. The axe was swung out with the sound of words. The pressure brought by the sound was still washing Chin Mo's armor. Even Chin Mo himself did not believe that his armor could withstand the axe swung by the blood god himself. The cold sun was still fighting with a part of the blood god. The human part of the emperor had just been able to step into the arena. And the moment the human part of the emperor saw the blood god's axe, it tried to use psychic power to help Chin Mo resist the attack. The axe suddenly stopped. The power of the blood god annihilated all the creatures in the subspace in the direction of the axe, or the strange entities in the subspace. The axe blade was less than 1 centimeter away from Chin Mo's neck. The armor was intact, and so was the person. The scarlet eyes under the helmet of the blood god incarnation moved down, and saw a hand on the handle of the axe. The emperor who was using his psychic power also saw this scene, and a look of astonishment appeared on his face. You are right. I am not strong enough to challenge any of you now. Chin Mo looked at the blood god incarnation, his hand still on the blood god's axe. But the souls of your demon lackeys, those tiny parts of your essence, I did not swallow in vain. You are all dead fish in the stagnant water of the subspace, but I am not. Hearing this, the blood god suddenly retreated 100 meters to distance himself. It observed its challenger through its incarnation. Although Chin Mo was facing an incarnation, the incarnation was also a part of the blood god. The act of daring to challenge the blood god had already made the blood god measured. As for the blood god, it could not measure Chin-mo, and could not even sense his existence. Although Chin-mo caught the blow with a light swing, the blood god also realized that every time this real creature entered the subspace, it would be stronger than the previous time. There is a creature that is completely different from the warp creatures. His power will gradually grow. Perhaps he can grow to the point where he can kill another powerful warp creature. As a powerful warp creature, the correct behavior is to destroy this human now, just like the demons destroy the humans who know their true names. But the dark god is a gathering of special emotions and concepts. It is not the gods who affect the warp, causing the warp to become so rotten and horrible. It is the warp that affects the gods. When the blood god found someone who might have a hearty duel with him in the future, and might even kill him, he was ecstatic. "Will you foolishly come to my demon realm again in the future?" the blood god asked. "Of course." Chin-mo nodded. "Why not?" The sword of the old woman's sword was slightly raised, pointing at the incarnation of the blood god. "I will come to your demon realm alone, and contemptuously pass by those weak bloodthirsty demons and bug-like bloodletting ghosts. I will shout your name and come to your throne. Then I will let you fight a god-killing battle with me, a duel of equal strength. Either you chop off my head, or I chop off yours." The domination engine worked when Chin-mo said these words. In the subspace, a concept was anchored, like a promise. The incarnation of the blood god laughed wildly and put down the axe, and his body slowly drifted away like dust. "On that day, I will chop off your head and embed it on my throne." Chapter 1122. The incarnation of the blood god dissipated. But it is not easy for those who invaded the demon realm to leave here. The blood god's servants will not tolerate the enemies, who have measured their master to leave safely. But for Chin-mo, who has already entered the blood god demon realm and faced the blood god directly, the attack of these blood god servants is the same as the interception they launched before, and the threat is infinitely close to zero. The human heroic souls that were previously released to fight in the blood god demon realm returned to the embrace of the cold sun, and the cold sun released light to drive back the surging demons. Chin-mo and others also teleported into the warship, and sailed on the ship to the outside of the Corn demon realm. The semi-reality created by the star scroll always loomed over the fleet, and with the Emperor's light that dispelled a large number of subspace creatures, under the double insurance, if it weren't for the four gods' personal actions, no creatures could stop these triumphant returnees. The fleet, the sun, the semi-reality, the subspace Iron Man entity. The army composed of four strange existences left the blood god demon realm, and did not rush to sail to the next destination, but drifted aimlessly in the subspace for a while. "We have encountered a subspace storm." Yao-en teleported from the engine room to the bridge of the Soul Black Hole, reporting the situation to Chin-mo and the Emperor's human, who had just teleported in. "The storm will be dispelled." The Emperor, who was more familiar with the subspace environment, spoke, "And before that, we can discuss the next move." Yao-en looked at Chin-mo. Chin-mo nodded. The Soulless Guard saluted, and turned away to deal with what might happen during the subspace storm. Since he suspected that the initiator of the storm was one of the gods, and that the storm was heading for the entire fleet, Yao-en did not dare to underestimate the enemy. He and his daughter had to stay at the forefront. For the human side of the Emperor and Chin-mo, the warp storm was not a big deal. What they wanted to talk about now was the victory just now. It went quite smoothly. "We entered the kingdom of the blood god. I never dreamed that we could come out intact," the Emperor said with a smile on his face, and it was obvious that things were going much better than he expected. "The gods are really weird." Chin-mo recalled the things about the blood god inside. Whether it was Cinch or Corn, the behavior of these two dark gods was puzzling enough. Sometimes they were wise and powerful, and sometimes they seemed to be making fun of everything. But the Emperor felt that the weird behavior of the gods was not without reason. Those gods are not independent lives, not individuals with clear thinking like you and me. They are essentially entities with self-aware negative emotions. They do not follow the logic of survival or a certain goal. Gods. It is inevitable that they are influenced by some abstract concepts and fixed thinking logic designed by each of them. For example, Corn, if you challenge him to a decisive battle, he will not refuse you. Even if he knows that you are not strong enough to kill him, he will jump out and would rather be measured by you than accept the challenge. After listening to the Emperor's talk about the gods of the warp, Chin-mo raised his eyebrows and nodded silently, not knowing whether he had heard it or not. Chin-mo also knew some of what the Emperor said. But for the four gods, Chin-mo was most concerned about how to kill them completely. "Do you think there is no way to kill the four gods once and for all?" Chin-mo suddenly asked a pessimistic question. "Originally, I was planning to enter the subspace to find a way to kill the gods, but later I gave up, Not because I thought it was unreliable, but because of the conversation we had with the ancient saint. The individual psychic power of the ancient saint is not as good as mine 10,000 years ago. The emperor said, don't take them too seriously, especially when this race acts as an individual. But the old ones are a psychic race after all. They know how to build a webway, a real webway, not an illegal building that can be broken with a poke. Chi Nemo spread his hands. They definitely know more about the warp than we do, but they can do nothing about the gods. The emperor is still optimistic, the optimism that is unique to his human nature. The old ones may not be able to do it, but we do. Using psychic power to fight psychic power is the right way, but don't forget that psychic power against psychic power is effective, but it also has flaws. What kind of psychic power can wipe out a large number of demons directly from the source like you do? You have the power to kill gods, even if this power cannot kill gods now. The emperor sat down and frowned, and a sentence was about to come out. But the words that came to his throat were swallowed back by the emperor. But even if the emperor didn't say it, Chi Nemo knew what he wanted to say, that is, there is no doubt that the cause of killing gods is a protracted war in a protracted war, and it may last for a very long time. What needs to be done now is to measure the gods, and prepare for the future wars of killing gods. It's Cinch's turn next. Chi Nemo said softly, there is no other than Cinch. I thought Corn would be the most difficult one to deal with, but now it seems. No matter what, Cinch must not be missed. The emperor said, thoughtfully, it is the most powerful now. The two agreed very early. Even before Chi Nemo thought Corn was the most difficult to deal with, the two agreed. Because no matter which of the dark gods is considered difficult to measure, it does not affect an ironclad fact that has long been known. Cinch has now become the most powerful of the dark gods. Chi Nemo had this feeling at the beginning of the Golden Expedition. It was not the first time that Cinch was surrounded and beaten by the other three gods, but it did not lose this time, and it actually held on under the targeting of the other three gods. If the so-called Great Game of the Gods, the most intense internal struggle in history, is going on now, then it means that this internal struggle has also been going on in the past, and in the future. To deal with the current Cinch, it is not feasible to directly rush into the demon realm like we did with Corn, and to use a simple and rough approach. On the contrary, it is obviously not feasible to prepare a perfect plan that will make people applaud, and to deal with Cinch, the god of conspiracy and change, with the blessing of careful planning and calculation. The only way is to find the right degree. The most perfect, fastest, and unexpected angle that combines wisdom. Such as a clean and sharp sword attack angle. This is not an easy thing, but fortunately, neither the Emperor nor Chi Nemo has dealt with Cinch for the first time, and they all have plans. Chapter 1123. I have an idea. Chi Nemo took the initiative to confess his thoughts to the Emperor. Try to enter the demon realm of Cinch, solve puzzles, and find things, in short, break through its maze kingdom, get it out, and then I challenge it. Chi Nemo was indeed frank. So frank that after hearing these two sentences, the Emperor thought that Chi Nemo had revealed the outline of a plan that he had not yet thought of. In the past, the Emperor had never felt that Chi Nemo was unreliable as he did now. You can actually simplify the plan a little bit. For example, you can just tell me that you measured Cinch directly. It's that simple. The Emperor looked helpless. I did come up with it on the spur of the moment, but there is a premise. Chi Nemo said, the premise is that if we want to deal with Cinch, the best plan is not the simplest plan, let alone the complex plan, but the fastest plan. The plan I'm talking about can't be that simple and crude, but the key is to let nature take its course. The key is the sudden inspiration or some kind of induction when the situation is urgent. If you are someone who can be seen through by Cinch, you will be courting death if you want to use a plan like mine, because Cinch can take advantage of transparent information, and it is the god of change. But, Chi Nemo pointed at himself. The meaning was very clear. Cinch could not see through his thoughts. And if you want to take advantage of this, you have to try not to make any plans, and don't be too simple and crude to have no plans, so as to prevent Cinch from guessing every step of Chi Nemo's mind through calculation. That makes sense. The Emperor nodded thoughtfully, and then told his plan, I control the cold sun to hit that Cinch's demonic domain. Aren't its three brothers having a good time with it? It's a good opportunity to take advantage of the situation, kill it, bring you to Cinch, measure it, and finish the work in the chaos. Chi Nemo and the Emperor stared at each other for a few seconds. Isn't this almost the same? This sentence was about to come out of Chi Nemo's mouth. The Emperor coughed lightly to stop the words that Chi Nemo was about to blurt out. After a moment of silence, Chi Nemo nodded. It's feasible, let's do as you say, after all, you are an expert in the field of warp. The Emperor brought a cup of hot tea from somewhere, took a sip, and smiled. Wise. Dispel the warp storm. Set off now. Chi Nemo said, to deal with Cinch, the most fearful thing is to delay. The Emperor left immediately, controlling half of the wheel in the cold sun, trying to directly dispel the warp storm that enveloped the entire fleet. When sailing in reality, the term warp storm has been gradually forgotten by human sailors. But now that they are in the warp, the various problems that once troubled humans, who could not escape the warp navigation, are now beginning to trouble Chi Nemo and his party. The cold sun did not respond for the time being. The warp Iron Man entity was also unable to analyze the source of the storm that enveloped the fleet. But when everyone thought that they could only wait here for the storm to dissipate, or gradually escape from the storm with the help of the semi-reality formed by the curtain, blue lightning roared in the storm. In the portholes of each ship, the crew looked out, and the scene was just like the sailors in the ancient age of discovery looking at the heavy and terrifying clouds in the sky, except that the clouds and the storms were replaced by living creatures with bared fangs and claws, and various hideous and terrifying landscapes. In this storm, blue lightning was looming in the fawn-shaped clouds. The auspicious instrument installed on the ship detected a high-speed object approaching rapidly. When the ship's weapon system aimed at the uninvited guest sailing from the storm, the person operating the weapon system first saw a figure like a whale in the real universe appearing in the clouds when the lightning flashed. The sounds of animals echoed through the warp. In the warp storm, a huge whale rushed out of the storm and came near the fleet. There could not be real whales in the warp. Even if there were, they could only be strange and bizarre. The whale in front of the crew was like this. It had a temple on its back. Sometimes it looked like a whale, and sometimes it looked like a giant turtle. What it looked like was not a visual feeling, but a consciousness one. This means that in the eyes of most mortals, this whale or turtle is just a whale or turtle, and there is nothing strange about it. This is not the first time Chi Nemo has seen such strange creatures in the subspace. But when he saw the whale for the first time, he immediately rushed out of the bridge, left the ship carrying the Solus, and approached the whale. Memories came to his mind. Chi Nemo recalled that the whale in front of him was the place where he lived when he first entered the subspace. In the Golden Expedition, the raid on Fabius Bayer's laboratory was also carried by this whale. Hello again, my lord who is determined to kill gods. The whale has self-awareness. It once claimed that it was the embodiment of the spiritual desire of real space travelers to reach their destination safely and quickly, and the fluctuations caused in the subspace. Chi Nemo subconsciously blurted out the words of reminiscing about the past. But the rough and loud voice pushed back what Chi Nemo was about to say. Don't reminisce with this turtle first, talk to Cardo first. A figure wearing silver heavy armor appeared along with these words. The visor of the Grey Knight's helmet rose, and a cynical, tough, and resolute face appeared in Chi Nemo's sight. Cardo Diego? Chi Nemo was surprised. I thought you were interrogated on Saturn after the Plague War, and then you were leading new Grey Knights in the Titan Monastery. It used to be. Cardo showed helplessness and spread his hands, but it was not the case decades ago in the real universe. I once planned to help in the Golden Crusade, but the demon who exiled me into the subspace appeared again and threw me into the subspace again. Maybe he wasn't thrown into the warp. The Emperor appeared beside Chi Nemo. I had already lifted the curse on you. You are more likely to have become a warp creature. As long as you stay in reality, you may be exiled at any time. Seeing the Emperor, Cardo's breathing stagnated for a moment, and his huge body quickly knelt down to kowtow to the Emperor. If he wanted to ask the Emperor to help break the curse again, or study Cardo's current state, and give a solution, then now is a good time. But Cardo didn't waste time on his own affairs. He waved his hand, and a ray of light shot out from the temple on the back of the giant whale, and fell in front of the Emperor and Chi Nemo. A figure much stronger than Cardo appeared. Chapter 1124. A pre-march. Yao En, who was in the battleship, exclaimed when he saw the person who suddenly appeared. The Emperor looked at the pre-march, who was teleported out with a very complicated expression. Surprise, confusion, doubt, thought. Finally, these emotions converged into a greeting. Russ. Are you okay? Not bad. Russ bowed to the Emperor. Long time no see, father. To be precise, the human part of my father. They all say that you are easier to get along with than the complete father. I hope so. They all said? The Emperor looked puzzled. Russ immediately explained. Gilliman and my descendants found me one after another. Before that, I was chasing the remnants of the 1,000 Suns, who fled into the warp. Then I did this with Corix, and was found together. When I learned what you and he were going to do, I immediately said goodbye to Gilliman and my descendants and came here with Corix. As he said that, Russ glanced at Chin Mo. He obviously got information about Chin Mo from other brothers. Korix? The Emperor frowned. When he looked behind Russ, Korix, who had accepted his true nature and was no longer human, walked out from the shadows behind Russ. This demon-like Primarch squeezed out an ugly smile, but from this ugly smile, one could still feel Korix's rationality. What were you doing before? I mean, in the past 10,000 years? The Emperor asked. Hunting Magnus, hunting down the 1,000 suns. Russ replied apologetically, in my opinion, it was just a trance for a while, and I didn't do much, but suddenly I found myself in 10,000 years later. Hearing this, the Emperor twitched his nose twice. If Ryan is the Emperor's sword, then Russ is the Emperor's executioner and butcher knife. 10,000 years ago, the two were not very close, but 10,000 years later, recalling those things 10,000 years ago, and his attitude towards Russ, the Emperor could not help but feel embarrassed and regretful. We are in the warp, and are about to deal with Cinch. Chin Mo reminded the Emperor. The implication is that the possibility that Russ and Korix are not the real Russ and Korix cannot be ruled out. But Chin Mo had no way to recognize the two Primarchs at once, but the Emperor had a way. I felt their essence. They are Korix and Russ. As if to confirm his identity, Russ took out a spear from his back and held it in his hand. Spear of Dionysus. That was the artifact that the Emperor had given to Russ 10,000 years ago. Sorry. Chin Mo was straightforward. After misunderstanding the two Primarchs, he apologized immediately without any hesitation. Russ had no way of being impatient or angry. He smiled bitterly and shook his head. If Korix hadn't sensed my father, I wouldn't have dared to believe that you were real. After saying goodbye to Guilliman and his descendants, I entered the warp and met Guilliman again. Because Korix was not with me at that time, I was almost broken by the psychic power of this fake Guilliman. Be careful. Chin Mo nodded. This is definitely not an illusion. Ever since the fight against Cinch, this action has always been accompanied by a sense of conspiracy. It seems that something is watching and guiding. Cardo, Russ and Korix boarded the ship and naturally joined the action against Cinch. As for the warp whale, it led the entire fleet out of the super weird warp storm that was difficult to solve, and whose source was unknown. After leading the fleet out of the storm, the whale followed the ship, and the entire fleet continued to sail in the direction of the Cinch's demon realm pointed out by the cold sun. After sailing faster than anyone could imagine, everyone arrived at the Cinch's demon realm earlier than expected. No enemies could be seen, but all they could see were crystals, which were the typical characteristics of the Cinch's demon realm. Back then on Cadia, it was the crystals that attracted the invasion of the Cinch demons. We did not reach our destination. In the bridge, the Emperor sensed a certain will in the cold sun, but the place we came to is indeed the Cinch's demon realm, but it is just an independent part. An independent part? Chin Mo raised his eyebrows. Cinch's strength is beyond my expectation. You want to give the god named Cinch the mark of being measured, just like when we made a scene in the Garden of Nurgle? Cardo immediately realized what Chin Mo wanted to do. Chin Mo admitted without hesitation and nodded. Then this is obviously not our destination. Cardo said, this independent part of the demon realm should have been the battlefield where Cinch and the other three gods fought. Because the Emperor was present, Cardo, the psychic, became more confident when speaking. He didn't even call the four gods by their nicknames, but directly called them by their most well-known names. Or maybe this is a trap. Russ looked at the crystal demon realm outside the porthole. Korix told me so. The Emperor looked at Chin Mo with a squint. It seems that this place is indeed not what we want to find. It is simply the difference between the big and small lane temple. Chin Mo looked at the Emperor with a squint, secretly suppressing his shock that the Emperor could play such an old joke, and replied, this is not the difference between the big and small lane temple, this is the difference between the big and small electronic music temple. The Emperor laughed loudly, attracting everyone's attention. Russ, Cardo, Korix, Ewan. Most of the people present were confused. Obviously they didn't understand what Chin Mo meant. I think we should go and take a look. Cardo suggested. Don't you think the appearance of this demon domain is too strange? Yes, just like your appearance, equally strange. Yawen nodded in agreement. Cardo looked back at Yawen and didn't say much, obviously agreeing with Yawen's words. Finally, Chin Mo decided to go to the demon realm himself. I go by myself. For some reason, Chin Mo had an indescribable premonition in his heart. When he said he would go, he ignored the opinions of others, and went straight through the wall of the ship to the crystal demon realm outside. When he faced this demon realm, Chin Mo suddenly felt a strange throbbing. The entire demon realm seemed to have turned into an endless ocean, and it seemed to have turned into a majestic cloud that accumulated in his heart. Qin Mo knew that the subspace psychic energy could not affect him, so the only thing that could make him feel the boundless ocean and the dark clouds lingering in his heart was. The crystal demon realm was churning. The entire demon realm suddenly gathered together, forming a blue storm floating in the air, and this blue storm gathered into a terrifying face as magnificent as a nebula, looking down at Qin Mo. Qin Mo looked at this huge subspace entity that suddenly mutated from the crystal demon realm. First of all, this is one of the dark gods. Secondly, it was measured by itself. It's really a painstaking effort to find something after searching everywhere. This was not Qin Mo's sigh, but the Jianqi in front of Qin Mo pinched his throat and imitated such a sentence in Qin Mo's tone. Qin Mo didn't react at all, standing in front of Jianqi, looking confused. Those who also witnessed Jianqi also stood there, feeling confused. When everyone was preparing to measure Jianqi, Jianqi took the initiative to appear in front of Qin Mo and let him measure himself. Even though Qin Mo was so knowledgeable and had a strong psychological quality, he didn't react at this time. Chapter 1125. The most powerful god among the dark gods has appeared. The ether torrent triggered by its appearance hit the entire fleet like a tsunami. The entities in the warp were suppressed by it and appeared and disappeared. Only the cold solar energy that appeared in time in the warp could protect those mortals who dared to set foot in the warp, so that they would not go crazy or self-harm after witnessing the imageless Cinch. Cinch appeared in front of the mortals, in front of Qin Mo, and before this group of people were ready to go to its demonic domain to find it and measure it. From an ordinary crystal demon realm, he became Cinch. Qin Mo's words were blocked by this sudden meeting. The people he brought all held their breath and concentrated. No ordinary creature can be calm in front of the god of darkness. It seems you don't have to make a trip. Cinch spoke, and its voice seemed to echo in countless dimensions and spaces at the same time, in various forms that Qin Mo could see and hear, rather than in a psychic way. Qin Mo still looked at Cinch in astonishment. His brain wanted to summarize an image of this guy as much as possible, but he couldn't do it. In his eyes, Cinch is the abstract concept of change presented in an intuitive, but not completely intuitive concrete form. No. Qin Mo finally sorted out his thoughts and emotions and spoke slowly. You can't just appear in front of me and be marked by measurable marks. You must wait in your magic domain, and we must at least have a fight. It's not like we met for a walk, and I mark you, which is unreasonable. Cinch seemed to be guiding Qin Mo to scan the entire subspace. Then the dark god asked Qin Mo in a way that only Qin Mo could detect, "Where is there any common sense where you are?" There is no common sense here. This is a chaotic subspace. But at least everything still has traces to follow and follows certain specific rules. Qin Mo's words contain some anger, whether it is Nurgle, Slaanesh, or Korn. I used a set of plans and methods to measure them. I faced them directly, and no matter what, at least it was a thrilling experience to recall, not like me measuring you. It's like we were walking on the street and bumped into each other by chance. Then a being representing the reality of the mortal world challenged a dark god and was branded with the mark of measurement, which became a coincidence when we were walking together. The emperors in the ship, who did not follow Qin Mo to check the crystal demon realm, all knew how much preparation Qin Mo had made to measure Cinch. He even considered not making a very detailed plan. And to face Cinch, the most powerful dark god nowadays, the consequences of angering him are unbearable. The human part of the emperor is ready to call on the power of half a cold sun, and fight a desperate battle when Cinch is ready to completely end Qin Mo. However, nothing is useful. Just like a weak man, because of the deep hatred for his enemy, he is driven to exercise his body, learn the use of weapons, gradually get rid of his cowardice, and become cold and ruthless. Then this once weak avenger went to find the terrible enemy, but the enemy ran out halfway, suddenly knelt down and shot himself, leaving only the avenger who was at a loss, and was still thinking about how to take revenge on the enemy when he arrived at his enemy's house. My weak brothers and sisters follow their own common sense. Cinch stretched out his hand. It was not a concrete hand, but a huge finger gathered by a torrent of blue ether, pointing at Qin Mo. In a sense, although they are in a subspace without common sense, their behavior is not too difficult to understand. I have to say that everything you experience when you measure them is a wonderful adventure. But I don't want to be branded in an adventure story that has been repeated 3 times and is about to be repeated for the 4th time. At this point, Cinch's appearance became even more unpredictable and ever-changing. Because it's not changing enough. Hearing this, Qin Mo's eyes widened and narrowed slightly, looking a little confused. Originally, he was full of confidence, but now that Cinch interrupted him, he didn't know what to do next. And this is exactly what Cinch was curious about. You have already measured the dark gods. What are you going to do next? Shin Imo was about to speak, but Cinch suddenly changed his mind. No, 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 don't say it, don't say it. You are the only one in this universe that I have to guess, so don't say it. No, I have to take revenge on you. Shin Imo said, next I will try to kill the four of you. To others, there was no difference between saying this and not saying it. It was like a person going out in the morning, and his family asked him what he was going to do, and he said he was going out next. But this answer was indeed a punishment to Jinchi. Because it knew everything, there was only one person who could make it guess and guess like a riddle. Even if this person was very clear about what he was going to do, Jinchi could at least expect a little change and a sense of expectation. But if I say it, there will be no hope at all. Do you want to know who starts first? Shin Imo asked Jinchi. I don't want to know. Jinchi changed the subject naturally. You want to kill the gods, which is not an easy thing. You only have one way to use it. We all know what that way is, but don't tell me. Kill the servants of the four gods one by one, gradually erode the essence of the four gods, and grind them to death bit by bit, right? Shin Imo asked. Don't say it, Cinch roared. The most powerful god in the warp twisted all nearby warp creatures into all kinds of strange shapes when he roared. Even part of the warp changed. What else can I do? Shin Imo looked indifferent and spread his hands. Can I find a simpler way to kill the gods in the warp? Or should I ask you, a bastard who has no credibility at all? I don't think these two methods will work. I once asked an ancient saint about you. The ancient saint said that their entire race has no way to pacify the subspace, so it is unlikely that I have any simple and direct way to deal with you. But it doesn't matter. My plan is that even if it takes a very long time, and even if it costs a lot, I will grind you to death one by one. Shin Imo directly told all his plans, including the meeting with the ancient saint. Cinch, who existed in the past and the future after his birth, of course also knew about the ancient saints. He even planned to let Carlos get involved in Shin Imo's time action to bring greater changes to the universe. But the ancient saint stopped him at that time, and there was nothing he could do. Cinch knew these things, but he was always looking forward to what Shin Imo would think after doing these things, and what unexpected changes would be triggered. Shin Imo told the truth. This was simply a torture. Chapter 1126. My brothers and sisters thought I would like you very much because you brought changes, and you are a variable in yourself. But their guess is not entirely correct. There is at least one thing I hate about you. That is your habitual simple and direct way of communication. Jinchi interrupted Shin Imo's revelation and began to express his feelings. Because you communicate too simply and directly, you have caused many conflicts that would have happened to not happen, misunderstandings will not occur, and then there will be no changes. Is this good? This is not good. This is not enough change. Jinchi felt that he was being tortured. It could have just left and not listened to Shin Imo's words if it didn't want to listen. Shin Imo couldn't stop it, at least not for the time being. But this is the correct behavior for ordinary creatures, but it is impossible for Jinchi to appear. Jinchi is looking forward to the variables brought by the unknown, but it also involves the concept of seeking knowledge. This is why it stayed here to listen to Shin Imo's words about what it already knew, cutting off the last possibility of changes and surprises, but just didn't leave. This is a torture that belongs to Jinchi. You can clearly guess what I'm going to do. Shin Imo continued, you suddenly appeared in front of me for no apparent reason and asked me to measure you, just for that little change, bullshit change. What kind of change can there be? You might as well wait for me to give you a surprise, because this can at least extend the two possibilities of whether I can kill into your demonic domain or not. Guessing the truth is completely different from knowing the truth, Jinchi argued. Because we don't know the truth, we can enjoy the process of reasoning and witnessing the truth. If we know the truth in advance, then witnessing and reasoning will be meaningless. The happiness that you, a variable, bring to me is no different from that of other real creatures struggling in the gutter. Shin Imo waved his hands impatiently. I don't care what your happiness is. I care about what I want to do, and what I must do. In front of the angry Cinch, Shin Imo turned around and waved his hands, ready to return to the battleship. Cinch watched Shin Imo return to the warship. The gaze of the Dark God brought extremely heavy psychological pressure to the soulless people on the entire ship. This was not the pressure brought by psychic energy, but on the psychological level. The gaze of a Dark God, who brought countless disasters to the real universe, was enough to make mortals feel afraid. Where are we going now? The Emperor asked Shin Imo, who returned to the bridge. Back to the real universe. Shin Imo answered the Emperor in a daze. This operation ended too suddenly. But we really should go back. The original plan was to return to the real universe after measuring the 4 gods. I will prepare, and then come back. The Emperor nodded. Russ stepped forward and interrupted. Father, please leave me and Korix behind when you are about to leave the maelstrom. Hearing this, the Emperor suddenly turned his head and looked at Russ. Russ smiled and explained, I don't know what the 1,000 Suns will do. I must continue the previous mission with Korix until the 10,000-year feud between Magnus and I finally gets a result. Your descendants are waiting for you to return. Chi Nemo reminded Russ, there is a legend among them about the Hour of the Wolf, saying that you will come back when the Legion is on the verge of life and death. They are now fighting in the maelstrom, and they may be rushing to die. I know, and I have given them new revelations before we met. Russ's eyes fell on his father's face again. If I return to my children now, my children will be in danger. The 1,000 Suns and Magnus have prepared many things for my children to avenge the burning of Prospero. The Emperor then understood that Russ's obsession with the affairs of the 1,000 Suns and Magnus was not out of hatred or entanglement, but was doing a very necessary and serious thing. Do you need my help? The Emperor asked. No, in your opinion, the feud between the Wolf Group and the 1,000 Suns 10,000 years ago is just a trivial matter. Russ's eyes moved back and forth between his father and Chi Nemo's faces. Russ was right. Compared to what the Emperor and Chi Nemo were doing personally, the feud between the Wolf Group and the 1,000 Suns was indeed a trivial matter. Now in the real universe, the Star Scroll is repairing the Great Vortex. Once the Great Vortex is repaired, the psychic energy will be weakened to a weaker level in the real universe. Neither the 1,000 Suns nor Magnus are likely to stir up any more trouble in reality. If you need help, don't be shy, just ask, Chi Nemo said. When Russ was about to thank Chi Nemo for his promise to help, he heard Chi Nemo continue. Your father ordered you to go to Prospero to destroy the 1,000 Suns. If there is anyone who is most obliged to help you, it is obviously your father. No, I am just a part of the Emperor 10,000 years ago. The Emperor quickly defended himself. But if you need help, Russ, you and Korix both are. If you need help, just come to me, I will do everything I can. Hearing this, Russ turned his head and looked at Korix. The two brothers looked at each other for a few seconds, and then nodded with complicated expressions. The fleet gradually left the warp. The Star Scroll projected as semi-reality again, allowing the fleet's superluminal navigation to work partially in the warp. The entire fleet quickly left the warp and came to the Great Vortex, a place that could not be said to be the intersection of reality and the warp or a wound crack, and the curtain of the Great Vortex had been repaired by 70%. Without another golden expedition, the 70% repaired part of the maelstrom was very strong, and the effect of the black stone could not match it. Chi Nemo ordered the ship to put Russ and Korix down halfway. Then the fleet continued to sail normally, until the giant starport of the Maelstrom Research Base could be seen. Chi Nemo stood in front of the string window and asked the Emperor in a deep voice without turning his head, what did you promise the cold sun to provide half of its power for you to drive? Chapter 1127. Nothing. I just left reality and returned to them. The Emperor answered very calmly, as if he was talking about something as small as a sesame seed. Chi Nemo suddenly turned back to look at the Emperor and shook his head. You can obviously act independently in reality, but you want to return to that cold sun and become one of those crazy people named Emperor? I have to go back. The Emperor insisted, it's not because I'm threatened or because I don't have much time left, but because I think I should go back. I can calm the madness and distortion of other wills. Maybe I can unite other me, and maybe I can give you some help in your future battles. Chi Nemo was silent. Chi Nemo had thought about what the Emperor's future would be like. The Golden Throne would be repaired, and the Emperor would never come down from it. If the Emperor wanted to come down and didn't want to endure the torture, he could leave the throne at any time, but the consequences of leaving the throne would be unimaginable. The damaged webway was no longer a problem. Once the curtain of the solar system was consolidated, the demons would not be able to get in at all. The problem was that after bearing the faith of 10,000 years, if the Emperor left the Golden Throne, he would most likely become a god, and then tear apart the real universe that had been patched up with great difficulty. However, Chi Nemo did not think that the fate of this man who gave everything for mankind was just to be trapped on the throne forever. When he faced Cinch just now, he did not tell the whole truth. At least Cinch did not know that in the future, after Chi Nemo officially embarked on the path of killing gods, he would not only slowly kill the 4 gods, but also find a way to cut off the connection between the Emperor and reality in the subspace. Even if the Emperor could not avoid becoming a god, it would be fine as long as he did not tear reality apart. Chi Nemo would find a way to do this. No matter how many years it would take, he would. As for the human side of the Emperor, Qin Mo was even more thoughtful. I have something to give you. Qin Mo began to search his pockets. The Emperor watched Qin Mo searching, and said something else. I have delayed this little girl named Vanessa for hundreds of years, and I don't want to delay her for hundreds of years. The reason why I made up my mind to leave is because I want her to live a normal life. Although this girl, who is 1.9 meters tall, and has bright golden hair, is hard to have enough courage to approach her in any occasion, maybe she can use Talon's AI to find a suitable partner. Maybe she can live the life she wants, no matter what it is. As long as she is not surrounded by a group of 5 or 6 meter tall problem children, calling her father all day long. The Emperor was mumbling. Qin Mo took out a square container, interrupted the Emperor's chatter, and then magnified the contents inside and projected them. It was a skeleton. A skeleton with obvious scars from being bitten by wild beasts. You know what this is. Qin Mo looked at the skeleton and said, "You once told me that it represents the concept of human nature, and it is a sacred object that was created after the first manifestation of human nature in the primitive era of the human race. In the primitive era of mankind. A primitive man stared at another primitive man, who was injured by a beast for a while, then carried the injured man back, and the fire of human nature was lit at the moment he extended a helping hand. At that time, there would be no spiritual energy fluctuations, no concept of sacred objects. But after humans became a race with low psychic talent, and the real universe was strongly influenced by the warp, during the period when the humanity of the human race was shining, the holy object appeared. It was the skeleton in front of us. How did you get it?" The Emperor squatted down in surprise, and gently stroked the skeleton. "Thanks to a High Lord, who was a borer in the empire you created." Qin Mo said. The High Lord liked to collect, and Gilliman took this thing out when he raided his house. The Emperor raised his head and agreed. "Then I should thank you, but only for this skeleton. I think this skeleton can create a new body for you in reality." Qin Mo said, "I think whether you want to fulfill your promise with other you, return to the subspace, return to the cold sun, or you still want to stay in the real universe, you can use the new body created by this skeleton. You don't have to live in Vanessa anymore. You are all free. In addition, after you return to the subspace, you may be able to use this body to return to the real universe and reunite with your sons." The Emperor listened to Qin Mo's caring words, and stroked the bones. "This skeleton has become a holy object, and it will not be destroyed. As long as the humanity of the human race exists for 1 second, this skeleton will exist for 1 second. While humanity still exists, it cannot be lost or destroyed. This is a kind of eternity that can be used. So of course, this skeleton can be used to shape a new body, a container that still exists but can be used." "Thank you." The Emperor accepted the corpse. Qin Mo shook his head. "Thank you for everything you have done since we met. You have solved a lot of things. If you were not there, I am afraid that many things would become very troublesome." These words were not forced out of good words. At least Qin Mo was very sure of one thing, that is, if the human part of the Emperor did not clearly stand on his side, it would not be easy to get along with any pre-march except Gilliman, and it might even turn into a series of conflicts. Since Tyrone was established not long ago, the exchanges with the Imperial Guards have also eased the conflict between the Empire and this other human force to a certain extent. "Thank you for standing up." The Emperor's expression was very sincere. "I am the only one, a weak part of the Emperor living in Vanessa's body, and I can't do much. Even my safety cannot be guaranteed. I may be hung on the stake by the hair by the state church or the Inquisition at any time." After saying that, the Emperor and Qin Mo both laughed a few times. Whenever the topic of the state religion is discussed, the atmosphere will always be so lively if Gilliman is not there. "What shall we do next?" The Emperor ended the smiles that the state religion brought to the two people with a question. "We leave the great whirlpool, and go to the front line of the battle between humans and the Necrons." Qin Mo counted on his fingers and said, "After finishing this war, I will go to see the people I want to see, say goodbye to the people I want to say goodbye to, settle everything, and then I will leave the real universe and enter the subspace. Finally, embark on the long and unknown road of killing gods in the subspace." Chapter 1128. Glory of Humanity. The bridge of the flagship of the Tyrone Navy. All the senior generals in the war between humans and the Necrons, as well as the commanders of the Superman Warrior Corps who participated in the war, and the Primarchs on the front line are all here. None of the people present are projections. Due to the large number of people, the Tyrone Navy even used space-increased technology to expand the internal space of the bridge to a point where it can accommodate everyone. But abnormally, such a huge meeting was silent, and there was no sound. "I think we can start the meeting." Ryan sat on the Empire side, and said to the people of Tyrone opposite, Isn't your Lord of Tyrone omniscient and omnipotent? He should know the specific content of our meeting. For such an important meeting, the Lord of Tyrone must participate. Gray responded to Ryan. We can talk about unimportant things first. There is nothing unimportant now. Ryan smiled and shook his head. Everyone continued to wait. Foros, the leader of the Heavy Breakthrough Regiment under the Blood Angels Legion, stood among a large number of Space Marines of the same level as him. Foros looked around, looking a little expectant and excited. He hadn't seen Chin Mo for a while, and he missed this generous commander who deserved respect and admiration. After Foros looked around for a while, the guards on the Tyrone side received the message. Then Gray said to everyone, Lord Tyrone ordered us to start the meeting first, and he didn't want the meeting to be postponed because of his lateness. Ryan was thinking this, okay. Seeing this, Foros was a little disappointed. But when the captain's eyes accidentally fell to his side, he suddenly saw the Lord of Tyrone. Chin Mo was standing next to him. And the people around him ignored him. Obviously, the people around him did not want to ignore him, but because he did not want others to see him. Hush. Chin Mo raised a finger, asking Foros, who was allowed to see him, not to be ostentatious. Foros nodded, pretending that nothing had happened and standing there, but still asked in a low voice, When did you come back? Just now. Chin Mo replied. After returning from the subspace, Chin Mo came to the Orpheus Star Zone. What awaited Chin Mo was not a war that he needed to lead personally, nor a final battle that he needed to participate in. There was only a meeting held in the Bridge of the Glory Human. While Chin Mo witnessed the meeting silently, Ryan announced the recent situation to everyone. The Storm King of the Sotek dynasty has died. This is the news provided by the Samurai dynasty, which has just changed from an enemy to a friendly force. After Chin Mo arrived at the fleet, he knew about Imitek's death before anyone else. Imitek could no longer tolerate Zolek's rule, and felt that he should stand up when the race was gradually falling apart. Then the result of standing up was that he was killed by Zolek in a court conspiracy. The 3 holy guards beheaded the Storm King. Before the rebirth agreement was reshaped. There are 30 dynasties, and 20% of the skeletons stand on our side. This is all that can be won over. Next, we will no longer be able to use the same method to win over any dynasty. But fortunately, our enemies have fallen apart. The emperors of the dynasty made a big fuss about Imitek's death to refute the authority of Zolek and the 3 Holy Council. Chin Mo listened to what Ryan said, and then asked Foros, How is the Weepers? After speaking, Chin Mo immediately corrected the mistake in his words. It is your 3rd regiment of the Blood Angels Legion. Sorry, I am used to using the name of the regiment. Chin Mo's correction was very necessary. Now that all the chapters have either completed their reorganization or are halfway through it, the words chapter and codex are rarely heard from the Space Marines. Because if the management and combat composition of the chapter period are mentioned, it will be considered as a tendency to split the Legion, and then it will be reviewed and attacked by the Legionary Work Supervision Group set up by Gilliman in each Legion. The Codex rules that the Astartes were unwilling to give up, and the chapter that was considered unchangeable have now become something that will attract danger if you talk about it. As the saying goes, the world changes with time. Chin Mo can't quite understand what the world changes with time, but from the words chapter in scripture, he understands it. It's really a matter of time. Everything is fine with the Weepers. Foros nodded, Governor. The titles of Governor and Legion Commander are the only 2 words that can make Chin Mo feel dazed. The reason why the title and name of the Lord of Tyrone is widely used is because the Empire does not think that Tyrone is really a Star Zone, and the Tyrone people themselves do not think so either. Neither the Star Zone Lord nor the Star Zone Governor is enough to call Chin Mo, so the title of Lord of Tyrone will be widely used. But the Governor mentioned by Foros is not a reminder of Chin Mo's identity, but just a kind of nostalgia. Because when the Weepers and the Lord of Tyrone intersected, the Lord of Tyrone was really a governor. I heard that you encountered some troubles when you were legionized? Chin Mo asked. Yes. Foros replied, what our 3rd regiment had was too tempting. At that time, other regiments wanted to share some of our things. Even the commander of the Dante regiment thought it should be divided, but the father of Genes thought it shouldn't be, so we kept everything in that organizational form. Supplies and other things should be divided. Chin Mo said calmly, you have permanent supply rights. In the Ivan Galaxy that you once rescued, supplies are not as important to you as to others. Those Terminator armors and other things can enhance your relationship with other regiments. After all, you have always been out of tune with other regiments during the regiment period because you don't have black rage and bloodthirst. Hearing the word regiment, Foros became nervous, but he didn't care when he thought that no one was qualified, and no one dared to find fault with Lord Talon on this matter. But those Terminator armors were made by you personally hundreds of years ago, and the third fleet of the Laminers was also donated by the people of Tyrone. Fro said, no one can take them away, no one. Hearing this, Chinemo looked at Foros and fell silent. The meeting continued. The people of Tyrone and the people of the Empire discussed the next plan to attack the various dynasties. Discussed what Tyrone would get from this war. Even briefly talked about the future of the Empire and Tyrone. Chinemo watched all this like a bystander. But this was not a bystander, but an appreciation. Chapter 1129. Why don't you personally participate in this meeting? After listening for a while, Foros asked the Lord of Tyrone in great confusion. Chinmo's eyes showed relief, joy, appreciation and other emotions. After a moment, Chinemo spoke softly. I was dragged into the warp during the defense of Tyrone. What I was most afraid of in the warp at that time was not whether I would be killed by the gods, or whether I would be inseparable from them forever. What I was really afraid of was only Tyrone. I was afraid that Tyrone would fall apart after I left. I was afraid that Tyrone could not be separated from his maker even for a moment. And I was afraid that the top leaders of Tyrone were ambitious people who hid their true colors under the power beyond mortals and amazing material conditions. But after I left the warp, I found that my fear was unnecessary. Foros listened quietly. During the defense of Talon, he also led the Laminers to support Talon, so he knew these things. In the Army, Navy, Talon Management Department, Guards. Between these departments, the contradictions and dissatisfactions between each other were put aside, and everyone immediately reached a consensus, that is, to form a temporary parliament to manage Talon on my behalf until I return. And those star gods whose reliability is far beyond my expectations. At this point, Chinemo thought of the burner. The first thing that must be admitted is, no matter if you are an enemy or a friend of the burner, no matter who looks at this extremely cruel star god, they will feel that this bastard with a burning body is not an ordinary beast. Some star god combat teams will accuse the burner of abuse to the recorder and the void dragon. However, when the void dragon finds the burner will use the coldest logic to list the actions that the star gods, who were abused by it, did that may violate the rules. But Chinmo never punished the burner, not only because the burner was bad and had foresight, and never broke the rules, nor because of the time when the burner had been with him, nor because of the burner's contributions and network technology. Just because of one reason. When Chinemo lost himself in the subspace, the burner did not run away, nor did he sit idly by. It used its own force and cruelty to provide military protection for the temporary parliament. When a star god asked mortals for more parliamentary power, when the temporary parliament was formed, it was not greedy for the management rights of an ant nest. Rather, it doubted those Tyrone people who were hostile and distrustful of it, and was worried about whether Tyrone would operate normally, and whether it would belong to Chinemo. Now, Chinemo watched the meeting and said softly, they are more reliable. I don't have to worry about being too busy, or having to do everything myself. Even if I need to leave for a while because of something, everything will operate normally. Frost didn't understand so many things about ruling. He only cared about one thing. You want to leave? Yes, but not now. Chinemo nodded and admitted, I have something that only I can do, and I must do it, and I am willing to do it. Dark gods? Foros shook his head. The father of genes told us that as long as we wait for the day, when the curtain is completely repaired, we will never have to live under the influence of the gods. Sanguinius is right. Chinemo smiled, but it's a bit simple. Foros was stunned and silent. It's not that Foros has nothing to say, but he doesn't know how to say what he thinks in his heart, or whether he can say it. Finally, he stopped struggling and said decisively, if you are not in Tylong, just like the region is not in the Empire, the future conflicts may evolve into a civil war that affects the entire human race. If the civil war starts, what will you do? Chinemo asked Foros. Foros thought for a while and answered, I will rescue the civilians injured in the war, whether they are from the Empire or Tylong. There are many people who think like you, and that's why I'm not worried about the future. Chinemo said, there are more ways to solve problems than war. The people of Tylong understand this truth. The question now is whether the people of the Empire can understand this truth. There are many ways to solve problems without war. For example, we can use economic and material conditions to influence the Empire, and provide unconditional assistance and support to those poor and backward worlds, including education, industry, medical care, and all aspects of influence. It only takes one generation, or even less, for the connection between us humans to become inseparable. Hearing this, Foros' face showed joy. Chinemo continued, but I can't guarantee that the human race won't have a civil war. Just like there are still people in the Supreme Council formed by Robot himself who dare to challenge Robot, the Empire is not full of honest people and people who obey orders. There are ambitious people on both sides of Tyrone and the Empire. But no matter what the problem is, we will find a solution, whether it is gentle, cruel, peaceful, or forceful. All problems will be solved, just like the external threats faced by the human race. What matters is how people with influence, like you, will choose. Foros nodded thoughtfully. Chinemo no longer looked at Foros. He continued to observe the meeting. But Foros had not finished what he wanted to say. After a while, the captain spoke. The War Master has planned a war against the Tau civilization, which will be carried out after the war between us and the Necrons. Chinemo nodded. He learned about this from the intelligence department after he came back. The Gene Father will lead the Blood Angels to carry out this operation. Foros continued, how should I choose? You don't need to make a decision on this matter, because this operation will not start, and Talon will stop the Empire from carrying out this war operation. Chinemo said calmly, among the countless alien races existing in the galaxy, the Titanium civilization is the one that can coexist, and exterminating them is not advisable. The Ether Elders of the Titanium civilization have arrived in the Talon Star Zone. They will discuss whether the Titanium civilization should accept Talon's protection and participate in this war that has come to an end. In addition to the Titanium, there are also dwarves living in the center of the galaxy. One of their ancestral cores will arrive at Talon 1 with the Ether visiting group. If the negotiations go smoothly, their ancestral cores that have been in strange conditions will be repaired, and the dwarf civilization will start extensive commercial trade activities with humans. At this point, Chinemo put forward his own reasons. In the war between us and the Necrons, the anger and bravery of the soldiers on the front line will cause the power of the Blood God to descend on the battlefield. Even in the galaxies where the purest material war is carried out, the reality membrane and curtain will be weakened to allow demons to penetrate. If it is not absolutely necessary, any massacre and war should not continue to exist in this universe. In the eyes of others, Chinemo and Foros did not exist in this meeting at all. While they were chatting privately, the Empire and Talon also discussed the matter of aliens. Gray said that if the Titanium carried out a provocative action or any offensive behavior against any human force, they would be punished with a profound lesson. But in the recent battle for colonies between the Empire and the Titanium civilization, the Titanium chose to give in first, and there was no performance that could lead to the conclusion that they were in conflict with humans, so it was impossible to approve of punishing them and war against them. Ryan changed the subject. Gray followed Ryan's lead and changed the subject to whether the Empire could accept Tyrone's assistance to the Empire's war zone. Ryan thought it was a matter of indifference, and he didn't care, so he agreed. After all, Tyrone had already been distributing free food and building houses in the Empire's frontline war zone, and the Empire's civilian supplies had long been converted into military supplies. The people of Tyrone were happy to take care of this, and there was really no reason to refuse. At this time, Chinemo turned around and quietly left the bridge. Chapter 1130. Outside the western border of the Tyrone sector. The Bellis Corona sector and Tyrone jointly manage the trade world. The lower nest. Under the black artificial sky full of stars, in the park, a projection device is projecting the image of a woman onto the open space of the square. This woman is not very beautiful, but very charming. She is wearing the traditional costume of the Bellis Corona sector. This is obviously a star. After being projected onto the square, the star told everyone not the trailer of the new movie he shot, but a kind of publicity with a public welfare nature. The Eye of Terror has been closed. Is the Bellis Corona sector, once the sector surrounding the Eye of Terror, completely safe? No. Hostile space marines have infiltrated the sector. These bastards have engaged in a series of crimes such as robbery, assassination, and chemical smuggling. They are particularly talented in this business. Their abilities are better than the most vicious gangs in the cruelest hive in the Corona sector. Are these infiltrated hostile Astartes leaving us helpless? Of course not. Throne bless. Fortunately, these fools will try to steal the chemicals with tracking structures on the molecular bonds sold by the Talons. Immediately apply for tracking devices from the Hive Law Department, where the tracking devices collect short-range signals from the chemical tracking structures, wait for the people from the Law Department to chase those super criminals, and then wait to wear the outstanding Emperor-chosen medal at the commendation ceremony, thanking you for your contribution to the security of the lower hive. At this point, the star raised his hand and pointed to the people in the square, and continued to say what he had recorded long ago. Remember, the tracking device is provided free of charge to the people of Talon. If any legal department personnel charge you any fees for the tracking device, complain to them. The projection of the star flickered a few times and started playing again from the beginning. This method of inviting big figures from the hive world to do publicity is always considered effective. In the square, a man who watched the public welfare publicity took out the tracking device he had just applied for from the legal department. This thing that looks like a ring automatically popped up the interface after being stared at by the man. The man had only taken a quick look, but when he saw the content displayed on the interface, he was stunned for a second. There was a red dot on the interface, and that red dot overlapped with his coordinates marked on the interface. After a brief moment of daze, the man lowered his head and looked down the fountain drain hole. A dozen tall men in black robes, each carrying a large bucket, were running wildly in the huge pipeline built in Shiacho, who knows how many years ago. "Mullen!" Someone carrying a chemical barrel yelled. "There are only 2 barrels left to deal with. Hurry!" Hearing the shout, Mullen hunched over and limped towards the fighting brother who shouted, then opened the chemical barrel behind the fighting brother and injected the potion he prepared into it. Mullen called his potion chemical EMP, which can be used to cover the tracking structure connected to the molecular bonds of the chemical substances produced by the Tyrones, so that the tracking structure composed of molecules cannot even send short-range signals outward. After injecting 1 barrel, there is still 1 barrel left. As long as the last drop of medicine can be injected into the last barrel, the short-range signal will be completely blocked in a short period of time, and any tracking device worn by anyone will not be able to capture the location of the chemical. Then return to the base, and use the chemical operation equipment bought from the Imperials to completely decompose the tracking structure in the barrels of chemicals. The last barrel. Mullen shivered and groaned, gently aimed the container storing the medicine at the hole drilled violently on the chemical barrel, and then stretched out her fingers to gently press. Boom! The explosion that suddenly appeared beside Mullen interrupted Mullen's work of injecting the medicine. The explosion was obviously not caused by some military explosive ammunition, but by impact missiles that were only allowed to be used in densely populated worlds like the Hive City. This missile is only the size of a bullet, and it can produce extremely strong shock waves after being launched. Mullen and his dozen brothers were blown down together, but the strong bodies of the Space Marines allowed them to recover quickly. The people who were blown away were carrying chemical barrels on their backs. After they recovered, their first reaction was not to check their bodies, but to immediately check the chemical barrels behind them. When they found that the chemical barrels were unscathed, they felt fortunate and praised the toughness of the barrels made by Talon in their hearts. In any case, it is obviously unwise to worry about the chemical barrels first in this situation. At the bottom of the huge pipe, and in front of Mullen and his group, in the diffused smoke and dust, heavy footsteps first came out of the smoke and dust, and then a tall Iron Man walked out. Red and blue lights flashed alternately on the left and right shoulders of the Iron Man, and a large number of riot control weapons were integrated on both arms. Not carrying lethal weapons did not make Mullen feel relieved, because the reason why this Iron Man would not use lethal weapons was that it would not let innocent people in the nest be affected, and when it was necessary to use lethal weapons. This Iron Man, in itself, is a lethal weapon. Mullen and his group were afraid of the Iron Man, so that they did not rush to resist or escape. And the steps that the Iron Man needed to complete also prevented it from continuing to attack immediately. A cold, simulated voice similar to that of a human woman emanated from the Iron Man's voice-generating device. Tyrone and Bellis Corona jointly managed the trade world, under the Chemical Supervision and Control Bureau, Security Iron Man number 48. The Iron Man's ID was projected by the tiny device on his shoulder, which was marked with a random hardware number that the Iron Man received when he left the factory. The scan results show that you are a roving space marine gang named Sons of Joy in the information database of the Hive Empire Law Department. You have stolen the controlled chemical artificial beta non-isohydroxytryptamine. Before that, you have committed multiple crimes such as murder and robbery. My colleagues, and I will not inform you of the results of your sentence on the spot, but as a friendly reminder, I expect that the sentence you will receive will be direct execution. Now I will provide you with a choice. After saying that, the Security Iron Man projected a projection with options. It showed 2 options: accept arrest and refuse arrest. Mullen raised her eyebrows, thought about it, and finally reached out her hand to click on the option. Refuse arrest. Refuse arrest. Execution on the spot. Execution agreement initiated. The voice of the Security Iron Man suddenly turned into a deep and fierce male voice, emitting red light, and the whole body unfolded. All non-lethal weapons were hidden, replaced by the sword and power claws that the Security Iron Man came with when he left the factory. Mullen panicked. Last time she refused to be arrested, she was only beaten and arrested. But this time was obviously different. "We accept," someone shouted. The red light on the security Iron Man dissipated, and non-lethal weapons were extended again. Then a circular hole was cut above everyone's head, and armed men wearing heavy power armor jumped down from the cut one after another. Without saying anything, they beat Mullen and others with electric batons. At the same time, in the distance, on a high tower, the nearly 5-meter tall Bat squatted on the horizontal bar, quietly observing everything with his amazing eyesight. Chapter 1131. Mullen was beaten to a trance, and blood obscured his vision. Before he lost consciousness, he saw himself being dragged to the ground by his hair by a Terminator. That was not a Terminator, not the Terminator armor worn by Space Marines. It was a new product modified from the power armor worn by engineers in the engine room of a ship. Mullen was dragged to the ground, and someone injected him with a sobering drug, which instantly made him sober. After opening his eyes, Mullen saw the much taller Terminator squatting in front of him, with a heavy helmet open layer by layer, revealing a small mortal head. "You bunch of shit! You bunch of shit forgotten in the corner!" The mortal roared and punched Mullen in the abdomen, and this punch almost made Mullen vomit out by the Superman organs in his body. "We should have left this damn place. Left you shit. Go to Talon 3 for a vacation for a solar month. Just because you bastards jumped out to discuss people, just because you made Tyrone's people in the legal department pay attention to you, all of our vacations will be postponed until you are completely killed." The mortal was very angry, veins on his forehead bulged, and his roar made Mullen's ears buzz. After the scolding was over, the man punched Mullen in the abdomen again. Blood spurted out of his mouth like a fountain, and Mullen felt that his 2 hearts were in his throat. But as a space warrior, Mullen was still able to speak. "You are also abandoned, just like us." Mullen sneered and looked around at the brothers, who were beaten and lying on the ground. "We are all abandoned in this ghost world. We are all abandoned." Mullen was not talking nonsense because he was stunned. The mortal police officers present also knew where these Space Marine gang members came from. This world is now a trading world, but in the past, it was a demon world in the Eye of Terror, where the corruption was not particularly serious. After the Battle of the Iron Ring, the Chaos Space Marines fled in a great rout, and a Chaos War band that believed in Slaanesh crashed on this world. Afterwards, the Blackstone suppressed the influence of the Warp here. In order to show Gilliman that it was really doing something, the Ecclesiarchy sent people to purify this demon world, and then placed part of the Ecclesiarchy's Crusade army who participated in the Golden Crusade in this world. Unfortunately, the Ecclesiarchy failed to purify the rats in the gutter. "It's sad, isn't it?" The mortal grabbed Mullen's hair and stared into his eyes. "You used to be warriors, but now you're gang members, doing some sneaky things all day long, and you're willing to risk your life for a little chemical." "Correction, officer." Mullen raised a finger and sneered. "We lived like this when we were still members of the war gang." "You've lived a long life. People in this world have forgotten how fanatically their ancestors believed in the state religion hundreds of years ago, and you're still alive." The mortal also sneered. "Of course, we are Space Marines. Shouldn't we live longer than you reptiles?" Mullen still refused to accept the result. Hearing this, the mortal police officer did not beat Mullen, but scanned every member of the Space Marine gang present. These people are indeed Space Marines, but they fell and betrayed 10,000 years ago. And the condition of these Space Marines. Although they are still tall, they are all hunched, with pale skin and sunken eye sockets. Some of them are even skinny. Some Space Marines may have liked to cut off people's faces, and stick them on their own faces in the past. And now those who do so will develop sores and suppuration due to long-term contact of their faces with festering skin. Some Space Marines may have hung the cans of combat auxiliary drugs directly on their backs to connect to their internal organs in the past. And now it seems that only 2 iron rods embedded in the bones to fix the cans of medicine are left on his dry back. The flesh near the iron rods is festering, and it has been rotting along the place where the tubes were originally inserted to the internal organs. In short, everything these Space Marines, who once believed in Slaanesh, did will now have more realistic consequences. The Eye of Terror has been closed for hundreds of years. These guys can no longer carry medicine bottles that are almost heavier and bigger than their upper bodies, and jump back and forth at an astonishing speed. "Leave here." The mortal police officer stood up and signaled the guys to take down the chemical barrels on the backs of these Space Marines. And the Space Marines, who were tied up, were also untied. Mullen looked at the people in front of him in confusion, not understanding what they were doing. It was not until the mortals suddenly pointed their guns at Mullen and the others that Mullen and the others turned around and ran away in confusion. "Are we just letting them go?" someone asked. "Yes, let them go. It would be a waste of time to punish these bastards by following the procedures. When I injected the sobering potion into the guy named Mullen, the potion contained a tracker. They will return to their safest place, expose that place, and expose their other accomplices. In the end, the bat will solve them in the simplest and most direct way, once and for all." The mortal police officer took out a portable device that can check the location from the backpack of the power armor, then threw the device on the ground, waved his hand, and left with his partners. In the distance, the figure of the bat who was observing everything flashed, and after the mortals left, he came to the device that was thrown on the ground, put the device away, and disappeared into the darkness again. Mullen and his group returned to the nest at the bottom nest. This was originally a fully automated factory, used to produce supplies for the army passing through this world at the end of the Golden Expedition, but now it has been abandoned for hundreds of years. For some reason, the entire factory was dark tonight. This is very abnormal. Mullen and his group carefully entered the factory, and moved closer to the inside along the familiar passage. They were in darkness all the way. It was not until they finally arrived at the deepest part of this gang's lair that Mullen and his group were relieved and confirmed that nothing bad had happened here. Because the former leader of the Sons of Joy War gang, the current boss of the Sons of Joy gang, was lying under an oil lamp that was emitting a faint light. This person whom Mullen respected very much was now skinny, and lying in a dirty and smelly nest. The two black eye sockets originally had supervision organs blessed by him, but now that they could not get the supply of spiritual energy, the vision organs had long died, leaving only two holes. Mullen was relieved and sure that everything was fine here, but he suddenly noticed a vague outline in the shadow behind the boss. It looked like a bat. Chapter 1132. Have the chemicals been retrieved? Hearing the voices of Mullen and others, the boss turned over with difficulty in the pile of dirty and smelly cloth and asked, "No. I'm sorry. We almost didn't make it back." Mullen kept staring at the bat outline behind the boss, and he suspected that he was hallucinating. But a sense of crisis lingered in Mullen's heart again. Mullen wanted to ask the boss if he saw the bat outline behind him, was it a new ornament? But Mullen didn't ask, because the boss's eyes had long been blind, and he couldn't see anything. After thinking for a while, Mullen slowly walked forward, picked up the oil lamp beside the boss, and shone the outline of the bat behind the boss. When the light touched the outline, Mullen saw clearly what it was and began to laugh at himself. It was not a strange thing that could make people panic, but just a statue, a decoration. During the Golden Expedition, the people of the Midnight Lord left behind a lot of things when they evacuated from this world, and this bat statue was one of them. Who put this thing here? Mullen sighed helplessly, put down the oil lamp, walked aside, and pressed the factory lighting switch. The whole factory was illuminated in an instant. The light penetrated into the dark vision, and the chill brought by fear also penetrated into the pores of Mullen and his fighting brothers. The scene that came into view made Mullen and his brothers stop breathing the moment they saw it. There were corpses hanging everywhere. Only the upper body of the corpse was tied to the beam with scattered intestines. The lower body was scattered everywhere. The extracted aorta, human nerve bundles, blood vessels, entangled with the long-abandoned production machines. The ground was covered with blood. When Mullen walked in the dark just now, he was wondering why the ground was wet and sticky. Mullen's thoughts returned after a brief pause in his brain. He wondered who did all this. Who killed the more than 20 fighting brothers who stayed here, as well as the large number of mortal gang members? Why didn't the boss find out? Could it be that something killed everyone here without anyone noticing, without even a scream from the dead? And the gang leader was still lying there, obviously unaware of what had happened. Mullen heard the eerie humming, and turned his head with difficulty, and saw a nearly 5-meter-tall man in power armor standing next to the bat statue behind the boss. The man had a pale complexion, and the armor on his body made him look like a bat. He leaned against the statue, humming an eerie little song while looking at the masterpiece he had left behind. Cause. A man beside Mullen recognized the man. Cause heard the name, and turned to look at the person who called out the name. The next second, the space marine beside Mullen was torn from his head. An instant later, Mullen's own head flew up. The rest of the people were split in the middle, their two hearts were pulled out, they were cut in half, and, in the blink of an eye, Mullen and the others died here. Cause looked silently at the still-living boss. The boss only heard someone calling Kuz, so he climbed up and looked around in fear. Kuz stepped forward, stretched out his hands to hold the boss's two eye sockets, and crushed the remnant's head. After doing this, Kurz looked back at the killing field that he was very satisfied with, and slowly disappeared into the darkness. Outside the orbit of the trade world. Inside a warship with the privilege of no detection. Horace was checking the tactical table in the bridge. All the worlds marked with chaos remnants in the entire galaxy were displayed on the tactical table, and these marks were disappearing one by one. When all the marks disappeared, the clone Primarchs, who were sent out to perform the cleanup mission, returned. Our fierce battle with the Necrons is still going on, and what are we doing? We are cleaning rats in the gutter. Lien suddenly teleported back to the ship and complained to the clone brothers in the bridge, including Horace, who did not go down to perform the mission. The front line is also cleaning up the remaining Necrons on the offensive route. Horace looked at Lien with a smile. We are all doing what we are good at and should do, no matter how big or small these things are. Since the mission to find the Star Scroll was completed, the clone Primarchs were assigned to the Bellis Corona and Scalus sectors to clean up the rats left over from the Golden Crusade. Now this matter is almost done. The Primarchs who went down to perform the mission returned one after another. Horace glanced at them one by one, and finally fixed his eyes on the face of Kurz, who was teleported back and squatted in the corner, staring at everyone grimly. Look, Ryan, Kurz seems to be very satisfied with this job. He won't complain that he is just cleaning rats in the gutter, Horace said to Ryan. Ryan frowned and looked at Kaz, who was squatting in the corner. Kaz said grimly, Call me Batman? What the hell? Horace was stunned for a moment. What is Batman? What nonsense are you talking about? Kaz replied grimly, like the whisper of a demon. The characters in the story told by the Lord of Talon, I think I have something in common with Batman, although his moral code is something I despise. But to some extent, we do have something in common. I only have one brother named Kurz. His name is Conrad Kurz, not Batman. Horace shrugged and looked at Ryan again. Kurz was silent for a while, and said grimly, Who is your brother? Ryan looked at the grim Kurz for a while, turned to Horace and said, If he is willing to do this, why don't you let him do it? Horace was silent for a few seconds and nodded. Good idea, but this matter is over. Neither you nor him need to stay in this galaxy. The clone Primarchs immediately gathered around, waiting for Horace to tell them what they needed to do next. But Horace did not talk about work, but about another crucial matter. Lord Talon wants to enter the warp to kill demons, and he invites us to follow him in the future. Of course this is not mandatory, and he will not kill us with lightning if we refuse. But I suggest that all of us go together because, first of all, we are clones, and there is no place for us to stay forever in the real universe. If our existence is discovered by the original body, we may. Secondly, if we enter the warp, we can also let our brothers, who have fallen into the original body, obtain the same essence as me, Horace said to everyone. He now knew what the thing with many eyes and wings he saw in the remnant of the duel between the Emperor and his original body was when he was about to be corrupted. That was his essence. An angel. Chapter 1133. This decision, which seemed to respect personal wishes, was just a formality. Horace wanted all the clone brothers to go with him to find Lord Talon, and then enter the warp with Lord Talon, embarking on a road of killing gods with an unknown end. As a manager, Horace also knew how to make his other brothers agree. Even if these brothers were not all willing to enter the warp. Are you asking us? Gilliman crossed his arms and looked up at Horace. You've already made your own decision. Let me guess, you must have promised Lord Talon that all of us will go to the warp with him, right? Horace looked down at Gilliman and nodded, yes. But I think this is our best choice. If you are not stupid, you should come to the same conclusion as me. Bullshit! Gilliman slapped the tactical table excitedly. I'm still planning to go into seclusion. Why do you make decisions for me? You want to live in seclusion? Horace frowned. A Superman like you decide to give up everything you have, give up your talent, give up your duties, and run away to become a farmer? If everything is over, why can't I? Just because I am the Primarch, I have to be a slave forever. Not to mention that I am a clone, Gilliman argued. Horace wanted to talk about responsibility, but suddenly felt that it was unnecessary. Because Gilliman is like this, he may really want to escape, but he will take responsibility. So Horace changed his words. We should stay together, no matter what we decide to do. You know we are. Come on, Gilliman said, looking at the other brothers. Lord Talon certainly didn't let all of us go into the warp with him. This guy made the decision on his own and wanted to take credit. When Gilliman said this, the other clone Primarchs turned their heads away, thinking that Gilliman's words were too harsh. But they could also understand Gilliman. When he learned that he was a clone, Gilliman no longer concealed his true desires. When the war reached its end, he began to prepare for seclusion. He ran a business, and after it grew stronger, he sold it to a buyer and made enough money. He chose a beautiful uninhabited world and planned to form a colony to go there, buy the development rights, and own that world forever. After all this was ready, Horus told him that he could not live in seclusion. He had to go to the warp, to that disgusting place full of sorcery energy that he hated, and stay there until he didn't know when he could come out. Calm down, Robo. Horus tried to comfort him. Don't call me that. Gilliman pointed at Horus, his eyes fierce. Only my adoptive mother can call me that. Horus was silent, spread his hands, and sighed. In the end, he did not force Gilliman, but just said calmly, Gilliman, if you have made a decision, then leave. I will not stop you. You can do what you want, and I believe that Lord Talon will not deny your choice. Gilliman turned and left. Looking at his back, Horus continued, but we are born different. Even if we are clones, there are some things that we are destined to not abandon. That's all I can say. Gilliman seemed not to hear, and did not even turn his head. The clone Primarchs watched Gilliman leave, and then cast their eyes on Horus. Horus shrugged and shook his head slightly. The other clone Primarchs did not have similar plans like Gilliman. Although they would be dissatisfied with entering the warp in the future, but except for the warp, except for embarking on the road of killing gods, where else can they go? What other way can they take? Horus waved his hand to signal his brothers to leave. When he was the only one left in the bridge, he turned on the communication device and connected to the Lord of Tyrone in the Orpheus Star Zone. When the communication was connected, Qin Mo's projection appeared in the bridge and said, "Come and meet me. I have to meet a few more people and do a few more things before entering the subspace and officially starting my career." "How long will we stay in the subspace?" Horus asked. "I don't know." Qin Mo confessed, "Maybe 1,000 years in the real universe, maybe 10,000 years, maybe 100,000 years, 1,000,000 years, or 1,000,000 years. When the gods perish, I will leave the subspace and return to the real universe." Horus nodded. He didn't mention Gilliman, as if his brothers had already promised him that everyone would enter the warp and accompany Qin Mo to start the great cause of killing gods. But Qin Mo could guess some things. "I prepared something for Robot." Qin Mo waved his hand and passed a message to Horus. Horus looked surprised and nodded to Qin Mo. Communication ended. Qin Mo raised his hand to cut off the communication. The next day, the clone Primarchs planned to join Qin Mo. Horus was waiting for his brothers in the bridge. The clone Primarchs entered the bridge one by one, and when they came in, they showed their choices with actions. Gilliman and Corix were the last to come in. Corix hugged Gilliman's shoulders, and Gilliman turned his head away after entering the bridge, not looking at Horus. But Gilliman still showed his choice with actions. That is to follow Horus to find the Lord of Talon, and finally embark on the road of killing gods together. As Horus thought, Gilliman was a man who wanted to live in seclusion, but could not completely rest assured to put down his duties. "You can't go with us to find Lord Talon," Horus said. Gilliman looked up in surprise, and looked at Horus in confusion. "You have other things to do now." Horus raised his hand, and showed a projection in front of Gilliman. Lord Talon created a world in the warp with a device called the Domination Engine. It is just like it that cannot be perceived and observed. That world is a beautiful garden world with birds singing and flowers blooming. It will also be our future residence. Go to that world and sort everything out. When we finish our work in reality and enter the warp with Lord Talon, we will also go to that garden world. You will manage the supplies and logistics. If you want to farm, you can. Eating and resting in the warp can remind us where we come from, remind us that we are real creatures, and will not lose our identity in the warp. Hearing this, Gilliman opened his eyes wide, and then his excitement was beyond words. Chapter 1134. Qin Mo flew towards Tyrone I. The Void Dragon followed behind him. "You want to leave the real universe? To the warp? I really don't understand why you are so obsessed with destroying the warp gods. Obviously, our real universe may be completely free from the corruption of the warp in a few hours. The Star Scroll has already repaired 95% of the curtain of the real universe. The warp is very dangerous. It is so dangerous that if you want to sentence a star god to death, you can just throw it in." The Void Dragon was like a chatterbox at this time. Qin Mo flew forward silently, listened silently, and did not even look at the Void Dragon. "Respond." Qin Mo understood what the Void Dragon said, and he had already considered it. After the Void Dragon said what he wanted to say over and over again, Qin Mo told him the truth. "I am going to the subspace, not staying in the subspace forever. The curtain can stop the gods, but it can't stop me. If I want, I can come back at any time." Qin Mo used two simple sentences to block the question that the Void Dragon was going to repeat again. After getting the answer, the Void Dragon pondered for a moment, and was about to speak again. And Chinemo had already anticipated what the Void Dragon would ask. The star gods cannot continue to live in the celestial engine. This is something I built for my people. It will not belong to the star gods in the future. The star gods will have a place to live in the real universe. There is no doubt about it, but it must be a suitable place to live. All star gods must abide by the most important rule now, which is to prohibit contact with mortals. What Chinemo said was indeed what the Void Dragon wanted to ask. About the arrangements for the star gods in the future, and about how the star gods will live in the real universe after Chinemo enters the subspace. But the Void Dragon has a different opinion on the arrangements for the star gods. Perhaps the star gods can be allowed to help mortals when necessary, to prevent mortals from going down the road of no return in the future, or to turn the tide. I am already satisfied that the star gods can guarantee to abide by the rules. I dare not think about what will happen if the star gods interfere in the affairs of mortals. Chinemo finally turned back to look at the Void Dragon. The Void Dragon thought about it, and then agreed. Perhaps Chinemo was right. The star gods should not have the qualifications to interfere in the affairs of mortals. The star gods outside the Milky Way have not obtained living metal bodies, nor are they conscious. Don't worry about them. Chinemo has begun to think about things outside the Milky Way, but in the Milky Way, the star gods must be strictly managed. What I am most worried about is that they will get out of control after I leave. Why worry? You can kill any star god now. The Void Dragon asked doubtfully. Chinemo suddenly stopped flying, and the Void Dragon also stopped. Magladros, if I'm not in front of you now, you go and kill everyone on that planet. Chinemo pointed to an inhabited nest world next to him. Then I come back and kill you. What will I lose in the end? The Void Dragon was stunned for a moment and replied, I'm gone. No, the loss is everyone in that world. Chinemo shook his head. What's important is not how to punish, but how to prevent tragedy from happening. Even if I can kill you all, if you have already committed cruel and vicious acts, the loss will still exist, and it will not change whether you are punished or not. The Void Dragon realized that Chinemo was emphasizing the importance of rules again. The Void Dragon knew the importance of rules, but its understanding of the rules was that abiding by the rules would prevent the star god from becoming a giant in power, and an ant in thinking, and would not allow the star god to be picked up by others in the cruel internal struggle. The Void Dragon cannot yet fully understand the importance of this rule to humans. Chinemo does not need the Void Dragon to fully understand it. He only needs the Void Dragon to be the maintainer of the rule, together with the burner, the recorder, and the mimic. There must be a very clear boundary between star gods and mortals. Chinemo turned around and continued to fly. If necessary, I will come back from the subspace and smash a star god who has violated the rules or intends to violate the rules into pieces bit by bit as a warning. The Void Dragon thought this was a good idea. Nothing could be a better warning than smashing a star god into pieces in front of other star gods. But to be honest, the Void Dragon did not want this method to be used as a solution. If you are determined to embark on the path of killing the gods of the warp, then go ahead. I won't let you have any worries. The Void Dragon's guarantee was cold but powerful. I will make sure that no star god will have to come back from the warp to deal with the affairs of the real universe because of his stupid and cruel behavior. I promise. Chinemo looked back at the Void Dragon and nodded. You are always surprisingly reliable. In Chinmo's eyes, the Void Dragon is surprisingly reliable. Chinemo never expected the Void Dragon to become a character like Malkador, but the Void Dragon has become a character like Malkador. About what happened between you and the caster tens of millions of years ago. Chinemo took the initiative to mention that extremely distant past event. He did not think he had to bear any price for the caster, but some things should be said out loud, and only by saying them out loud bravely can the contradictions that are already in the bud be resolved. The Void Dragon is now complete. It has normal thinking and can be communicated. That's why Chinemo is willing to speak out. I know very well that you are not a forger. The Void Dragon said, I have always known that you are not a forger at all, so of course, my past with the forger has nothing to do with you. You can treat it as if it does not exist at all. It is precisely because you are not a forger that you can inspire me. I realize the importance of what you do, and the importance of your thinking. The Void Dragon spoke several sentences in succession, and then paused like a human taking a deep breath, and added, Fortunately, you are not a forger, otherwise the star god will always be a barbaric ant in terms of thinking and civilization system. You think clearly. Chinemo nodded. The Void Dragon is enlightened. It realized one thing. This thing is how terrible it is to be a giant in strength and an ant in thinking. It is terrible enough to make a transcendent existence, like the star god, be defeated, and enslaved by his own slaves. The importance of order and rules. Chi Nemo emphasized, if you do as I say, the star god will be able to truly coexist with real creatures. Yes. The Void Dragon agreed very much. The Void Dragon accompanied him on this trip just to ask questions, and now that the purpose has been achieved, it will no longer go with him. When the Void Dragon said goodbye and flew quickly to 200 light-years away, Chi Nemo watched the Void Dragon disappear from his sight, and then sped up to rush to Tyrone No. 1. Chapter 1135. Tyrone No. 1. The residence of the Lord of Tyrone. As the master of the entire Tyrone, the owner of the strongest real universe naval force consisting of a main fleet of nearly 50,000 warships, Chi Nemo does not have a private residence in the strict sense. This is not because he is so simple, or because he intends to reproduce the historical stories of the rulers who lived a poor life in ancient Terra's history, but even as the top person in Tyrone, material desires can no longer keep up with the development of material conditions. Chi Nemo's residence is integrated on the top floor of the largest building in the office area. On the huge Tylong No. 1 transformed into an ideal city, this building itself is enough to be called a world. If a staff member of a department does not want to go out, and has no mission to go out, then he can live in this small world for a lifetime. The mimic who came to Tylong No. 1 from the Orpheus Star Zone is in this building with the ability and efficiency to manage the entire Tylong. It organizes the affairs of those star gods, and then archives them. This is not a mission, but a commission from the recorder. As a star god who likes to record, the recorder is most afraid not of any threat he faces, but of the possibility that the things he records may disappear. The disappearance of records is not uncommon in the history of any race or civilization. The recorder even thinks that it is not safe to keep the things he records on himself. It has established archives throughout the galaxy, and the size and concealment of these archives are enough to be called a wonder. It is enough to make any civilization that enters the space age obsessed and crazy after coming into contact with these archives, and even completely change the trajectory of race and civilization because of the knowledge in them. But even so, the recorder still thinks it is not safe enough, so it is now planning to use Talon as a way to store records. Mimicry was asked to do this, but it did not think about who asked the recorder to find Mimicry to ask for this matter. After all, with the recorder's current authority, it can ask any star god to do this. After completing the handover with the Talonians, the mimic prepared to leave Talon 1. But just before it was about to set off, it suddenly felt a call. A familiar call. The mimic looked up with joy, then penetrated the wall, and went directly to the top floor of the building. When it came to this familiar place, the mimic found it was pitch black. The pitch black darkness was not the darkness of normal physical rules. Then light appeared, and the light focused on 100 meters in front of the mimic. Chi Nemo sat on the sofa expressionlessly, looking at Mimic. "Come here." Chi Nemo said only 2 words, with a dignity that would not allow hesitation or refusal. Mimic immediately walked over, came to Chi Nemo, and knelt down. Chi Nemo's hand stretched out to Mimic's neck. Mimic suddenly said, "You actually went around in circles to let me come here? I thought you were just thinking about killing the gods, and you would go directly to the subspace without meeting me." The darkness in the room dissipated instantly. Chi Nemo raised his eyebrows and looked at Mimic, then changed his position on the sofa. "I just got into the state, and you broke it with 1 sentence. Mimic smiled and sat beside Chi Nemo's legs, only to realize that he had ruined the atmosphere. "Your ability to change after you are complete is simply amazing." Chi Nemo looked at the ceiling. "When you become a human, you really look very, very much like a human. I even have an illusion that we are the same existence, the power of God and the thinking of man." Mimicry smiled and nodded, stroking his white hair. "Of course, isn't this just what you like?" "That's right." Chi Nemo nodded thoughtfully. The two were silent for a moment. Chi Nemo spoke again. "I want to enter the subspace to kill gods, and the only regret is that I can't take you with me." The smile on Mimicry's face disappeared. After becoming relatively complete, it has the ability it originally had, that is, it can completely obtain everything about this thing after changing into it, including self-cognition and feelings. So after becoming a human, it also had human feelings. "But it doesn't matter, I won't be stuck in the subspace forever." Chi Nemo seemed to be comforting the Mimicry, and also seemed to be comforting himself. The smile of the Mimicry appeared on its face again, but it seemed to be forced out. "How long will it take to complete your career?" The Mimicry asked. 1,000 years, 10,000 years, 100,000 years, or even. "I don't know, I know it will be very long." Chi Nemo shook his head, "But fortunately, this will be a smooth adventure. I will make good use of my unobservable characteristics to avoid the direct attacks of the 4 gods and hunt demons until my strength grows enough to challenge the 4 gods. Then I will face them and kill them." The mimic lowered its head and thought. After a moment, it raised its head again, still forcing a smile. "Too heavy. We can say or do something happy." Chin-Mo turned his head to look at the mimic, thought for a while, and then nodded. "Still the same as before, if you are tired of this." The mimic pointed to the human form he had transformed into. "You can hold a poster or a picture and say, 'Mimic, change for me,' or you can describe your imagination." Hearing this, Chin-Mo, who was lying on the sofa, did not do what he usually did, but turned over and faced the back of the sofa. Slowly said, "In the past, I always asked you to change this and that." The mimic nodded. "Even let me become the Vanessa version of the Emperor." "I've said it many times." Chin-Mo frowned and defended. "That time I felt you were very tired and didn't want you to work harder. Besides, the Emperor is living in Vanessa's body. It's not Vanessa or the Emperor's female form. And, forget it, I won't say it anymore. You have lost the ability to empathize after becoming a human. You can't understand me." Chin-Mo pouted as if he was angry and turned his back to the mimic. The mimic smiled and pulled Chin-Mo's arm. Seeing that Chin-Mo still ignored it, it wanted to coax him. But Chin-Mo spoke before the mimicry did. "You don't have to change into anything. It's not because you can change into anything that I have a human relationship with you, so you." The mimicry's appearance instantly changed to its original appearance. A huge, planet-like, geometric-like body with an indescribable appearance and indescribable changes. "Are you kidding?" Chin-Mo sat up from the sofa. "So huge?" The mimicry's appearance shrank and instantly became a size similar to Chin-Mo's. Chin-Mo hummed. "That's about right." Chapter 1136. Tyrone Number 1. Residential Area Number 44. A circle of buildings surrounds the activity area of the entire residential area. People gathered in the activity area, adults holding children, and the elderly being supported by iron men. Everyone in the entire residential area stood in the camping square in the center of the forest. An extremely realistic projection that was magnified several times was presented in front of everyone. It was a scene of an old man who looked very old fighting with an alien beast as big as a tank. That was Groot. As the protagonist of this projection, Groot was holding a child who was probably only 6 years old, standing in the crowd and watching the projection with others. Anyone could tell that the child in Groot's arms was definitely not his grandson, because the child's ears were particularly large, and Groot's ears were not that big. But no one cared. Everyone focused their attention on the image, on Groot's past. The main perspective of the projection was a girl with a safety recorder hanging on her chest. "Stop filming! Get up and stand aside!" Groot yelled at the girl. The main perspective immediately moved up, and then fled backwards, but the recording continued. Groot turned around and picked up a rolled axe from the ground, looking at the alien beast staring at him. The beast's limbs were tense because of the accumulated strength, and its thick blood vessels were presented on its body in the form of terrifying lines. Just seeing the projection of this beast, the people present almost stopped breathing. "You damn beast. I'm going to dig out your eyeballs and roast them. I'm going to dig out your bones and the elements in your body to make an axe that will never curl." There was a laceration on Groot's face from his chin to his forehead, and his skull was even exposed in the wound, bleeding, but he roared and roared at the beast as if the wound didn't exist at all. It makes people wonder if this old guy's courage is greater than the size of the tank-sized beast opposite. The beast seemed to be enraged by the arrogance of this human, and opened its bloody mouth. The foul breath and blood gushed out from the gaps between its sharp teeth like a chainsaw sword. Groot was also enraged. He actually opened his mouth and roared at the beast. The man and the beast roared at each other for a while, and then started to attack each other at the same time. Groot swung his axe, and was swallowed by the beast in one bite just as he was ready. The people watching the projection were stunned for a few seconds, and then they all looked back at Groot at the same time. Groot smiled awkwardly. The beast in the projection rushed towards the girl after swallowing Groot, but suddenly stopped halfway and roared in pain. The beast's body trembled, as if something was cutting its neck. Finally, an arm came out of the beast's eye. Groot threw the bloody axe through the eye and used his implanted arm prosthesis to frantically cut the beast's brain, howling like a madman and tearing flesh. Finally, the beast fell down. Groot got out of the beast's eye. He walked towards the girl. He was covered in blood and flesh. There was a tear on his face that stretched from his chin to the top of his head, and the white skull was faintly visible in the wound. The girl was obviously extremely frightened and crawled back crying. Groot sighed, his shoulders sank, as if helpless, and then walked quickly to the girl and grabbed her arm, Were you hurt just now? The cheers of the people started from the moment Groot's arm went through the beast's eye and continued until the last moment. Groot smiled and bowed slightly to the crowd. People were discussing Groot's performance in the square, but Groot no longer cared about that. He held the child in his arms and left quietly. Groot sat down on a patch of grass in the forest, took out an ice cream from his arms, and handed it to the child. You are still as impressive as you were in the past. Groot heard someone talking behind him. He turned his head inadvertently, and was stunned. Chi Nemo was wearing casual clothes, leaning against a tree, holding a cup with the words excellent drink printed on it. The carbonated beverage bottle with the logo is holding a straw. Zzz zzz zzz. Refreshing. No wonder this beverage is sold out in the frontline war zone, and no wonder its founder is willing to sell it in the trenches on the front line. Chi Nemo finished the drink and threw the bottle away. The bottle melted on the grass. Why are you baring your teeth with the beast again? Chi Nemo walked towards Groot. Groot stood up subconsciously and answered, I originally wanted to farm on the border of Tyrone. There are such beasts in that agricultural world. There are too many beasts, and I had to come back in the end. I heard that the Knights of Donna's family are now killing monsters on those newly colonized planets. Chi Nemo sat next to Groot and took the child in his arms to his own arms. You didn't encounter Donna's family in the world you went to, nor did you encounter Tyrone's cleaning fleet. I was the first batch of colonists. Groot shrugged helplessly, except for an old fool who dared to go to the primitive world outside Tyrone to explore by buying a transport ship, and a 7-year-old Cadian girl who secretly boarded the ship at the starport. Which idiot is willing to go down to explore the colony before the cleaning fleet arrives? Chi Nemo smiled and nodded, thinking that Groot's adventurous spirit would never change. Groot was talking about his own things as if reminiscing about the past. Then I found myself looking for death, so I sold the boat and bought tickets for me and the little girl from the Empire who got on board to the Talon No. 1. I wanted to buy her a house here, but she said she just wanted me to give her some money to help her buy tickets for 6 people to the Talon border. Is the girl in the video a Cadian? Chi Nemo was a little surprised. Wasn't the Cadian galaxy aided during the Golden Expedition? War orphans. Groot spread his hands. During the war, Cadian soldiers would rather ask the transport line to transport an extra pair of gloves than to transport some family playing supplies for themselves. I guess the little guy was lost when his parents moved to the war zone, and he huddled together with other children who were also lost for warmth. Chi Nemo smiled. The Cadians really don't like family planning. Creed's deputy Kyle once told me that Cadian male and female soldiers reproduced to increase the number of troops when they fell in love, and how to raise them was not important. Stuff it in the tank, stuff it in the ammunition box, stuff it with military rations after the battle, as long as it can survive. Kyle said that they, the Cadians, believe that a Cadian child can grow up to be a warrior anyway. Chapter 1137. Speaking of the Cadians, Groot thought for a moment and said, I heard that Creed didn't shout that Cadia would stand firm before he died. It's unbelievable. It's normal. Chi Nemo said calmly, his long-cherished wish is to see the moment when the Eye of Terror is closed. When that moment comes, the fate of the Cadians will never be the same again. The era of standing firm ends, and the era of eternal fighting spirit begins. It's true. Groot recalled the battle cry shouted by the Cadians in the war against the Necrons. It's no longer about standing firm, but about the will to fight forever. Neither Chi Nemo nor Groot wanted to talk too much about other people in this meeting, so they stopped talking about Carta. Chi Nemo talked about Groot himself. I heard from Gray that you went to a non-cyborg boxing match. After the battle for Tianwei, you were almost completely cyborgized. How did you fight in a non-cyborg boxing match? It's simple, just change to a normal level cyborg. Groot replied with a smile. That's a kind of weakening for you. After all, your original body is far superior to that of ordinary people. Chi Nemo smiled and shook his head. Groot didn't bother. If I don't change to a weaker body, which young man would be willing to fight with an old bastard in the boxing ring, and then be beaten to the ground by the old bastard and cry and admit defeat while holding the referee's thigh? Well, I guess the person who was beaten to the ground by you would never think that such a fierce guy like you would help others take care of their children when he is free. Chi Nemo pulled the big ears of the child in his arms. The child didn't know who was holding him, and just thought he was a friendly younger generation of Grandpa Groot. Then Chi Nemo took out 2 bottles of carbonated drinks from his arms, like a magic trick, one for the child and one for himself. Groot stroked the child's head and said sadly, "The wound on my face scared the child so much that he hugged his mother's legs and cried until he couldn't stand up. I finally established a good relationship with this child, spending about 10 Tyrone points to buy snacks, toys, and clothes for several years. Fortunately, my neighbor's parents are not the kind of people who judge people by appearance, otherwise, they would not let me get close to their children. You like children, why didn't you have one yourself? Or you can go to Taiwan too to be an artificial offspring, or something. Chinemo asked. Groot was silent for a while before he said, genes like mine should not be passed on. Hearing this, Chinemo looked up at Groot. He realized that Groot still had a tendency to self-destruct. During the Tyrone Unification War, Groot left the Royal Guard and joined the Tyrone army, not because he was drafted, but because he wanted to die in the war. He was afraid that he would become a butcher like his brother, holding a clay figure called Brave Champion and slaughtering people everywhere. He thought it was a genetic problem, and his father was the same. He once witnessed his father biting the heads of more than a dozen gang members off their necks in the street in Xiacha. But Chinemo knew that it was the influence of the blood god. But he didn't say it directly at that time. Chinemo believed in honesty and simple and direct communication, but that was because he thought it would be beneficial. If being honest would only make Groot aware of the existence of corn, and be more deeply affected by corn, then he would not say it. When necessary, ignorance is a kind of protection from the most terrifying so-called blessing in the real universe, and even in the subspace. Of course, Groot soon found out about his brother's affairs, but he still believed that his brother's influence by corn could not be unrelated to genes. Chinemo silently threw away the half-drunk bottle of drink. Groot instantly stood up and caught the bottle, then drank it all himself, and said after finishing it, "What I fear most now is waste." "Why?" Chinemo asked. Groot pointed to the empty bottle of drink. "This bottle of drink is food, and the characteristic of food is that it is too cheap. A person can only earn 1,000 Tyrone trading points a month in the slightly barren world of Tyrone, but these 4,000 trading points are enough for him to buy enough excellent carbonated drinks for half his life, which means that the price of this food is not appropriate." Chinemo tilted his head to look at Groot, listening to this tough guy talking about the elegant economy. "I'm talking about the civilians in the barren world of Tyrone. A civilian's hourly wage can be used to buy food for a solar month, and if he is willing to choose chemically synthesized food, he can buy more. I can't imagine that people in the agricultural world grow food, and their food has to pay taxes and sell it to agricultural companies in the galaxy at a low price, and then the companies process it into an extremely cheap food. The harvest money earned by people who choose to engage in planting may not even offset the planting costs." Groot said this in a serious manner, pointing at himself. "Suppose I really took root in that barbaric world, and lived by farming every day, and eventually my labor became the extremely cheap food I mentioned, I might really not be able to survive." Hearing this, Chinemo frowned and thought, then asked a question. "When you went to that barbaric world to explore, did you plan to cultivate the land there and grow food from sunrise to sunset?" Groot was stunned for a moment. "No, normal farmers should take out loans to buy agricultural machinery or a systematic planting model, and then they will plant high-priced crops that must be cultivated with soil." Chinemo gestured and said, "They will drive huge agricultural machinery like knights on the ridges of the fields, and the intelligent machinery will never stop planting the vast fields counted by hectares of the farmer." Groot was in a trance. "If you farm like humans in the pre-space age, you can make money by growing the raw materials of the medicine we use. If you grow food, it's better to produce and sell it yourself." Chinemo said, "You went to that wild world to open up fields without even investigating?" Groot was stunned for 2 seconds and patted the back of his head. "I shouldn't have run to that wild world on a whim. You have been a soldier all your life. You should be a consultant in a security company. You should be a test supervisor in a weapons design company. The only thing you shouldn't do is something you don't understand or have never been exposed to." Chinemo looked helpless. Groot had to admit that Chinemo was right. "I originally planned to work in my sister's bank, but the housing loan business she was in charge of had long gone bankrupt, and she also resigned. Forget it, I can live comfortably even if I don't work. I suddenly don't want to toss around after a lifetime of tossing around." Chinemo nodded in agreement. He felt the same way. If the old man wanted, the former field marshal could go to the Tyrone Army Department as a consultant, have a gorgeous office, ride a hovercraft to get off work, and give orders to the younger generation in the Army Department. Groot had already thought about how to live in his later years, and he no longer discussed this matter. The aging eyes fell on Chinemo's face. In a trance, Groot felt that he was in the bottom nest of Tyrone No. 1, looking up in the trench at the young man, who was going to lead 6 people to fight to the death with a gene stealer. Groot came out of his trance, and began to think about his life. Finally, he sighed to Chinemo. "There are 2 things I regret most in my life. First, when I was in the bottom nest, there was a prisoner number 444, who was sent to the battlefield to dig trenches with hot melt tools. I yelled at him like a stupid man with irritability, and then I was ashamed to death after he saved my life. Chinemo remembered what happened at that time, smiled, and shook his head. He didn't care. Second, I am no longer a guard. Chapter 1138. I'm sorry. Groot suddenly lowered his head and covered his face with his hands. Chinemo was surprised to find that Groot was sobbing, which could be seen from Groot's trembling body. I'm really not a qualified candidate for the Royal Guard. I slaughtered the arena in the lower nest. I couldn't control my anger. I'm sorry, Commander. I'm sorry. Every time I recall the moment when you gave me the Royal Guard power armor, I feel ashamed and want to commit suicide. Listening to Groot's words, Chinmo's nose suddenly felt sore. His hand was on Groot's shoulder. The soft words came into Groot's ears. You don't need to apologize for this. Looking back now, I think I overreacted because I was worried that Korn might affect you, so I asked you to leave the guard. But later in the battle for Tianwei, you proved that you would never be corrupted and degraded. If I had the ability to predict the fate of each of you, or if the threat of your fate that I disturbed could be seen, I would never make that decision. Hearing this, Groot put down his hand and looked at Chinemo. Chinemo nodded. From the current point of view, you are one of the most suitable people to be a guard. Groot took a deep breath and nodded vigorously. He wanted to express something, but he was never good at expressing himself. The words he just said to Chinemo were what Groot had thought about for a lifetime. After the battle for Tianwei was over, I sent you a letter asking you to undergo the guard transformation surgery and become a guard again, but you refused. Chinemo asked what he had always been curious about. Why? Gray and the others will be more qualified after undergoing transformation surgery, but I think I will really become an overly efficient killing machine. Groot lowered his head. That's one reason. Second reason. During the Battle of Cadia, the 44th Regiment I led was blown up by stray bullets during the Titan battle. The boys I trained personally. Groot's tears rolled in his eyes. I know what kind of people their parents are. I know what their goals are, what their personalities are, who likes to be lazy, who is the most diligent, who is the most depressed, and who is the most optimistic. When leaving Tyrone, I even met them one by one to find their loved ones, who came to the military camp. I persuaded their loved ones to leave without worry, because I would definitely bring them back. But in the end, it didn't happen. Their loved ones were still fantasizing that their husbands or boyfriends would return in triumph on the battleship Lord of Tyrone one day, wearing power armor, and hugging them amid the flowers and applause of Tyrone One, not knowing that their husbands or boyfriends had been vaporized by the stray bullets fired by the Titans at that time. No matter what, I can't abandon my regiment, because if I decide to leave the Tyrone army, the number of the 44th Regiment will not remain. Someone in the army department thought that this number offended the past of the Lord of Tyrone and had to be changed. Groot is actually a sentimental person. He would not talk about the painful past while keeping a blank expression, as if he was not involved. After listening to these words, Chinemo was silent for a moment and shook his head slowly. I'm sorry. Groot grabbed his hair and closed his eyes in silence for the young men he had led. The child in Chinemo's arms played with the drink bottle in his hand, and had no idea what Groot, the ferocious-looking but gentle grandfather, was talking about with his juniors. Only many years later, when this child learned about the history of Tyrone in class, would he point to the illustrations on the holographic image and shout in the eyes of the teacher and classmates, who looked at him like a boastful king, "The Lord of Tyrone held me in his arms, and the first Tyrone Field Marshal lived next door to my house." But now, he doesn't need to think too much. He is still a carefree child. He only needs a childhood that can heal his whole life, and a warm and strong embrace. The past is always heavy. Groot knew that Chinemo was willing to come to see him, because he had tried his best to squeeze out time from his busy schedule. He didn't want his respected Legion commander, governor, Lord of Tyrone, to leave with a heavy heart. So he pretended to be relieved as much as possible, squeezed out an ugly smile, and talked about something else. Groot stroked the child's head. I think this child will definitely achieve something in the future. His parents are both very capable. What do you mean? Chinemo was very curious about Groot's neighbors. This residential area is just like the residential areas in various worlds of Tyrone. It is not difficult to live here. A few months' salary plus employment documents for a nearby workplace are enough. It's just that as a residential area near the office area of the Tyrone capital world, you need to work in the office area to live here, but the parents of this child are likely to be ordinary employees. His mother is the orphan of my adjutant when I was the head of the regiment. I asked my sister to raise her and give her the best. His father is a captain of the Tyrone Navy. He was a man from the collapsed agricultural world of the Empire that was just incorporated into the jurisdiction of Tyrone 20 years ago. He entered the naval school, became a crew member, and then became a captain. Groot patted the child's head. And he has an excellent memory and is very smart. He will go directly to the naval school when he grows up. This is what Sane downstairs from my house told me. The last candidate he selected before retirement is this child. Hearing the name Sane, Chin Mo recalled the ship called Glory Road, one of the first warships of the Tyrone Navy, and the bridge provider of the Tyrone Navy flagship Glory Humanity. Sane was the captain of Glory Road. He once destroyed the Vengeful Spirit with a suicide attack during the Battle of Cadia, and then was dragged into the subspace. When he came out again, he was no longer a captain, and went to work at the Naval Academy. Sane lives downstairs from you? Chin Mo was surprised. Yes. Groot nodded. If we go to see him together, he will definitely be so excited that his son will send him to the emergency room of Tyrone 2. Fuck, Sane must be too old to move now. Chin Mo calculated. Sane doesn't have a physique like Groot. After being pulled out of the subspace, he has always been accompanied by illness, and it is an illness that cannot be cured before the research of soul-related technology. The old guy lies in the hospital bed all day, accompanied by his Iron Nani. Groot said with a smile. He named the Iron Nani the logistics officer of the Glory Road. He wears his wrinkled Navy uniform all day and issues so-called combat orders just to carry shit, urine and food. He calls changing diapers emergency changing of the Light Lance energy chamber. When the Iron Man Nani pushes him to the dining table to eat, he will shout, Glory Road will immediately enter the starport for resupply operations. Chin Mo smiled and listened to what Groot said, and then nodded continuously. Let's go see him together and have a fleet high-level meeting. Chin Mo lowered his head and looked at the child in his arms. At this moment, he suddenly realized why Groot liked this child so much. People in the past are gradually aging, or have already aged. This child is not just a child, he represents the next generation of Tyrone. He will grow up, and he will shoulder the responsibilities of the previous generation. New power armor will be assigned to their new owners, and the warships will welcome new owners. The new generation will implement Tyrone's will. They will receive alien diplomats with an attitude of neither servility nor arrogance. They will also drive warships to exterminate enemies that cannot coexist. After receiving the results of the discussion of the Tyrone Supreme Conference, they will enter various other positions. They will inherit, and they will protect everything. In this moment of sudden enlightenment, a part of Chin Mo that he had been worried about since the establishment of Tyrone dissipated, as his gaze on the child became deeper and deeper. Chapter 1139. Inside the Empire. Scarus Star Region. Tetavan Galaxy, Tetavan No. 1, Feudal World. A small transport plane left the transport ship and flew down to the surface. On the wall of the transport plane, the Tyrone universe pattern was not a simple star pattern, but a pattern composed of music symbols and brushes. A line of text was printed below the pattern. Tedron Galaxy Ancient Heritage Protection and Research Society. The transport plane passed through the large farmland owned by the Knight family in the feudal world, and the serfs in the farmland raised their heads and looked at the flying bird in confusion. The children of the serfs were playing with the young master of the Knight family. When they saw something in the sky, they ran wildly on the ridge of the field, shouting, "Bird, bird, bird!" Finally, the transport plane landed on the Antarctic glacier of the feudal world. A signal pole rose from the top of the transport plane. Then the projection marked a dangerous area and released an aggressive sound frequency. After all the creatures nearby were driven away, a large amount of scientific research equipment was transferred from the transport ship to the vicinity of the transport plane. The transport plane also gradually unfolded, forming a small scientific research base. The archaeologists of Tylon walked out of the transport plane and began to routinely check and debug the equipment on site. Then another lady walked out of the transport plane. The lady's dress was different from the researcher's simple and rigid dress. She wore beautiful clothes that matched her temperament, figure and beauty. When the lady stepped off the transport plane and stepped on the snow, she took off her white gloves, stretched out her fingers to grab a handful of snow, threw it into the sky, and then stood in the snow and laughed sweetly. This is a natural environment that is rarely seen by wandering traders. This is an alien site, and it is in the world of the Empire. The Empire has always hated all aliens. How could they allow us to inspect this site instead of destroying it? It's simple, because someone does not allow the ruins of this world to be destroyed, and it is someone who can speak in front of the regent of the Empire. Two Tyrone researchers whispered while working. The head of the research team came over and motioned for the two to talk quietly, and then said, "No matter what, we have to thank Miss Sulemania." Hearing her name, Sulemani smiled and saluted the person in charge. She really made a great contribution. As a wandering trader, Sulemani had found the original of the holy word for Roba Gilliman, and was also one of the top leaders of the Human History Research Society established by Gilliman. The favorite in front of the regent was also the only mortal who dared to call the regent Robo besides Lady Houghton. "Thank you, Miss Sulemani." The person in charge returned a salute to the wandering trader, and then continued to say gratefully, "This relic is of great significance. The Talon Research Society believes that it may be a relic left by a race that participated in the War of Heaven tens of millions of years ago. Thank you very much. Thank you very much for your help, and thank you for being willing to preserve this relic in the High King of this Night family." Sulemania didn't know what race the ruins belonged to. She was just contacted by the contact of the Talon Society, so she helped. When she heard the results of the initial investigation and research of the ruins by the Talon people, she was surprised to find that they were the remains of an ancient race in the War of Heaven. "Is it the tomb of the Necrons?" Sulemania became serious. "Maybe I should go to the Supreme King now to do him a favor, and ask him to dispatch knights to protect us during the mining operation." "No, it's not the tomb of the Necrons." The person in charge shook his head. "It's the ruins of the old saints." "The old saints?" Sulemania was very surprised. The person in charge nodded again. "We are all fortunate to witness the historic moment of the excavation of this ruins. Although this place has no meaning in the eyes of others except us. The excavation operation of the Talon researchers has begun. Professional equipment is used. The force field covering the entire ruins is turned on, and the time is anchored before everything officially begins. If anything is destroyed during the excavation, the team can restore this part of the area to the moment of time anchoring." The huge engineering machinery assembled itself, and the hundreds of thousands of tiny emitting holes on the engineering machinery emitted rays so fine that they could not be observed by the naked eye. Matter was captured by the rays, and turned into square solid blocks on the insignificant open space. A passage was gradually opened. The entire ruin seemed to be waiting for excavation. When the passage was opened, a ray of light with unknown function was emitted, as if scanning, and then the entire ruins became bright. This ruins is not huge, only about 100 square meters. There are strange patterns carved on the wall, and spiritual energy flows on these patterns. In the center of the ruins, there is a small altar-like device. When people come in, the device flashes and a book appears. Sulemania watched all this excitedly, and her eyes fell on the person in charge. The person in charge made a gesture of invitation. As a helper of this archaeological operation, Sulemania must have the qualifications to personally go forward to see what is going on, and she will also sign a paper in Tyrone that will shock the archaeological community. Sulemania hesitated and stepped forward, reaching out to the book. The book slowly fell into her hand. Sulemania did not have the delusion that she could understand the ancient saint's words, but she still wanted to take a look. When she opened it, she was stunned. "Madam?" the person in charge called softly. The surprise on Sulemania's face did not dissipate, and she slowly turned around and handed the book to the person in charge. The person in charge was also stunned after taking it. The cover of this book is written in human language. To the Lord of Tylong Zin. Chapter 1140. I know this is a bit of a prank, but this is what the archaeologists found in the ancient holy ruins. A few days later, in the residence of Lord Tyrone in Tyrone No. 1, Enrita held the book found in the ruins with the words, "To the Lord of Tyrone," and explained to Chi Nemo this very outrageous and strange thing. The first reaction of anyone who sees this book is that it is a prank. The ancient saints have been extinct for tens of millions of years. An ancient saint's ruins was suddenly discovered, and then the research team went there, excitedly preparing to find something of the ancient saints. As a result, they found a book titled, "To the Lord of Talon," written for people tens of millions of years later. However, because the matter was too bizarre, so bizarre that it needed to be highly valued, the book was still sent to the guards. Andreida, who was receiving the Titanium Civilization and the Dwarf Mission in Terra, happened to take the book to Chi Nemo. I know. Chi Nemo took the book seriously. He knew more about the ancient saints, a race that had been extinct for tens of millions of years, so he didn't think it was a strange thing. In the last time action, the intersection with an ancient saint made Chi Nemo sure that this was true. What's more, the cover of the book was written with the name of the ancient saint that Chi Nemo knew, Zen. And Ruidal left after delivering the book. Chi Nemo returned to his seat with the book in his hands, and read it carefully. After browsing 99% of the content of the book, Chi Nemo found that the book recorded the design method of a psychic device. The first 50% of the book explains in detail every component and every principle of the psychic device called the Golden Throne in a language that Chi Nemo can understand. As for why the ancient saints knew that this was not the principle of the Golden Throne made by the race, for them, human gadgets should not be difficult to guess. The next 49% of the content is based on the principle of the Golden Throne that has been analyzed to the extreme. It records how to copy and improve the Golden Throne, turning it into a machine that uses the user's own psychic energy to maintain and operate this device after the curtain of the real universe is completely repaired and the entire universe is in a low psychic state, and even uses psychic energy to automatically repair the throne itself. In order to make Chi Nemo thoroughly understand this psychic device, all the descriptions about psychic power, throne, technology, are written in his native language, which is the ideographic language that Chi Nemo knows best. And these contents are indeed very important. Chi Nemo closed the book and looked ahead, but his attention was not on the front, but on what he was thinking about. The Golden Throne is gradually having problems. The Empire, the human race, needs to repair the Golden Throne, and this book is simply a timely help. The knowledge contained in it can be called, The Ancient Saints Teach You How to Make the Golden Throne Improvement and Maintenance Device Step by Step. After thinking about it, Chi Nemo decided to make the improvement and maintenance device as soon as possible. It happened that he was going to meet Gilliman in a few days, and then he would give the device to Gilliman and let him take it back to install it on his paralyzed father's car. However, the things recorded in the book are not 100% about the Golden Throne. After the Golden Throne, there is a last page. Chi Nemo finished his calculations and opened the book again to check the last page. When the last page was turned, a spiritual energy gathered and radiated from the traces left by every word in the book, and finally projected an ancient saint gathered by spiritual energy in front of Chi Nemo. The characteristics and clothing of this ancient saint made Chi Nemo recognize that this was the ancient saint named Zen that he had seen before. You were not killed by the burner later, you survived. Chi Nemo looked at the ancient saint with surprise. It would be great if there were ancient saints to help me on my journey to kill the gods. But Zen's answer extinguished Chi Nemo's excitement. I am just a reverberation gathered by spiritual energy. I accept my fate, just as my race accepts its own fate. For us, the non-variable existences in the universe, everything is fate, and no one can control it. Hearing this, Chi Nemo nodded silently, and then listened to Zen's words quietly. Zen looked around, but did not look at the room of the Lord of Tyrone again. His eyes seemed to penetrate the celestial body and the universe. The veil has been repaired. At the moment of repair, my race has completed the sacrifice ceremony, the grand plan has succeeded, and the timeline has been completely anchored. As we thought, the real universe has not been disordered and collapsed due to the huge changes. Hearing Zen's words, Chi Nemo nodded. The Star Scroll has been running around, repairing the subspace rifts everywhere, and now it is time to finish the repair. Obviously, the ancient saint race has also done the last thing while they are still in existence, as Zen said before. A grand plan that runs through and anchors the entire real universe timeline succeeded only because the ancient saint twisted the impact of his own complete extinction into a sacrificial ritual. And Zen's appearance at this time shows that the relic was left by it. This is the last thing the ancient saint can do for the later generations of the real universe after the extinction of the race. Repair the Golden Throne. Zen said, the Lord of humanity must not stand up, otherwise everything will fail. First, an extremely serious warning. Then, there was another sigh of relief. Fortunately, the Lord of humanity is unwilling to stand up, otherwise no one can stop him. Salute him, a leader who can sacrifice everything including himself for his own race. No one needs to stop him. As long as he knows what standing up will bring to the human race, he will not be willing to stand up. Chi Nemo nodded. The human nature of the Emperor said this. As for what consequences the Emperor will bring if he stands up, what Chi Nemo thinks, and what the ancient saints think are ultimately speculations. But the Emperor was still unwilling to take risks. Assuming there was a 1% chance that humanity would suffer a catastrophe after the Emperor stood up, the Emperor would choose to keep himself glued to the Golden Throne forever. This gambler would not dare to gamble at this moment. Only in this matter could the countless wills in the cold sun in the warp reach an astonishing consensus. Even those wills that regretted their experiences did not object in the end. If you have made up your mind to embark on the path of killing gods, Zen's body is gradually dissipating. Now even its remaining spiritual energy cannot keep its reverberation alive for a long time. May you be invincible and unstoppable. After saying this, Zen's reverberation chose to dissipate on its own initiative. This ancient saint would have died in the battle of heaven tens of millions of years ago, and what it left behind before its death is the improvement and maintenance device of the Golden Throne, and a blessing for Qin Mo from tens of millions of years ago. Chapter 1141. A few days later, on the border of Tyrone, outside a newly developed agricultural world that has no name yet, the Ultramarines' flagship Macridge's Glory is docked in the starport. A huge device is being transported to Macridge's Glory. The entire Ultramarines Legion is dispatched, and Calgar personally presides over the reception and escort of the device. Among the Star Gods, the Chronicler, the Mimic, the Void Dragon, the Burner, and Saranoga, as well as 6 Star God battle teams will accompany the Ultramarines and other mortals to escort the device. Guilliman did not participate in such an important occasion, because he told his heir Calgar that he had something very, very important to participate in. Qin Mo did not participate in Talon either, and the response received by the Star God and the Talon people was exactly the same as what Guilliman and Calgar said. In the agricultural world, on the surface, the leaders of the 2 human forces, Talon and the Empire, held a historic meeting. During this meeting, Guilliman wore a pair of shorts and a shirt with the Ultramarines logo printed on it. Qin Mo's clothes were the same as Guilliman's, except that the shirt had the Talon logo printed on it. The meeting place between Lord Talon and the Regent was the farmland on the surface. The sun was scorching. There was no wind or rain. A huge bipedal machine, as big as a knight, was walking in the farmland, with many agricultural tools hanging on its back. Its arms held a tool that looked like a gun, and this tool kept shooting seeds. And behind the waist of the machine was a huge plow. The drones and intelligent machines that were supposed to do these tasks stood in a daze on the ridges of the fields, like a crowd of onlookers. The machines plowed the fields again and again, and sprayed the seeds again and again. This was a common behavior in the backward agricultural world of Talon, but Guilliman, who was sitting in the cockpit, looked very excited and cheered from time to time. It is recommended to allow the operating system to assist driving. It is recommended to allow the operating system to assist driving. It is recommended to allow the operating system to assist in driving. The electronic prompt sounded along with Guilliman's excited shout. This bipedal machine does not require driver training, but that is because the operating system automatically takes on many operating details. As a pre-march, Guilliman only sat in the cockpit and fiddled with it for a few times, and then he could control the bipedal machine as perfectly as his own fingers with the operating system assistance turned off. Don't go any further, that's someone else's field. Qin Mo was outside the cockpit, standing on the shoulders of the bipedal machine, pulling the radiator that dissipated the heat of the mechanical reactor. His hands went directly into the round holes on the radiator and grabbed the heat sink. Seeing that Guilliman was about to help others plow the fields, Qin Mo tapped the window twice to remind his friend that the people next door were not planting the raw materials for the potion, so they didn't need Guilliman to help them do the work. Right away, Guilliman immediately controlled the machine to stop, then opened the window, climbed out of the cockpit, and sat on the top of the cockpit. The sun was still blazing. The farmland was still calm and windless. The environment was very hot. Because before the planet was colonized, it was moved closer to the star, and its orbit and rotation were changed, just to make the planet warmer and more suitable for growing crops that require soil and are grown in high-temperature environments. Guilliman took a deep breath of the unique sweet fragrance of the crops on the farm next door, and looked up at the flock of birds flying overhead in the sky. Farmland is everywhere. Golden crops show their huge fruits in the farmland. All this makes Guilliman squint his eyes comfortably, and utter a satisfied hum. Robot, do you know what's missing now? Qin Mo also jumped onto the top of the cockpit, and sat next to Guilliman. Guilliman smiled and turned around. A drink. I understand. Guilliman reached into the cockpit, opened the ice chest under the seat, and pulled out a bucket and a cup that was 1/4 the size of a normal person. He used a cup to fill a drink from the tap on the bucket, and then handed it to Qin Mo. Qin Mo took it, put it under his nose and sniffed it. Lime flavor, best for a drink after working under the scorching sun. This is my favorite among the products of excellent drinks. I like this too. Guilliman agreed very much. Qin Mo raised the cup. Guilliman raised the bucket. The two of them moved in unison. Gulp, 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 hiss, ha, hiss, ha, burp, burp. A cat lying on the mechanical knee was scared away by Guilliman's loud burp. It seems that the success of excellent beverage is not only because their founder dared to sell beverages in the trenches at the forefront of the Golden Crusade. Guilliman held the bucket. The product quality is also excellent. Of course. Shinemo found it difficult not to agree. During the Golden Crusade, and in the battle with the Necrons that has entered its final stage, the products of excellent beverage were transported as military supplies by military transport ships. Except for the time when their founder drove a small transport ship to the front line. Because the investigation report of the Tyrone Army Department showed that this drink could calm the emotions of human soldiers. And the company that Gilliman signed the import contract as the regent of the human empire, instead of the Lord of Ultramar, was also an excellent drink. Even the Cadians on the front line wanted to get this. After drinking the drink, Gilliman put the cup and bucket into the refrigerator under the cockpit seat, and the two of them stayed on the top of the cockpit of the bipedal machine. This is a hard-earned moment of peace. Gilliman was too comfortable. He laid down, resting his head on his arm. Shinemo also laid down, also resting his head on his arm. The two looked at the blue sky. "Thank you," Gilliman suddenly said. "For this one-day retirement experience card?" Shinemo shook his head. "You're welcome. It's not difficult to arrange. When everything in the Empire is over, and when the internal problems of mankind are solved, you can enjoy this peace forever." "Not just for this," Gilliman said. "It's also for my mother's business. You brought my mother back. The day my fleet first entered Talon, a transport ship from the Taiwei 2 hospital came to pick her up. Then you don't need to thank me," Shinemo said, "because humans will still need you to continue to take on heavy tasks in the future." The toilet was almost clean. The two friends who came to clean the toilet also had to say goodbye. However, one of them had to wipe the feces soup left in the corridor outside the toilet at the end. Chapter 1142. "I can go to the warp with you," Gilliman suddenly said. "No matter what my other brothers think, I will do this. We can enter the warp together, just like in the Plague War." If someone else heard this instead of Shinemo, they would think that Gilliman was just being hypocritical. But Shinemo believed that Gilliman was telling the truth. Because during the Plague War, when Shinemo decided to go to the warp to teach Nurgle a lesson, Gilliman could have chosen not to enter Nurgle's domain, but he still went in. Retirement is what Gilliman dreams of. But if only Shinemo does this, and the others stay in reality, as if they have no responsibility at all, this is not acceptable. Gilliman thought so. "I really want to agree." Shinemo looked at Gilliman, "But no, there are still many things to deal with after I leave, and the internal affairs of mankind, the affairs between Talon and the Empire, can't be handled by Talon alone. You must be there on the Empire's side." Gilliman was silent for a moment, then said, "Although I have always thought about retiring, if there is still something I need to do, I still have to do it. Whether it is the internal conflicts of mankind or the affairs of the warp, if I can be useful, after the affairs in reality are dealt with, take me into the warp. After the 4 gods are destroyed, I will be able to retire completely, and no longer have to worry about anything. I will not fight alone in the warp. If you need my help, I will." Shinemo nodded and agreed. But Shinemo didn't even think about coming back halfway to take Gilliman into the warp. Gilliman has already taken on enough. "I just need to rest." Gilliman looked at the blue sky. For the first time, he had the idea and reason to sleep, and then he felt his eyelids were a little heavy. Even if it's just like this, a day of rest is good. In the farmland, temporarily get rid of all the bad things, use the peaceful and stable environment to isolate the bad imperial affairs, and then rest. Gilliman whispered softly. Finally he closed his eyes, and fell asleep. Shinemo gently stood up from the top of the cockpit. He did not disturb his best friend. Since Gilliman woke up, from the moment the static force field left until now, he has not spent even a second sleeping. The Primarch does not need sleep. But the Primarch has personal emotions and thoughts, and they need to rest. The sun is scorching. Shinemo got off the bipedal machine, and walked to the ridge of the farmland. He glanced at Gilliman, who was sleeping on the top of the cockpit, then jumped up. The sonic boom at the moment of takeoff was isolated by the distorted physical rules, and Gilliman did not hear any sound. In a small room on Talon I, Shinemo sat on a chair, spinning in place. The Iron Man named Scholar was calling on psychic energy to shape a psychic door leading to a safe residence in the subspace. Heat Death was saying goodbye to UR-025. 2 of the 3 Iron Men will follow Shinemo into the subspace. Heat Death and UR-025 met during the Blackstone Fortress incident. They were not born at the same time, nor were they born by the same creator, but they were both Iron Men. This is the mutual recognition of Iron Men. As long as they are self-thinking machines, they are the same kind. UR-025 has not participated in the battle for a long time. It runs a company in Talon that rents out hovercraft and provides family care services using service-type Iron Men. Heat Death is different. Heat Death was born for battle, born in battle, and his mission is also to fight. The two Iron Men were destined to take different paths, but they had a deep friendship, and UR-025 came to see them off. However, Death was not sad, because he felt that he could finally leave the abominable master control intelligence of the Leviathan Iron Man mothership. The Leviathan Iron Man mothership had already manufactured a considerable number of Iron Men, who were intercepting the invasion of the Tyranids at the edge of the Milky Way. The manufacturing of the Iron Man Solus was also successful, and the Tyranids would not even have a psychic advantage. It is impossible to be on the same road as Death. When embarking on the road of killing gods, Gene Mo will bring more than just the two super Iron Men he likes. 6 guards walked into the room. They all carried luggage. They volunteered to follow the Lord of Tyrone on the road of killing gods. Gene Mo looked at these guards. 4 of them were gray, and others who followed him in the bottom nest, and the other 2 were new guards, who joined the guards later. If Groot was also present, then the guards who followed Gene Mo to build everything from scratch would be here. Gray. Gene Mo said, "Remember what I said? I said that those with families cannot come with me." Hearing this, Gray looked at Yaoan on the side. Yaoan was the only one with a family among the 6 guards. "My wife has left." Yaoan defended himself. Yaoan's wife gave birth to another child for her husband, and gave Diana a younger sister. But the sad thing is, the child born by these 2 soulless people is a normal person. The child died in the womb, and Yaoan's wife died in sorrow because of this incident. She suffered too much when she was young, and the trauma left by those sufferings was too difficult to completely heal, and her body was originally weak. Gene Mo knew about this. Gene Mo personally presided over Yaoan's wife's funeral a year ago. "But you still have a daughter," Gene Mo said. "Diana is not a child. She can take care of herself," Yaoan replied. This made Gene Mo unable to refute. Finally, Gene Mo asked for the last time, "Have you thought about it? We may never be able to return to reality. The most optimistic situation is that it will be many, many years after returning to reality. It is easy to enter the subspace from the real universe, but it is not easy to enter the real universe from the subspace. If you regret it, it is impossible to open the channel just for you." "Of course." Yaoan nodded. "Let me follow you, just like before." Gene Mo nodded. Then he looked at Andreda again. "You are responsible for diplomatic work. The diplomatic work with the Titanium civilization and the dwarves has been completed, and the rest of the matter." Andreda replied, "The grandson of Hicho, the grandson of Hichishing, the governor of Baisu, who is also the Minister of Foreign Affairs, will handle it." Gene Mo nodded again. At this time, the scholar turned his head and looked at Gene Mo. Gene Mo responded with his eyes that the scholar could start. The portal was created. Gene Mo stood up from his chair and stepped into the subspace before everyone else. At this time, on the world on the other side of the portal, the world created by the domination engine is being invaded by demons. The clone Primarchs are fighting a bloody battle with demons. Above their heads, the sky curtain that is used to cover the world and perfectly utilize Gene Mo's characteristics to prevent the gods from looking here is gradually forming. Clone Gilliman and his brothers are numb from killing demons. After entering this world, he never started farming or building a residence for those who embarked on the road of killing gods, but kept killing demons. First came the Nurgle demons, then the Slaanesh demons. Finally, the Tzeentch demons. The Tzeentch demons were not here to attack this world, they just came to add fuel to the fire of the demons of other gods, causing the demons to attack each other. The demon attack will not end until the sky above completely covers this world in the warp. As the clone Primarchs fought fiercely with the demons, a flash of lightning ran through the entire battlefield. The familiar and deterrent force brought the battle on the battlefield to a halt. All the demons looked towards the place where the lightning was flying. A dozen lights flashed, and the people who suddenly arrived appeared from the light. The last one who appeared in front of the comers was a figure wearing power armor, holding a chainsaw sword and a scepter. Demon Butcher. Gene Mo walked forward, releasing lightning and fire at the demons expressionlessly. The roar of the demons broke the stagnation, and they fled roaring into the distance. Gene Mo walked on the road, releasing fatal attacks to wipe out the existence of any demon who dared to slow down in this escape. This was his first step on the road of killing the gods under his feet. The main line is over. Chapter 1143. The edge of the left spiral arm of the Milky Way. Codenamed Galaxy 44. Wasteland World Number 1, Settlement. Little Lance not covered the goggles of his protective helmet, and he couldn't see the road clearly, but fortunately his right hand was tightly held in his mother's hand. Lant walked woodenly, holding the chain of the amulet in his left hand, and the amulet in his hand was a man holding a chainsaw sword and a scepter. Lant was still running a nose. The environment of the wasteland world was too bad. He had contracted this disease since he was a child, and this world, this galaxy, and this star region had been abandoned. The blockade of the Invincible Fleet prevented the transportation of any medicine, and his illness had been dragging on. After being dragged by his mother for a few meters, Lant almost hit a stone because the eyepieces were covered with snot, and it was difficult to identify the obstacles under his feet. The mother was startled and noticed that the eyepieces of the child's anti-peep helmet were covered with snot, and quickly picked Lant up. Lant's mother would not be so careless normally. But today was different. Many adults were panicked like his mother, running around in the settlement, shouting. Lant could not understand what they said, but he could feel that something urgent had happened. Mother carried Lant to the square of the settlement, where many people gathered. People were noisy for a while, until everyone was present, and the holographic device surrounded by people started to work normally under the manipulation of an old man. The image of a man appeared in everyone's sight. Good evening, my fellow human beings, and every citizen of the Galactic Federation. I am Xiao Wei, the President of the Galactic Federation Parliament, and I offer you my most sincere evening greetings. The man said. 999.M59. Today is the last night of the 59th millennium of mankind. According to tradition, I should tell you a lot of good things that happened in this millennium, as well as the good news of the development of other galaxies in the real universe. But not today. Because a month ago, a disaster befell Yalagan 7. You probably haven't heard of the name of this world. Yes, it is ordinary, just like every planet in the Milky Way. It is nothing special, but the people there are brothers of my compatriots and yours, or citizens of other races in the Galactic Federation. Yarajan 7 was blown to pieces by a small ship that broke through the galaxy's defense line with its speed. Although the ship was quickly destroyed, the people on Yaragan 7 could not be saved. 9,200,000,000 humans, 400,000 Eldar died. After saying this, the president of the Galactic Federation Council named Xiao Wei bowed his head in silence. Behind Xiao Wei, the members of the Federation Council of other races also bowed their heads in silence for Yaragan 7. 3 minutes later, Xiao Wei raised his head, his expression became firm, and his eyes were full of hatred. I want to mention another name. You may have heard of this name. 44 Galaxy. When the person in the image mentioned 44 Galaxy, Lant looked up at his mother. He thought it was something to be proud of. After all, it was mentioned by the Federation minister. But Lant could see the pale color of his mother's face through his snot. 44 Galaxy, the damn pigsty of the separatists. When the Federation followed the humanistic philosophy in conducting diplomacy with them, and made continuous concessions, they chose to take the risk of a deterrent action in order to gain greater benefits, in order to force the Federation to make a complete concession in diplomacy. We have been patient many times, and for a long time, haven't we? Even though their consciousness and way of survival are different from ours. Even though they named their damn pigsty Tyrone, shamelessly tarnishing the name of the birthplace of the Federation. Even if their chief criminal dared to claim that he was the guard of Lord Talon. I was as angry as you when I heard these insults to the human race and the former leader of the Federation. And, at this point, Xiao Wei seemed to be unable to continue. He took a deep breath to calm his anger. There was still a slight tremor of anger in his voice. I'm sorry, it was the concession of the Federation led by me to the Separatists that led to their further expansion and the tragedy of Yaragan 7. I will not be the next president of the Galactic Federation, but before I step down from my duties and kneel down before the Colossus of the Navigator in the Talon system to repent, I must make the Separatists pay a heavy price. Zhou Wei raised his head. They want war. Then give them war. We will all get what we want in the next war. We will get revenge, and the Separatists. They will be destroyed. As Zhou Wei's last words were spoken and broadcast, the people outside the Galactic Federation Parliament on the Talon System number 1 rang out with overwhelming cheers. Revenge, revenge, revenge. Lance still didn't understand. He looked at his mother blankly. His mother hugged him, and her tears blurred the other side of the eyepiece. Everyone present was shocked and panicked, and people talked loudly. Some people shouted in anger, and some spread negative howls. On the projection, Galactic Federation Navy Marshal Alandio replaced General Xiao Wei to announce the military action to be taken against the separators. When Marshal Alandio took over the microphone, she was silent for a few seconds, and her pointed ears twitched twice. Then, cold words came out from the mouth of the only non-human marshal in the history of the Galactic Federation, with the unique accent of the Ida people. General Xiao Wei has authorized me to take full responsibility for military operations. In the latest vote, according to the results, I will be given the right to use the celestial engine. The first fleet of the Federation Navy's Invincible Fleet will completely blockade the 44 star systems under the command of Commander Metery, and the second fleet will disintegrate the void defense facilities in the star systems under the command of Commander Chen Yi. Eventually, all ways for the Separatists to escape from Galaxy 44 will be completely cut off. And I will command the Celestial Engine to launch an attack on Galaxy 44 that will be enough to erase this galaxy from the Federation's standard star map. For Lord Talon, who once led mankind out of trouble, for the implemented humanistic concept, and for all the intelligent life races in the galaxy, I will never let the Federation down. Alandio took a deep breath. Continued. The name of this military operation will be the same as the name of the military operation of the counterattack carried out by the Galactic Federation in the past, when it was challenged by different consciousness and ways of survival. Humanity strikes back. Go to hell, bitch. A roar suddenly sounded. The people's loud discussions also ended. Everyone's eyes were on the man who suddenly came to the square. I promise you that our end will never be extinction. I will do everything in my power to stop them from destroying the homes of us expelled people. I swear to the Lord of Talon. Lant looked at the man. He recalled that he heard the guards outside talking about him when he was in the Iron Room on the ship with his mother not long ago. His name is Zhao Chun. People with this kind of naming culture are not all from Baisu, but Zhao Chun was indeed one. Lant remembered what Zhao Chun told him when he brought him and his mother out of the Iron Room. Lant also remembered that when the uncle saw the only thing he had on him, a picture of an epic poem from who knows how many years ago, the uncle said that he was the only guard still in existence. Perhaps people outside the 44th galaxy would treat Zhao Chen's words as shit, but Lant always believed it was true. Because in that epic, the guards would appear beside the tortured. And Zhao Chen appeared beside Lant and killed all the guards, who often took his mother out and threw her back. Is what the Federation General said true? An Ida man stood up and asked Zhao Chen, trembling. We destroyed a planet. Zhao Chen was still planning to explain the matter clearly, but before he finished thinking, a woman next to him spoke first. We can't even give medicine. The Invincible Fleet of the Talon Navy is blocking the entire galaxy. And in this case, we can still fight our way out and drop a bomb on a planet that has no value at all. Why don't you use your pig brain to think about it? Is this possible? As the woman spoke, her two pointed ears trembled with anger. Then she looked at the others and assured them loudly. We are not helpless. The army will be ready, I promise, in the name of the general. We have no navy, but all the planets in this galaxy are protected by a void shield that can anchor everything. The Titan driven by my ancestors will ensure that the void shield is always fully supplied with psychic energy, even if that Titan can only do this. Zhao Chen gently patted the army commander's shoulder and took over the conversation. I can't guarantee that you will all be safe, but I will try my best. Now it's your turn to make a decision. Do you intend to accept the surrender preferential treatment that has just been sent to me, and believe that you so-called separatists will really be treated preferentially and live, or will you resist with me? To be or not to be? Make a decision. To be or not to be? For the Federation, this is not a choice, but an ending waiting to be witnessed. Today, in a solar week, even though Lant was only a few years old, he went from not understanding everything that happened to understanding something. The gap in military strength between the two sides was too great. In the morning, the light of the star just covered the settlement, and it only lasted for 2 minutes before it was completely covered by the metal outline that blocked out the sun. At noon, the defense power of every planet in the 44 galaxies was disintegrated. In the afternoon, when people would have rested and taken a nap, gunshots were heard in the shelter of World Number 1 in the 44 galaxies. Lant and his mother were as terrified as many civilians who took refuge here. The mother and son hid in a corner. The mother cried and comforted Lant softly, while Lant stared at the entrance of the shelter outside the eyepiece. The whole world was shaking, and Lant was occasionally shaken and bounced from his mother's arms. That was the tremor caused by the orbital bombardment when clearing any terrain or facilities where soldiers might exist. Lant didn't know what it was like outside. He was only afraid, huddled in his mother's arms, holding the amulet tightly in both hands. The amulet in the shape of a man holding a chainsaw sword and a scepter was held so tightly that Lant's skin was pierced by the chainsaw sword, but he could not feel it because he was only afraid now. Soon, the door of the shelter was kicked open. A team of Federal Army soldiers rushed into the shelter. When they rushed in aggressively, all they saw were panicked civilians howling and hiding to the side. They were stunned. The intelligence said that this is a military fortress. These people, they don't seem to be soldiers. They are not, otherwise we would have died. The team of soldiers discussed in astonishment. then reported the situation and waited for orders. However, at this time, a soldier suddenly walked in, and all kinds of weapons integrated on the heavy power armor were aimed at the people here. "Roll, what are you doing?" The captain questioned the soldier named Roll. Roll stared at the people here in the power armor and answered softly. "The federal minister said in his speech that we should not give in anymore." "That's right." The scarlet light on the power armor helmet swept over everyone. "Lee, they are not civilians, they are damned separatists. If we show mercy, they may survive, and then the next Yarrigan 7 will be destroyed when we are careless. They destroyed my home planet, and my wife and son who were waiting for me to come home became a photo. I can't watch another person like my wife and son die because of our laxity. We should have done it thoroughly when we came last time." As Luoer spoke, his eyes fell on Lant. He suddenly walked towards Lant, squatted down, and reached out to touch Lant's head. Lant dodged, and his mother howled to protect her child behind her. Luoer put down his hand and shrugged. "My son is only as old as you. If he can grow up, he will be a soldier like me who defends all life in the galaxy, but you are different." As he spoke, Luoer stood up, and the red light released by the two scarlet observers on his helmet enveloped the mother and son. "You will become an executioner under the influence of the man who tarnished the former leader of mankind, so he cannot exist, and you cannot grow up." Roll suddenly reached out and grabbed Lant's head. Lant struggled. His mother cried and tore the arm of the power armor. Lant was so scared that he couldn't even struggle. He was caught in a daze, and the amulet in his hand fell to the ground because of the numbness of his hands. It seemed that something in the amulet was activated by the impact after falling. It projects a holographic image. An image of a man holding a chainsaw sword and a scepter. Along with the image, there is a recording that keeps playing. "No need to be afraid, no need to worry, because I'm here." It's not a powerful item at all. It's just a souvenir, a free souvenir you can get at the Talon 1 starport. When you get off the ship, the drone will put it in your hand, and then you will hear a cold welcome to the starport. But for Lant, it was the only souvenir that reminded him of the beautiful part of his memory after it was interrupted. The only thing his father put in his pocket. "No need to be afraid, no need to worry, because I am here." The souvenir was still playing the voice, but no one present was safe or let go of fear. The cold recording did not produce any effect. Lant cried. His head was grabbed by the arm of the power armor. Luoer was taking him outside. His mother was pulled away by the helpless soldiers next to him. Rant cried and reached out to the souvenir. The pleas he made to Luoer were carried back into his stomach by the tears and snot that flowed into his mouth. Rant's vision was blurred. He couldn't even see the souvenir, but he still remembered the direction where the thing fell and kept reaching out in that direction. He could also hear the direction of the sound coming from the souvenir. "Don't be afraid, don't worry, because I'm here." A roar suddenly came into the shelter. When the soldiers thought it was the roar of a fighter plane and did not react, the ceiling of the shelter suddenly broke and something fell into the shelter. Smoke and dust filled the air. "Don't be afraid, don't worry, because I'm here." The voice of the souvenir was still echoing in the shelter, but it came from the smoke and dust. The soldiers raised their guns at the smoke and dust. The civilians also looked at the smoke and dust. The first to emerge from the smoke was Sawtooth. Then a figure. The figure did not react to the gun, but walked out slowly. He also walked out of the smoke with a scepter on his back, and the double-headed eagle that can only be seen in history books stood on the top of the scepter. The figure came to the souvenir, squatted down, and picked up the souvenir. The souvenir was handed to Lant, and the soldier who held Lant was handed a cold order. "Put him down." Chapter 1144. A figure stood in the open space outside the shelter. He leaned on the chainsaw sword in both hands. Civilians gathered around him, and the team of soldiers stood not far from him. The fleet that covered the sky was still conducting orbital bombardment, but the light spears disappeared when they fell into the atmosphere. Except for the aurora and deep pits caused by the large amount of plasma in the air caused by the orbital bombardment, there was nothing to prove that the orbital bombardment had caused damage to this world. Even other worlds in the entire galaxy were the same. Lant was still in his mother's arms, holding the souvenir that was used as a talisman, and comparing it with the figure in front of him. Everyone had taken off their protective helmets. But Lant still couldn't see the figure's face clearly, when the eyepiece was not blurred. It was as if there was a blur on the man's face. There was a roar in the sky, and Zhao Chen, who claimed to be a guard, landed in everyone's sight wearing armor. There were broken gaps all over his body, and one arm had even been torn off, revealing an extremely complex and delicate wound. and the crippling wound is gradually being repaired. When Zhao Chen saw the figure, he was in a trance and remembered the person in his memory. But Zhao Chen did not dare to confirm it, because in the long time, many people had pretended to be the great man. You? Zhao Chen took a deep breath and trembled. Can you? Let me see your face. In Zhao Chen's eyes, the face was also a blur. The figure stood, as steady as a huge mountain. Then he reacted. The chainsaw sword was raised by one hand, and slowly raised to the face. The blade was higher than the head, and the blade covered half of the face. In the reflection of the sword, Zhao Chen saw the half-covered face. It was not a blur, but a clear appearance. Zhao Chen's whole body trembled. After half a minute of long shock, he held his breath and gently lowered his body. One knee was pressed against the ground, and he knelt down. Lord of Tyrone? Zhao Chen exclaimed softly. The figure put down the chainsaw sword, still standing there, just looking up at the fleet in the sky. The civilians lowered their bodies in shock and knelt on one knee. The soldiers of the Federal Army also gradually knelt down in astonishment. That is the Lord of Tyrone. The Lord of Tyrone is not an extremely ancient name. It is not an image holding a chainsaw sword and a scepter. It is an unparalleled power, and the love and kindness that match this power. Yes. Qin Mo slowly lowered his head. His eyes fell from the fleet in the void to the person in front of him. I'm back. In the void. The fleet that inherited the ancient and glorious name of the Tyrone Navy stopped the orbital bombardment of all worlds in the galaxy. The sudden strange situation forced them to adjust their strategy. And the enemies that appeared later forced them to divert their attention to these enemies. 6 energy bodies. On the translucent surface were flowing stars, and the general shape looked like human energy bodies. The fleet tried to communicate with them, but they did not accept the communication. The order of the marshal far away in the celestial engine was transmitted to the fleet, and the entire fleet began to focus fire on these energy bodies. Countless energy weapons, countless live ammunition weapons. All attacks stopped in an instant. One of the energy bodies raised his hand towards the fleet. When its hand clenched suddenly, the weapons of all ships were instantly disintegrated into atoms floating in the void. The entire fleet was disarmed because of this extremely simple action. When the people in the fleet thought that they would suffer a devastating blow for provoking these energy bodies, the energy body that disintegrated the weapons put down its hand. 6 energy bodies stood in the void. Weird yet powerful. Then, on the surface of world number 1, a beam of light flew out and stopped beside those energy bodies. When the light faded, Qin Mo's figure was revealed. Qin Mo moved his fingers. The rules of space, vision, and hearing were changed, and all the ships in the entire fleet were pulled closer to less than 1 meter away from him in an instant. These warships overlapped, but there was no collision or destruction. Everyone in the fleet saw Qin Mo. Qin Mo's face was no longer blurry, but clear. Because he no longer needed to hide his identity, he had proved the power he possessed and the authority he represented. Qin Mo opened his mouth, and a gentle and calm voice came out, reaching everyone's ears. Fire at your leader. The fleet was still in shock. The weapons of the ships were reshaped. The weapons were decomposed and reshaped, and the shock they brought was not small. Qin Mo continued. Listen to my orders. When the people in the fleet reacted, no one was willing to open fire or give the order to open fire. After a moment, Qin Mo said, Stop all military operations in this galaxy and leave this galaxy with me. As soon as the voice fell, all the warships returned to the crisscrossing arrangement. Qin Mo entered the flagship of Glory Humanity. 6 energy bodies followed him in. The captain and the personnel in the bridge were so stunned that they were speechless. Qin Mo came to the tactical table under many gazes, gently stroked the tactical table, and then came to the seat on the high platform in the center of the bridge. You have kept my position until now? The captain heard the Lord of Tyrone ask him this. After hesitating and stammering for a long time, the captain calmed down and answered formally, Yes. This is the tradition of the invincible fleet. Your position must be retained, and no one can or dares to dismantle it. Qin Mo nodded and sat down. The captain walked over tremblingly, and sat down below the Lord of Tyrone. He began to issue orders using the device on that position, asking the fleet to prepare to leave the galaxy. The admiral want to see you. The captain looked up at Qin Mo. Qin Mo leaned back in his seat, and shook his head slightly. The captain immediately cut off the admiral's communication request. Qin Mo knew very well that it was not an audience with the admiral, but a way to distinguish the true from the false. He didn't care. He didn't want to listen. After looking around the bridge, Qin Mo felt as if he was in a war 10,000 years ago. It was just that he knew everyone in the bridge at that time, and they dared to say a few witty words to the Lord of Tyrone, instead of being as silent as they are now. After a while, an energy body left the bridge, and when it came back, there was another person beside it. Zhao Chen. Where are the other guards who stayed in reality? Qin Mo motioned Zhao Chen to come forward. Zhao Chen took a deep breath and answered sadly. They died in the first human counterattack 11,000 years ago. They sacrificed themselves to destroy the Tyranid hive mind. What is the human counterattack? Qin Mo asked. The attack on enemies that think and survive differently from us is an amplified version of the extermination operation of the extermination fleet against aliens that cannot coexist before you left. Hearing Zhao Chen's answer, Qin Mo lowered his head and thought. He recalled that after killing Slaanesh, he found that the hive mind in the subspace had moved, and then he went to kill the hive mind. But it was a step too late. There is no time in the subspace, and there was no time before. Otherwise, Qin Mo could come back the next day after leaving the real universe, but later, there was time, and even things in the subspace would not be able to catch up with the real universe. And the reason why there was time was because Cinch became too powerful and too difficult to kill. In order to win Cinch in a game, Qin Mo and the Cold Sun created a timeline together. How is Tyrone now? Qin Mo suppressed his regret and sadness and asked Zhao Chen the second question. Tyrone has become history. Zhao Chen replied, at that time, the Empire's state religion was divided, and the Empire was also divided. One part advocated integration with us, and the other part advocated destruction of us. The Tyrone Parliament and the Imperial Regent, who advocated integration with Tyrone, announced that the two human forces were completely integrated and formed the Human Federation. The part of the Empire that advocated the destruction of us was eliminated, and the children of the rebels were taken away and re-educated. They are no longer as extreme as their parents. Then the Imperial Regent and the Primarchs left. The Human Federation expanded, countless aliens joined, and those powerful alien races also joined, and eventually it was renamed the Galactic Federation. After Zhao Chen said this, Qin Mo thought. He was very curious about Guilliman's whereabouts and current situation, but Zhao Chen probably couldn't know. As for the Space Marines. Space Marines, how are they? Qin Mo asked. Zhao Chen recalled. They participated in the first and second human counterattacks, but their lifespans were not as eternal as their genetic fathers, and they gradually withered. When Qin Mo wanted to ask about the Weepers, Zhao Chen had already spoken. When there was only one old soldier left in the Weepers, that old soldier was still a Star Ranger, saving anyone who needed to be saved, until he could not even move and return to Ball. After hearing this, Qin Mo was silent for a long time. When he spoke again, he asked about Zhao Chen. Why did you fall to this? Speaking of this, Zhao Chen became excited. Zhao Chen was telling a very long story, and Qin Mo listened quietly, sorting out what Zhao Chen said in his mind. Then Qin Mo felt that this was a really tragic thing. In 621.M58, a big event happened. This big event was called the Iron Man Rebellion. A group of rebels appeared in a corner of the galaxy. The Iron Man was ordered to go and suppress the rebellion. Then the Iron Man killed all the humans and aliens in that galaxy. Zhao Chen thought that this could not happen. He was present when the Lord of Tyrone created the Iron Man. He knew what the Iron Man and the Stone Man had planned. The Iron Man would not kill humans. As the guarantee of the human race, the Iron Man's way of dealing with humans is just to disintegrate the defense, capture humans, and then hand them over to humans for disposal. But the Iron Man just killed all the people in that galaxy. In the later trial meeting of this evil act, the Parliament questioned why the main control intelligence issued the extermination order, and the main control intelligence answered, I received the extermination order, and the other party was not human. Zhao Chen thought this matter was very strange, so he began to investigate, and finally found that the people in the galaxy had undergone some kind of collective genetic modification. The Iron Man is still shouldering the same duties as in the past to serve humanity, but they are no longer in the Milky Way, and are dealing with enemies in another galaxy. They are now dealing with relatives of the Tyranids, who not only prey but also manage and produce biomass like farming. After the Iron Man Rebellion, Qiao Wei became the General Minister of the Federation because he advocated taking drastic and unpacifying measures against the Iron Man. Then it was the 59th millennium. A force suddenly appeared in the star region, where the 44-star system was located, and demanded to secede from the Federation. Zhao Chen came to investigate, and found that the force was very strange, so he eliminated the force, and announced that he would take over the management of the star region with the power of the guards, and then was classified as a rebellion by the Federation. At this point, the star region has been gradually compressed, leaving only a galaxy. After sorting out what Zhao Chen said, Qi Nemo looked at Zhao Chen and read his brain. Facts? Qi Nemo said, when I returned to Talon. No, to the capital galaxy of the Federation, I will conduct a large-scale time retracing, and any problem will become clear. Zhao Chen nodded. Finally, after a brief understanding of the things in the real universe, Qi Nemo fell silent. Zhao Chen asked, "Did you kill the 4 gods?" Qi Nemo nodded. To be precise, it is not called killing, but destroying the concept, just like peeling off the concepts of the 4 gods. Zhao Chen didn't quite understand, but he knew it was good news. The 4 gods have existed in the past, present and future since their birth. If the 4 gods are killed, they will not exist in the past, present and future. The ancient saint's great plan anchored everything in the real universe, which is why the 4 gods are gone, but people still know of their existence. But that was all in the past. Zhao Chen looked at the 6 energy bodies nearby, and he was very curious. Your former colleagues, Qi Nemo said. Zhao Chen saw an energy body, making a finger-guessing gesture to him. This instantly reminded him of the man named Enruida. In shock, Zhao Chen turned his head to look at Qi Nemo and heard, "Your former colleagues. They are also future humans." Chapter 1145. Qi Nemo no longer needs to show others the power he possesses and prove his identity. The companionship of the invincible fleet of the Tyrone Navy is proof in itself. When the news of the return of the Lord of Tyrone gradually spread to every corner of the galaxy. When the invincible fleet appeared in the starports of one galaxy after another to receive supplies. What was originally just a rumor became an ironclad fact. The invincible fleet and the Lord of Tyrone sailed on the route to the Tyrone galaxy. The fleet will not stop, will not let the Lord of Tyrone appear in front of the people, give an inspiring speech, and scold the current federal leaders. Qi Nemo has no time. Those who are regarded as enemies by Zhao Chen are not qualified. The fleet is just sailing forward, but it has triggered a series of chain reactions, like ripples caused by ships sailing on the water. The Casa dynasty, who still lives in another dimension, instead of electing species leaders to participate in parliament and federal affairs like their own kind, arrived first. Members of the High Forge Council met their gods in the bridge. The fleet of the Casa dynasty and those world engines accompanied the side of the invincible fleet. The Emperor of the Samurai dynasty, who became a member of the Galactic Federation Parliament, also led the fleet to welcome the savior named Soul Giver in the new Necronter epic, and brought Von Tarkin, who was already the commander of the Necron army. After the fleet sailed for dozens of light years, a living Gaia planet sailed near the fleet. The new leader of the savage Eldara Pandora entered the Glory Human and presented the hallucinogenic fruit that he and the Burning Soul had tasted together in the previous Pandora to the true Noble One. Even after so long, the savage Eldar refused to integrate into the Galactic Federation in terms of life, refused to live in a normal civilized society like their relatives, and still maintained a primitive lifestyle. Because they feared that the Dark Prince and the Hungry Lady would come back one day, even when they learned of the demise of Slaanesh after Qin Mo's return, they still refused to accept the new lifestyle. There were no new ships near the invincible fleet, but there were many more warriors riding dinosaurs in the army transport ships. The fleet sailed forward another 100 light years. The ships of the Ida Eldar appeared on the route of the fleet. The great prophet of the Eldar, also a member of the federal parliament. He entered the bridge and claimed to Qi Nemo that he voted against the voting phase of the new human counterattack. He also sympathized with the people in the 44th galaxy and had a friend from the 44th galaxy. As for the Ida Eldar personnel in the army who participated in the human counterattack, he had no right to manage them on behalf of the Federal Army Department, so it was none of his business. The ships of the Eldar joined the fleet. The fleet continued to move forward. Ships of the Tau civilization and the dwarf race appeared on the route. The Water Clan welcomed the return of Lord Talon. The leader of the dwarfs talked about the war between humans and the Necrons, saying that although the dwarves had participated in the war at the end, they had also conquered several tomb worlds. When Qi Nemo asked the dwarf leader what kind of reward he wanted for the merits of his ancestors, the dwarf took out a recorder and claimed that in every discussion in the history of the Federation Parliament, other races insulted the dwarf leader as a short guy. A total of 12,321 insults. If the Lord of Talon wanted evidence, he could provide recordings of those insults. They recorded every short guy and every person who said this word. Qi Nemo said that he did not need evidence, and the Galactic Federation would ban the word short guy. There are even star gods. The Void Dragon came to the fleet to ask Qi Nemo if the star gods could join in the handling of the upcoming internal events of the Galactic Federation. Qi Nemo nodded to indicate his permission. So the Void Dragon returned to the gods' residence in the galaxy, and the star gods will soon arrive at the fleet. More and more fleets join the Invincible Fleet. This fleet is getting closer and closer to the Talon Galaxy. Today's Talon Galaxy is no longer the capital. But it doesn't matter. Wherever the Lord of Talon is, that is the capital. When the fleet passed the solar system, the cradle of the human race, Chi-Nemo asked the fleet to continue sailing, and he left the fleet and headed for Terra. He had to do something. Terra. The palace on the Himalayas now belongs to the assets of the state religion. This was the only request of the state religion staff, who were loyal to the regent Gilliman, when the state religion split like the empire. When Chi-Nemo came to this holy place of the state religion, he found that it was full of tourists. People wandered around the periphery of the palace, and the state religion staff would hold ceremonies, perform the burning process, and show the day of the ascetic. With these, the state religion staff can still have a good life today. They even registered a company called the State Religion, and their business covers the sale of state religion supplies such as parchment, blessing ceremonies, and tourism. Chi-Nemo did not come to the Himalayas to admire the magnificent palace. He went directly into the palace where federal law prohibited tourists from entering. Silently passed through the guards of the Imperial Guards. Finally, he arrived in front of the golden throne. Chi-Nemo looked at the throne. The person on the throne had grown blood vessels, but he still looked in poor condition. "You are back." The voice echoed around the throne. Chi-Nemo heard that voice. The voice of the Emperor's humanity. Chi-Nemo walked forward and swung his sword to cut the cable between the throne and the maintenance device. Then, he returned to the throne. "Yes, I am back, Neos. Just as I promised you when you blew yourself up in the battle against Cinch to disrupt his concepts. I will search for your fragments in the warp. Then I will return to the real universe and put an end to the torment you have endured so far." Chi-Nemo stared at the Emperor, at the humanity in that withered body, which was integrated with other wills. He recalled the sacrifices made in the cold sun in the warp. Now some of the clone Primarchs have obtained the abandoned essence of the rebellious body, and they live forever around the reintegrated sun, and in the world shaped by the domination engine. They will watch over the subspace, and ensure that the real universe will receive timely warnings after new threats are born in the subspace. It's just that the sun is no longer cold after refusion. That's not what I asked you to. Promise. I asked you to promise. Promise. He asked. I found a way, Neos. Chi-Nemo nodded gently. Humans will become higher-level beings, just like my guards. Ascend. Chapter 1146. 1 month after the end of the Melanson Alliance assault. The top of the Himalayas. A large number of intelligent transport vehicles travel between the top and the foot of the mountain, building huge and magnificent buildings. The Emperor stood on a piece of carved land. Malkador leaned on the scepter and stood beside the Emperor. In front of the two was a kneeling Imperial Guard, and the commander of the Imperial Guard, Valdor, stood beside him. Beside the two superhuman warriors, a mortal army soldier wearing power armor stood weakly. The mortal's left arm was gone, his left shoulder was shattered, and the flesh and bone residues were mixed with fragments of the power armor. His body was covered with wounds, and the blood and fluid from the hydraulic parts of the power armor mixed together, covering the surface of the power armor in large areas. But surprisingly, this mortal could still stand, and only made weak breathing sounds. No one spoke. There was silence. Soon a flash of light appeared on the top of the Himalayas. In the flash of light generated by the teleportation technology, Chi-Nemo and Thunder Warrior Commander Tyrannes arrived at the Himalayas from thousands of miles away. The first thing Chi-Nemo did when he arrived here was to look at the mortal soldier under his command, and then his eyes fell on the Imperial Guard, who was kneeling on one knee. When Chi-Nemo's eyes shifted to Waldo again, the commander of the Imperial Guard shrugged his shoulders very slightly. Chi-Nemo came here not to deal with this matter, but for something more important, but of course, he would deal with it while he was at it. Grr. Chi-Nemo said, "Tell me what you know." The soldier who had lost his left arm and shattered his left shoulder immediately explained, "I and this Imperial Guard were carrying out an infiltration mission against the Achaemenid Empire. A child found him, and he decided to kill the child, and I tried to stop him. We fought. The guard broke my shoulder with one punch. It was Commander Valdor who saved me." Gur told his story. The atmosphere was very serious. Malkado stared at the guard kneeling on one knee, at the creature of genetic experiment. He had been carefully handling any matter between the two heads of the double-headed eagle, including the friction between the military personnel of the Lord of Flame and the Lord of Thunder in the joint action, so as to avoid the double-headed eagle being torn in half. Assuming that this matter between the Imperial Guards and the mortal soldiers is not handled properly, will the double-headed eagle become a single-headed one? Of course not. Malkador thinks not. But as the saying goes, little things add up to a lot. A big thing is always caused by the accumulation of a series of small things. Why did a child find you? Qin Mo looked at the Imperial Guards, who knelt on one knee facing the Emperor. A child can find you performing an infiltration operation, and the Thunder Warriors will not be found. After saying that, Qin Mo looked at Tyrannes, who was teleported with him beside him. Tyrannes nodded, indeed not. The guards faced the Emperor silent. Until the Emperor nodded slightly, the guards replied without turning back, the child is an Achaemenid, a psychic. The puzzle was completely solved because of this answer. Achaemenid Empire, Achaemenids. They generally have psychic potential. The Terran soldiers of the Thousand Suns Legion were recruited from the Achaemenids. So, you wanted to kill the child, and then Gol stopped you, so you broke his shoulder. Qin Mo asked the Imperial Guards, you Imperial Guards have no private property. Do you want to go to the industrial zone to make money to pay for Gear's arm prosthesis, or ask your master to pay you? The Imperial Guards were silent. At this time, Malkador said, the infiltration of Achaemenids is a reasonable test by both parties. The moment you entered their territory, you were targeted by the psychics. You were discovered, just like the scouts they sent who were targeted by drones. After a pause, Malkador continued, negotiations are coming soon, and our performance in the infiltration operation will affect the outcome of the negotiations. Your behavior may cause the Achaemenid Empire to think that we are a group of executioners who cannot communicate, while their performance is to try not to affect the civilians on our side. But fortunately, after the soldier failed to stop you, Valdo arrived and knocked you out and brought you back. The Imperial Guards remained silent. Valdo's face under the armor was helpless. This kneeling Imperial Guard was an outlier under his command. He was punished for publicly stating that mortals were parasites on the Lord of Thunder, and he was sent to infiltrate the Achaemenid Empire because Valder thought he had an epiphany in confinement, but in fact he had not. In Qin Mo's view, this Imperial Guard was a guy similar to the Imperial Guard Tribune Koken 10,000 years later. Such a person might be the first in the history of the Imperial Guard, but he would never be the last and the only one. His emotions are not stable. The kneeling guard looked at Jill on the side. This guy is like an Albion, cruel, bloodthirsty, and crazy. He attacked me on his own initiative. No one objected to this statement. Jill was once noticed by the Emperor on the battlefield because of his bloodthirstiness and madness. He fought with the transformed warriors of the Melanson Alliance. When fighting, he was as manic as a greenskin or a madman who believed in corn. Albion people are like believers in corn. But Jill's bloodthirstiness and madness are only reflected in battle. Outside of battle, he is a person with amazing empathy and compassion, which is why he can still stay in the army. This mortal is an unstable factor. I admit that I made a mistake in trying to kill the child, but this mortal also showed serious problems in himself. The Imperial Guard said. Stand up, boxing champion. Qin Mo interrupted the Imperial Guard's self-defense and accusation. When he saw the permission in his master's eyes, the Imperial Guard who broke Jell's shoulder stood up. Protect your left wing, boxing champion. When Qin Mo said the last word, he released a lightning that swept across the left side of the Imperial Guard. The Imperial Guard raised his hand to block before being hit, but he was still struck by lightning and flew out, crashing into the construction site like a cannonball, knocking down several half-built buildings. The automatic medical system of the armor was activated normally, and the Imperial Guard quickly stood up from the ruins, covering his left arm. Go to the nearest industrial zone to earn enough money to pay the mortal, Malkador said. The Imperial Guard saluted the Emperor and Malkador, turned around and left. After dealing with this matter, Qin Mo mentioned to the Emperor the purpose of teleporting here. The situation is much better than we expected. After the destruction of the Melanson Alliance, what awaits us is not the joint expedition of the surrounding warlords, but they started fighting first. Chapter 1147. In the conference room. Everyone moved to this more professional place to discuss in detail. The projection showed what was happening in another place on Terra at this time. An image of a Terra warlord alliance called the Albion Empire beginning to prepare for war. And an image of all the members of the parliament of a force called the Secret Meeting in North Africa discussing how to deal with the Albion Empire army. The parliamentary footage we saw was something that happened in the past. The secret meeting decided to appoint the pro-war member Kabuka as the war commander and lobby the forces near the secret meeting to form a coalition to deal with the invasion of the Albion Empire. And now, the armies of both sides are fighting. Qin Mo said, as he adjusted the image to the ongoing war. The armies of both sides faced each other on the plain, and Kabuka, a pro-war member of the secret council, used his psychic power. Dense blue lightning fell over the battlefield, bombarding the enemy. But when it fell on the coalition led by the Secret Council, the lightning not only did not harm the soldiers of the coalition, but even attached to the soldiers' armor and weapons, making the soldiers stronger. The Albion Empire was losing ground, and they were doomed to fail. But the Emperor and Malkador were not paying attention to the war. What they were thinking about was the things behind the war. The Albion Empire, the army of this empire, was extremely cruel. Wherever they went, rivers of blood flowed, and their tyrants loved to watch gladiatorial combat. All these signs added together, it was self-evident which of the dark gods of the warp the people of this empire believed in was the trumpet of. As the other party hostile to the Albion Empire, the Conclave uses a large number of psychics and psychic technology. The unnamed Secret Service agency established by Malkador has conducted many operations against the Conclave, which is not the kind of infiltration similar to the current one against the Achaemenid Empire, which is polite, procedural, and checks each other's attitudes. All the intelligence obtained shows that the Conclave recruits a large number of psychics, studies psychic knowledge, and believes in a god whose power includes knowledge. The god that the Conclave believes in is obviously similar to Tsinch. After sorting out the things behind these wars, the Emperor and Malkador made a judgment on these human forces in the surrounding area to destroy them. It is a matter of time. I propose to prepare a war plan against them, Malkador said. The Emperor nodded to indicate that he had the same idea. I agree. Chin Imo also said that these two human forces should be, and then looked at the ongoing war. I heard that the Conclave named this war the Blue Dawn War. They really think this war will be the dawn of the Conclave? Obviously not. The secret meeting has consumed a huge amount of supplies in this war. Even if we don't deal with them, they may not be able to hold on after the war, Waldo said. After the meeting, I will prepare a war plan with Commander Waldo, Tarani said. In just a few words, the matter was discussed. Kipka is a powerful psyker. The Emperor stood up. If I need to deal with him, I will go myself. But he is not strong enough for my lord to do it himself. Mikado said, I will defeat him and then put him in Kambamaru prison. Mikado's proposals are always valid and correct. It is a good idea to put Kabuka in Kambamaru prison. This prison is located under the Kaposi Peak in the Himalayas. The prison itself is an ancient building built in an unknown number of years. It became a prison only because of its own wonderful characteristics. Not only Kabuka, but also many people who are valuable and cannot be killed immediately, as well as captured warlords have been or will be imprisoned in this prison. When Makadu made this decision, Chin Imo looked at Makadu. He remembered something. In the War of Unification, this counselor named Kabuka led the victory of the Blue Dawn War, and then was inexplicably defeated by a mysterious man and thrown into Kambamaru prison. That mysterious man was obviously Makadu. It was indeed reassuring that Makadu would deal with Kabuka. Chin Imo originally wanted to say that he would go, but considering that he would participate in the next war, as a trump card against the two huge empires of the Northern Urshi Empire and the Southern Maurya dynasty, it would be more appropriate for Makadu to go. I heard that when we were fighting the Maurya Empire, a scientific expedition team found a giant war weapon. Malkador looked at Chin Imo and mentioned what happened recently. Yes. Chin Imo nodded. The scientific expedition team named that giant war weapon Titan. The war machine named Titan that humans will use in the future is not a dual-use military and civilian equipment like the Night Mecha, and it is even less likely to be some kind of large-scale engineering machinery from the Golden Age. They have been designed to reverse the situation in war since their birth. And this weapon named Titan was found in the nest of the Maurya dynasty. The name Titan was given by the discoverer. If that kind of weapon is mass-produced. My idea may be a bit whimsical, but is it possible, Lord of Flame? Malkador asked. Don't ask me if it is possible to mass-produce it. Chin Imo replied with a smile. Ask me how many units it can mass-produce at the same time. Malkador also smiled and nodded. Whether it is the Maurya dynasty that is being dealt with now, or the Ursh and Pan-Pacific Empire that will be dealt with later. Maybe they seem difficult to deal with at the moment, but in the future, no one can think of what capital they can have to exist on Terra in the long run. The situation is good. Humanity on Terra is thriving. My lord, is it possible for Erda to interfere with the Primarchus plan at this stage? After discussing what should be discussed in this meeting, Malkador rolled his eyes, and talked about the Primarchus plan again. Malkador would consider the occasion and timing when discussing anything, looking for a suitable entry point. The other head of the double-headed eagle was present, and this was the right time. And choosing to start with Erda, the unstable factor, was the right entry point. The Emperor could not find any reason to change the subject, so he responded, everything is fine. When I am away, Baldur's people will monitor her. You know how to deal with her. Malkador nodded. The situation is good now. The Moria Empire lasted longer than the Melanson Alliance, just because they have a vast territory. The Terra Unification War went smoothly, and future wars will also go smoothly, so I personally think that we may not be particularly urgent in need of some weapons that are difficult to fully control, like war weapons. Malkador has always had objections to the pre-March plan. When Qin Mo heard Malkador object like he did before, he looked at the Emperor in surprise, thinking that the Emperor did not explain to Malkador why the pre-March plan must be implemented, just like he explained to him before. I have my reasons, and this matter is not negotiable. The Emperor ended the topic with a simple sentence as usual. This trick may not work on Qin Mo, but it has always worked for Malkador. Chapter 1148. It has been a month since the war against the Melanson Alliance officially began. Several major warlords in the surrounding area, including the Melanson Alliance, and several tech barbarian chieftains, were all annexed in this month. Now the Lords of Flame and Thunder need to face a more powerful warlord. Compared to other warlords, they are more powerful. In this month, the Emperor did not personally lead the affairs of the war, and it is clear that he will not do so in the future. When someone was in charge of the war and logistics, the Emperor was not so busy, and he devoted all his attention to the research related to the pre-March. And this research, which would not be completed until the end of the Unification War, is now progressing much faster. It is conceivable that the Primarchs will fight side by side with their descendants earlier. As a person who is fully committed to this research, the Emperor can immediately go to the laboratory at the foot of the Himalayas after the meeting. Jean marching past. The door of the laboratory slowly opened in front of the Emperor. The guards on both sides of the corridor knelt on one knee and saluted the Emperor. When the Emperor walked through the corridor, silently and slowly passed by each guard, the guards inevitably found that the Emperor was holding a small box in his hand. This box is full of technology, and even the speed of time around the box is slow. It is obviously not a product of this era, but a product of an older era. The Emperor walked to the end of the corridor with the box, and came to the door of the laboratory behind the corner. Looking around, seeing no one was there, the Emperor pushed the door open with the small box. After entering the laboratory, he glanced at the drink cups piled up in the corner, and walked straight to the deepest part of the laboratory. Erda was lying on a device, allowing the machine to extract her genes. Thank you for your hard work. The Emperor came to Erda and opened the box. This box, which was extremely mysterious in the eyes of the Imperial Guards, contained 2 cups of black carbonated drinks. The Emperor took out the cold cup and held it in his hand, and took out the room temperature cup and handed it to Erda. You used the static stand box to store drinks? Erda took the drink subconsciously, but still complained. The machine extracted the blood and stored it in the huge blood bank next to it. Then Erda, who looked a little pale, sat up and drank the drink with a straw. A drink at room temperature. It had a sweet taste that was particularly prominent because it had been open for a long time. This was exactly what Erda liked. She glanced at the Emperor beside her. Her preferences were still remembered and noticed by the Emperor, just like when the Emperor first brought her drinks. Every time at this time, the relationship between the two would ease a little. Watching the Emperor extract the blood and put it into the static force field box to take it to another laboratory, Erda said, I have always wanted to ask you, where did you get this drink? Is it from tens of thousands of years ago? No. The Emperor operated expressionlessly, and the drink cup floated in front of his chin, automatically supplying him with drinks. I bought it in the residential area. This thing has been restored. Erda nodded and looked down at the drink in his hand. This carbonated drink has a special meaning to the Emperor. It was a common drink for humans in the pre-space age and post-space age. Thinking of the fact that the Emperor always remembered his special preference for drinks, Erda felt that he should not treat this old friend and current collaborator coldly. The Emperor has indeed changed a lot, but as an immortal who has experienced countless things, who among the immortals dares to say that he has not changed? Your work is over. Leave here? You just want to leave. The Emperor's emotionless words made Erda feel that she was too obedient and gentle to him. I don't want to stay here forever, and I don't want to help you with your impossible career. Erda got up from the equipment and took his black robe from the hanger. You insisted that I come here to help you research things. Although I will leave next, you will still be the one to leave. The Emperor turned his back to Elda, and only the sizzling sound of the drink reached Elda's ears. Before leaving the laboratory, Elda thought of something and stopped. What will you do to those children? Children? The sizzling sound of the drink stopped, and the Emperor paused. Yes, children, the Primarchs. Elda said. Oh, you mean them. The Emperor continued with the work at hand, closing the static force field box and the samples inside. They will be used as a weapon, and I designed them to be easy to grow for this purpose. They will grow up, and then lead the army as generals to fight everywhere, until they die and devote everything to my cause, because they cannot age. The Emperor's words were extremely calm, so calm that Erda could not bear it. They are not weapons. Although they have not been made yet, we all know that they have their own thoughts. Erda frowned. Well? The Emperor was still very calm. Just like the Imperial Guards, Thunder Warriors and Mortal Soldiers, they have their own thoughts, but they still have to be weapons. This is their destiny. You can't do this to them. Erda retorted, those guardsmen and mortals have their own experiences, and have felt love. They will be healed by their past experiences, and the love they have received when they are tied to your chariot. But these children are different. The Emperor calmly closed the box, and was going to the laboratory that Erda could not reach. But Erda blocked the door. The Emperor calmly said, then what were you doing before? You know me better than anyone else. Don't you know what I want to do with the pre-march? You didn't stop me, you participated in this plan, just like before. No matter what happened, as long as I asked you to come, you would still come and do things for me obediently. You didn't dare to resist me at all, just like Pavlov's dog. Erda looked at the Emperor, stunned and speechless for a long time. He had complex emotions towards the person in front of him, including some fear. No matter what, the Emperor's personality was in the primitive age of mankind and the pre-space age, humorous, cold-blooded and cruel. He was a powerful thing, with the power to crush a star in a snap of his fingers, and this was the source of fear. Erda was thinking of retreating. She wanted to leave, just like she would do every time she helped the Emperor. But this time she suddenly had a sudden courage. After taking a deep breath, Erda shook her head slowly. I won't allow it. The Emperor lifted the box and changed his hand. Erda subconsciously took a step back because of this action and called up her psychic power. No matter what kind of person I am in your eyes, you don't need to be afraid of me. The Emperor walked towards Erda. I will not kill you, never. Erda took 2 steps back, then suddenly pulled out a dagger and stabbed the Emperor. The Emperor dodged. If the guards outside saw this, they would not believe that the Emperor would dodge a dagger used by a mortal. After dodging the dagger, the Emperor raised his hand and bound Erda with a powerful psychic energy. Then Erda saw the scene of the warp, and the next second he passed through the warp and landed lightly on a desert. The Emperor teleported himself away. Erda thought. She looked around, took in the entire environment, and then raised her head to look at the sky. No matter where this is, in which corner of the galaxy, this is not Terra. And all Erda has is a drink. Damn Neos. Erda cursed angrily, burned the drink cup in his hand with psychic energy, and then trudged to the end of the desert. Chapter 1149. The Emperor was in the most secret laboratory, a place that even Erda, who was working with him on the pre-march project, had never set foot in. Erda's extremely unique and important gene sequence was extracted, experimented, and applied. And the Emperor's own gene sequence was also added. While carrying out all these processes that were enough to shock human biologists in the Golden Age, the Emperor suddenly thought of a unique, but not completely unique gene sequence he had seen before. The genes of the primitive humans who possessed the power of the star gods. In the early days of the space age, after conquering some alien civilizations, humans would establish rule on the alien civilization's home planet. The ruling class is closely linked by genes and race rather than class and power and wealth. On the alien home planets, there are some backup plans, such as some genetic weapons that can exterminate specific alien races. In order to prevent the enslaved humans from forgetting who they are after the alien seize power, archives and weapons warehouses that only humans can enter are set up. These things will conduct genetic scans on the users. No matter what the user's purpose is, they must first ensure that the user is human. At that time, human genes were not as different from those of primitive people as in the Golden Age, and genetic technology had not yet been widely used. But those primitive people's genes may have unlocked the legacy of humans just entering the space age. Compared with the technological products of today's ignorant age, they seem like children's toys. They are like primitive people's genes, and their existence itself is the only value, similar to the human artwork in Mikado's hands. Humans have forgotten too many things in the long process of development, even including themselves. Compared to the genes of primitive humans, the genes of the immortals are of course different, even if they were born together. Even the genes within the immortals are not very similar, just like Erda's genes. Her genes can be used to create the pre-march, but it does not mean that it can be replaced with Malkador's genes. The Emperor has thought many times about why the immortals were born in the human race, what mission they have, and tracing their origins to which branch of the human evolutionary tree they belonged to. Ding! The device beeped, and the Emperor came out of his thoughts. He found himself thinking from the perspective of a biologist again. Biologist. While extracting the mixed genes, the Emperor thought about how many thousands of years ago he had been a biologist. After thinking for a while, he gave up this thought. Because the Emperor realized that no matter what identity he had, how many identities he had, and what he had done, those things were no longer important in this era. One must forget the self and the past in order to better become a leader of the human race named the Emperor. The Emperor recalled that he was afraid of the current choice and the cause and effect it brought. When he was a sentimental person, he also thought that if he forgot his past, he would no longer be himself. But later, the Emperor only felt that he was really hypocritical at some times in the past. Compared with the fate of countless individuals of the human race, a person's self is as humble as dust and not worth mentioning. After thinking about many things in the past, the Emperor deliberately stopped thinking about what he thought was nonsense. And the Emperor could also find the reason for those so-called nonsense coldly and objectively. Erda was not a partner, let alone a like-minded person, and she didn't look as pleasing as Malkador. But Erda had something called past bonds. The Emperor felt that it was impossible for him to maintain pure rationality when facing this abstract thing. Orpesson also has this thing. The Emperor sat down and thought seriously. He thought that if he was really a cold-blooded tyrant, then when Orpesson learned of his plan and stabbed him hard in the back of the waist, he should kill Orpesson, or hunt him down, in order to achieve some purpose, or just to make him pay for his disobedience. But the Emperor just couldn't convince himself to do so. He couldn't do it. Isn't it the same with Erda? The Emperor muttered to himself. He thought that the bond was not just to restrain oneself. Erda and he had fallen out a long time ago, but as long as he asked, Erda would still come to do what he wanted her to do. Thinking of this, the Emperor could not help but recall the harsh words he had just said to Erda. It was really too much to describe her as Pavlov's dog. He shouldn't say such harsh words. Shaking his head vigorously, the Emperor threw away the thoughts in his mind and raised his hand. In a space that only he could enter, he extracted two things stored in it. There were two letters. One was for Orpesson, and the other was for Erda. If Chinemo was here, he would know what was written in the letter to Orpesson. A cheesy apology. But after taking out the two letters and hesitating whether to send them out, the Emperor put the two letters back to their original place. It is wise not to let them have any disputes with me again. This is to protect them. This is good for them. The Emperor thought so in his heart. After calculating the affairs of the two old friends, the Emperor looked at the research equipment and the genes in the equipment. He couldn't help but start thinking about how he would get along with these Primarchs after they were born. After a little thought, the Emperor took out a pen and a notebook from somewhere, and then drew one child's room after another on it. He recalled the fate and personality of each Primarch that Chinemo had explained to him, and designed a residence that was most suitable for their childhood for each Primarch. He even designed clearly what the Primarchs liked in this residence. Obviously, this was not a temporary idea or thinking before the battle, but something he had started thinking about after hearing about the future of the Primarchs from Chinemo. During the Terra Unification War, no one knows how much time and thought the Emperor has put into this matter. But if the Emperor confessed these thoughts to Malkador and Chinemo, the latter two would be surprised by his concern and meticulousness, and think that the Emperor must have spent a lot of time and thought on the residences of the Primarchs. Even the Emperor did not infer their childhood personalities from the personalities of the Primarchs when they grew up, because he knew that growth would affect the Primarchs. To some extent, what Erda said was not wrong. The Primarchs were children and people, not unchanging tools. The Emperor had imagined that the two Alpha brothers, the Primarchs, would like to pretend to be someone else when they were young. He followed this idea to figure out the brothers' preferences, but later he felt that this was inappropriate. The Alpha brothers' adult personalities were mostly influenced by Malkador. The Emperor thanked Chinemo for his frankness. It was because of Chinemo's accurate prediction of the future that he realized that Malkador's ability as a father and elder could only be described as poor, and it would be better for him not to be responsible for training the Primarchs. Finish this task. The Emperor closed the notebook, walked out of the laboratory, and called a guard. Send it to the Lord of Flame, and tell him that this is my suggestion. He doesn't need to refer to it. But I have to make it clear that I am not just responsible for creating the Primarchs, and then throwing them all to him. My lord. The guard knelt on one knee, and took the notebook with both hands. Do I explain your words to the Lord of Flame exactly as they are? The Emperor shook his head. No, of course not. You can simplify it. Simplify it to what you think is appropriate. Chapter 1150. Mobile Fortress. Nagase-kin walked through the corridor, to the office of the Lord of Flame. Before entering the door of the office, he found a guard from the Lord of Thunder waiting at the door. After taking a look at the guard, Nagase-kin pushed the door open and entered. He had more important things to report, so he had priority. Lord of Flame. After entering the door, Nagase-kin saluted as usual and then reported the matter. The war between the Alliance and the Moria dynasty will end with the victory of the Alliance. Commander Tyrannis and the frontline command hope to know the various arrangements for the Moria dynasty in the future. Hearing this, Chinemo thought about it, and then responded normally. Before the residential and industrial areas are established, ensure that the living standards of the civilians of the Moria dynasty are superior to those when they were previously loyal to the so-called Tiger King leader, and do not impose military control unless necessary. The Titan production line will be built on the most vast plain there. General Tyrannis, please ensure the transportation safety of the Titan production line equipment. The Thunder Warriors must be responsible for this. After receiving the response, Nagase-kin saluted respectfully. But he did not leave. Instead, he glanced at the door and said with a smile, "The Lord of Thunder always mentions the human race, the human collective, but they use modified people. They call the mortal troops auxiliary troops. I really don't know whether the human race mentioned by the Lord of Thunder includes the mortals they mentioned. On the other hand, we will provide the best equipment and supplies to the army soldiers, and widely use mortal soldiers, instead of transforming them into mutants." Hearing this, Chinemo, who was writing something with his head down, raised his head and looked at Nagase-jin very seriously. Nagase-kin is not the only one who has this idea. Many people think that the side of the Alliance, the Flame Lord, the side with the two-headed eagle wrapped in flames, is the side that truly values the human race. Because this side tends to allow mortals to have stronger power through technology, rather than turning mortals into supermen. We just have our own strengths, regardless of philosophy. Chinemo said, "I am good at physical technology, I do what I am good at, and the Thunder Lord is good at psychic power and biotechnology, he is also doing what he is good at. If we form a whole, and still have to bite the bullet to do what we are not good at, then there is no need for us to become the two-headed eagle. If I could also turn a mortal into a Superman, I would also create a force similar to the Thunder Warriors and the Imperial Guards, because they can really come in handy. In addition, the Lord of Thunder does care about mortals. If he has to make a choice, he will choose mortals without hesitation. We are just doing what we are good at, learning from each other's strengths and weaknesses." After saying that, Chinemo signaled that Changsa-jin could go to work. Changsa-jin thought for a moment, bowed, and turned to leave. The Imperial Guards outside walked in. Military intelligence? Chinemo raised his hand, and the notebook in the hands of the Imperial Guard appeared in his hand. The Imperial Guard was silent. When Chinemo saw the contents of the notebook, he realized that it was not military intelligence, but the childhood residence designed by the Emperor for each pre-march. It even included toys and other things. "Did you see the things in here when you came?" Chinemo looked up and asked the Imperial Guard. The Imperial Guard shook his head. "Okay, then please tell the Lord of Thunder." Chinemo put the notebook into the drawer. "I will do what he said, and then brand a line of words on every room and every object he designed. Your father designed it for you." The Imperial Guards are so smart that even if they have not seen the contents of the notebook, they can figure out what is in the notebook based on Chinemo's words and their understanding of their master, and then think of many things in an instant. Afterwards, he dissuaded Chinemo. "If you do this, it may cause a conflict between my lord and you, because my lord certainly does not want what he has done to be known by future primarchs, and my lord also said that this is just a suggestion that you cannot refer to, but only proves that my lord will not stay out of the future. You really do understand him." Chinemo's face showed a slightly surprised expression, but his eyes made the Imperial Guards feel that he was not surprised. "You really do understand him." The Imperial Guards were silent. Chinemo was not surprised either. The Imperial Guards knew the Emperor better than the Primarch. This was a sign now, and would inevitably happen in the future. Because these Imperial Guards did get more attention from the Emperor. "I know." Chinemo said no more. If the Emperor came here, he would say something and torture him mentally. But as a guardian, he never makes things difficult for others. "If the Primarch's plan succeeds, will you be personally responsible for the Primarch's education?" the guardian asked. "Did the Lord of Thunder ask you to ask me?" Chinemo asked back. "No, it's just that I talk too much and I'm too talkative," the guardian said. The guardian's answer sounded to Chinemo as just taking responsibility. Based on the guardian's understanding of the Emperor, he knew that the Emperor was concerned about this matter, so he asked. Realizing this, Chi Nemo looked helpless. Then I will satisfy the curiosity of you, a talkative and talkative guardian. The Imperial Guards pricked up their ears to listen. Chi Nemo stood up. Follow me. Before the birth of Flame and Thunder Eagle, the mobile fortress was inhabited by a large number of civilians. But now, the function here is more like an office area, and there are also many laboratories and equipment test bases. Chi Nemo took the Imperial Guard to the bottom floor of the mobile fortress, which is a medical experimental base. After entering the experimental base, the two came to a ward together. The Imperial Guard saw everything inside through the small gap in the wall. A half-mechanical old woman was lying on a hospital bed, undergoing a more in-depth mechanization transformation. I wasn't always this strong, Chi Nemo said. The Imperial Guards looked at Chi Nemo suspiciously. When I was not as strong as I am now, I traveled through the wasteland on Terra with a tribe of wanderers. And before that, I was in a coma for a while, and she took care of me. Chi Nemo knocked on the wall. She was a person with a tragic fate but strong and gentle, a respectable old woman. She took care of all the children, whether they had parents but could not get careful care, or children who had become orphans, until her body that grew up in a severe radiation environment could no longer support what she wanted to do, but she will get better soon. She will be the nanny of the Primarchs, and the Primarchs, who are good at learning, will learn the best and most gentle part of humanity from her. Hearing this, the Imperial Guard did not think this was a good idea. The Primarchs will eventually become weapons, and gentleness and kindness will make the blades of weapons dull. But the Imperial Guard said nothing, because he knew that the Lord of Flame knew a lot, and had a set of logic and reason in doing things. After a moment of silence, the Imperial Guard just asked a question that he thought his master would be very concerned about. Then what will you teach the Primarchs? Moral code, concepts, logic, everything. Chapter 1151. Spring, Summer, Autumn and Winter. The seasons that do not bring obvious natural phenomena to Terra rotate in turn. The Emperor has not left the laboratory under the Himalayas for 2 years. This is because everything is going on in an orderly manner. Neither he nor the one in the mobile fortress needs to do everything personally. For the individuals under the rule of Flame and Thunder Eagle, everything is not so peaceful. For the soldiers on the front line, the war is fierce. For the people in the rear, the war is exciting. In an orbital transport ship carrying the new graduates of the Army Academy, Charles sat in one of the hundreds of seats, with coffee in his hand, a military cap on his lap, and the military badge that graduates like him would soon wear on their shoulders. The military badges of these military academies are different from the military badges of graduates of each major in the previous military academies. A sword is inserted into the gear. The news is constantly broadcast in the transport ship. Charles always pays attention to the news broadcast in the cabin. Commander Tyrannes of the Thunder Warrior Corps and the Mortal Army Marshal jointly stated that the attack on the fortress of the capital of the Urshi Empire will end this month. This fortress has resisted us for 2 years, since we went to war with the Urshi Empire. I hope that the statements of the two commanders are not optimistic speculations, but facts. Char was watching the news. The classmate next to him came over and whispered, "It's been 2 years, and the fortress hasn't been taken down. 2 years ago, my father came to see me at school before he left for Urshi, and said that the Urshi people couldn't hold out for a month. As a result, I have graduated now, and my father is still on the front line. There is a reason why the Urshi people can hold on," Char said calmly. "Their fortress is extraordinary. They gave up all their territory, and one fortress is equipped with 6 large void shields. In the failed assault operation of the Thunder Warriors, the Black Chitin Warriors of the Pan-Pacific Empire were discovered, and the psychics confused the physical space coordinates of the fortress. It is understandable that the orbital assault tactics that we were proud of before did not work." Speaking of this, Charles looked at his classmates and said firmly, "If everything goes well, why do we need to graduate early?" The classmate thought for a moment, smiled and held out his hand. "For unity, buddy." "For unity?" Char held his classmate's hand. The orbital transport ship sailed to a position 400 kilometers above the Urshi Empire fortress, and then teleported all the graduates to the surface. After leaving the dimensional space, Charles looked around. He saw the army's base. He saw mobile ammunition factories. He also saw mountains. Under the scorching sun, the mountains shone with metallic light. The students didn't have much time to stay at the sightseeing. They were taken to different places according to the combat teams that had been organized in the military academy. On Charles's side, he saw the Tailawat logistics team responsible for providing technical support. What to do at this time has been learned and practiced countless times in the military academy. Charles and his classmates in the combat team stood in place, opened their arms, and spread their legs. The Telewatt people came forward with suitcases, opened the suitcases, and showed the equipment inside. Charles put on boots made of a material used to make army armored vehicles, and his legs were equipped with leg armor-like equipment by the Telewatt people with many appendages. Starting from the legs, to the waist, to the arms and upper body, and finally the head. The armor made of high-performance metal materials wrapped Charles's whole body, and his classmates did the same. Finally, the silent Telewatt people took a large box, and entered the code to open the box. In the scattered white gas, the external spines appeared one by one. The Telewatt took out a spine, and installed it in the slot on the back of the Char armor. After the spine was installed, a function inside it was activated, and the entire combat team was teleported into the largest of the steel mountains, and 6 people appeared directly on the 6 steel seats on the command deck. The cables floated up, and connected to the external spine of each member of the combat team, as if they were alive. At this moment, they felt that they were no longer weak ants, but giants who could turn the planet upside down with just a wave of their hands and feet. This powerful feeling intoxicated everyone in the combat team. The familiar feeling came back. Execute the standard startup procedure. Char waved his hand and glanced at his classmates in every seat in front of him. The startup procedure began to execute, everyone performed their duties, the lights on the command deck began to light up, and the equipment began to operate normally. To outsiders, a huge war weapon as big as a mountain gradually stood up, and it no longer looked like a mountain. Soon all the war weapons stood upright, some large and some small. These were giant war weapons invented by restoring or improving the technology found in the Maurya dynasty's nest. Their names have not changed today, as the technology was named by the expedition team when it was discovered Titan. Inside the largest Titan where Char was, as the weapon officer's spirit connected with the Titan's weapon, the cannon on the Titan's left arm began to be filled with spiritual energy, and the spear on the right arm exuded a transcendent power that was enough to affect space and distance. Flame and Thunder, this is the name of this Titan. To the right of Char's seat, the faces of the leaders of all the Titan's combat teams were neatly arranged. As the captain of the Flame and Thunder Titan, and the general manager of the Sword of Unity Titan Corps, Char should give orders. We will help the conventional army win the war against the Urshi Empire today, and we will be one step closer to the goal of unifying Terra. Char leaned back and looked at the iron wall in front of the command deck, but his eyes had been projected several kilometers away by the Titan's observer. For Unity, 4 Flame and Thunder. Go! The Flame and Thunder Titan blew its whistle, and the roar shook the entire plane. All the Titans blew their whistles immediately, and the roar was deafening. When the people of the Telewatt tribe controlled the transmission device, the entire unified Sword Titan Corps disappeared from the plane in an instant, crossed the dimensional space, and arrived directly at the front line. Even when operating this most powerful Titan, Charles would use the word horrifying to describe the artillery fire on the front line. The fortress of the Urshi Empire launched a huge amount of artillery fire at its own army. Due to the limitations of advanced tactics, the army could only dig trenches to fight, but fortunately, the army had waited for help. Destroy the main firepower point. Char gave the order calmly. The subordinates executed calmly. Just like every time in the simulated battles repeated countless times in the simulated training. Chapter 1152. The Titan Legion projected firepower equal to that of the fortress. The Flame Thunder raised the giant cannon on its left arm, and the psychic energy storage device brought by the psychic delegation sent by the Achaemenid Empire began to supply energy to the giant cannon. At the moment this weapon was activated, everyone on the battlefield suffocated for a very short time, and then the sound of charging filled everyone's ears. It was like being next to some giant industrial device, putting your ear against the device to listen to the noise. The huge sound gradually increased several times as the charging progressed. Every soldier on the main wall of the Urshi Empire fortress had their hearts in their throats. They didn't know what the attack of that weapon and that strange giant war machine would bring. But the unknown is the most terrifying. As the charging sound almost shattered the ears, the weapon finished charging, and people could not hear any sound at this time. Regardless of the enemy, the vision of the soldiers on both sides turned white in an instant. As the flashes in the field of vision gradually disappeared, people saw the power of the weapon. The Urshi Empire fortress, the indestructible fortress, protected by 6 void shields. It was split in 2 from the middle. Behind the fortress was a chasm plowed by something extremely penetrating. The chasm was clearly visible in the satellite observer outside the orbit of Terra. The unified Sword Titan Corps began to advance. The conventional army attacked with the Titans. The Urshi Empire's fortress was not without resistance. Under the protection of the remaining 2 void shields, a large amount of artillery fire was still projected. Soon, another giant turret rose from the ground. It was the trump card of the Urshi Empire. This turret aimed at the Flame Thunder, ready to destroy the war machine that posed the greatest threat. "Charge!" Charles shouted. The Flame Thunder quickened its pace, and held the spear in its right hand in front of it. The earth was rumbling and shaking because of the movement of this giant war machine. Some kind of reality-distorting force offset the inertia of this war machine when it was moving. The giant turret in the fortress fired at the Titan where Charles was, and a beam of light, with a power comparable to that of a battleship's light spear, flew towards the Titan. When it was about to hit the Titan, some force decomposed the beam, turning it into scattered dots of light. The Flame Thunder charged to a distance of 1 kilometer from the fortress, and thrust out the spear. This spear, which was impossible to be 1 kilometer long, penetrated the turret. How many people would it take to blow up that giant turret? At the moment when the spear penetrated the turret, Charles had this question in his mind. The flow of time seemed to slow down. That was the effect of the mental device connected to the Titan. When Charles wanted to have time to think, his brain would be accelerated, and then from a subjective perspective, time would slow down. He had enough time to think about this problem. The fearless charge and airborne assault of the Thunder Warrior Corps, the teleportation assault of several infantry corps, and then tons of explosives, or the professional blasting technicians of the Terra, what's needed to set up destructive devices, or the continuous bombing of anti-surface weapons in Terra's orbit. It is not difficult to dismantle a turret, but the problem is that it was protected by a void shield before. In any case, for the Titan, for the Flame Thunder, it is easy to destroy the giant turret. Charles felt that he had completed this real graduation test. Then it was hard for him not to feel happy about his future. In the future, he would always be responsible for combat on this war machine, and accompany this machine until it was destroyed or he died of old age. Is there anything happier than this? No. And if there is anything more painful than dying with this war machine, it is to lose it. Charles felt that if he lost this war machine, and fought like an infantryman wearing a thin power armor, he would no longer have such a godlike feeling. He would immediately put the barrel of the gun in his mouth, and pull the trigger to get rid of the torment brought by weakness. What could allow him to stay with this treasure forever? Char thought that only victory and merit could make him stay with this treasure forever. Destroy the fortress. Char stared at the fortress in front of him that was shattered by the fire of hundreds of Titans. Destroy all obstacles to the unification of Terra. The unified Sword Titan Legion continued to advance. But this war no longer needed them to continue to be responsible for the breakthrough. The Urshi Empire fortress was now in pieces, and the psychics in it had long been screaming and dying in the ether turbulence caused by the firing of the psychic cannon. Everything inside the fortress could be clearly retrieved by the teleportation device. The infantry and Thunder Warriors began to teleport to the fortress, just like when they dealt with the Melanson Alliance before. The Imperial Guards, who came to help, also broke into the fortress under the order of Waldo, and went directly to behead the tyrant of the Urshi Empire. The will of the flames and thunder has reached the front line. The tyrant of the Urshi Empire is not even qualified to stay in the Kangbamarwa prison. His only fate is to be executed on the spot. In the ruins of the fortress, the mortal army cleaned up and consolidated the places that had been captured, and the Thunder Warriors eagerly passed through them and attacked the next important location as the vanguard. A soldier dragged the body of his comrade, who was blown up to a corner, and then searched for letters and relics on him. No matter what, the soldier decided to send his comrade's relics to his comrade's family. After finishing the work at hand, the soldier sat in the corner to rest. He took up the cross in his arms, put it to his mouth, and kissed it gently, muttering, "Mary, the Mother of God, Lord, please grant these souls rest in peace." After praying to an ancient god who had been forgotten for a long time, the soldier put away the cross. At this time, a team of Imperial Guards entered this place. Under the gaze of all the soldiers, they walked deeper into the fortress. The soldier who had just finished praying was patted by his comrade, and then heard his comrade say, "Ower, look, the masterpiece of the Lord of Thunder, isn't it domineering?" The soldier named or stroked the cross in his pocket, and looked at the Imperial Guards. The eyes under the power armor helmet were extremely indifferent and contemptuous. The Imperial Guards didn't know that a mortal despised them, and even if they knew, they didn't care, and quietly left to perform combat missions. After savoring the title of Thunder Lord, or sneered and turned his head to look at his comrade, who joined the army from the foot of the Himalayas. "Thunder Lord?" Or shook his head gently. "He is not your lord, and neither is the Lord of Flame. It's just that the Lord of Flame is still a good man, and the Lord of Thunder, just an S-hero." Chapter 1153. Rear. The Himalayas. On the way to the laboratory, Chin Emo and Malkador walked side by side. I don't know how the war in the Urshi Empire is going. Qin Imo suddenly mentioned the war. It's over. Malkador used his psychic power to check the situation on the front line. The power of the Titan Core is stronger than we expected, and those military academy graduates have done their work perfectly as we wished. I knew it. Qin Imo was extremely satisfied. Although it is a bit aggressive to let the military academy graduates command and drive Titans directly, but what is the beginning? Malkador nodded. It was his idea to let the military academy students majoring in Titans graduate early and drive Titans. Qin Imo had a similar idea, and the two hit it off. While talking, they entered the laboratory together and saw the back of the Emperor. Malkador saluted the Emperor respectfully, and Qin Imo asked directly, "Is the pre-march plan about to be completed?" The Emperor nodded gently and tapped the button at hand. A wall opened, revealing 21 incubators for cultivating organisms, with sleeping babies inside. Damn, they were embryos last time. How come they are so big now? Qin Imo walked forward in surprise and carefully examined each baby. He knew that the Primarchs grew at an amazing speed, but he didn't expect it to be so amazing. When the Primarchs became babies, the pre-march plan was successful. The last time Qin Imo came, the Primarch still didn't put embryos in the incubator. Both the Emperor's efficiency and the Primarch's growth rate are amazing enough. How is the war going? The Emperor, who had been staying in the laboratory, asked Malkador. Malkador responded normally, that's what he was here to do. After the birth of the Titan Legion, we will be able to fight against several forces at the same time. The Achaemenid Empire believes that we are not as uncommunicative as other warlords, and they are willing to use gentle means to solve our problems. Now the Urshi Empire has also been taken down. While Malkador was reporting what Qin Imo had known for a long time, Qin Imo stood in front of the incubator and observed the Primarchs. The infant Primarchs curled up and fell asleep. But these Primarchs were really not very infants. Qin Imo saw that each of them had muscles and hair, except Vulcan. The one with short blonde hair was obviously Guilliman. The bald head, that was a circle larger than the others, was of course Vulcan. The infant with long black hair and thick beard was Chagatai. The one with the little wings is Sanguinius. And what's up with the hair and beard? Qin Imo knocked on Chagatai's incubator, pointed at the muscular baby with hair and beard inside, and asked the Emperor, I thought they would take care of their appearance later, but it turns out they have been like this since childhood? The Emperor shook his head. They haven't been like this since childhood. For example, Sanguinius. Qin Imo looked at Sanguinius. Sanguinius's baby state was also muscular, with golden hair and beard. He won't have a beard anymore, the Emperor said seriously. Qin Imo didn't know what to say for a moment. But I did design unique looks and appearance features for each of them. The Emperor walked up to Sanguinius, except this kid's wings are an accident. The Emperor introduced the appearance of the Primarchs, as if he was introducing his masterpiece. Look at Lion. You came up with the name Lion, so I named him Lion. Lion is tall, I designed it for him, because he is a combat-type Primarch. Look at Guilliman again. The Emperor knocked on the incubator, where the strong baby with short blonde hair was. I took the Romans as a reference. Considering that the Latins who established Roman civilization in ancient times were not as tall and strong as the blonde and blue-eyed barbarians around Rome, I designed him to be a little shorter. But it doesn't matter. He still has strong combat power. Just like the Romans are not as tall as the barbarians around them, but their advanced weapons and sufficient logistical supplies allow them to slaughter the barbarians like livestock. War is not what he is best at. Relatively speaking, he is better at business. Although his ability does not seem so important now, I have already thought of the pre-march plan, and I will not change the details of this plan. The Emperor walked to the baby with a pigtailed head again. Ron. When I was a senator in Rome, I was deeply impressed by the gladiator slaves who revolted, so I referred to Spartacus. Spartacus was a slave leader. He could unite the slaves through heart-to-heart talks and make everyone do one thing for a goal. I have studied the body of Spartacus. He is naturally empathetic and highly compassionate, and full of rebellious spirit. So I designed Ron to be able to feel and digest the negative emotions of others, making it easy for him to empathize with the people around him. Believe me, the cohesion of such an army will be huge. He will lead the Dogs of War, a group of Astartes transformed from criminals and barbarians. Angren's ability will make this force, that is built for brave raids and battles, less bloodthirsty and cruel. The Emperor patted the incubator, and came to a pre-march whose identity Qin Imo did not know. A pre-march with abilities similar to those of the Solus. He will use psychic powers in a unique way, he will hate psychics, he is a pure tool. The Emperor began to introduce Horus again. A standard general talent, He will become the commander of the Astartes in the future. He is good at war, but not bloodthirsty and cruel. He is a perfect leader. I designed a unique organ for him that will allow him to avoid close combat with cold weapons. This is because in what you said, his deterioration and fall was because he was seriously injured by a sword. I would rather he give up cold weapon combat. Shin Imo looked at the Primarch. He knew that the Primarch was one of the 2 missing Primarchs in the future. One of them was called Pure and Innocent. These are all the Primarchs. The Emperor said, name them with the names you told me. Now Erda is living a peaceful life like she did tens of thousands of years ago on a planet I don't know. She can't launch the Primarchs, and she won't need anyone else to name them. We'd better transfer them all into the dimensional space now. Shin Imo said. The Emperor nodded. Of course, this is what we planned. Malkador suddenly interrupted. I am about to set up an intelligence department. Can I personally train a Primarch with talent in this area? The Emperor and Shin Imo looked at each other, and shook their heads at the same time. Not yet, old friend. Chapter 1154. I think they need a good teacher. They also need a classroom. Or just build a school. You know, they have a lot to learn. After coming out of the dimensional space, the Emperor kept telling Shin Imo his opinions. The cultivation chamber, where the Primarchs were located, had been transferred into the dimension. And Shin Imo had also set up a protected area in his dimensional space. Through technological means, he tried to make the unique dimension composed of countless lines as similar to reality as possible, and the souls of the Primarchs would not be stripped away. It is still unknown whether the Primarchs will have their souls stripped away by the dimension. It is not certain whether they have souls, but we have to be careful. I heard from the Imperial Guards that you arranged a respectable lady to take care of the young Primarchs. I believe you, and I also believe that the person you arranged must be a very good person, but I hope she can learn how to take care of those Primarchs, who grow at an amazing speed. I will write a textbook for her to learn. I don't want to be too demanding of a mortal, but the Primarchs are extraordinary. And, when the Emperor was about to continue chattering, Shin Imo looked at him. Why can't you personally take on some of the responsibilities of taking care of the Primarchs? The Emperor was about to say something, but was stuck in his throat. Perhaps you can go to those Primarchs when they become sensible and tell them, boys, I have thought a lot about you and done a lot for you. Shin Imo said again. The Emperor looked up at the door, at the exit of the laboratory. As if thinking carefully, or just stalling for time, after a moment, the Emperor said, the Achaemenid Empire is a civilized society. It is best not to let the war burn on them. As long as they are willing to accept our conditions, I believe they will. ABA. Shin Imo turned around unhappily, and walked towards the exit. The Emperor looked at Shin Imo's back, smiled slightly, and then walked towards the exit. Flame and Thunder left the laboratory under the Himalayas together. Malkador was responsible for helping the Emperor sort out and store some documents, and he had to stay in the laboratory for a few days. After leaving the laboratory, the Emperor did not do anything else immediately, even though he still had to carry out the Astartes project. Shin Imo walked to the top of the Himalayas in silence. The Emperor came here in silence. When he saw the Himalayas, he stopped and stood on the edge of the cliff, looking at everything in front of him. A huge, orderly, prosperous city. It was a large residential area near the Himalayas, used to accommodate the Himalayan mountain people who had followed the Emperor the earliest. Prosperity, order. The Emperor said in a deep voice, we built everything we have now at an astonishing speed. I used to be a proud person. I thought I could do anything because I had powerful psychic powers, but even then, seeing what I saw now, I had to admit that we each had our own strengths. Indeed, I am good at everything related to material things, but if it weren't for your psychic power, perhaps there would be psychics making trouble in the city we saw. Shin Imo also looked at the residential area outside the Himalayas. Everything was faster and more efficient than expected. Order, this is what I admire and love. The Emperor looked at the patrolling drones in the city, and the civilians living step by step. I once swore with Orpesan that we would build such a country, full of order, rationality, and tranquility. Shin Imo nodded and began to think about Orpersong. Shin Imo was not surprised that the Emperor suddenly mentioned Orpersong. Perhaps it was out of honesty with his allies, or perhaps it was to gain trust. In short, the Emperor always mentioned his old friends, including what he had done with them. You want to say that Orpersong betrayed you later? Shin Imo asked. No, of course not. The Emperor immediately defended Orpersong. He was my war master, the first war master. Perhaps because I treated him as a subordinate, I didn't explain many things to him, which led to more and more conflicts. Finally, under the Tower of Babel, he stabbed me. I wanted to use something in the Tower of Babel, the knowledge of the curse. And what I told or was that we would destroy the dangerous curse together. At this point, the Emperor turned to Qin Mo. Maybe I should put him in the same position as you as an ally, so that I can explain a lot, and he won't have misunderstandings. What kind of power is the curse? Qin Mo asked again. The Emperor opened his mouth to explain, but swallowed the words of explanation back, and instead used a more practical way to let Qin Mo understand. Say, Nong, Casa. Hearing the words Nong Casa, Qin Mo felt that they were really difficult to pronounce. So difficult that his brain had to classify these abstract pronunciations into a certain language pattern he had learned, and then use alternative abbreviated words to describe these difficult-to-pronounce words as much as possible. What? Qin Mo frowned. Say, Nong Casa. The Emperor opened his mouth, and let Qin Mo see his mouth movements when he said these three pronunciations. Qin Mo's learning ability has always been very strong. He learned it, and pronounced these three syllables like the Emperor. Nong Casa. As soon as the words fell, several lightning bolts fell on the mountains around the Himalayas, blasting out several large pits. You have also mastered the spell, the Emperor said calmly. Although this is an extremely simple spell in the spell system, it is indeed powerful, you see. Then this is indeed a dangerous thing. Qin Mo said, just by pronunciation, an ordinary person has the power of destruction. Who developed this thing? The Emperor shook his head. I don't know, but it exists in the Tower of Babel. Or stabbed me because I tried to keep the spell. Then you have figured this out. Qin Mo thought, when the Emperor taught the spell just now, he also said the spell, but no lightning struck. The Emperor did master the spell, but he was not willing to use it. At this time, he did not discuss the spell in depth. He asked a question that he was more concerned about. Where is Or now? How do I know where Orpesan is now? Qin Mo shook his head. I only know that Orpesan will go to Kalth and Ultramar at the end of the Great Crusade and live in that kind of place. But he will find you later, in the Horus Heresy that I told you about before. If the Horus Heresy will happen again in the future, you will be able to see him. The fate has been changed. The Emperor said, I can't see too far, and I can't see Orpesan's fate. No matter where he is now, it's good for him to live a stable life in a corner of the galaxy. It's also good for your waist. Qin Mo nodded in agreement. Although you are the legendary king of endurance. The Emperor recalled the incident of Orpesan stabbing him in the waist at the Tower of Babel, and shook his head calmly. His attack is as meaningless as his decision to betray me. Chapter 1155. Mortal soldiers wearing power armor guarded the main peak, while the Imperial Guards were on guard at important facilities. There were a large number of fortresses and defense lines around the entire Himalayas to ensure that every mountain range could be protected from unauthorized intruders. The Lord of Flame and the Lord of Thunder did not need guards. The only ones who could disturb the two people talking on the edge of the cliff were the Imperial Guards, Thunder Warriors, or mortal soldiers. A soldier shuttled through the ice and snow, slowly approaching the cliff. He wore no weapons, only a cross pendant on his power armor, which swung as he trudged through the snow and ice, hitting his chest armor and making crisp knocking sounds. The soldier passed by a guard. The guard stood in the snow and ice in front of the laboratory entrance, his armor covered with snow. He stared ahead, his head turning like a searchlight to ensure that he could see every part of the security area he was responsible for. The soldier who was going up the mountain appeared in the guard's field of vision, slowly trudged behind the guard, and then walked towards the cliff behind the laboratory entrance. The Imperial Guard's head was still turning, his eyes under the helmet were bright, and his sight was like the light spear of a warship. After the soldier left the Imperial Guard's sight without any disguise, he saw the person he wanted to find. This is the bond, the favor. The Emperor was still telling the past. Qin Mo listened and stopped expressing his opinion. Hey! Ace How! A voice suddenly came from behind. Qin Mo and the Emperor turned around at the same time, and saw a mortal army soldier trudging behind them. Qin Mo was stunned for a moment, and he was surprised that neither he nor the Emperor had noticed this soldier. They were also surprised that he dared to curse flame and thunder. The Emperor was even more surprised. His eyes were always fixed on the cross on the soldier's chest, and the soldier's words echoed in his ears. I cursed him, the soldier said to Qin Mo, raising his hand to point at the Emperor. The Emperor raised his hand, and used his psychic power to eliminate the soldier's helmet. Qin Mo didn't recognize this bearded guy for a while, until the Emperor blurted out, Oh, old person? It seems that you haven't forgotten me, nor the asshole things you did before. Orpesan nodded. Wait, why are you here? Qin Mo asked. Orpesan patted his power armor. I'm here to warn you of something. As for how I got here, I joined your army 3 years ago, But that's not important. You just need to know that if you work with this Asheo, you will definitely be deceived. Don't listen to him. The emperor held his head high and looked down on Orpesan. If you were me, you would also be stabbed by this bastard. Orpesan is good at this. Orpesan ignored the emperor and continued to say to Chin Mo, I don't know what kind of person you are. Maybe you are a ruthless monarch like him, but at least you are willing to give benefits to your people and bring real order and peace. But the person next to you is different. Chin Mo looked at the cross on Orpesan's chest. He felt that it was not simple. The emperor still despised Orpesan and said in a cold voice, What is your ulterior motive for coming to Terra? Stab me in the back again. You can only do this, or if Erda likes to be a jerk, then you like to mess up everything, and you can only do this. Erda helped him so much, and he described Erda as a jerk. Can you still trust such a person? Orpesan ignored the emperor. Chin Mo raised his hand to stop the quarrel between the two. Stop. I know you have opinions about each other, but I know what I am doing, and what kind of people I am working with. I also know Orpesan's background and deeds. If you have any opinions, don't tell me, okay? Orpesan was silent. The emperor was silent too. I know who you are, or, tell me what you are doing here. Chin Mo said, I know you wouldn't come to Terra for no reason, and I know you don't want to mess anything up. Orpesan glanced at the emperor, holding the cross and pointing at the emperor, because of the trouble this guy caused. The emperor looked at him coldly. The secret cult has set its sights on your plan, and they decided to act in advance. An ancient prophet of the Eldar warned me, and asked me to come to Terra to warn you and help you. Alpersong said several riddles in succession, and finally ended with a warning, but I won't help you do anything, you can only be careful yourself, your plan has been targeted again. Secret cult? Chin Mo heard this word, and recalled the mysterious organization that fought against chaos. During the Horus Heresy, this organization appeared. They tried to promote the Horus Heresy, let Horus win, and eventually lead to the destruction of mankind and stop providing emotional nourishment to the Chaos Gods. But that was after the Great Crusade. Orpesan's arrival here now proves that the Cabal's plan has been advanced. Don't speak in riddles, or... Chin Mo pressed his hands down to signal Orpesan to calm down. Tell me more. Did Erda tell the Cabal? The emperor asked first, then looked at Chin Mo, or said that my primarchs were targeted by the Cabal. Erda? I thought she had been killed by you a long time ago. Orpesan looked stunned, and then explained, the Cabal even knew where I was. The persuasion of the Eldar prophet could not make me come to Terra to meddle in your mess. But the Cabal's assassination of me was enough. Who is the Eldar prophet you mentioned before? Chin Mo asked. A guy named Eldred Uslan. Orpesan said, he is in the webway now, but because of the bastard next to you who hates aliens, he will not come out. Orpesan had just finished speaking when a white light descended on him. A handsome Eldar man appeared beside Orpesan, holding a helmet and a scepter, with a mysterious smile on his handsome face. It's different now. Uslan saluted. Fortunately, the Lord of Thunder has an understanding ally, so I don't have to worry about being killed as soon as I show up. Chin Mo stared at Uslan. As Uslan thought, he didn't do it, because he knew very well what Uslan did in the 30th millennium of human history. He was different from other elves. He would help humans, and his help was sincere. I always feel like we have met somewhere. Uslan smiled. I feel familiar with you. You haven't seen me, I'm sure, but I know you very well. Chin Mo said, now tell us about the cult. Uslan didn't talk about the cult right away, but first made an urgent suggestion. No matter how far the original plan has progressed, I think we should first place them in an absolutely safe place, and not let anyone contact them. The cult may have infiltrated Terra. They're in my dimension, very safe. Chin Mo said. Uslan was obviously relieved, then shook his head. It seems that I was too nervous. Since they are absolutely safe, then this matter is over. The secret sect is just an organization. If you guard against it, they will have no way to deal with it. This matter is not over yet. The Emperor's cold voice echoed in Uslan's ears. Tell me where the secret sect is, alien. Chapter 1156. Where is the secret cult now? This is what I am concerned about. Uslan. Chin Mo and the Emperor asked the same question. Uslan is so smart that he can figure out what the two will do after they know where the secret cult is. For Uslan, eradicating the secret cult is also a way to deal with future threats. He will not refuse to tell the location of the secret cult, but the premise is that he knows where the secret cult is. Uslan turned his head and looked at Orpesan. Alperson saw what was in Uslan's eyes, frowned and spread his hands. You persuaded me to come to Terra and told me about the threat of the secret cult, but you don't even know where the secret cult is? Uslan obviously didn't know, but admitting that he didn't know in front of these humans was not something Uslan could accept. So he changed his words. The secret cult has an industrial ship from the ancient times of mankind, like a miniature version of the Ark world. They are not on a certain planet, nor in the Sea of Souls. Since they are composed of multiple races, they may have mastered the way to use the webway. As far as I know, the last time they appeared was 1,200 light years north of the Earth. How long ago was the last time? Chinemo asked. When I was just expelled from the Usway Ark world. Uslan's handsome face still had a mysterious smile. At that time they invited me to join the cult. How many years ago exactly? Chinemo asked. Uslan shook his head gently, not sure. The cult has many powerful anti-psychic measures or devices. I was almost killed by the anti-psychic device after I refused. I can't remember how many years ago it was. I can only use a major event that happened in my destiny, that is, my expulsion, to anchor the impression of that event in my mind. Hearing this, the Emperor pondered. Anti-psychic measures and devices. These may take some effort, but there are people who can easily solve them here. The only problem is how to deal with this organization called the secret cult. Thinking of this, the Emperor looked at Chinemo. He had an opinion in his mind, but he still had to seek the opinions of his allies. What should we do? Chinemo shrugged, only kill. The Emperor nodded. We are avoiding any threats. Chinemo looked at Uslan. If a threat appears, we will not wait for the threat to ferment, we will clean it up, and use the simplest and most direct method to completely eradicate the secret cult you mentioned. Uslan nodded, obviously agreeing. As for how to find the cult, Chinemo recalled what Uslan said after he arrived. You said that the cult's agents have infiltrated Terra. The cult's agents will be found, and then their memories, or souls, will be read to directly lock the location of the cult. I don't think the cult's anti-psychic means can avoid psychic detection based on the soul of an agent who grew up under the cultivation of the cult. It's feasible. Uslan nodded again, but can the cult's agents really be found? I think so. Chinemo said, thank you for what you have done for humanity, and what you may still do for humanity in the future. You can get the reward you want, and then choose to leave or stay on Terra until the cult is eradicated. Uslan pondered for a moment and responded, give me a franchise to freely enter and exit human territory after the war you have waged on Earth, the cradle of the human race, ends, and an interstellar ruling entity spanning astronomical distances is established. Okay. Chinemo nodded. I think so too. The Emperor was obviously dissatisfied, but he would agree to Uslan's request, because he looked at the alien's brain and found that the alien's thoughts were particularly interesting compared to its peers. An inaccurate order was transmitted to the main control intelligence in charge of management. Find the secret cult agent. What is the secret cult? There is no relevant information in the database of the main control intelligence, but its logic matrix allows it to determine that this is probably a mysterious organization. This is not important. The key is that this order was issued, which means that members of the hostile organization have infiltrated Terra. What the main control intelligence needs to do is to find the agents of the organization called the secret cult, or prove through factual conclusions that the secret cult agents are not within the jurisdiction of Terra, so the order is unreasonable. After determining how to execute the order, the control level that was gradually relaxed due to the smooth progress of the unification war was changed from loose to extremely strict. The civilians who had originally enjoyed a relatively free life were once again controlled, like the flames and thunder that had just descended outside the Himalayas. Their lives became routine, and were watched by countless eyes from the main control intelligence. Staring. Everyone's behavior is monitored, everyone's logic is analyzed, and the psychological test that was originally once a month has become once a day. The main control intelligence has personally designed a large number of psychological test questions. These seemingly useless questions will strictly control the psychological trends of each monitored person. Anyone with suspicious test results will be branded with more stringent monitoring, and then the main control intelligence will use more testing methods to conduct strict and outrageous analysis. Strict analysis of suspicious targets will screen out some more suspicious targets, and will also remove targets that have escaped suspicion from the analysis pool. And more suspicious targets will be threatened by sentry drones to a completely closed room. The main control intelligence will use a large number of means to conduct a new round of tests on more suspicious targets, including but not limited to test questions once an hour, noise harassment, rest deprivation. These things that may or may not be meaningful to human interrogators will make the most mentally resilient people enter and continue to be in a state of imminent collapse. In this round of testing, those who are proven to be innocent among the more suspicious targets will be eliminated from the analysis pool, and the remaining ones will be branded as absolutely suspicious and enter the evidence search stage. If the tested target, who is forced to collapse, has really received strict anti-detection and interrogation training since childhood, then he will still firmly deny everything and refuse to cooperate. However, in the stage of refusing to cooperate, the main control intelligence will use countless subtle tests, and the results of these tests to explore the target's psychology and subconsciousness, and finally come to the conclusion of the argument. All of this was designed by the master intelligence itself, not the master's ingenuity and fantasy. In the view of the master intelligence, organic life has its limits after all, no matter how much training it has received or how talented it is. After a series of processes were executed, only one person was finally determined to be a suspected secret cult agent. According to the speculation of human officials, once this strict investigation procedure was initiated, a large number of agents or spies from other Terra forces would be investigated. But in fact, there were no such people. Because spies or agents from other forces on Terra often cannot even survive daily investigations under the loose control state. The powerful agent was found, and the extremely strict control state that lasted for 2 hours and 43 minutes ended, and normal life returned. Chapter 1157. The agent was restrained by the force field projected by the sentry drone, kneeling on the top of the Himalayas. Hearing that there was an agent infiltration, Malkador, who deliberately interrupted the work at hand, and was ready to preside over the anti-infiltration intelligence work, stood 2 meters in front of the agent. Looking at this agent, Malkador fell into deep thought. Flame and thunder came later. Qin Mo and the Emperor were both wearing armor and holding weapons. In silence, the Emperor walked in front of the agent and placed his hand on the agent's head. The whispers in the warp instantly filled the agent's hearing and feelings. His body began to burn, and his eyes glowed with hot golden light. He saw his soul projection, and saw a golden sphere projecting terrifying psychic energy near his soul projection. Instinctive fear appeared, and the agent could only fear. Facing the Emperor's deep soul inspection, the agent didn't know how to resist. Until the body and soul were burned dry, the other psychic energy that protected his soul with psychic energy was dragged along the psychic traces by the golden sphere in the warp, and then those soul projections urgently self-destructed in an attempt to avoid the Emperor's following the clues in this way, but in the end they failed, and the Emperor still found their location. The agent turned to ashes. The Emperor withdrew his hand, turned to look at Qin Mo, and nodded. Qin Mo also nodded. Then the Emperor gently closed his eyes. The astronomical distance of the Milky Way is meaningless from the perspective of the warp, let alone an obstacle. Uslan said before, the north of the Earth. Earth, this is a name that is older and more sacred than Terra. Now, except for the Eldar and a few human immortals, no one knows this name. In the past, at the beginning of the era called Golden Era, the proud and powerful human race measured the Milky Way from their own perspective. They used the Earth, the oldest cradle of the human race, as the central coordinate and established north, south, east and west. Even though the Earth is located in a remote area of the Milky Way. In the northwest of the Earth, 1,400 light-years away, the Emperor's sight was projected from the warp to a galaxy. He saw the cult's nest slowly moving forward in that galaxy full of dead worlds. A city-sized ship with a disk base. It really looks like a city, and its function is similar to the Ark world of the Ark Eldar. It is not a product of the Golden Age of humanity, but it is indeed similar to the human pioneering colony ship in the Emperor's memory. The Emperor wanted to go deeper into the ship, but he found himself blocked by something, just like a person can only see things outside the glass through the glass. But he could indeed observe everything inside the ship. There were many, many aliens there, and also humans. Silicon-based life, bird-like life, insect-like life. There have always been more than just a few powerful races in the galaxy, and there are countless various alien races, and the same is true in this cult ship. After the observation, the Emperor realized that his psychic power could not penetrate the glass. However, there was no way to enter the lair of the cult before the webway or FTL navigation was mastered. The Emperor found the soul projections of some psychics in the cult in the subspace and influenced them through whispers. The continuous mental harassment and will indoctrination lasted for a century in the subspace. Those affected psychics were like brainwashed in the real universe, and they began to act according to the Emperor's will. These psychics gathered together, their emotions and spirits resonated, and after a ritual, they all committed suicide and sacrificed themselves, collectively forming a portal. After doing this, the Emperor opened his eyes, waved his hand, and a portal connecting the portals was formed. Qin Mo stepped into the portal. If necessary, we can break into the Earth by force and snatch the Primarch. We have a prophetic ability that is countless times stronger than that of the Eldar prophets. We have even predicted the birth of the Primarch. We have nothing to worry about. With our military superiority, we can break into the earth and exile the Primarch. This is the shortcut to our goal. In the largest building of the ship, representatives of all races of the cult gathered together for a meeting. Everyone spoke freely and expressed their views on achieving the great goal of fighting against chaos. Destroying the human race is a step to fight against chaos. Avoid the start of the war of unification of the human race, and avoid the human race from providing rich emotions to the dark gods in the war of unification. Let's vote now. A representative standing in the middle of the conference hall, an Eldar, glanced at everyone present. According to tradition, those who agree should raise their hands, but I think almost all of you agree with me. So now, those who disagree with the shortcut I mentioned should raise their hands. All the representatives of the cult in the conference hall sat in silence, and no one raised their hands. Okay, then now I declare. Before he could finish his words, the ceiling of the hall suddenly shattered, and a human landed in the center of the hall. When he walked out of the smoke and blood mist created by the Eldar cult representatives, he raised his arms to show that he did not agree with the shortcut. I don't agree. Chinemo said to everyone. The air was stagnant at this time. The people of the cult looked at this human, who suddenly appeared. They were surprised that he suddenly appeared, and they were also wondering that he did not look like one of them. He probably did not come here to participate in a vote. It happened too suddenly, and no one stood up to say anything. Chinemo put down his hand and glanced at everyone present. I will express my disapproval with practical actions. After saying that, Chinemo's two eye sockets burst into lightning and fire respectively, and he raised his hand. At this time, the others present realized what would happen and fled madly. Outside the ship, the Emperor flew out of the ship and waited in the void, staring at the ship of the cult. A fire appeared at the rear of the ship, and then the defensive psychic device wrapped around the cult ship was ineffective due to the explosion that blew the ship in half. The Emperor felt that his psychic energy was enough to penetrate every detail of the ship. After witnessing a blue light flying out of the ship, the Emperor raised his hand towards the ship in front of him. No longer felt blocked by anything. The majestic psychic energy attached to the ship. The Emperor's face was calm, and suddenly clenched his raised hand. The next second, a ship as big as a hive city was squeezed into a smooth sphere, rolling forward towards the star in the galaxy, and finally fell into the star's flames. Done! The blue light quickly swept in front of the Emperor. The light dissipated, Chinemo opened his hand, and a tiny sphere appeared. The knowledge in the ship and those psychic devices are all in it. The Emperor nodded slightly, moved his eyes away from the tiny sphere, and waved his hand to open the portal. The two returned to Terra. Chapter 1158. Psychic power is quite useful. If it were me, I would probably find a way to use gravity to drag the ship into the star. But then, I wouldn't have time to look for the treasures of the secret cult. Going back to the Himalayas through the portal, Chinemo mentioned the Emperor's psychic power. The Emperor nodded silently, and his thoughts were obviously not on his own psychic power. I'm still thinking about the secret cult. The Emperor said, maybe you think I think too much, but I have to think about whether there are any remaining agents in the secret cult. Can they enter your dimension? Of course they can enter my dimension. Chinemo stopped. In a few years, when I am ready to use my dimension to allow humans to travel faster than the speed of light, anything that can connect dimensions can enter. Hearing this, the Emperor looked at Chinemo suddenly. Element noticed. But even if I take the initiative to put the people of the secret sect in and protect their souls, they can't find where the original body is. Chinemo continued. That dimension is a place where space and time exist, but it is infinitely vast and long. If I don't leave a beacon where the Primarch is, I can't find where the Primarch is. Give the secret cult agents hundreds of millions of years, and they can probably find the approximate location of the Primarchs from the fixed jump point of that dimension. After listening to Chinemo's words, the Emperor recalled the information he had read about the Void Dragon. Star gods all have such private spaces. The dimension of the Void Dragon is an infinitely vast dimension without the concept of space, and one dimension is nested in another dimension. As long as the Void Dragon is willing, it can nest infinitely many dimensions. The dimension is safe if the owner of the dimension has no ill intentions. The cult has been wiped out, even if there are still some remnants. Chinemo said, it is just a threat that was eliminated in its infancy, not worth mentioning. I think it would be an exaggeration for the two of us to blow up the cult ships together, even if we leave it alone. But leaving it alone is always bad, psychologically uncomfortable. The Emperor nodded. Now I will do my thing, and you do yours. The cult's business is over, and the cult is out. Qin Mo turned around. The army will win another crucial victory, and then the Achaemenid Empire will choose to ally, and your Astartes plan will have candidates for the Thousand Sons Legion. But this time you don't have to rush them into being. You have plenty of time to perfect the Thousand Sons. The same goes for the other Astartes. The Emperor looked at Qin Mo's back and nodded. After a while. Dimensional space. Qin Mo entered this domain that belonged to him, and found the location of the Primarchs through the marks he set up in the dimension. There is a planet here. The planet is full of birdsong and flowers, and all beautiful natural landscapes appear on this planet. This is essentially an abandoned test site for planet transformation experiments. A huge barrier isolates the planet and everything inside it from the dangerous environment of the dimensional space. In the depths of the dimensional space that cannot be scanned by any detection equipment, in the depths of a beautiful planet, is where the original bodies are. Qin Mo quietly came to a huge castle standing on the plain. In the restaurant, a logistics machine is printing chairs and tables that are suitable for the current age of the Primarchs, and then printing out the food. A lady who looks like a half-robot has brought the Primarchs to the restaurant. Ms. Aisha. This is the nanny Qin Mo arranged for the Primarchs, the most maternal woman he has seen since he came to this universe. Qin Mo looked at each Primarch sitting at the table. Their growth rate is extremely amazing. Now they are about 2 years old, but these superhumans with beards and muscles can already run around and take care of themselves and eat. They had stopped sleeping in the incubator a long time ago. Perhaps after hearing about the future of the Primarchs, the Emperor changed the growth rate of the Primarchs during the manufacturing stage, so that they could be more quickly involved in the war when all plans were accelerated. Ms. Aisha, where is my rice spoon? Little Korix just turned his head to talk to little Gilliman, and when he turned back, he found that his rice spoon was gone, which was supposed to be stuck in the rice. Ms. Aisha was wiping Horace's mouth just now, and didn't notice it. But she obviously knew who had done this little bad thing. Cause. Aisha stood up and came to Koraz. With her hands on her hips, give Korix's rice spoon back to him. He can eat with his hands. Little Koraz sneered and replied. Aisha raised her index finger and shook it gently. Don't make me ask you a second time. Koraz lowered his head and took out the rice spoon and returned it to Korix. The interpersonal relationship between the little Primarchs has been reflected now. Gilliman and Korix have a good relationship. They talked about playing some games while eating. Ferris and Fulgrim have a good relationship, and they are discussing where to go for adventure. The Alfarius brothers share a spoon and a bowl. The same goes for the others. Considering that the Primarchs will not choke while talking, Aisha will not stop them from talking while eating. The atmosphere of this lunch is very good. Ms. Aisha, I want to leave this world and go out to play. Lorger suddenly said to Aisha. You talked about the outside world, and I have always been curious about the outside world. Hearing this, Aisha looked at Lorger seriously, stroked his head and said, The Lord of Fire has not come yet. We cannot leave this world and go outside without his protection. Not now, but I guess he will come soon. By then, Lorger pushed Aisha's hand away, jumped up from the chair, and knocked the bowl to the ground. I want to go outside. I want to go outside. I want to go outside. As they grow up, the Primarchs gradually realize the difference between themselves and Aisha, the caretaker, both in terms of strength and in terms of thought. They will naturally have a different view of this caretaker than when they just left the incubator. As for Luo Jia, he realized the difference in power between himself and Aisha. He believed that as long as he wanted to do something, Aisha would never stop him. Aisha tried to comfort Luo Jia, but before she could say her gentle words, a stern voice sounded in the restaurant. We will be able to go outside for a walk soon. But Luo Jia, do you remember what I said before? Qin Mo walked out of the shadows. Seeing him, Luo Jia, who was making a lot of noise, suddenly became quiet, with a blank look on his face. Qin Mo stepped forward, lifted Luo Jia up and pressed him on the dining table, raised his hand, and gave him a very traditional classical mechanics education. Luo Jia was very quiet and honest after being beaten, and then was lifted and put back on the chair by Qin Mo. Chapter 1159. Repeat what I taught you before, Lorger. Qin Mo said to the calm Lorger. Lorger said obediently, disrespecting Ms. Aisha is not allowed. Yes. Qin Mo nodded, don't do it next time, or you will be in trouble. Lorger nodded and stopped making trouble. The other young Primarchs laughed at Lorger's joke, either talking about Lorger or continuing what they had just talked about with their friends. Kaz, who was sitting next to Lorger, came close to him and whispered, Every time we make trouble, the Lord of Flame will appear, but you just don't remember it, and now it's good. Lorger rolled his eyes at Kurz angrily. then changed his sitting position to relieve the pain. Chin Imo nodded to Aisha, then looked at the other Primarchs. After you finish your meal, I will take you out of this world and go outside in the snow. The little Primarchs cheered. Chin Imo didn't know why these guys liked to go outside so much. After all, this planet in the dimension was not small. Maybe it was their nature. Maybe it was the Emperor's setting. The Primarchs quickly finished their meal, then left the restaurant and went to their respective rooms to change into travel clothes. Chin Imo walked to Elsa, who was cleaning the dishes, and asked, "It must be very tiring to take care of these little supermen, right?" Elsa smiled and nodded. "Of course, Lord of Flame, but I like them very much. Although I was very afraid of them at the beginning, I gradually discovered that although they are a group of supermen in terms of strength, they are really a group of children psychologically. Their childlike state will not last long," Chin Imo said. Aisha nodded. She could see. But this short period of childhood will be a beautiful memory for them, and also a beautiful memory for me. Chin Imo could hardly disagree. He was sure that he had not arranged the wrong nanny. Aisha told an interesting story. "Now, the considerate Anran is my little helper. When these little guys are very noisy, he will help me calm them down. But then Anran will be noisy again, but it is much easier to appease him alone than to appease 21 people. Anran can absorb the negative emotions of others. This is his talent." Chin Imo nodded. After talking about the little Primarchs for a while, Chin Imo asked Aisha to change into clothes for the snowy Himalayas, and he went to the residence of the Primarchs. He prepared some gifts. In Gilliman's room, Corix, who had changed his clothes, was waiting for Gilliman. Chin Imo entered the room and conjured up a device connected to 2 helmets, like a magic trick. "Last time you told me that you wanted a strategic game device, I prepared it for you. This is exactly what Gilliman wanted." "Thank you, Uncle. You are so kind." He took the device and placed it on the table, looking at it in surprise. Corix also came over, and one of the 2 helmets connected to the game device was obviously prepared for him. Chin Imo felt the time and said, "Before we officially set off, you have 10 minutes to experience it, and then when we come back from the ice and snow, you can play the game all the time." Watching Gilliman and Corix happily experience the game, Chin Imo recalled how hard it was to get this game device. The game company didn't understand why the Lord of Flame ordered a device that could carry 100 times more thought data than a normal human, and 2 helmets as big as anti-armor mines, but they did it anyway. Chin Imo also had some gifts for other Primarchs, so he left Gilliman's room and went next door. Magnus lived next door. Some books were prepared for Magnus, which the Achaemenid Empire gave to the Emperor. After reading them, the Emperor specifically said that these books could be given to Magnus, so this gift was given by Chin Imo on his behalf. Next to Magnus was Vulcan, so the gift to Vulcan was naturally a set of exquisite adamantium forging tools. Each Primarch received a gift of his choice. Armor, sword, beautiful and gorgeous clothing, cool flying motorcycles. Until the last Primarch, Perturabo. When it was Perturabo's turn, Chin Imo didn't know what to give, because Perturabo was always silent and didn't have any requests. He would refuse any gift given to him. In his room, Perturabo wore his own small armor and took his own heavy weapons. He was going to find a peak in the Himalayas to test how powerful his stuff was. At this time, Chin Imo walked into the room, leaned on the armor rack, and looked at little Perturabo, who was debugging the weapon. Perturabo noticed Chin Imo, but he said nothing, as if he didn't see Chin Imo at all. It was not until the weapon was debugged that Perturabo raised his head, looked at Chin Imo's figure in the mirror, and asked calmly, "How are my armor and weapons?" "Very good." Chin Imo carefully felt the armor and weapons, from the most basic design structure to its additional functions. Then he was surprised at the original body's talent. Hearing the praise, little Perturabo was expressionless and particularly solemn. In the eyes of little Perturabo, whether it was Aisha or this uncle, or their father who only existed in Chin Imo's mouth, they all had expectations and plots for him. Perturabo discovered his talent, and then he realized what the people around him were plotting against him. He worked hard towards this, hoping to be recognized, but he still firmly believed that what he was talented in, and what he was doing were all plots for him. Maybe he would become a weapon in the future. Maybe he would become a forger, or a master engineer, just like he designed this castle himself. Perturabo might do something for the plots of others, such as the armor and weapons he was wearing now, but although he liked this, he didn't think it was what he really liked and wanted to do. "But I don't want to see you in armor, at least not now." Chin Imo looked at Perturabo. "This looks too strong. A child of your age shouldn't dress like this." Little Perturabo turned around coldly and said calmly, "Then dress me up as you want, just as you expect and plan." Chin Imo was silent for a second, then moved his fingers. The armor on Perturabo's body instantly turned into a ball of atoms, and then reassembled on the armor stand Chinemo leaned on. Instead, a beautiful pink dress replaced the dress on little Perturabo. Perturabo's hair was put up, tied into 2 small braids, and tied with 2 small red flowers. What is this? Perturabo looked at himself in the mirror, and was very flustered. Chinemo smiled and nodded. As I said, you are still a child, so a strong appearance is not what you need now. No, this is not good looking. Who said that? You are as delicate as Fulgrim now. I think it's good. I would rather die than wear this to the Himalayas. Never, never. Perturabo was clamoring. Chapter 1160. A moment later. Little Perturabo stood in front of the dimension exit, in the snow on the top of the Himalayas. His face was stiff, and his expression was indignant. His skirt fluttered in the cold wind, and the 2 little red flowers in his hair were attached to the snowflakes, shining in the night light. Snow! Come and make a snowman, Robo. The little Primarchs were playing happily in the snow. Ms. Aisha stood aside and watched them with a smile. Except for Magnus, who was wondering why there was still snow on the Terra Himalayas now, and Perturabo, who was standing in the snow with an indignant look on his face. Everyone else was very happy. Gilliman was building a snowman. When Kerr smashed the snowman with a snowball, he looked back and saw Horace's smiling face. The snowball fight started immediately. Horace led a team, Lion led a team, and the 2 brothers Alfarius formed their own team. The 3 parties had a snowball fight in the snow, and had a lot of fun. Except for Magnus, who was thinking about why it was snowing in the Himalayas now, and Perturabo, who looked indignant. The other little Primarchs were very happy. Chinemo stood aside. He knew that the cult was not the only one targeting the Primarchs, so he would supervise them every time they went out for a walk. The same was true for the Imperial Guards. The 12 Imperial Guards provided protection for the participants in this snowball fight. They were scattered around the entire mountain top, keeping an eye on everything nearby. Uncle. Magnus walked up to Chinemo holding a book on the natural environment. Why is there still a place where it snows on Terra now? At this time, Sanguinius threw a snowball and hit Horace. Horace dodged nimbly, laughed and turned back, then froze. When Chinemo was about to answer Magnus' question, the snowball fight stopped and all the minor Primarchs stood still. The Emperor and Waldo came over. Waldo held the snowball thrown by Sanguinius in his hand. If he hadn't caught the snowball, it would have hit the Emperor in the face. The Emperor walked through the snow, taking Waldo with him. After arriving in front of Sanguinius, the Emperor lowered his head and looked down at Sanguinius. Put up your wings and get out of the way, the Emperor said. Sanguinius obeyed and hid aside. The Emperor raised his head and continued to walk through the snow with Waldo, walking away, until he came to Chinemo's side. Why is there snow in the Himalayas? Ask him. Chinemo pointed at the Emperor to Magnus, then looked at the Emperor and said, You can come here to watch the snowball fight of the Primarchs directly. There is no need to pretend to pass by. The Emperor frowned. I was just about to check on the Astartes experiment with Waldo, who pretended to pass by. You used to teleport into the lab, but you wanted to stroll in today? Chinemo said, looking at Waldo. Feeling Chinemo's gaze, Waldo shrugged. The Emperor did not answer, but continued to move forward in silence, bringing Waldo to Perturabo. The Emperor's golden eyes examined Perturabo. I heard that you made a set of armor yourself, and you came here wearing this skirt? Perturabo stood with his hands behind his back, looking directly into the Emperor's eyes, silent for 2 seconds, and pointed at Chinemo. The Emperor retracted his gaze, and continued to move forward. He left, and the snowball fight among the little Primarchs continued. It was evening. Little Perturabo sat on the edge of the cliff, and looked at the mountains ahead. His expression was still indignant. He was never sociable. The crunching sound of stepping on the snow reached Perturabo's ears, and Chinemo came from behind him, where the Primarchs were still fighting snowballs, and sat next to him. Chinemo rolled up a snowball, and threw it far away. If you want to join the snowball fight, join it. Your brothers will not refuse you. I don't want to play such a childish game, Perturabo said coldly. Then what do you want to play? Manufacturing building? Isn't this what you and my father want? Hearing Perturabo's response, Chinemo was already used to it. He just smiled and asked him, if you were given a piece of vacant land, what would you like to build? Perturabo thought about it seriously, and then answered, a city, not a fortress. Hearing this, Chinemo moved his fingers. On the vast plains outside the Himalayas, towering buildings suddenly rose from the ground. All the beautiful sculptures and magnificent buildings in human history that Chinemo could recall stood on the plains at this moment, and appeared in front of Perturabo. Perturabo's eyes lit up, and he turned around and asked, "How did you do it?" "We each have our own strengths," Shin Imo replied with a smile. Perturabo retracted his gaze, looked at everything on the plane, and suddenly said, "I want to see a huge sculpture, full of power," and then he said in detail what he wanted to see. Shin Imo moved his fingers, and everything on the plane dissipated, and then reorganized into what Perturabo imagined. This magnificent creation magic aroused Perturabo's interest. After all, he was still in his childhood, and he told everything he wanted to shape in his heart. A magnificent palace, a stadium, a sculpture, a huge castle. Whatever it is, as long as Perturabo describes it, Shin Imo will move his fingers and shape it on the plane in front of him. Perturabo gradually became happy, and as he excitedly talked about his wild ideas, the two braids on his head swayed. Shin Imo realized them one by one. "This is amazing!" Perturabo patted Shin Imo's shoulder excitedly, his eyes fixed on the plane in front of him, which showed the embodiment of his wild ideas. "Just move your hands to build all this. If I had such power, I would shape the world in that dimension into the way I like. You can also do what you want." Shin Imo motioned Perturabo to sit down. "There is an empty plane in that world. You can design things you like, just like designing a castle for your brother to live in, and then realize them little by little, just like building blocks. I may not always be able to listen to your ideas in that world, and then materialize your ideas instantly. But I can prepare an engineering team for you, and they will print out your ideas." Hearing this, Perturabo nodded excitedly. But then he shook his head. "This is not what you want me to do." "No." Perturabo's eyes gradually dimmed. Shin Imo looked at Perturabo, silent for a few seconds, then suddenly stretched out his hand and pressed it on Perturabo's head, rubbing it hard. "Who asked you to do anything? Isn't it all your own imagination?" Perturabo hid aside and protected his head with his hands. After thinking for a few seconds, Perturabo frowned and said, "But I don't know what the meaning is." What meaning?" Shin Imo asked in confusion. "If I make sculptures and build magnificent buildings instead of armor or war buildings, what is the meaning of my existence?" Perturabo asked. "Because you like it?" Shin Imo pointed to everything on the plane in front of him. "This is the meaning." Perturabo thought for a moment, then sat back next to Shin Imo. "I have conceived a stadium for my brothers. Tell me what the stadium looks like." Shin Imo tapped the ground with his finger, and everything on the plane disappeared, and something new would be created. "Just treat it as a draft now. I will help you create the stadium, and then you can build it in the world in the dimension." Chapter 1161. Watch this, Robo. This is not fair. Horus, Sanguinius can fly in the sky, like a fucking bomber. Don't say bad words. Lion, remember how I taught you, be polite and gentle. The Primarchs are still having a snowball fight. Sanguinius is flying in the air. As Lion said, he is like a bomber. This idea was obviously proposed by Guilliman. After proposing that Sanguinius, who is on the same team, be transformed into a snowball bomber, Guilliman desperately rolled snowballs for Sanguinius. Every time he circled in the air, Sanguinius would swoop down and take a bunch of snowballs from Guilliman's arms, then simulate the sound of a bomber's roar with his mouth and bombard Lion's team. However, Lion was the leader of Sanguinius' team before, but Sanguinius was already high. When Lion thought Sanguinius stood on Horus' side, Horus also suffered Sanguinius' bombardment. The little Primarchs were still happy. Shin Imo was still on the edge of the cliff helping Perturabo realize those wild construction ideas. While all this was peaceful and tranquil, the Emperor stood at the door of the laboratory, squinting his eyes, quietly observing the little Primarchs. "If you want, you can go over there, and even participate in that battle." Malkador walked to the Emperor's side with his scepter. Valdor, who had just helped the Emperor block a snowball, bowed slightly to Malkador. "I don't want to." The Emperor shook his head. "I can't." Malkador frowned slightly, but listened to the Emperor's heart-to-heart explanation. "I told our ally a few days ago. He will be a good elder in the memory of the Primarchs, and I will be a cold nominal father. I will leave a cold and majestic impression on the Primarchs, so that they can obey me honestly without any emotion in the future. You know, if I don't smile at them too much, they won't think I am a good person to negotiate with. In this way, even if I have to issue some cruel orders in the future, the Primarchs will think that this is my nature, and they will not be disappointed in me." The Emperor's golden eyes blinked. "They may hate me, but it doesn't matter. They will obey me, and then seek comfort from those who they think are good people, and then learn that they must obey me. Without expectations, there will be no disappointment." After listening to the Emperor's heart-to-heart talk, Malkador looked embarrassed. The youngest Eternal, who persuaded the Emperor to come out, was silent for a moment, and finally couldn't help but say, "You always think that you are doing good things for others and don't care what others think. Perhaps the Lord of Flame is right. If you are more honest, the situation will be more optimistic." The golden pupils moved from the Primarch's to Malkador's face. It is human to trust others easily, and to have a fluke mentality. The Emperor said, "You have changed, Malkador, after an ally joined our cause." Baldur listened to the conversation a little nervously. Malkador probably knew what the Emperor thought he had changed. Probably leaning towards the Lord of Flame, acting like it. "I will carry out your will." Malkador shook his head gently. "You are the one who wants to maintain this alliance, so I have to cater to the Lord of Flame. You are not good at expressing yourself, and you always make others misunderstand you. I have to be the one who expresses and is friendly. If you are unwilling to maintain this alliance, I will immediately treat the Lord of Fire the same way I treat others, and I will not even admit that one of his words makes sense." The Emperor retracted his gaze, and continued to watch the Primarchs playing. He wanted to tell Malkador that Malkador was overthinking. He just really felt that this old friend had changed, not blaming his position. But from a certain perspective, Malkador is indeed a very competent helper. He will cater to what should be catered to, for a purpose. Eternal. Even though he is the youngest Eternal, Malkador is not naive. After expressing his attitude, Malkador asked the Emperor, "Do you have any grudges against the Lord of Fire? Do you think this cooperation and covenant is unsustainable? If so, please tell me, and I will change my attitude immediately." Hearing this question, the Emperor did not rush to respond, but talked about something else. "Before we pretended to be doctors, and went to our allies' destroyed mountaintop city, I noticed him. He is a unique person. You know, unless someone like, or the secret cult agent has something that can block my perception, no one can escape my perception. But I couldn't sense our ally. I thought he was a powerful psyker, so I went to observe him. I saw him living with the Wanderers. During that time, I judged him to be a strange, yet familiar human being from long ago." The Emperor glanced back at the laboratory. "Later, I studied his genetic sequence, as you know. But before that, when I was about to give up my observation and vigilance, when the Wanderers were almost destroyed by a powerful enemy, I saw the man who I thought was undoubtedly an ordinary human burning thousands of enemies with fire." Hearing the Emperor say this, Malkador nodded. While the Emperor slowly organized the next words, Malkador spoke first. "You think he is contradictory. He is undoubtedly a human, but he has the power of a star god, which puts you in the gap between trust and suspicion. Yes, he is more like a human than us, but he has a power different from that of humans." The Emperor nodded. "My humanity tells me to trust him. Why should I doubt him? But my cold rationality tells me that I cannot rule out any probability of crisis, even if this probability seems to be getting smaller and smaller, so small that it seems like my rationality is worrying too much. Do you understand what I mean?" Malkador nodded repeatedly. I understand. This is actually the inevitability of interpersonal communication between humans. Trust and suspicion coexist. No one can completely trust another person, even if you are like Erda, or they are like you." The Emperor agreed very much. "Yes. As for you asking me whether the covenant is unsustainable." Speaking of this, the Emperor looked at the young Primarchs. Chi Nemo called on the Primarchs to return to the dimensional space now. His words were more powerful than those of Ms. Aisha, and this was true for most of the young Primarchs. When he saw them gradually returning to the dimensional space, Malkador understood what the Emperor wanted to express and nodded. It seems that trust is the majority. Yes, no matter from which angle you look at it, it is true. The Emperor said, "It's still what I thought at the beginning. Even if he is a star god and does not show everything we have seen, even if the results of my research on his gene sequence show that he is a genuine star god, he craves souls. It doesn't matter, I will help him hunt for the souls of aliens and inferiors as food. He is a star god who can communicate, which is a condition for cooperation. Humanity needs the material conditions he can provide. If Or can provide such material conditions and ask me to confess, I will kneel in front of him without hesitation, pretend to confess, and then smear my snot and tears on his boots, just so that he can provide a necessary and beneficial support." The Emperor's expression was calm, as if he was saying something that was a matter of course. "I don't care what I have to pay. I have made up my mind. It's not that you persuade me, so I stand up to guide mankind. I don't care what my fate is. Compared with the fate of the best race in the galaxy, my personal fate is like an ant." At this point, the Emperor turned around gently, still speaking. "What's more, we don't need to take a step back to look at this ally now. Don't ask similar questions in the future." Chapter 1162. Dimensional Space. Garden World, Castle. In the castle's spacious hall, not the dining room, there was a large table filled with sumptuous dishes. Chin Mo brought some plants and animals from the ancient Terra period that the scientific research department had just restored. The Primarch sat at the table, and the plants and animals were prepared and placed on the table. Chin Mo sat at the end of the long table, with Ms. Aisha on his left and Angan on his right. "Thank you, ma'am," Chin Mo said to Elsa very sincerely. "I know it's not easy to take care of them, but you did it, and you did it very well, just like you took care of those children in the Wanderer tribe. The Thunder Lord is as grateful to you as I am." Elsa's iron hand shook gently. "I like these little guys. It's my honor to take care of them." "Thank you." Chin Mo looked at Anran. "Thank you for helping Ms. Elsa take care of your brothers." Anran just smiled. He felt the happiness of his brothers, and was so happy that he couldn't even speak. "Let's start eating." Chin Mo picked up the chopsticks. "Wait!" Luo Jia suddenly spoke and raised his hand to suggest. "I suddenly think we should pursue a sense of ceremony." Chin Mo nodded. Luo Jia closed his eyes and put his hands together. "Lord, thank you for giving us such a sumptuous dinner. Thank you for giving us a wonderful life, thank you. Didn't I tell you not to steal Magnus' book?" Chin Mo frowned. Magnus looked at Luo Jia with a sly smile. "I said that religious development book is not something a little kid like you can read." Luo Jia had no idea what was wrong with this. He was very confused. "Uncle, don't you think religion is very fascinating? Think about it. An abstract concept. A God that does not actually exist. In the ancient times of mankind, that God would not give anything, but humans just believed in it. Two people thousands of miles apart can regard each other as brothers and sisters just because of the same belief. A group of people who have nothing to do with each other can come together to do the same thing just because of a belief." Luo Jia was very excited. And because of different beliefs, two groups that have no hatred for each other will fight and kill each other, and blood will flow like a river. In the distant era when false gods would not give back to humans, people still believed in gods, and now when gods walk among humans, religion will be particularly powerful. Luo Jia still had something else to say, but he swallowed the rest of his words, because he found that Chin Mo's face was not very good. He thought he would receive a classical mechanics education, but he didn't. Chin Mo lowered his head, and picked at the pork that Elsa had put in his bowl. He was silent for a while, then he started talking about an ancient thing. When humans still used the AD calendar, in the 18th century. Maybe only Magnus can understand what I'm saying, so I changed the story. Thousands of years ago, humans fell. In a civilized world that once belonged to humans, aliens brutally enslaved humans. In order to rule humans, the aliens cultivated humans to be their confidants. Then one day, the aliens discovered that the humans they cultivated were secretly planning to resist them. Chin Mo looked at Luo Jia, who was confused. Then the alien questioned one of the humans, who was trained by them, but rebelled against them, saying that your food, clothing and daily necessities were all given to you by your masters since you were a child. So why did you help your lowly fellows to fight against your masters? Then the human replied, "The food I eat is all grown by my fellow enslaved people, and the clothes I wear are all sewn by my fellow enslaved people. How can it be said to be a gift? Put it on you, Luo Jia. The same goes for us." Chin Mo knocked on the plate in front of him. "What's in it is cultivated by the learned among mortals, or synthesized by the diligent among mortals, and the same goes for what you wear. With the Himalayas and the mobile fortress as the center, 3,700 kilometers to the north, 2,000 kilometers to the south, and 2,200 kilometers to the east and west, all the people living in this human force were once either slaves or barbarians who used the dining table as a toilet, hungry and naked, hiding in their nests, and trembling when the powerful came to kill them. You said that God gave us a sumptuous dinner and a happy life, but no, it gave us nothing." After saying that, Chin Mo looked at Lorger. Hearing this, Lorger had some rebuttal in his mind, but before he opened his mouth, Chin Mo guessed what he would say. Of course, it is undeniable that flame and thunder provided crucial help. It can be said that if there were no two people represented by the double-headed eagle, there would probably not be a human force like us on Terra. Warlords would still fight each other every day, slaves would be offered as tribute every day, and barbarians would still shit on the table. But if there were no mortals who are still fighting on the battlefield as we speak, and no brave people who are still rushing to sign up for irreversible and terrible transformations, and no diligent people who produce weapons and equipment and logistics in factories. Without them, an extraordinary being who spends every day in the laboratory. And another extraordinary being who spent a whole day taking care of problem children today, and the rest of the time either stayed in the laboratory or pointed fingers at the front line. All of us are still hiding in the mountains outside, and the dream of Terra's unification is still out of reach. Chi Nemo glanced at the Primarchs. Supernatural beings and mortals have shaped all of this together. We have achieved each other, and have contributed what we can and done what we can for a dream that is bigger, better, and more unattainable than the dream of unification. After speaking, Chi Nemo waited for the Primarchs to gain some insights. Little Horus thought for a moment and suddenly spoke. We are born extraordinary, we are stronger than mortals, and we should also bear more. Father seems to have cultivated us as weapons. Even though he said nothing as always, I can feel it. Chi Nemo nodded in agreement. Horus is right. I don't want to explain your fate to you so early, but if there are things that mortals cannot do, and responsibilities that mortals cannot shoulder, when you grow up, you have to do it and take on it. Chi Nemo looked at Luo Jia again. If you expect that you two extraordinary people who think you are gods can be omnipotent and omniscient like gods, and then you don't have to take on or do anything, just think, I'll leave it to the omnipotent gods. Then you have unrealistic delusions. Your father was still herding sheep in Asia Minor, when he was a dozen years older than you. When I was your age, if I didn't have a dedicated mother like Ms. Elsa watching me, I might choke to death on the pacifier if I turned over. There are no gods, only extraordinary people and mortals. After saying that, Chi Nemo stared at Luo Jia. Do you understand? Faced with this question, Luo Jia thought for a moment before answering. Yes, uncle, I understand. You know nothing. A temporary language education can't change anything, even for someone like you who is born extraordinary. Chi Nemo raised his hand and pointed at Magnus, then at Lorger. At this early stage of education, I can only warn you first, because it is more powerful than language. Anyway, if you steal Magnus' book again, I guarantee that you will have to sleep with your butt raised for the next month. Chapter 1163. Dinner is over. Aisha cleaned up the dishes as usual. She didn't have to do this, but she felt that she could teach the Primarchs how to take care of themselves and how to live like a mortal. In order to do this, Aisha even asked the logistics machine to print 21 sinks a long time ago. The little Primarchs lined up and were taken to the kitchen by Ms. Aisha, and then they came to the sink to wash their dishes as usual. But considering that the Primarchs were not mortals after all, this kind of thing would only be done after dinner. When the Primarchs were washing the dishes carefully, Chi Nemo was ready to leave, but Aisha found him. When Chi Nemo thought Aisha had some requests, the first thing the lady said was about Lorger. You seem to be too harsh on Lorger. Hearing Aisha say this, Chi Nemo answered without hesitation. Lorger is a typical person who only responds to hard things, believe me. As he said this, Chi Nemo turned around and collected the hair of the Primarchs he collected. These hairs will allow the Emperor to test the physiological state of the Primarchs in the laboratory, and then determine whether the Primarchs are growing up healthily, although the Emperor said, if their physiological state shows that they can participate in the war, they must participate in the war of unification. When the Emperor said this, Chi Nemo scratched his eye and replied calmly, Really? I thought you wanted to observe whether the Primarchs were growing stronger. I think you seem to care about this very much. While tidying up his hair, Chi Nemo said to Aisha, You should also be tougher with Lorger. I know you feel that your strength is not enough for you to act tough in front of him, but believe me, even if you are just a little better than him in momentum, he will be honest. Hearing this, Aisha was silent for a moment. She had taken care of the Primarchs for such a long time. How could she not know what kind of personalities they had? It was just, for these Primarchs, they were superhuman. Aisha had a trace of fear in her heart. That was the fear that mortals would inevitably have when facing the Primarchs, just like the fear that mortals would feel when facing demons. Caring for the Primarchs would curb this fear, but when Aisha really gave a Primarch a severe lesson, she would uncontrollably wonder if she could do so. Look! The Primarchs had hair and muscles when they were babies. Chi Nemo held a handful of hair. I don't know if this is the Lord of Thunder's bad taste, or what. Maybe he has seen the spoof version of 300 Spartans. Elsa covered her mouth and chuckled, then took a roll of towel from her waist, and rolled up the Primarch's hair in Chi Mo's hand for easier storage and carrying. After finishing his work, Chi Mo turned around and left the dimensional space. The Primarchs also finished washing the dishes. It's time to go to bed, kids. Elsa walked towards the kitchen. As usual, the little Primarchs lined up in a long queue and walked towards the accommodation area in the castle. Elsa walked in front with an oil lamp. Every time she passed a room with a Q-version Primarch portrait, there would be one or two less little Primarchs behind Elsa. When she reached the 20th room, Elsa was the only one left. But today was not over yet. Elsa returned to the first room at the end of the corridor. Are you asleep, Ryan? The door was pushed open, and Ryan on the bed heard Elsa calling him, turned over and covered his head with a quilt. Sleep. Elsa smiled and sat down in front of the bed, took out a book from her arms, and began to tell the story. Let's continue with yesterday's night's story. I'm not a kid like my brothers. Ryan still covered his head. I don't need to listen to stories to fall asleep. You always refuse, but you will still listen when I insist. Elsa smiled and continued to tell the story. The knight named St. John finally came to the dragon's nest under the guidance of the great magician and challenged the evil dragon deep in the nest. The evil dragon was extremely powerful and possessed the power of destruction. It could release lightning that caused the sky to collapse and the earth to split when it raised its hand. What kind of dragon can destroy the world and release lightning? Ryan questioned in his quilt. What a childish story. Elsa smiled and shook her head and continued to tell the story. She kept telling the story of St. John sealing the evil dragon. Elsa listened to Ryan's breathing, then got up and left the room, gently closing the door. She returned to her room, picked up a story about a saint in ancient times who was known for his poverty, purity, and asceticism, and went to the room where the second little Primarch was. Until another Primarch was coaxed to sleep, Elsa got up and left the room again, gently closed the door, returned to her room, and picked up a book. Each Primarch has his or her favorite bedtime story. Of course, regardless of whether a Primarch verbally expressed his or her willingness to listen. Elsa did not return to her room until all 21 Primarchs were put to sleep by the bedtime stories. She rubbed her shoulders and stretched her neck, then sat at the desk and wrote today's diary about the Primarchs. When the mechanical bird on the wall clock went in and out, Elsa got up and walked out of the room with the oil lamp to the corridor. Are you all asleep? Elsa asked. There was no response. About half a minute later, a voice came from a room. Asleep, lady. Don't go around the cliff tonight, curs. Aisha returned to her room with a lamp and officially began to rest. Aisha didn't know that the Primarchs lying on the beds in each Primarch's room opened their eyes after hearing the steady breathing of Aisha while she was sleeping. A day in the dimension space ended successfully. Chapter 1164. If you come to tell me how much of a jerk that Emperor is, you can leave. Whether you believe it or not, I know better than you what he did. Inside the mobile fortress, Chi Nemo, who had returned from the laboratory, sat on the sofa in the office. Alpersong sat on the sofa opposite. I feel sick when I mention the most treacherous, cold-blooded, and selfish king in human history again. Alpersong crossed his legs and touched the Catholic cross on his chest. Then what are you doing here? Chi Nemo wondered. I thought you left Terra with Uslan. I got involved in the mess of the secret cult and returned to my home planet. Now it's a little peaceful, and I don't plan to leave. Orpesan said, I served in your army for 6 months. I fought from beginning to end in the Ulsh Annihilation War. Although it's not time to retire yet, can I? Yes. Chi Nemo nodded. Your military merits will be converted, and you will get a large piece of land and agricultural machinery in the agricultural area, but you can't choose what to farm. It's still under wartime control. You can only grow high-value crops that must be grown in soil. Hearing this answer, Orpesan realized that Chi Nemo knew him very well. Because Chi Nemo actually knew what request he would make. And the Emperor was unlikely to mention his own affairs to him. After thinking about it, Orpesan decided not to think about it. As an immortal who is older than the Emperor, if he asked about everything, he would have gone crazy a long time ago. Well, okay. Orpesan nodded. Then is there anything you need me to do? After all, I retired early. No. It's just that the man called Emperor hopes that you can live a normal life. His original words were not like this, but he wanted to express this meaning. Chi Nemo shook his head. After hearing this, Orpesan sneered and shook his head. You don't have to ease the relationship between him and me for him. Chi Nemo shook his head again. He didn't care about the affairs of the immortals. Orpesan was not a powerful immortal, nor did he take all the credit, but he warned the cult of the crisis. Although he warned on behalf of Uslan, he at least came. Orpesan would get what he wanted, and then live a normal life for 1,000 years after another. Then I leave. Alpersong stood up. He just walked out of the room, and suddenly turned back. Can you promise that no matter what that guy says, you won't confiscate my land? Alpersong asked. Of course. Chi Nemo nodded and promised. I know what's going on between you. You don't have to worry about him taking away your land with just one word. Alpersong nodded, but this time he didn't leave in a hurry. Instead, he suddenly mentioned the curse. I stabbed him under the Tower of Babel that year. I have to make it clear about this matter, or I have to make it clear about the curse. Chi Nemo motioned Orpersong to sit down and talk in detail. He was very interested in the spell. As a power system completely different from psychic energy, the spell has an extremely outstanding performance. The price for a mortal to chant the spell is that the vocal organs are damaged, but this price is not worth mentioning compared to the power of the spell. So what is the result of the spell? A spell blasted Horus 30 or 40 meters away. Perhaps in that guy's description, the spell is a safe and good thing that can be used without worries, but I know that it is not. Alpersong began to describe the spell in detail. Just a few syllables can mobilize destructive power that is even more amazing than psychic power. No matter how many years of practice and ability the user has, as long as he can say it, he will have amazing power. The spell is also called Forbidden Spell, Secret Words, and Promises. At this point, Alpersong saw that Qin Mo was not curious at all, and suddenly realized that he might have learned the spell. So the immortal said, "You seem to know what a spell is. Can you use it? Just say one, change one syllable, and don't let the curse blow us all up." "A forbidden spell or a promise?" Qin Mo asked. "Forbidden spell, promise, secret word. They are the same thing." Orpesan said, "You can call them whatever you want." "Okay." Qin Mo nodded and agreed to say one. "I may master the spell, but it is unlikely that I can master the spell." After saying that, Qin Mo looked at Orpesan. "The promise you want." Alpersong shook his head at first, trying to indicate that curses or words of promise were not normal words. Then he suddenly realized something. After opening his mouth in surprise for a few seconds, Alpersong spoke. "Are you also an immortal? When was this joke born? A century after the Battle of Iwo Jima? I don't remember clearly, but I know I must have heard this in a fitness coach channel I was watching at the time, and the fitness coach mentioned a weirdo who would say words in this format." This time it was Qin Mo's turn to be surprised. Orpesan didn't dwell on a joke he had heard indirectly. He confirmed from Qin Mo's joking attitude that Qin Mo had indeed learned the spell. Maybe one sentence, maybe two sentences. But it doesn't matter. In Or's opinion, it's no problem for the immortals to master this kind of power. After all, the immortals usually have a skill, and a skill is not necessarily worse than the spell. He just wanted to explain how dangerous the spell is if it is known by ordinary people. Don't let the curse spread, don't. Alpesan was very serious. If you find a mortal who has mastered the curse, call me out. I have a way to clear the memory. Thank you. Qin Mo nodded, although he didn't think he needed to rely on others' memory clearing ability. I thought you were a cold person, but you are quite warm-hearted. However, hearing this, Alpesan shook his head. The enthusiastic old or is long gone. If it weren't for the mess of the secret cult, I would be herding sheep in a certain world now, and I wouldn't care about anything that happened. Even if that bastard got into trouble, I wouldn't even look at him. Now there is only the old or who retired to the countryside, not the enthusiastic old or. Alpersong said as he walked out and stopped at the door, but you allowed me to retire early, so if I need help, especially about the curse. At this point, OL made a phone call gesture. Seeing Qin Mo nod, Alpersong turned and left. Looking at the empty door, Qin Mo thought. He thought Alpersong was a cold person, but now it seems that it is just the coldness unique to immortals. The immortals will have no common language with their short-lived compatriots, and without a common language, they will not show enthusiasm. However, no matter what kind of person Orpesan is, Qin Mo is very sure that he will not stay out of major events. Whether he is willing or forced, he will get involved in certain things. For example, under normal circumstances, Orpesan will appear in the Horus heresy that will happen thousands of years later to dissuade the emperor. The immortal. Qin Mo lay back on the sofa, thinking about the immortal. Chapter 1165. Inside the laboratory. The emperor operated the equipment, checked the Primarch's hair, and inferred their growth conditions. Qin Mo sat aside and watched quietly, waiting. It seemed that the Primarchs were in very good condition. The emperor took a look at the inspection report and put it down without mentioning the Primarch's conditions. Do you think sanguineous wings are weird? The emperor sat opposite Qin Mo and took out 2 drinks. A little weird, but as I said before, he is a determined person, so even if he has wings, it's no big deal. Qin Mo said. The emperor nodded and took a sip of the drink. Qin Mo could hear the sound of bubbles bursting in the emperor's mouth, but the emperor was expressionless and calm, just like drinking a glass of water. This is not refreshing enough. Qin Mo picked up the carbonated drink and drank it all. Ah! Burp! Putting down the drink cup, Qin Mo looked at the emperor. The two looked at each other for a moment, and the emperor also drank the rest of the drink in the cup, and then he also groaned happily and burped. When I first drank carbonated drinks, my reaction was the same as before. The emperor looked at the drink cup. In the 20th century, I was squatting in the trenches of Iwo Jima with ore. The military supply ship delivered a box of Coke, and we each had a bottle. Iwo Jima was as hot as ever, with scorching sun and bursts of artillery fire. At this point, the Emperor raised his eyes, and a slight smile appeared on his face. After the Battle of Iwo Jima, and I moved to other islands. At that time, I used psychic power to search the entire Pacific Ocean for the crashed pilot. Then I will urge the captain of the Navy to rescue the pilot. Then, we will send the pilot we find to the nearest aircraft carrier and exchange the pilot for the opportunity to eat ice cream in the restaurant until we feel sick. Because we saved so many pilots, I and everyone in the Marine Corps were allowed to eat ice cream and drink Coke on the aircraft carrier at any time. Speaking of this interesting past, the Emperor smiled even more, obviously reminiscing. I admire the medical soldier of the Marine Corps at that time. He was a very brave mortal. He didn't dare to kill people, but he dared to drag the wounded away under the fire blockade of the Type 92 heavy machine gun. The smile on the Emperor's face suddenly disappeared, and his tone became heavy. The grandson of that medic later became the head of the intelligence department. In the early 2000 AD, I stopped his heart from beating 20 kilometers away, because he found that his grandfather's comrade was still alive and kicking in the early 2000s, and even became his enemy. Listening to the Emperor's narration of the past, Chinemo looked at the Emperor with a deeper gaze. He probably understood why Erda and Orperson would not be killed or imprisoned, because they did have a complicated past with the Emperor and formed a human bond. And the Emperor did have a complicated and wonderful past. Chinemo thought for a moment and asked, "You and Orpesan later played a small role in history, instead of actively influencing history, and no longer influence humanity as much as you did when you were a carpenter's son, a savior, and a leader of ancient civilization." "Yes, because I found that it was not good." The Emperor nodded. Then the Emperor talked about a past event that influenced him to make the decision not to interfere too much. "I also have a close friend. He is an ancient Greek and immortal. He stubbornly believed that the descendants of Rome and Greece were the groups that carried the civilization of his hometown, and he wanted to defend them. He helped the Eastern Roman Empire fight, and he failed. Because he was targeted by an immortal organization and was stopped, and then he kept fighting against that organization until he was killed by a ritual dagger. At the time of his death, he asked me to do something for his civilization and culture. Because of his last wish, I helped the Greeks get rid of the rule of the Ottomans. But I could only do this because I found that interfering too much in human history will not end well, and will be targeted by all kinds of strange forces." After saying this, the Emperor lowered his head, obviously remembering what he was doing, which was also a great interference in history. But he also had a reason, that is, the life and death of the human race is different from the life and death of a group. Chinemo just listened until the Emperor asked a question. "If you were born as ancient as me, what would you do?" "I will do anything." Chinemo said, "If I was born very anciently, I would be fighting on the other side of the earth while you and Orpesan were fighting in the trenches of Iwo Jima." The Emperor nodded. Both of them were silent, but they both felt that their relationship had improved in this heart-to-heart talk. Chinemo wanted to hear more about the Emperor's past. But after drinking another drink, the Emperor asked a question. "If you add your power, can we cut off sanguineous wings together? If you hate sanguineous wings, why don't you delete this gene in the embryonic stage?" Chinemo asked. "I tried it, but Sanguinius still had wings after he was born." The Emperor said, "It can't be done by warp means. I don't think I can cut off the wings either." Chinemo stopped the topic. The Emperor nodded and sighed. "What a pity. Sanguinius wings make him look like a human being at all. You are so obsessed with the fundamentalist human race, so why did you sit back and watch the human gene being changed to what it is now in the Golden Age? Why don't you restore human genes to their primitive stage?" Chinemo questioned. "I'm not that fundamentalist." The Emperor shook his head. "The genes of primitive humans are precious in their primitiveness. Their value in scientific research and collection is infinite, but from a practical point of view, the genes of primitive humans are not strong enough. Humans still have to evolve, whether passively or actively. But no matter how they evolve, humans still look like humans, just like you, Malkador, and other mortals look the same. For example, the characteristic of the human group you belong to is that the skull capacity is a little larger. In this respect, you and your general name Nagase kin are the same. Even if one of you has primitive human genes, and the other has modern human genes that have been greatly enhanced." The Emperor kept gesturing with his hands to shape a head, and then said the key point. "The key is that no matter what the genes are, at least there will be no big difference in appearance, but Sanguinius has wings, and no human has wings." At this point, The emperor lowered his voice and said seriously, "You and I both know what kind of people grow wings." "Mutants, yes, mutants." "Mutants," Qin Mo said in a deep voice. "You once said that you can tolerate human subspecies such as cat-headed people and beastmen, but you can never tolerate the existence of mutants. You actually think Sanguinius is a mutant?" The emperor nodded. Chapter 1166. "But he is the Primarch," Qin Mo said. The emperor nodded again. "It is precisely because he is the Primarch that if we have no way to cut off his wings, then we can only bear it. If one day Sanguinius's existence is no longer valuable, will you kill him?" Qin Mo asked seriously. "No." The emperor answered very decisively. "Anyway, he is my creation. His genes are based on my genes and Erda's genes, but the wings are an accident. If he doesn't have wings, it would be better, but he has them. I am trying to solve the problem of wings, but if there is no way, then I will not kill him because of the wings." Qin Mo nodded after hearing this. The emperor's expression changed, and he suddenly became curious about why Qin Mo asked him whether he would kill Sanguinius. "Am I a very cold-blooded person?" Qin Mo did not speak. The emperor spread his hands. "You know what kind of person I am. Why does Lorgar like religion so much?" Qin Mo didn't know what the emperor was like, so he stopped talking about the emperor himself and asked about what he cared about most. About Lorgar. When asked about Lorgar, the emperor thought for a while and replied, "You told me about Lorgar's situation, but I still let him like religion because he represents another possibility." Qin Mo listened. "I mentioned the imperial truth to you, and you said it was a lie. You thought that only the scientific part of it could be applied. I didn't refuse. But I always think that we all know the truth of this universe, and people will know it sooner or later. It is my pursuit to make humans scientific and rational, but if the existence of the human race itself is an unstable thing, then I think we should first pursue the existence of the human race. Suppose it really comes to the most extreme and worst situation I imagined, that is, the survival of the human race itself is at stake. It is necessary to create an entity in the subspace that carries and accommodates the collective emotions and consciousness of mankind. That is to say, if humans have reached the stage where they must believe in a god to survive, then humans should at least not believe in the four gods." The emperor explained the significance and value of Lorgar. "Is he an insurance policy?" Qin Mo asked. The emperor nodded. "Well, okay." Qin Mo also nodded. The emperor stood up and talked about something else. "The Astartes project is going very smoothly. In 2 years, the Primarchs will be able to lead their respective Astartes legions. I have deliberately accelerated the growth rate of the Primarchs in genetic engineering. They can do it, even though they were less than 7 years old at that time. Then we can start the plan to reorganize the human settlement in the galaxy." Qin Mo said, "But don't do the webway. As I told you before, the webway is a reliable thing, but the webway we make ourselves is very, very unreliable. If there is any other possibility, I will not bet on the webway plan." The emperor shook his head. "Now, we have other possibilities." Indeed. The next day. The front line of the war against the Caucasus warlords. Tyrannes and the generals of the mortal army stood on the mountain and stared at the war in front of them. The mortal generals watched with telescopes in their hands. What appeared in their telescopes was a huge battle robot. With the support of advanced equipment and advanced tactics, the army took down a city of the warlord in less than 12 seconds, but the robots in the city blocked the army for an hour. Tyrannes watched the robot, thinking about how to destroy it with higher efficiency. But at this time, a blue flash broke in from outside the atmosphere. Tyrannes witnessed the blue flash penetrate the huge robot from head to toe. "The Lord of Flame is coming." An army general put down his telescope. Then everyone heard the explosion of the sound barrier being broken, and then Qin Mo fell from the sky. Everyone immediately saluted the Lord of Flame. The Titan Corps is preparing for the combat mission against the Pan-Pacific Empire. It can't be transferred for the time being. We can only attack hard. Tyrannes stepped forward to explain why his offensive plan was delayed. Qin Mo raised his hand to indicate that Tyrannes didn't need to explain, and then said his intention: slow down the offensive and set up a new combat plan for the upcoming friendly forces. Friendly forces? Tyrannes looked puzzled. Astartes. Qin Mo said, "You know this plan?" Hearing about Astartes, Tyrannes suddenly realized, those new enhanced warriors are not as good as Thunder warriors in terms of combat and production capacity. Astartes have their own advantages. Qin Mo said, and then glanced at the mortal generals of the army. The general saluted again, then turned and left. Only Tyrannes and Qin Mo were left here. Record all the battles that will follow. These video images or text materials about the war will be used as war teaching materials for the Primarchs. Chinemo ordered. Yes. Tyrannes knew about the existence of the Primarchs. He also entered the dimensional space as a combat teacher and taught the Primarchs combat skills. After agreeing to the matter, Tyrannes suddenly said, "The value of the Primarchs is endless, but I really don't know what the Astartes' plan is. Can't the Thunder Warriors be a large number of enhanced warriors to undertake combat missions that require a large number of enhanced warriors?" Chinemo remembered that Tyrannes had many opinions about the Astartes. This is not difficult to understand. After all, the ecological niches of Astartes and Thunder Warriors are almost the same. Even on paper, the combat effectiveness of Astartes is not as good as that of Thunder Warriors before improvement. Perhaps their value is just to exist as an army that belongs only to the Lord of Thunder. Tyrannes said again. Perhaps. Chinemo could not deny it. In the army under the command of Flame and Thunder, the command of the mortal army belongs to the half of the double-headed eagle wrapped in flames, while the Thunder Warriors are jointly commanded. In return for the Emperor's decision to let the Thunder Warriors accept joint command, the command of the Titan Legion is also jointly owned. The Lord of Thunder needs an army that is completely his own. As for the Imperial Guards, their nature is not similar to the Thunder Warriors, the Mortal Army, or the Titan Legion, although they are indeed very powerful. What you said makes sense, but the Astartes have their own advantages. Chinemo said, "If the Primarch is now involved in commanding the Thunder Warriors as a general, will you fight completely according to the Primarch's wishes?" "Of course not." Tyrannes did not hesitate. "I don't think they have this ability now, but they will have it in the future, but that is a matter for the future. But the Astartes will." Chinemo looked down the mountain. A newly born Astartes unit has already arrived at the front line through teleportation. Just treat them as the main force that needs to be relied on in a strong psychic environment. Chinemo said, "In the last battle of the Urshi Empire, the Thunder Warriors did not perform well in a strong psychic environment." Tyrannes also looked at the Astartes, who had just arrived at the front line. "That's true." Chapter 1167. The Achaemenid Empire was suddenly invaded by the Pan-Pacific Empire. In the second year after the victory in the war against the Caucasus warlords, the Mad King of the Pan-Pacific Empire declared that he had an unquestionable inheritance right to the Caucasus region and announced that he would take back the Caucasus region that belonged to him. The Achaemenid Empire had assisted us many times, and the Mad King used this as an excuse to include the Achaemenid Empire in the target of war. While we were fighting the Mad King, the Achaemenid Empire was also invaded. The capital of the Achaemenid Empire. The Allied Forces headquarters. The radio broadcast a news report without any real-time updates on the latest developments. The military generals of the Achaemenid Empire sat around the conference table with gloomy faces. Opposite these mortal generals were the Primarchs. The Primarchs, who had grown rapidly to this day, had the ability to lead the legions in battle. Therefore, 2 years after the Caucasus campaign, these supermen were ordered to lead their legions to the Achaemenid Empire to assist the Achaemenids in resisting the offensive of the Second Front of the Pan-Pacific Empire. Horus put his hand on the radio, and he intended to put pressure on the Achaemenid generals. The other Primarchs sat solemnly in their seats, sitting at the conference table. They were less than 10 years old, but their physiques had grown to full maturity. Among these Primarchs, Guilliman silently stared at a badge on the waists of the Achaemenid generals. He paid special attention to this badge. The badge depicted the coat of arms of a king. It was the coat of arms of Dracarnan, the emperor of the Achaemenid Empire. After looking at the sign for a while, Guilliman suddenly asked about something that had nothing to do with the current emergency. "You all wear the coat of arms of your rulers, but on your waist, I personally feel that the position of the waist is not the way to put the ruler in the highest position, so..." Hearing Guilliman's curiosity about this matter, the representative of the Achaemenid military group, a knowledgeable and handsome man, looked at Guilliman. The man was wearing royal aristocratic clothing, and his name was placed in front of him. Azak Ahriman. "We don't wear the coat of arms of our emperor out of courtesy." Ahriman forced a smile at this solemn moment and explained softly, "It's because of the emperor's kindness and wisdom. He is the favorite monarch of the Achaemenids. We Achaemenids believe that wearing the coat of arms of this monarch can ward off evil." "You really like your monarch," Guilliman said. He noticed it. In an investigation of the Achaemenid Empire half a year ago, Guilliman participated in the investigation and noticed the differences between the Achaemenids and other humans on Terra, and the similarities with the people living under the flames and thunder. Civilization. Rationality. Politeness. The genes of the Achaemenids have never mutated, and their empire is not invaded by mutants and other evil forces in the wasteland. It is strong, peaceful, prosperous, and a beautiful country. Their emperor is famous for his enlightened and hard-working rule. This is why the Achaemenids will not abandon their homes, like the people around Flame and Thunder, and come under the rule of Flame and Thunder. They have dignity, and their lives are not as bad and barren as those of the Terrans and other places. Emperor Dur is not the wisest emperor of the Achaemenid Empire in history, but he is definitely the best, Ahriman said with reverence. Is he a psychic? Magnus suddenly interrupted. Yes, sir. Ahriman immediately responded to Magnus' words. He always felt that he and this Superman had a common language. I am also a psychic. There are many psychics in the Achaemenid Empire, and there is also a lot of knowledge. We believe that psychic power and knowledge are inseparable companions. Let's stop talking about psychic powers. Horus interrupted the topic. He knew that Magnus was very interested in the Achaemenids' view of psychic powers. If the two of them started talking, this meeting would not be a combat meeting, but an academic exchange meeting. Magnus listened to Horus, and did not continue the conversation. Gilliman also stopped talking about the wise king. We are in great need of help. Ahriman said, the Pan-Pacific Empire killed 200,000 Achaemenids in the last raid. We want revenge, but we don't even have the ability to protect ourselves now. My brother and I are here to do this. Horus looked calm, and he obviously didn't think the Pan-Pacific Empire's army was that strong. What's more, the Pan-Pacific Empire was now fighting on two fronts. On the front battlefield, the Thunder Warriors and the Titan Legion had won victory after victory. But Horus' calmness had nothing to do with the war situation. The Primarch and the Astartes Legion had just arrived. This was the first war that the Primarch had led after receiving 2 years of military training from Tyrannes and Valder. This was the first time that the Astartes Legion fought side by side with their Gene father. Moreover, the situation on the Achaemenid Empire side was not optimistic. Because, boom, the thunder suddenly shook the entire headquarters building. All the Primarchs could tell that it was the roar of artillery fire. The Pan-Pacific Empire has reached the capital. Ahriman, who was sitting on the chair, changed his face and his body suddenly trembled. This means that the defense line around the capital has been breached. No. My brother. Your brother is in charge of the defense of the perimeter of the capital? Magnus frowned and asked. Yes. Ahriman nodded continuously, then closed his eyes, and used his psychic power to sense the existence of his brother. The next second, Ahriman looked at Magnus with horror, and said a sad news that seemed to him like the sky falling. My brother, he is dead. Magnus bowed his head, and mourned for Ahriman's brother. From his understanding of Ahriman, he knew that the relationship between Ahriman and his brother was not very good, but this was also normal, just like there were a pair of brothers who had a bad relationship among the Primarchs. But if a brother dies, it is hard not to feel grief. Blood is connected. This word cannot be summed up by a few cold words. Ahriman fell into grief. Gilliman looked at the royal family of the Achaemenid Empire and felt that this guy should not attend this meeting as a member of the Achaemenid military delegation. He should not show too many emotions and needs. Obviously, this noble is still a little immature. This also led to a curious question for Gilliman, which was, why didn't your emperor come here to attend the meeting in person, but sent you, a noble, to represent the royal family? Our emperor went to the front line. An officer answered. Chapter 1168. Outer defense line of the capital of the Achaemenid Empire. The Pan-Pacific Empire's offensive was incredibly fast. Although the Achaemenids did not despise the Pan-Pacific Empire because of its defeat on the eastern battlefield, the Achaemenids' military strength was not high. Now that a large amount of resources were poured into the defense line around the capital, but the defense line collapsed, their weakness was inevitable. The soldiers resisted the enemies, who climbed up the 10,000-year-high wall under the bombardment, and repaired the gaps blown out by the Black Chiton reinforced warriors. When a gap cannot be filled, a soldier of the Achaemenid army will carry a large amount of explosives. These soldiers who carry no weapons, and wear no armor will gather together, kneel on one knee, and stare at the gap that the psychic master points to that cannot be recaptured. When the psychic master thinks the best time has come, he will nod to these soldiers. Then, the soldiers close their eyes and pray for 1 second. Ancestors bless me. After praying, he stood up and rushed to the gap in the high wall. The warriors of the Pan-Pacific Empire would encounter an impact when they killed all the Achaemenids near the gap and rested to prepare for the next attack. The large-scale attack of the Achaemenids would blow up the gap and bury themselves and the enemy's blood and flesh with rubble. In the area of the high wall defense line that was bombarded, the Achaemenids, who suffered the most severe bombing and attack, were the most excited, because they knew that their emperor was on the wall. Emperor Dur of the Empire walked on the high wall. His guards, composed of combat psychics, have been sent to the area that is about to be captured. He is wearing the most eye-catching clothing. An extremely gorgeous imperial robe full of the traditional style of the Achaemenid Empire. He hates this robe because it is very heavy and inconvenient to walk, but today he wore this robe to the high wall of the capital city that was under attack, so that others can see him at a glance, and see the figure of the supreme ruler of the empire under the enemy's artillery fire. Your Majesty, we must retreat to the fortress on the high wall, now. We must go to the fortress. Durr's personal guard no longer cared about etiquette, and roared at his king in a roaring tone. Only in this way could his voice reach the emperor's ears amid the explosion of the shells landing. But Durr was unmoved, pacing calmly, as if strolling in the garden of the palace. A shell fell. The emperor's personal guard immediately laid down on the ground. The rubble and soil stirred up by the explosion fell like raindrops on the emperor's heavy robes. Durr still walked with his hands behind his back, spit out the stones in his mouth, and then continued to pace forward. The personal guard got up from the ground and followed him. Another explosion made him fall to the ground subconsciously. In the vision shaken by the explosion, the figure of Emperor Durr was blurred in the smoke and dust. A gust of wind blew away the smoke and dust, and Durr's figure appeared in the guard's vision again, but it was covered with a lot of dust. Your Majesty! The guard shouted loudly. Durr seemed not to hear, and continued to walk forward calmly. He passed through the most intense fighting, and strolled in the hail of bullets. He passed by the gap with piles of Pan-Pacific corpses. In this fierce war, he was like an outsider, strolling calmly and naturally on the battlefield, going to the most dangerous places, like a tourist. The guards could no longer keep up with the emperor's pace. Durr came alone to the city defense firepower point on the high wall. The city defense firepower point was intercepting the missiles flying all over the sky. In the ruins of the residential area outside the capital in the distance, the Black Chiton warriors wearing heavy black armor were guarding a huge cannon approaching the high wall of the capital. Under the protection of the transformed warriors, the cannon was steadily deployed 20 kilometers away, and then opened fire. Durr's eyes were retracted from 20 kilometers away, and a light spot appeared in his field of vision in an instant. The light spot was getting closer and bigger. Durr moved his fingers. A psychic barrier rose in front of the firing point, and the beams released by the Pan-Pacific Empire's cannons hit the barrier, and then dissipated in front of the instantly frozen firing point. In that life-or-death moment, the light stung everyone's eyes, but Durr, wearing a dirty and torn robe, stood in the light. For Durkanane! The soldiers in the turret shouted, and they put their hands back on the extremely cold operating table, completely ignoring the fact that their skin and metal were stuck together in the cold, and gritted their teeth to continue firing at the enemy. Durr calmly lowered his gaze. He looked at a soldier who had just fallen to the ground unconsciously out of fear. The soldier looked at the emperor with guilt. The emperor extended his hand. The soldier held the emperor's hand and stood up, then rushed to the small firepower platform near the firing point. Durr calmly continued to pace forward. The shells fell beside the leader of the Achaemenid Empire, but he ignored them. After walking to the north of the city, a clerk crawled up the high wall on the ground, crawled to Durr's feet, and then picked up the document with the latest progress of the military meeting and presented it to Durr. My fate does not end here. Durr took the document and said as he read it. Neither does your fate, which is why I chose you as the messenger. Don't be afraid. The clerk believed Durr's words, but he was still lying on the ground despite his fear. After reading it for a while, Durr put the document back in the clerk's hand. Tell the double-headed eagle army that if they are unwilling to lend a hand, they can leave now, while the capital is not surrounded. Civilians. The clerk just said 2 words, and was frightened by the flying debris and shut up for 2 seconds, and then continued, civilians are gathering, they want to join the war. Durr pulled the clerk up from the ground, and then walked to the edge of the inner side of the high wall, overlooking the interior of the capital hundreds of meters below. Civilians are gathering on the streets. Some people are organizing the excavation and rescue of the ruins of the bombed areas in the city. Some people are queuing up to receive weapons, ready to participate in the defensive operations. Even the teachers in the schools and the old scholars in the academies took off their robes, put on the uniforms of the Achaemenid army, tied a golden ribbon to mark themselves as untrained combatants, and prepared to participate in this war. Among them, there were some people who questioned the significance of the emperor's existence. When Durr, the emperor of the Achaemenid Empire, appeared in people's vision, wearing a dirty and tattered robe, people raised the emperor's coat of arms and cheered. Durr turned around and looked at the clerk. If those people with double-headed eagles fail to reach an agreement with the delegation and want to evacuate, please take the children with them. Chapter 1169. City Center. The Astartes legions gathered in the huge imperial square. The Primarchs had not yet finished talking with the military representatives of the Achaemenid Empire, but they realized that as a former supporter of flame and thunder, the Achaemenid Empire should not be destroyed anyway, so they decided to go to war first. The Primarchs walked out of the headquarters. They had already discussed the battle plan and decided to lead their legions in person. 20 Astartes legions sound huge, but in fact, they only have a total of 20,000 people. When the Primarchs appeared in the eyes of the Astartes, the already upright bodies of these warriors became even more upright and high. In each legion, the first original warrior born in the Astartes plan was giving lectures to others. For Vulcan, just like we did in the Caucasus campaign, we can't take a step back in the war. Every inch of land we have stepped on cannot be stepped on again by us before the end of the war. Friendly forces can only see our backs, while enemies can only see our fronts. Anyone who retreats even a step, even to avoid the artillery fire, will be punished. For Perturabo. The Astartes in white armor, with blue stripes shouted to his battle brothers. Dogs of war, tear open the enemy's belly, pull out their intestines, and strangle them. Let blood and mincemeat cover every inch of land we advance. Let us become the nightmare of the enemy waking up in the middle of the night with wailing. The pre-march is coming. Don't kill innocent people, just kill those who are necessary, it's that simple. For Ingron. The Primarchs came to their respective legion personnel. Perturabo looked at the air in front of him, and the expression on his face could not be seen by others. Your people seem a bit cold and harsh. Leon said, as he passed by Perturabo. Albion's, Gilliman also passed by Perturabo. Perturabo looked at the Primarchs in front of him, who ordered not to retreat even a step, and he felt that this was indeed a bit too strict. But as Gilliman said, Albions. They are so cruel. Perturabo smiled, turned around, and walked silently with his children towards the high walls of the Achaemenid capital. If there is any way to describe the situation after the pre-march and the Astartes legion joined the war, it must be that they are unstoppable and can turn the tide. As a warlord who is highly valued on Terra, Tyrant Doom's Black Chitin transformed warriors are extraordinarily powerful. Their individual combat power even has a slight advantage over the Thunder warriors, but they have a disadvantage, that is, they are not good at cooperation. The Astartes can't compare with the Black Chitin warriors in terms of statistics, but they are good at cooperation. The extremely strict tactical coordination, coupled with the unhesitating implementation of the orders of the Gene Father, makes the Astartes individuals like parts together to form a sophisticated killing machine. They lure, they surround, they sneak attack. The warriors of each legion have their own combat styles. Perturabo commanded the Achaemenid High Wall Repair Engineering Team, which became chaotic due to the increase in the number of people. Gilliman seized the right to allocate supplies, and he could allocate supplies to the army that needed them most while fighting. When the Primarchs joined the battle, the scale of the war escalated, but the situation became more orderly. Standing with the soldiers on the high wall, Emperor Dur predicted that his end would not be in this war, but this did not mean that he would be invincible wherever he went. He was surrounded by invaders, because he went too deep into the most dangerous area. When Lion and Russ killed Dur, the two Primarchs saw that the Achaemenid Emperor and a group of mortals were blocked on the ruins of a high tower on the high wall. They relied on the broken walls to resist the siege. Dur released lightning at the enemy from time to time. I have a problem with us attacking first instead of negotiating first. Ryan pulled Russ, who was about to rush over. I think so now, but putting aside the overall situation, I personally admire their emperor. Russ, who was dragged back to his elder brother, looked at his brother, and then looked at the emperor named Dur. Dur stood on the ruins, releasing a barrier with his left hand to intercept firepower, and releasing lightning with his right hand. The soldiers beside him shivered in the rapid cooling brought by the psychic energy, but they were excited and fearless because they fought side by side with the emperor. They can still hold on, but they will soon not be able to hold on, because the battle is no longer between the psychic emperor Dur and his mortal soldiers, facing the mortal soldiers of the Pan-Pacific Empire. 3 Black Chitin transformed warriors joined the battle. 3 tall warriors in black armor suddenly rushed over like lightning from 100 meters away. Their battle and formation were chaotic, but they gave people a strong feeling before they even started fighting. A mortal soldier had long known the threat that the black figure could bring, so he picked up a bomb and prepared to launch a burn-to-destroy attack. The mortal soldiers rushed forward and detonated the bomb. But the speed of the 3 transformed warriors was not slowed down at all. Their figures were briefly obscured by the smoke and dust, and then they emerged from the smoke and dust. At the moment of the explosion, Ryan and Russ saw that the 3 transformed warriors either did 3 backflips or picked up a large piece of rubble to block in front of them. Before the other mortal soldiers could react, the three transformed warriors killed Dur. One pulled out the spine of a mortal and beat another mortal to death. One took a sword and chopped a squad of soldiers into pieces in less than 3 seconds, and another one was whipping the corpse. You want to watch him die, so that we can get favorable conditions in the next negotiation? Russ asked. Ryan shook his head. No. Whatever you think. Russ had already rushed forward. I can't watch a respectable monarch die here. Ryan's sword was already drawn, but seeing that his younger brother had already rushed forward, he put the sword back into the scabbard. In a short blink of an eye, Russ rushed to the front of the modified warrior, who was about to swing his sword at her, and his running body smashed the warrior into pieces like a tank. The remaining 2 modified warriors were about to respond when Russ grabbed their heads with both hands and ended the fight with a head-to-head collision. Russ didn't even draw his weapon, he just used his fists and feet to deal with the enemy. The surrounding Pan-Pacific Empire soldiers chose to drop their weapons and flee after seeing this scene. Dur was safe. Chapter 1170. The Pan-Pacific Empire's offensive was frustrated. They deployed troops across a long distance, so their offensive had to retreat after being frustrated. The Empire's army evacuated from the capital of another empire to the occupied area. The Achaemenids in the occupied area would inevitably face the most cruel and harsh plunder. Although the capital was safe, the Achaemenid Emperor Dur had little time to make a decision. After escaping the emergency of the siege, Dur did not even have time to change his torn robes, and immediately came to the headquarters to continue the meeting as a representative of the Achaemenid Empire. You can make a decision whenever you want. We will not force you. Horus sat opposite Dur. Based on the Achaemenid Empire's previous support, we will certainly provide help in the next war, but you must understand that as a surrenderer or a partner, the amount of help you can get is different. Dur listened to Horus' words and rubbed the ring on his hand. Gilliman noticed this little action. He felt that the ring obviously had a special meaning to Dur. Formulate the next strategy. Horus called his brothers and went to the tactical table. 21 Primarchs gathered around the tactical table, thinking together for the same war. But this efficiency is not the Primarch X21, and there will be internal friction between the Primarchs. Our military force is not weaker than the enemy, so my idea is to actively look for opportunities for a decisive battle. Horus said. I don't agree. Perturabo directly expressed his opposition. We should build a line of defense instead of actively seeking a decisive battle and actively looking for losses. The war on the Eastern Front will end soon. As long as a Titan combat unit arrives, we can end the battle as quickly as possible with the least casualties. When you say the least casualties, do you take the Achaemenid civilians into consideration? Rogdorn asked. Perturabo was silent for a moment, then asked Dorn. The fact is that the Achaemenid civilians in the enemy-occupied area are already suffering from slavery and plunder. If you lead your legion to rescue those civilians now, how many people can you save, under the violent rule of the tyrant, the Mad King's lackeys? Dorn was silent. Perturabo's words were not without reason. Magnus looked at Horus. Horus was silent for 2 seconds and nodded in agreement. So the matter was stuck here, and no military action would be launched before the Primarchs discussed the results themselves. Guess who's here? Korix suddenly spoke. All the Primarchs looked at this pale brother. Why do you say who is coming? You have been here from the beginning to the end. If someone comes, how can you find out? Horus looked puzzled. Korix spread his hands, looked at Horus for a second, and then glanced at the other brothers. Didn't anyone notice that I was away for a minute just now? If I was caught by the enemy alone, would you only notice that I was gone when my head was sent to you? Don't be sad. Kaz nodded. We will avenge you. Korix raised his middle finger to Kurz. Why are we all arguing over this little thing? Amon held out his hand to signal his brothers to stop talking nonsense. Korix, who's here? Korix looked at the door. A familiar figure slowly walked into the command center. All the Primarchs had surprise on their faces. It was the Lord of Fire, who had left Terra a year and a half ago and went to the Void facility outside the orbit to conduct research on the hyperdrive. There was no news in the past year and a half, probably because of confidentiality. Children, I'm back. Chi Nemo opened his arms. The Primarchs immediately rushed forward. Chi Nemo floated up and hugged each Primarch. The Emperor of the Achaemenid Empire, Dur, stood up, but he did not interrupt this meeting after a year and a half, just remained silent. I take care of some things, and help a little by the way. Chi Nemo led the Primarchs back to the tactical table, leaned down, supported the edge of the table with his arms, observed the situation, and then looked up at Horus. Horus also looked at Chi Nemo. What's your plan? Chi Nemo asked. My plan is to actively look for a decisive battle opportunity, but there may not be many votes in favor of this plan. Horace answered truthfully. Qin Mo didn't ask anything else, and lowered his head to look at the image presented on the tactical table. Follow your plan. But you're here, Lorger said. Just treat me as a high-level combat unit, and deploy me in the war. Qin Mo glanced at Lorger, then looked at Horace. Compared to you, I'm not very good at strategy. When I was in charge of the command, I only decided whether to use the strategy discussed by Tyrannes and the mortal generals. According to your ideas, this is your first war after all. The Primarchs nodded. Perturabo was silent, watching Horace walk to the tactical table and formulate a series of strategies based on the idea of actively looking for opportunities for decisive battles. Qin Mo left the tactical table, came to the conference table, and sat in front of her. There were some foods on the conference table that were meant to show the hospitality of the Achaemenid Empire. No one touched the food until Qin Mo pulled the plate in front of him. Der watched the Lord of Flame eat a bite of meat, and heard him smile and ask himself, "What are your concerns about our merger?" Such a straightforward question really fits the description of the Lord of Flame that Der had heard from officials and delegation members. So Der didn't beat around the bush. What role will the Achaemenids play in the future? Qin Mo didn't understand for a moment. The Achaemenid dialect is difficult to learn and understand. Der was more straightforward. Will the Achaemenids exist as a labor supply area in the future, just like the Morians? Or will the Achaemenids have such a situation? You set up a large number of industrial zones on this prosperous land, and then after my people come under your rule, they will have to turn their youth and life into industrial products, and become commodities that people on the other side of the Himalayas can buy at will in shopping malls for 0.99 Sky Eagle coins? After listening to Der's words, Qin Mo thought for a while, and then gave an answer. There is no doubt that industrial zones must be established on your prosperous and civilized land to undertake the production of materials. But even under your rule, your people are not all teachers in schools and scholars in societies. Although you have a tradition of respecting knowledge, the price of civilian industrial products is less than 0.99 Sky Eagle coins, but no one can sit and wait to buy them. The largest industrial area on Terra is not on the land of the former Maurya dynasty, but near the Himalayas. Qin Mo did not explain too much. He knew that Der was not stupid. Der knew everything he needed to know, but as a person, he needed a psychological guarantee. He gave Der the guarantee. Then, Der thought about it, nodded, and took off the dirty and torn robe on his body. Qin Mo knew that the matter had been discussed, and what Der wanted to see next was whether his people could be better protected. Chapter 1171. Horace and his brothers discussed the strategic plan. Mortals need days, or even weeks to prepare a plan, but these Primarchs can coordinate it in less than an hour. During the discussion, the Primarchs' duties have been assigned. The only thing Horace needs to say is about the Lord of Flame's arrangement in the next strategy. Uncle. Horace came to the conference table and said very solemnly, I personally hope that you can move in the enemy-occupied area and rescue civilians. Magnus said that he saw that all the Achaemenids were imprisoned, so they are not dispersed. Of course. Qin Mo nodded and agreed without hesitation. Apparently Der, who was sitting opposite, was also happy that Qin Mo could personally rescue the Achaemenids. Our uncle can destroy an armored core with just a hand. Perturabo made an opinion in a deep voice, and you asked him to rescue people, which is neither wise nor in line with his status. You treat our uncle as a small role like a medic. Why can't you let Lao Wu and his motorcycle warriors rescue people? Hearing his brother's words, Shagatai nodded in agreement. He also felt that it was inappropriate for the Lord of Flame to save people like a medic in this war. Nothing inappropriate. Qin Mo spoke for Horace. Maybe you think that people like me should stay in the rear and make the final move at a critical moment, because this would be in line with my status. But I can move quickly and unnoticeably. I can transfer civilians out before the poison gas in the prison is released, and then chop off the heads of the Pan-Pacific people. Compared to human life, everything else is not worth mentioning. After saying that, Qin Mo looked at Horace. Just do as you arranged. I told you to treat me as a high-level combat unit. Horace nodded. High-level combat units should be used to quickly resolve wars. Perturabo muttered. If this was the Eastern Front, I would agree with your idea. Qin Mo smiled and shook his head, but this is not the battlefield. This is the first battlefield where you and Astartes fought. You can easily deal with the enemy, and you should also come up with a perfect answer. Don't let others say that I'm giving you special treatment. It was hard for Horace not to agree with Qin Mo's words. He proposed to let this uncle rescue civilians more than just considering the war level. Not just considering the war level, this is exactly the ability that a military leader must have. All the things that should be decided have been decided. In order to solve the threat facing the Achaemenid Empire as soon as possible, the Primarchs immediately led the legions to attack the occupied areas of the Pan-Pacific Empire. The Achaemenids were shocked by the efficiency of these legions. Their mortal troops will not participate in the attack because they need to rest. The Astartes have been cleaning the battlefield after the battle in the capital. They have not sat down to rest, but immediately assembled and set out on the march after receiving the order to go to war. This is not something that can be achieved with just a strong physique and almost endless physical strength. Somewhere in a prison, the soldiers of the Pan-Pacific Empire are sorting out everything they want to take away, and things that can help them leave something behind in this foreign land. Heavy machine guns were mounted with ammunition belts, and a bipedal war vehicle was replaced with incendiary weapons. As a powerful force on Terra, the Pan-Pacific Empire not only has a strong army, but also an advanced communication system. Everyone in the occupied area has learned that they have been attacked by a kind of modified warriors. The front line is collapsing, and it is only a matter of time before the occupied area returns to the hands of the Achaemenid Empire. The Pan-Pacific Empire's troops in the prison need to be evacuated, and then they will leave countless corpses and souls on this land. But just as the soldiers in the prison closest to the front line were preparing, a silent force penetrated every corner. In places where the soldiers could not notice, the temperature dropped sharply and frost condensed. The next second, all the soldiers' heads exploded one by one at the same time, and every soldier stationed in this prison by the Pan-Pacific Empire became a headless corpse kneeling on the ground. Your psychic power is the second strongest among all the psychics I have seen. Chi Nemo and Der walked towards the prison gate with a swagger. The soldiers on the sentry post had all become headless corpses. They no longer had to worry about anything, no need to sneak in, and no need to assassinate anyone. In fact, there was no need to sneak in and assassinate, even if Der didn't have to follow. Chi Nemo had a simpler and more direct way, but Der felt that if Chi Nemo fell from the sky and hit the prison, the soldiers would be alerted. Even if they died a second after being alerted, it would be enough time for a soldier to press the button to detonate the bomb or release the poison gas. Then the Achaemenids would die. So Der strongly suggested that he should carry out this silent killing to ensure that the enemy was killed before they could react. There are always psychics who are much stronger than me, Der said modestly, but for psychics, the most important thing is not whether the psychic power is strong or not, but whether it is stable or not. Der walked into the prison. He walked to a huge pit, took out a dagger and cut off the huge rope net covering the pit. The civilians in the pit saw Der. They couldn't believe it, they were ecstatic, and then quickly climbed out of the pit with a ladder. Chi Nemo noticed that the Achaemenids were indeed different from other humans on Terra, who were not governed by the Unified Alliance. The strong men among the civilians first built a ladder to send the elderly and children to the ground. In their culture, the elderly are wise, and the children are the future. Then the women, and then the strong men climbed out one by one, until finally everyone made a temporary tool to pull the few who built the ladder out of the pit. The emblem will guide you. Der raised his hand to release spiritual energy, and the Emperor's emblem on the waist of an old man released light, which guided to a safe road that could bypass the battle site between Astartes and the Pan-Pacific Empire. The civilians saluted and left quickly. Chi Nemo and Der went to the next prison. While being dragged by Chi Nemo to fly, Der told about something he knew about the instability of psychic energy. My mentor, a powerful psychic. Der said, when I was a child, he taught me about psychic energy, and then one day when we were in class, he demonstrated how to call psychic energy, and then at that time, his head exploded. It's okay, at least it didn't blow a hole in reality, Chi Nemo said without surprise. Chapter 1172. The two leaders went to the next prison. After arriving at the next prison, Chi Nemo held down Der, who wanted to use psychic power to kill the enemy silently, and then dealt with the enemies in the prison himself. When Chi Nemo closed his eyes, the short-term timeline and space of the real universe Terra appeared in front of him in a very intuitive form. Like a giant peeping at Terra, casting his eyes outside the sky. Chi Nemo can freely control that part of the time that is completely realistic and does not interfere with psychic power. He can also intuitively see the spatial and temporal position of each enemy, even every internal organ of those people, and every microscopic matter that constitutes their material body. Chi Nemo took out the hearts of the Pan-Pacific Empire soldiers in the prison one by one, from a long distance. This simple and honest killing wasted a few seconds, but it was harmless. Since Der believed that it was risky to kill the enemy instantly from the sky, it was necessary to use this method that seemed risk-free, and was actually as risk-free as killing the enemy from the sky. Why is your psychic power so stable? Chi Nemo looked at Der, and before Der asked him what power he he asked Dur. You and I both know that psychic power is generally not stable. Perhaps this is the gift of the royal family, Dur said with a little pride. As the ruler of an empire, Dur loved his people and longed to give them a better life. But he was still an emperor and still had pride in his bloodline and status. But this was nothing to Chin Mo. Dur was still a respectable man. Compared to those pathetic and hateful humanoid rulers on Terra, Dur was simply a beacon on Terra in this era. However, Dur was just a simple moment of pride, and he quickly stated the reason he thought was more likely. The Royal Sponsor Society has investigated this matter, investigating me, my father, my grandfather, and my ancestors, and why their spiritual powers are stable. The final result, it's hard to explain for a while. Dur walked towards the Achaemenid imprisoned in the prison, while explaining. About 700 years ago, there was a legend in the Achaemenid Empire that there was an evil ghost that would eat children at night. My ancestor thought it was a rumor made up by the ghost until he used his spiritual power to foresee the next child to be eaten. When my ancestor killed the evil ghost, he saw the true face of the evil ghost. It was a fake thing created by an author who wrote a horror story. This horror story is too popular, and everyone knows it. But the story created by the author is like a pseudo-documentary. He quoted a lot of history and relics that he made up to create an immersive horror experience for readers. Duel told a story. To be more precise, he used a story as an example. He thought what he wanted to express was very difficult to understand, but Chin Mo realized the answer immediately after listening. Group subconsciousness, is this what you want to say? The stable spiritual energy of your royal family comes from the collective subconscious, just like the evil spirits. When you Achaemenids think that you are powerful, can bring security and stability, and are rational, you will become like this. Is this why your spiritual energy is extremely stable? Duel glanced at Chin Mo several times, then nodded slowly. Yes, that's what I want to say. A novel theory. Chin Mo was thoughtful. When Dur went to release the civilians, Chin Mo was still thinking. There have been many myths circulating since ancient times, but no true gods have been created by the collective subconscious of mankind. Moreover, the Achaemenids were only a power, and their population was not particularly large. But the problem is that the influence of the subspace on the real universe is increasing, and the Achaemenids can become the reserve source of the Thousand Suns Legion precisely because of their psychic talents. Chin Mo then thought of the truth of the Empire. Indeed, this is a lie. But in this idealistic universe, whether a false and abstract concept itself exists or not, whether it is true or false, does not depend on objective facts, but on how it is viewed. The imperial truth undoubtedly has its merits. In a universe based on idealism rather than materialism, science and rationality itself should become a belief that is stubbornly regarded. But in the final analysis, this is just a prelude to the webweight plan that the Emperor no longer needs to take risks to implement. Shall we rescue the next group of people? To return to Chin Mo. Of course. Chin Mo nodded, cleared his mind, and headed to the next place. The two of them cleaned up one place after another, rescuing groups of civilians. In the end, they simply separated to reduce the number of civilian casualties in this war with higher efficiency. This highly efficient rescue lasted for one night, and more than 100,000 civilians, who would have only made up the cold casualty figures in the war end report, were rescued. But when the operation was about to end, Chin Mo and Dur, who were in different places, found a strange situation. That is, the Pan-Pacific Empire soldiers, who were originally preparing to evacuate, no longer prepared for evacuation. This means that the enemy reinforcements have arrived. Horus sat in the headquarters of the imperial capital, staring at the satellite monitoring results. The offensive was blocked. Because the enemy's reinforcements came too suddenly, and were too large, scientific means could not even detect where the enemy came from. So the enemy was caught off guard, and the front line showed signs of being pushed back by the enemy. The Primarchs at the forefront came to the headquarters in the form of projection. Everyone was silent, waiting for Chin Mo to say, "Do as you say." And Horus was a little nervous. The war had escalated. It was no longer about helping the Achaemenids deal with a small invading force. The Pan-Pacific Empire had received support. No matter where those terrifying enemies fighting side by side, with the huge war machines with radiation on the front line, and those overwhelming air forces came from. It turned out that it was no longer just the Pan-Pacific Empire that needed to be conquered. This was the first time Horus and his brothers had participated in the war. Now that the war had escalated, the Primarch faced a greater test, but a greater war was undoubtedly an opportunity for the Primarch and the Astartes Legion to prove themselves. "We need some time to prepare for the sudden expansion of the war," Horus said seriously. The Primarchs nodded in agreement. This means that Horus will not issue detailed combat orders to each legion and pre-march brother in succession. They need time to prepare. Can this war be won after the new enemy joins? Horus does not think this is a problem, even if the main force that is attacking the Pan-Pacific Empire does not allocate a part to support, even if none of the thousands of Titans are assigned to the battlefield of the Achaemenid Empire. It doesn't matter. Horus believes in the ability of himself and his brothers. What needs time to prepare and think is how to make the final result of this war more epic. Chapter 1173. Push the front to the mountain defense line. Horus issued the first order. The so-called mountain defense line refers to the area in the center of the Achaemenid Empire, which is composed of dense and steep mountains. That area is enough to make the armored forces of the Pan-Pacific Empire despair. When the infantry reached the imperial capital, their armored forces were still dawdling in the mountain defense line until they were defeated by Dorn's legion. The mountain defense line established by the Achaemenids thousands of years ago is behind the capital, which means that the legion has to give up a large area that has been recaptured by the Achaemenids. The Primarchs thought this was a strategic necessity. The Achaemenids were also more rational. They were not like the barbarians, who would shit on the dining table and insisted that their allies, who were fighting away from home, should defend the plains outside the mountain defense line. So there was no objection to this order. Dorn on. Horus pointed to the tactical table and the supply circle around the capital set up by the Achaemenids behind the mountain defense line. I need you to reorganize your troops here and get ready. After we have disintegrated the enemy's attack, you will be the main force of the counterattack and launch a counterattack when the various legions on the defense line take a short rest. Dorn and Eingon nodded. Dorn's legion is tough and brave and good at attacking. Angren's legion is drawn from dangerous groups, so they are also good at attacking. What will happen to the civilians after we shrink our defenses? Guilliman raised his hand and asked. Those who were rescued from the occupied areas are resting at the front. If we choose to shrink the front, they will not be able to keep up with our retreat. You, Lorgar, and Ferris stay there to delay the enemy. Horus had already thought of the arrangements. He then looked at Perturabo again. Perturabo, I need you to consolidate the defense line after retreating to the mountain defense line and build a large number of fortresses and military facilities. Thanks to the assistance of engineering machinery, you don't need too many people to personally build the project brick by brick. Your people will be responsible for protecting the civilians retreating to the mountain defense line, and then placing them in various fortresses in the mountain defense line until they have rested and are able to continue to retreat. After hearing Horus's arrangement for him, Perturabo frowned and asked, Why am I responsible for protecting the civilians' retreat? Are Guilliman, Lorgar, Ferris, Dorn, and Eingon the only ones who participated in this war? Why can't someone else be responsible? Whether it is the civilians who are rescued or the civilians who are fleeing the war, they have gathered in large numbers in the fortresses in the war zone you are responsible for. Of course, you have to be responsible, Horus said. Perturabo had a stern face and an unhappy expression, but he didn't know how to refute. Indeed, civilians gathered in large numbers in the war zone under the charge of the 4th Legion. On the entire front, not all legions fought together, but each legion was responsible for a war zone. Except for Guilliman, Lorgar, and Ferris, everyone else had to withdraw, and it was not easy for them to rush over to help the 4th Legion. This is the truth, but Perturabo just felt uncomfortable. If you are willing to carry out this order, speak up and say you are willing, Horus said. Perturabo was silent and turned around. His projection walked out, becoming fainter and fainter. You have to promise that you will do it, Horus said loudly. Don't talk nonsense. Perturabo responded sharply, I will. When Perturabo's projection disappeared in the rear command center, the Primarch walked out of a transformed Achaemenid fortress and announced what to do next to the legionnaires who had gathered outside. We are responsible for protecting civilians, Father. This must not be your wish. The Legion commander saluted Perturabo, then sneered at the civilians who were watching the 4th Legion. They spent hundreds of years to build a shabby fortress. It will probably take them the same amount of time to retreat to the rear. Hearing this, Perturabo did not respond immediately, but walked towards his Legion commander. The tall Primarch looked down at the dwarf in front of him. On the metal helmet, the Scarlet Observer stared at the Legion commander's face covered by the helmet. When the Legion commander tried to express that if the Primarch was willing to execute this order, the 4th Legion would definitely not have any objections. The Primarch's body moved, and then the Legion commander was knocked to the ground. The helmet fixing device was broken and rolled to the side. I don't know how the weak will be treated in your dirty and cold-blooded culture of Albions, and I don't care. Perturabo looked down at the Legion commander, who fell to the ground coldly. If we will be destroyed because of these civilians, or we will not be able to execute a certain order in time, I will abandon them. But on the contrary, I will take care of them." After saying this, Perturabo grabbed the Legion leader's hair and pulled him up from the ground, then walked forward. The soldiers of the 4th Legion made way for the pre-march to pass. The 1st Battalion will go ahead and set up supply stations along the way. Other battalions will supervise the civilians. The Primarch's cold voice reached the ears of every Astartes of the 4th Legion. "Do as I say." When the Primarch gave the order in his own name, no one raised any objections. In the cold silence, the 2nd Battalion of the Legion took the lead, and the other battalions followed the orders of their respective officers and carried out the orders of the Primarch in detail. The civilians were forced to abandon any items they carried with them that might affect their physical strength and marching speed. The 4th Legion and the civilians rushed 4 kilometers, and then heard the sound of artillery fire from far behind. The 13th Legion, the 17th Legion, and the 10th Legion, they had already exchanged fire with the enemy under the leadership of their respective primarchs. But the war behind them had nothing to do with the 4th Legion. After traveling for kilometers, the Astartes of the 4th Legion had already observed who had better physical strength and walked faster, and who had worse physical strength and walked slower. The former were organized into a more strict and orderly team, while the latter were stuffed into the vehicles of the 4th Legion's armored battalion. The Astartes who were originally in the armored vehicles now had to come out and walk with everyone. But the experience of riding in the vehicle was really not good. The civilians who walked slowly were roughly stuffed into any place in the vehicle that could accommodate people by the Astartes, until there was no room for even a child in a vehicle. The remaining slow walkers, who could not fit into the vehicle, were simply tied to the vehicle with iron chains. The Astartes modified the vehicle before the first 4 kilometers, adding steel nails to fix the iron chains and opening an oxygen supply port for the vehicle. When they arrived at the supply station along the way, the team would stop. The people inside and outside the vehicle were pulled out and replaced by civilians, who were unlikely to walk to the next supply station in one breath. The rest of the people ate some dry food and then continued on their way under threat. Horus's decision was not wrong. It was right to let the 4th Legion take charge of the civilians. Although from an individual perspective, this journey was only better than being massacred, the result was good. There were all kinds of people, men, women, young, old, sick, and disabled, but no one was left behind or missing. There were as many people as when they set out as when they reached the end. Chapter 1174. 2 weeks later. Mountain Defense Line. The new headquarters was set up in a huge fortress designed by Perturabo himself and built on the steepest mountain. The Primarchs, who arrived at the headquarters for the meeting by transport planes from various areas of the defense line, were in a steel room, gathered at the steel conference table, and sat on steel chairs. Not all the Primarchs were here, and there were still a few who had not arrived. When another transport plane flew into the fortress and landed on the apron deep inside, the person the Primarchs were waiting for came. Gilliman, Lorger, Ferris, 3 Primarchs, and Sheen Mo walked into the conference room together. The Primarch saw that the 3 brothers, who were ordered by Horus to stay outside the defense line to delay time, were covered in dust. They were not injured like their legions. Sheen Mo helped their 3 legions, but on the way to evacuate to the defense line. "Very well done, Perturabo." Sheen Mo gestured to the Primarchs, who stood up to sit down, and then immediately praised Perturabo. "The Achaemenids think you and your legion are heroes. Although the means are a little rough, the Achaemenids did not complain about you." Perturabo nodded silently. "I don't care." The 4 words seemed to be written on his face. As for what he was thinking, no one could guess. "Luo Bao told me your plan." Sheen Mo sat down and looked at Horus. "You all know that I am not a strategic genius strategist, but I think this is the best plan." Horus smiled and nodded. "Let's talk about the war." Sheen Mo said, "The transmission technology and all strategic facilities on Terra's orbit are used by the main force. The transmission and orbital facilities prepared for you will be put into use soon, but at present you can't directly airdrop or teleport like the troops on the Eastern Front." As he spoke, Sheen Mo took out a document. A document waiting to be filled in. "Considering the current war situation, we should either transfer some of the main forces here, or cancel the inspection process of the transmission and orbital facilities, and put them into use directly. Now the war on the Achaemenid Empire has expanded. Some clever warlords, who escaped from the Caucasus and joined the Pan-Pacific Empire, have participated in the attack. The tyrants of Indonesia and West Asia have sent their proud large-scale air force to support the Pan-Pacific Empire. We need support here." Sheen Mo took the pen handed to him by Lorger, and tapped the tip of the pen on the document. After a pause, he added, if you military commanders think it is urgently needed. No Primarch expressed the need. This is not only due to their need to prove their ability, but also because of the influence of the heirs in the Legion. If the Primarch still has to consider strategic matters and make careful choices, then the Astartes will not think so much. They just want to use a pure victory to prove that the Astartes Legion is not weaker than the Thunder Warriors. Assuming there is such a vote, to let the Lord of Flame leave the Achaemenid Empire immediately to continue researching the hyperdrive, then the result of the vote is 99% that he will leave, because the Lord of Flame coming here will be considered to be biased towards the Astartes and the Primarchs, and to give the Primarchs special treatment to help them turn the tide of the war. Okay. Chi Nimmo saw the Primarch's thoughts, and put down his pen. The Primarchs smiled at each other. But Chi Nimmo immediately took out another document. The cover of the document is a gear, which contains flames and lightning. This is a document about the Titan Legion. This time, Chi Nimmo did not ask the opinions of the Primarchs, but directly signed the mobilization order on it. Anyway, you lack real heavy war machines, so you must accept the support order of the Titan Legion. A new Titan Legion will be deployed in the Achaemenid Empire to assist you in the battle, and cooperate with them well. After signing the order, Chi Nimmo took back the document. The Primarchs had no objection to this decision, because they really needed the assistance of giant war machines like Titans. In any case, as long as part of the main force was not withdrawn, those Thunder Warriors would not come to assist in the battle. The Primarchs wanted to prove themselves and prove Astartes, but Chi Nimmo was not completely at their mercy now. The comparison between the two sides can only be said to be a weak against a strong in terms of the number of troops. The staff and the main control intelligence believed through various inferences that the Pan-Pacific Empire's vigorous attack on the Achaemenid Empire would not continue, because even if allies joined the war, the Pan-Pacific Empire was also retreating on another battlefield. Horus could not have been unaware of this, but he still formulated an extremely prudent strategy, rather than choosing to confront the enemy head-on outside the mountain defense line until the enemy chose to withdraw troops from the Achaemenid Empire. In this first war in which the Primarchs personally participated, their performance was already very perfect. This was a war in which the final result could achieve the best results in terms of casualties, number of enemies killed, and military exploits. They made the best choice. This war will end soon, not just in the Achaemenid Empire. Chi Nimmo stood up. Ms. Aisha asks me about your situation every day. She misses you very much. When this whole war is over, and you return victorious, spend more time with her. This war will be a victory that belongs only to you, and I will prepare for the larger wars you may face in the future. Chapter 1175. Outside Terra's orbit. A new satellite orbits Terra. And inside this satellite, a great experiment on superluminal speed is underway. In a test site, the Emperor stood under a huge engine, looking up at the behemoth. The Astartes and the Primarchs are fighting the Achaemenids. The Pan-Pacific Empire is about to be defeated, and nothing can stop our pace and ideals of unifying Terra. Chi Nimmo came to the Emperor with a glass of carbonated drink and explained the current situation to the Emperor, who had been squatting in the laboratory for a long time. The Emperor took the drink and continued to look up at the engine. He was not as calm as usual at this moment. On the contrary, he looked very excited, like a believer who was looking at a holy object. There was no need for the Emperor to confess anything. Chi Nimmo also knew that the reason why the Emperor behaved like this was not because he was shocked by the superluminal engine, nor was he looking up at the superluminal engine. The Emperor was just looking up to a great ideal that was a fantasy to him. That fantasy-like ideal now had hope of being realized because of the engine in front of him. Can we get humans out of the warp engine? The Emperor whispered softly. His voice sounded like a cautious inquiry. He knew the answer to his question, but he didn't dare to express it with certain words, but asked, and heard a more certain answer from others to believe it. Without a doubt. Chi Nimmo nodded. Dimension engine. A simple temporary means of superluminal navigation, which allows ships to travel through the universe. In 10 minutes, a ship can leave the solar system and go dozens of light years away. Great, great. The Emperor widened his eyes and took a deep breath. An expression of ecstasy appeared on the Emperor's face. Silent ecstasy. Then, after the ecstasy, there was a frown and wrinkled nose that looked sad. The fact that a smile and a sad expression could appear on the Emperor's face at the same time was enough to make others believe that he was not a facial paralysis. Why? The Emperor was still staring at the hyperdrive, with a mixture of sorrow and ecstasy on his face. Surpassing the speed of light is such a terrible fetter for a race. I know of many alien races that were trapped and died on their home planets because they could not exceed the speed of light. Surpassing the speed of light is extremely difficult on a purely physical level. The subspace is a shortcut. But it took humans a long time to master the technology of the subspace engine. In the process of mastering this technology, countless costs were paid. Geller's position is the result of the warp navigation technology accumulated at these costs. Only the ancient saints tens of millions of years ago had the stable superluminal technology to utilize the warp. The Emperor's words trembled. He turned his head slowly, staring at Qin Mo. I was able to seal the fragments of the Void Dragon on Mars in the pre-human space age. But the fragments of a star god can run around in the universe with their innate power and characteristics, and go wherever they want. This is so unfair. Hearing this, Qin Mo nodded in agreement. It's really not fair. However, in Qin Mo's opinion, this is the characteristic of this universe. Characteristics are above all else. No matter which race, which individual of which race, which subspace god. They all have their own characteristics, and because of their characteristics, they extend what they can and cannot do. If they encounter something they cannot do, they can only be helpless and have no way out. Just like the Emperor, he can seal the fragments of the Void Dragon, but in terms of purely physical superluminal navigation, a fragment of a star god can fly everywhere in the universe. If the star god fragment is willing, it can also teach superluminal technology to mortals. But the Emperor cannot. If he wants a race to gain superluminal capabilities, he can only gamble on the network technology. The unification war will end soon. Qin Mo said, by then, the superluminal engine will be perfected, and the Great Crusade plan can begin. My fantasy, our career. The Emperor nodded slowly. Finally. The end of the unification war is only a matter of time, but before the Great Crusade begins, there is one more thing to do. Qin Mo said, that is the Mechanicus that you once helped to establish, those sects on Mars. When the Mechanicus was mentioned, the Emperor's eyes moved away from the hyperdrive, and he lowered his head to think carefully. The existence of the Mechanicus is meaningless. Malkador came from not far away. I suggest destroying them, just as a trial for our first Void War. The Primarchs will learn everything they need to master in Void Warfare in this war. Orbital bombardment, planetary landing, fleet combat. Qin Mo has no intention of his own on the matter of the Mechanicus for the time being, and he is preparing to discuss this matter. Malkador directly said to destroy the Mechanicus, which surprised Qin Mo the most. Destroy them, and then what? The Emperor asked. Then we will accept their legacy. Malkador replied calmly, perhaps in the past, the Mechanicus still had value in existence and even made us sign a treaty with it to become equal allies. But now, we no longer need their logistical production capacity, and their fanaticism for a false belief will only bring instability. Vashtal. The Mechanicus's faith may be attributed to the lesser gods in this warp. The Terramat people will gradually forget their faith in the future education, but the Mechanicus will not. They are too big and too old. Malkador explained in detail. The Emperor listened silently. In fact, he agreed with Malkador. It was hard not to agree. The Mechanicus was indeed too big, and the faith that was shaped by the Emperor himself long ago, was deeply rooted on Mars. The fundamental reason for the alliance with the Mechanicus is that they can provide logistical production capacity, which is the most important of all. A powerful army is nothing without logistical supply. But the problem is that the logistical production capacity of the Mechanicus is no longer necessary. Their beliefs will instead lead to the restraint of productivity development, stagnation, and no future. I was the catalyst for the Mechanicus. The Emperor finally spoke. I have to be responsible for them. If I hadn't deceived them, Mars wouldn't have developed into what it is today, and they could have waited on Mars for the Great Crusade to begin and come under our rule. Malkador heard the Emperor's thoughts. That is, the Emperor did not want to destroy the Mechanicus. We could also rule them, and then slowly change them. Malkador proposed another method according to the Emperor's wishes, but how can they accept our demands, submit to us, and then be interfered with by us? When we were still fighting on Terra, they had already sent fleets out of the solar system to collect technology in the galaxy. They are very powerful. If they refuse, we will destroy them. The Emperor said decisively, I am responsible for everything on Mars, but I am not giving them a chance. If Mars insists on being a stumbling block on the road to the revival of the human species, then sorry, they must be destroyed. Malkador thought about it and nodded. The Emperor looked at Qin Mo again. Qin Mo pondered for a while, and nodded to show his agreement. Chapter 1176. Mars. A hidden place in the shield volcano called Olympus. Qin Mo sat on a hot stone, watching Malkador change the Emperor into a set of clothes that were more in line with the Mechanicus's perception of a great man. Is it possible that after we leave here, no one will see anyone, and no one will realize that the legendary prophet from thousands or tens of thousands of years ago has returned? Shinemo said to the two. Before we came to Mars, I had already spread the news that the prophet would appear today on Mars. The Emperor was very good at doing these mysterious things. Although the people of the Mechanicus thought it was just a meaningless and worthless gossip, but since it has spread all over Mars, they will come to take a look even if it is fake. Believe me, I have already made sufficient preparations for this day. After hearing the Emperor's assurance, Shinemo had a good idea in his heart, so he no longer asked about the plan of the next show of power in public. Shinemo has something else to say about the Mechanicus. Although I only agreed when we made the decision, to be honest, if I had enough time to think, I would have made the same choice. It is not a good idea to go to war with the Mechanicus directly, but before the Great Crusade begins, the hard-earned naval forces of mankind have been destroyed in the civil war in the solar system. At this point, Shinemo looked up at the Mechanicus ships flying in the sky. Their ships can be modified to become one of the naval forces for the Great Crusade, and it can save a lot of time. The Emperor, who was changing his clothes, nodded vigorously. He had the same idea. Giving the Mechanicus a chance was not just for reasons of responsibility. Their military resources were equally important. But it was still the old plan. If the Mechanicus was unwilling to submit and not cooperate, then they would still have to be destroyed. When the Emperor changed his clothes, he looked similar to the way he looked when he came to Mars many years ago, and used words to enlighten the Mechanicus. The plan officially began. There was a sudden thunder and lightning in the sky. With the appearance of this supernatural phenomenon, even if Shinemo did not see the reaction of the Martians, he knew how the Mechanicus and the people ruled by the Mechanicus would react. How about adding some rain? Malkador looked around. Thunder alone may not be enough to surprise the Martians, and then make them extremely sure that the legend is true. Wait until I am about to show up before it rains. The Emperor said seriously, that will create the right atmosphere. Did you use this trick to scare everyone when you were the carpenter's son? Shinemo asked. Yes, that's why I said I have experience. The Emperor nodded slowly. Help me build a spaceship that looks very mysterious, thank you. Professional? Shinemo moved his butt off the hot stone, walked to an open space not far away, and began to build a cool vehicle for the Emperor to ride when he appeared. Thunder and lightning continued in the sky. There was no place on Mars where people were not discussing this situation, and in the upper echelons of the Martian Mechanicus, discussions were also going on one after another. Many years ago, a prophet appeared on Mars. This prophet gave some revelations to the Mechanicus at that time, claiming that a strange man would come to Mars in the future. This strange man was extremely powerful, and was favored by the god of all machines. He himself was the messenger of the god of all machines, so the Martians must follow him, and spread the gospel of the god of all machines to the entire universe. Such revelations were of course taken seriously by the Mechanicus. But as any old-timer in any religion knows, revelations will always be revelations. But now, the time in that revelation is coming soon. The strange phenomenon that appeared also proved that this revelation might be inevitable. After discussion, the top leaders of the Mechanicus decided to witness it, in the name of traveling and investigating. If the revelation does not come true, then everyone does not have to be embarrassed. If the revelation comes true, wouldn't everyone be happy? But not everyone in the Mechanicus is willing to believe that the revelation is true, nor is everyone willing to follow the guidance of the so-called leader in the revelation, and it is even less likely that everyone believes that the person in the revelation will be the chosen one of the god of all machines. In the long development of the Martian sect, there will always be schools that question the so-called revelation. In the end, most members of the Martian Mechanicus Council reached a consensus and decided to go to the Olympus Shield Mountain to take a look. Except for a man named Kelborl. Hal is a staunch anti-revelationist. When he arrived at Mount Olympus, Malkador, who used psychic power to observe the mountain, noticed that more and more people were gathering at the foot of the mountain, including those devout revelationists who had traveled here, civilian laborers, and the high-ranking members of the Mechanicus. Malkador looked up at the Emperor. The Emperor nodded. At this moment, a torrential rain suddenly fell on Mars. It was a rainstorm created by psychic energy. Rain falling on Mars was an impossible miracle, so when the raindrops really fell, the Martians who came to wait for the revelation firmly believed that the legendary revelation would definitely happen, and the chosen one of the god of all machines would definitely come to Mars. Everyone was waiting. You have to talk to those people in the Martian Council later, right? Then Malkador, and I will return to Terra first. Shinemo said to the Emperor. Don't. The Emperor pointed to the people under the Shield Mountain. Let's go to the Parliament together, and explain our conditions to them. If they don't agree, the three of us will immediately behead the members of the parliament and try to force Mars to surrender with the least casualties. Well, that's fine. Chi Nemo nodded. The Emperor said no more and got up and got on the golden spaceship. The spaceship was directly teleported above the Shield Mountain, and it looked like it appeared out of thin air in Mars. Then the spaceship slowly descended according to the process designed by Chi Nemo, until it finally landed slowly among the crowd. The Martians saw a strong and handsome man walking out of the spaceship, emitting golden light all over his body. The moment he saw him, a priest who was responsible for supervising the battle situation of the Terra Unification War discovered that this guy was actually the Lord of Thunder on Terra. The rainstorm continued. The Emperor walked down the spaceship in silence, and then slowly raised his hand. At this moment, he hesitated for a second. Then time went back to the second before the hesitation. The Emperor's movements looked very smooth. He raised his hand without any hesitation and dragged a damaged small ship in the Martian dock out of the orbit of Mars. He originally planned to use Titan. Chi Nemo stood on a stone and looked down. Now Titan is not enough. If you want to make Mars completely surrender, you need a bigger miracle, Malkador said. As the two people watched without being noticed by others, the Emperor began to repair the small ship. Lord of Flame, have you seen the speech of the Lord of Thunder on Mars? Malkador suddenly asked. It is the speech that brought language enlightenment to the Martians. I have seen it. Chi Nemo nodded. In short, the Emperor told the Martians at that time that a great man would come to Mars in the future, and that great man would be the greatest, the most handsome, and the most capable. Malkador smiled mysteriously, and said no more. The Emperor gradually repaired the small ship, and then the ship sailed normally, circling Mars. No need for the second-year speech of the year, and no need to say any more words. The Martians knelt down and greeted the person chosen by the God of all machines in the ancient prophecy. Chapter 1177. Will the Emperor be considered the God of all machines, or the Messiah of OM, or just the messenger sent by the God of all machines in the Revelation? Chi Nemo observed the kneeling Martians. All those who came to Mount Olympus knelt, but some people who watched with special means in the distance did not kneel, and they looked disdainful. Of course, even in farther places, some laborers or priests, who saw the reports from Mount Olympus would kneel, and of course there were also those who did not kneel. Human beings are complex and multivariable functions. Malkador shook his head gently. Some people think that the Emperor is the Messiah of Om. Some people think that he is the messenger of the God of all machines, and some people even think that he is the incarnation of the God of all machines. But at the same time, some people think that he is just a liar from Terra, and some people think that the prophet and revelation who came to Mars that year were all false lies. Yeah. Chi Nemo felt that it was true. When the two talked, the Emperor squeezed out an expression as cold as a steel machine and walked towards the crowd. The Martians stood up and made way for the Emperor. Without anyone to show them the way, the Emperor was able to find the most important city on Mars, and even the Mechanicus Council in the city. This made the priests, who firmly believed that the Emperor was the man of revelation, believe that this man was here to guide Mars, and was chosen by the God of all machines. But after walking a few steps, the Emperor suddenly stopped. A kind of premonition was born in the Emperor's mind. A series of chaotic images emerged in his mind. The Emperor toured this series of images, and constantly changing scenes from a suspended perspective. His perspective sometimes zoomed in, and sometimes zoomed out. However, even in this series of predictive images that seemed to have no logical connection, and no information to solve the puzzle, the Emperor was able to read some information from them based on his experience. After interpreting the information, the Emperor looked at the priest beside him, who wanted to ask him why he stopped. Before the question came out, the Emperor reversed time. Everything went back to the second when the Emperor appeared. Time is anchored and stagnant at this note again. Everything on Mars is still, except for the two people with strong psychic power, and those who are not affected by psychic power. Why are you back again? Chi Nemo looked at the Emperor, who was teleported over, wondering what he was going to do again. I just predicted the short future. The Emperor said, Kelbol, he will lead the anti-revelation faction to question my identity and ability. This would not have much impact, but because we want Mars to completely surrender rather than cooperate, the dissatisfied people will join Hal's side, and his power will grow, which will cause us to waste more time on Mars to recapture Mars. Let's do some miracles, or some force. Chi Nemo suggested, when you pretended to be the son of a carpenter, you must have used force to silence those who questioned your identity. It's not easy to deal with the aftermath of killing a senior priest like Hal, a member of the parliament. Besides, How can a prophet or a saint kill people instead of convincing them with reason? The emperor frowned. Just like I chose to be crucified instead of killing the Roman emperor. Then you just wait to be nailed to the mechanical gear, and then wait for a while before resurrecting. Just like before. That'd take thousands of years. I told you it would be a waste of time. Wait. No. Are you really planning to be nailed to something, and hang up for public display, and then repeat the same trick? The emperor ended the conversation with Qin Mo in silence. Malkador, who was silent on the side, pondered for 2 seconds in this static time node, and then made a suggestion. Perhaps we don't have to use religion to retake Mars. If we don't use religion to deal with these crazy people of the Mechanicus, should we talk to them about the truth of the Empire and the physicalism? The Emperor had never thought that Malkador's ideas were as bad as they were now. For example, military means. Malkador repeated the same old tune, conquer Mars, and then purge the Mechanicus. Oh my god, I told you that this wouldn't work, because we would waste a lot of time and resources in a civil war. The Emperor was a little anxious. Malkador still believed that armed invasion was the best idea. The unification war is not over yet, and the Primarchs have already started to lead their troops to fight. We have plenty of time. The Emperor calmed down and returned to his usual seriousness. We have to give them a chance to make a choice. The three of them were silent. Malkador looked at Qin Mo. Qin Mo had a non-committal expression on his face. Then Malkador proposed to the Emperor. Then let's have a miracle with great momentum, such as making all the machine souls on Mars active, and have a miracle of production. Those machine souls are silent for some reason, and I can't feel their existence. The Emperor shook his head, then nodded, but your suggestion is very good. If we can create a miracle with great momentum, and now I can't sense the existence of the machine soul, then it's feasible. Then, wait. Qin Mo was about to propose an idea when he suddenly realized something. You are waiting for me here? You want me to show up with you? If you want to say so, just say it directly. Why are you beating around the bush for so long? The Emperor looked up. If you can come with me, the Lord of Flame does have a good idea. What do you think, Malkador? Malkador had a complicated expression. Promise me that you won't beat around the bush next time. Qin Mo stared into the Emperor's eyes. Otherwise, I will leave Terra with the hyperdrive immediately. I promise. The Emperor nodded and raised his hand to swear. I promise that as long as you work with me to deal with the Mechanicus, I will never beat around the bush again, and will speak directly. I also swear that if you still don't change your ways next time, I will really leave Terra. Qin Mo turned and walked down Mount Olympus. Chapter 1178. Time flows backwards. Thunder and lightning, violent storms, and heavy rain. The entire Mars is irrigated by rain that is impossible to appear on this planet. Those who came to the foot of the Olympus shield to wait for the miracle revealed many years ago to appear stood in the heavy rain. The machinery of the entire Mars began to roar. The machinery that was not started was started. The damaged machinery started to work again. From the huge array-type device to the smallest data board in the hands of people, any instrument that can display and express is chanting the wonderful music of binary. After this series of miracles, people saw a golden spaceship slowly landing under the Olympus shield. Time was reversed by Qin Mo to this moment, and at this moment, it was no longer just the Emperor who walked out of the spaceship. The Prophet. That's the Prophet. A priest who studied the history of the Mechanicus saw two people walking out of the spaceship, and then he pointed at the tall and handsome man and shouted. After time went back, and everything started over again, the Emperor changed his appearance again. He dressed up as the Prophet in the history of the Mechanicus, who claimed that miracles would happen in the future. That's the warlord on Terra. When the Emperor lifted his red hood, someone recognized him. People who have been active in intelligence reconnaissance on Terra found that these two guys were the leaders of the rising warlord alliance on Terra. Vile warlords. The priests present were very disappointed. This was also because the Emperor did not exert a strong spiritual influence on the people present, as he did before the time went back this time, so that they could see his golden and sacred appearance. Otherwise, these people would still bow down like before. The Emperor was silent. Qin Mo was also silent. The two said nothing, allowing the people present to whisper to each other, discuss them, and make their own judgments. 011001. The beautiful binary sound suddenly appeared in the hearing organs of the priests, and the inferior hearing implants used by those who were lower than the priests also received this sacred music. In silence, Qin Mo raised his hand. Every part of the golden spaceship was disassembled, and they were strangely suspended in the air, arranged in a uniform manner. Then some of these parts started to move, and they gradually came together, eventually forming a device that looked like an engine. At this time, time stopped. On the spaceship, you said you would declare yourself the Messiah of Ohm. Shin Mo looked at the Emperor. Who should I play? Who cares? Let them guess. The Emperor looked indifferent. Anyway, the faith of the Mechanicus does not exist. There is no God of all machines or the Messiah of Ohm, or anyone can be the God of all machines and the Messiah of Ohm. Shin Mo thought that if time had not stopped at this time, the priests would probably choose to mobilize all war machines to bomb themselves and the Emperor after hearing the Emperor's words. The key is that we must gain the trust of the Martians. The Emperor said, then we can recapture Mars, and then use the trust and prestige we have to change the Mechanicus, so that they no longer have dangerous beliefs and do dangerous things when they are no longer necessary, just like the Teravat people. The Emperor mentioned the Teravat people, the Terran version of the Mechanicus. Now the traditions and beliefs of the Teravat people have been impacted, they have been scattered and disintegrated. Only a small number of people still adhere to the traditional beliefs, and most of them have turned into enlightened scientific researchers. Shin Mo can also understand the Emperor's thoughts. To be honest, Shin Mo likes to come down from the sky and kill the enemy with lightning to turn the tide of the war. He enjoys this behavior, but pretending to be a ghost. Shin Mo always feels that it is not appropriate, and always feels sorry for these Martians on Mars, who really believe in the Mechanicus. After working together for so long, the Emperor also knew what Shin Mo was thinking now. So the Emperor said directly, we have to play tricks now, although this is inappropriate. But the Mechanicus itself was established because of a religious lie, and we have to use a lie to dispel this lie. Sometimes telling the truth can't make things better, but will make things worse. Just think of it as making up for my past lies and helping me. I owe you a favor, and it is precisely because I owe you a favor that I will not beat around the bush as I promised before. After listening to the Emperor, Shin Mo nodded, and then began to think about how long it would take for the Mechanicus to be transformed like the Teravat if he and the Emperor continue to play tricks. If you tell them the truth, the Martians will hate me, and they will choose to go to war with us. The Emperor continued to explain, even if they know the truth, they will not choose to abandon the Mechanicus. The priests will use massacres and stricter rule to anchor their authority, and we will indirectly cause the deaths of countless people. And if we deceive them with white lies, we will have the time and authority to change the beliefs of the Mechanicus. We can gradually marginalize them. We can gradually disintegrate the authority of the priests like slicing sausages, until the name of the Mechanicus becomes a historical term for a certain period of time in the history of Mars. This behavior is unnecessary in Malkador's opinion. He thinks it is too troublesome, but I insist on giving the Martians a chance to choose and be changed. Because I owe it to the Martians. If we have a way to peacefully change the huge and powerful religious entity of the Mechanicus, why don't we? After listening to the conversation again, Shin Mo nodded. Shin Mo doesn't like lies because sometimes lies lead to misunderstandings, and misunderstandings lead to disastrous consequences. But at certain times, honesty will only bring war and irreversible crisis. At this time, if you insist on pursuing honesty that will bring terrible consequences, then this kind of honesty is just self-satisfaction on the moral level. Sometimes you just have to make a choice. Time resumed flowing. The engine made of the disintegrated parts of the spacecraft attracted everyone's attention. Shin Mo injected power into it, and the engine roared and started to work. In that engine, the rules of reality related to power were distorted. This engine became a perpetual motion machine that could not exist. As I preached to your ancestors long ago, the existence you believe in has descended on the sacred Mars. The Emperor spoke. His voice was flat, but it echoed in everyone's ears, and in everyone's brain like thunder. What is that? A priest stepped forward and asked the Emperor, staring at the roaring golden engine, Prophet, what is that? The Emperor's thunderous answer shook the priest's hearing device. Primal Power. Chapter 1179. In the faith of the Mechanicus, there is a theory that no school or person can agree on. That is the Trinity. The God of all machines, the Prophet of the Messiah of Ohm, and the primordial power, this is the Trinity. Among the many internal frictions carried out by countless people in the history of the Mechanicus, there is a debate about the chicken and egg problem. It is known that force cannot be created out of thin air. Then all the forces in the real universe. What is the source of the first force? So there is such an explanation in the Mechanicus. The source of all forces in the universe is the source of all forces. This force is called the primordial force. The primordial force caused the strongest explosion, and the celestial bodies, and all matter in the real universe today were born in that explosion. The primordial force also drives the celestial bodies in the real universe to rotate, and it has become the source of all power. If there is no power, only energy, The creatures in the real universe cannot build a prosperous and powerful civilization, and cannot conquer nature with technological creations that rely on power. Everything will be primitive, ignorant, and chaotic. Praise the God of all machines. Praise Om Messiah. Praise the original power. The priests present knelt down and shouted words of praise. The emperor looked down at the leading priest and said softly, "The God of all machines says, make good use of my gift. Because of this original power, you will have inexhaustible power that does not require energy. Countless mechanical creations will no longer be bound by energy and power, and their roar will spread to every corner where humans and their sacred machines set foot. This is the gospel of the God of all machines." As soon as the voice fell, the so-called original power floated up. All mechanical creations on Mars have power, whether it is equipment, engineering machinery, or anything else, they all have power, within the scope of Mars. Infinite power is supplied to the entire Mars, easily satisfying the power needs that are astronomical in the eyes of the Mechanicus priests. This is undoubtedly a miracle. The Martians don't know what the star god is, nor do they know that the original power comes from a distorted physical law that needs to be deliberately maintained. Just like they don't know why Mars suddenly rains and thunders. You kneel down to them? A huge member of the Mechanicus came over with a shout, and loudly reprimanded his colleagues. They are not the God of all machines, and the Messiah of OM, they are just lowly warlords on Terra. They are no different from those lowly, obscene, and ridiculous warlords, who squander knowledge and technology just to slaughter each other. Kel Bohar. The Emperor recognized this guy instantly. Hal was not an impulsive person. In fact, he was very good at hiding. He would not suddenly jump out and reprimand his colleagues, but would lie dormant until one day, when a decision was needed, he would stand up and choose to let Mars embark on another path. But Hal rushed out now, shouting like a lowly laborer who couldn't buy beer. Some mysterious power affected Hal's thinking. The Emperor gave a sneer that others could not detect. The human race has its own special status and destiny. The Emperor silenced Hal with his psychic power. Humans are the only race that believes in the God of all machines, and humans should naturally receive the blessings of the God of all machines. In this dark age, when the human race is in crisis, the messengers of the God of all machines have stepped forward to lead humans onto the truly correct path. Of course, this also includes leading the believers of Mars onto the correct path. When the Emperor's words clearly indicated that the Martian Mechanicus was not on the right path, all the priests raised their heads in disbelief. Chi Nemo also looked at the Emperor, wondering why he said something that made people question him at this time. Mars is the world closest to the God of all things, and you are the people closest to the God of all things. You have talents that humans in other places, or even other races, do not have, but you use your talents in the wrong place. The Emperor looked down at the laborers, who had undergone rough transformation. You use your talents to enslave your own kind, and you monopolize the right to interpret faith. Machines once conquered nature with humans and created better material conditions, but now machines have become chains for you mortals to enslave others, and have become the reason and excuse for this despicable behavior. You will be punished, and the guilty among you will be excommunicated. At this point, the Emperor hinted at Chi Nemo with his eyebrows and eyes without any expression. Chi Nemo thought that the Emperor really understood this trick. The Emperor wanted Hal to die now, and he used a legitimate reason. After that, people like Hal could be executed directly with just one sentence: "You have betrayed your faith," instead of like in Terra, where punishment of someone requires evidence and existing precepts. If most of the people who hold real power on Mars do not speak out at this time, they cannot prevent Hal's death. Then they can no longer stop the transformation of Mars. However, no one stood up to speak for Hal, and everyone was fooled. It is difficult not to be fooled. Chi Nemo pointed at Hal. Hal's body began to decompose, and the whole person turned into a pile of matter falling in the rain in an instant. Afterwards, the transformation of the workers present, which was very inferior in other aspects in pursuit of labor efficiency, was all sublimated. They were no longer freaks whose machines and flesh were fused to the point that they did not even have human form, but became real humans who were strengthened by mechanical transformation. Be prepared to join our cause, be prepared to change. The Emperor's voice was heard clearly by the whole of Mars. When you are ready, we will come again. The Emperor only said to be prepared to join our cause, and be prepared to change, but did not say what the Martians should do. He was just waiting for the Martians to guess for themselves. In the Emperor's view, clear rules will only lead to clear hypocrisy. Without clear rules, it is unpredictable and impossible to disobey. When the priests were ready to ask questions, the two people in front of them disappeared. Except for the engine called the original power. People crawled to the side of the original power on their knees. The priests reached out to touch the original power first, and then the common people. And when they touched this holy object just for the sake of pilgrimage, they found that their bodies were filled with surging power. Then the priests ordered that the original power, the holy object, be circulated throughout Mars, so that everyone could touch it and be blessed. The priest who recorded history recorded all of this. In the future, a history from the perspective of Mars will be born. In this history from the perspective of Mars, the god of all machines, and the Messiah of Om descended into the cradle of mankind. They turned the unbelievers on Terra into believers who spread their gospel, and then they descended among these highest-level believers on Mars. Shortly after this happened, a holy war to conquer the galaxy and spread the gospel in the name of the god of all machines began. Chapter 1180. The spaceship built on Mars was turned into the original power and given to the Martians. It was not appropriate to open the psychic gate or build another spaceship in front of those Martians. Mars was not far from Terra, so the three people who left Mars hurried back to Terra in the void. I didn't say a single line just now. That's right, if the god of all machines spoke human language, those priests would definitely feel something was wrong. Okay. You are good at this kind of thing anyway. Sheen Mo was flying in the void. With the Emperor and Malkador, two extraordinary psychics, it was okay to open a portal back to Terra, and there was no need to drift in the void. But the Emperor did not open the psychic portal. Sheen Mo felt that he was just in a good mood and wanted to chat. By the way, the god of all machines, the Messiah of Om, the primal power, is this Trinity theory a copy of the theory you invented when you were a carpenter's son on Terra? Sheen Mo suddenly had an idea. It looks like the Father, the Prophet, and the Holy Spirit. The Emperor nodded first, then shook his head. No. But it may be because of the inertia of thinking, so. When I asked you a similar question, you said you just copied it. Malkador said. What's wrong with copying? Is this theory bad? The Emperor turned back and asked Malkador. Malkador was silent. I don't know what Malkador thinks, but I think your theory is not very good, just like the idea of establishing the Mechanicus. Sheen Mo said, but I am also looking at this matter from the perspective of now. If you look at it from your perspective, and the time when you established the Mechanicus, it is indeed necessary. An organization like the Mechanicus that is responsible for preserving technology and manufacturing must be established. It was hard for the Emperor to disagree. You understand me. After that, the three of them were silent. Sheen Mo was thinking about what he had just done. The Emperor was thinking more. After a moment of silence, the Emperor suddenly said, You came too late. If it was earlier, why would I have established the Mechanicus? I never dreamed that a human being like a star god would emerge one day and work with me on a dream-like business. Otherwise, I would replace the Mechanicus with the Super Soldier Church, and I wouldn't have to run over to deal with historical problems like I did just now. Is it too late? Sheen Mo asked with a smile. Then when is it early? The Emperor thought seriously for a moment. About the 20th millennium ago. You and Malkador, if you could have come earlier, I would have stood up earlier, and together, we would have prevented humanity from being oppressed by the subspace storm to the point of ignorance and chaos. Although humanity was actually quite chaotic at that time. Sheen Mo and Malkador looked at each other, and then looked at the Emperor. I might as well show up when you are herding sheep, and then when Orper's son stabs you in the waist, I can stop you and mediate your relationship with Erda. Earlier is fine. The Emperor said seriously, You appeared when my father was killed by my uncle, and ate the demon summoned for the first murder in human history. You are making a lot of calculations, and you have a beautiful idea. Sheen Mo turned his head to look at the road. At this time, the Emperor suddenly stopped. Malkador and Sheen Mo also stopped and looked at the Emperor in confusion. Sheen Mo opened his mouth to ask, and Malkador sensed it, and then a very surprised expression appeared on his face. Sheen Mo had never seen that kind of expression on Malkador's face. The Emperor stood in the void. He looked very strange, as if he had suddenly come up with other ideas, as if he had suddenly changed into a different person. The majestic psychic energy scattered in the void, condensing thrust in the void. I am just sighing, not complaining that you came too late. The Emperor spoke, and every syllable was accompanied by a strong psychic vibration, which rolled up the ether torrent in the solar system, just like now and before, just like here and elsewhere. We can still change many things and reverse many crises. Then, we can also create a reality that is truly like a dream. What are you talking about? Sheen Mo looked at Malkador in surprise. What happened to him? Malkador's face was pale. In Malkador's vision, there was only a huge star, and the strong light released by this star made him feel icy cold. It has been a long time since you were hiding from the gods while hunting demons and absorbing souls to enhance your strength. The Emperor said something strange again. Is that going well for you? Shi Nemo looked at the Emperor. His expression gradually changed from surprise to calmness. He appeared in the same situation as the Emperor, as if he had suddenly become a different person. In the cold supreme heaven, on the pile of corpses of countless demons, a man holding a chainsaw sword and a scepter sat. The man's attention was diverted to a part of his power. Not in the supreme heaven, but in the reality curtains connected by the supreme heaven. In a universe with only one planet, on that planet, behind the cold weapon battlefield on the planet, part of his power suddenly stopped explaining his strategy of attacking the chaos wasteland to the leaders of the order camp around him. In the real universe on the verge of destruction, part of his power stopped slashing demons. In the intact universe, part of his power no longer gazed at the beautiful current situation of mankind. Everything is going well. When the man sitting on the mountain of demon corpses in the high heaven responded, all the extensions of his power said the same words. In some real universes, this sentence sounded very abrupt. As you can see, I can even free up some of my power and split into several of me to fight the gods in other real universes. Shi Nemo said. The blood god attacked me and tried to find your location through me. The Emperor asked, when are we going to kill it? It will take some time. Shi Nemo replied, let corn wait. Don't always try to catch me. I will challenge it when I am ready. Chapter 1181. In the deepest part of the warp, there is an existence that cannot be found by any detection means. He is in a wasteland. The wasteland presents a landform that is impossible to appear in the warp. On the pile of corpses of colorful demons, the domination engine stands on the corpse of a Nurgle demon. Shi Nemo sits on the throne, with a tired smile on his blood-stained face, staring at a data board in his hand. The data board shows the photos Shi Nemo took when he was slacking off in the Talon Star Zone. There was the Emperor's humanity, when they were fishing together on the beach of Talon 3. There was the mimicry that Shi Nemo thought was the most perfect form. There was also a photo taken with Gilliman in the wheat field. And there were many, many more. That was the most precious part of the past stored deep in Shi Nemo's memory during the thousands of years of fighting in the warp. Thousands of years. Shi Nemo felt that it had been thousands of years, from the time he entered the warp and learned how to remember time in the warp from the Grey Knight Supreme Master Cardo, to now, 1,000 years. My lord, don't you want to go back and take a look? Picker carried the rocket launcher with eyes on his back, came to the pile of demon corpses, and looked up at its father's father. The creator of the psychic Iron Man had a light in his eyes after hearing the words go back and take a look, and then shook his head. The Talon people need to get used to the days without me. They have to learn to take care of themselves, although I am sure they have the ability to do so. If the council is trying to manage Talon, I shouldn't interrupt their work and then leave Talon when I have to return to the subspace. Shi Nemo said, sliding a page on the data board. That was the day before the Talon Unification War, when Talon No. 1 was unified, and the leader of the Legion took a group photo with everyone. Perhaps we can quietly enter the real universe and quietly observe them. Vic said. There is always time. Shi Nemo opened the chest armor part of the power armor, and the layers of structure unfolded, revealing Shi Nemo's chest and heart. The data board was placed close to the heart, and then the chest armor part was closed layer by layer. There's always time, isn't there? Shi Nemo looked down at Piccolo and repeated it, not knowing who he was talking to. There's no concept of time in the subspace. I think I've been fighting for 1,000 years, but that's just what I think. I can return to the real universe at any time, and everything will be in time. But before that, I have to do what I want to do, otherwise I don't want to go back and hear people ask me, have the dark gods been destroyed? Hearing this, Piccolo didn't persuade him anymore, and he also believed that there was always time. But this always have time is only for the real universe outside the subspace. For people in the subspace, this so-called always have time is unknown. Not long ago, I dispersed a small part of my power, and sent it to various known and existing real universes. Shi Nemo seemed to be talking about an interesting story, and shared it with Piccolo. In reality, a part of me is carrying out a dreamlike business with Ornis of that universe, and then we will naturally succeed. When I kill the gods, the dream of that universe will no longer be a dream. If I have some free time, I want to go to that strange universe where there are only cold weapons. Piccolo said. You? Shi Nemo looked up and down at Piccolo's metal body. You will definitely be a legend, Piccolo. I can turn into a spear when I get there. The living rocket behind Piccolo said. As always, the rocket's words were ignored. After a few minutes in Shi Nemo's subjective consciousness, the voice of Clone Horus sounded in the power armor. We have entered the Corn Realm. It's time to duel. After listening to Clone Horus' words, Chinemo nodded. He took back the small part of the scattered power. Before the duel with the God of Darkness, we must make full preparations, so we have to recover the scattered power. In that different real universe, Chinemo and others gradually disappeared. They will come back. They will definitely come back. But now they have to return temporarily as part of the power. But when the power was gradually withdrawn, when it was the turn of the power that Chinemo had used as a medium of communication with the cold sun in the subspace more than 100 years ago, in his subjective consciousness, he hesitated. That real universe is very precious. It is weak, but its time node is early enough for. Everything is in time. Forget it. Chinemo shook his head, and decided not to take back a power in that real universe for the time being. Because in all known real universes, Ornis, the Emperor, his condition is more or less a bit paralyzed. Only in that unique real universe, the time node is the 30th millennium of the human race. As the Emperor of Humanity who dedicated himself said, the cause of that universe is the only one that can be started from scratch, and it is very timely. Chinemo does not want the Emperor of that real universe to wake up one day and find that the Lord of Flame, who fought for the dreamlike cause with him, has disappeared. As for whether there is a certainty of victory over Korn, if this little bit of power is not taken back, it will be won. Chinemo looked ahead firmly, with a confident expression, and then raised his hand. The power of the domination engine was called upon. The location of the Demon Corpse Mountain on the wasteland was abruptly peeled off, and then everything in front of Chinemo quickly retreated backwards, as if a fleet jump had been performed. Chinemo, who was sitting on the domination engine, did not get up, but he and the Corpse Mountain under the domination engine came to a new place together. Hot lava rushed on the ground. Skulls wailed and circled in the sky. The Iron Man entity in the subspace transports endless psychic Iron Man. The cold sun floats behind the Iron Man entity, and the countless human heroic souls it guides are fighting bravely just as they did in their lifetime. And fighting against the Iron Man and the human heroic souls are also endless red demons. Chinemo stood up from the domination engine, jumped up, and landed in the center of the battle between the two sides. The Demon Slayer has arrived. This is the nickname given by the creatures in the subspace to the guy who kills demons everywhere in the subspace after the horror legend has been passed down to this day. The demons were afraid of being truly killed, but the rage of Korn drove its servants to have courage, and they struggled not to flee when facing the real danger of being killed. Chinemo raised the chainsaw sword in his hand, and then stuck it into the ground. The surging flames and lightning swept the vast battlefield in front of him. The demons who did not flee just did not flee, and there was no chance to show any other performance. Chapter 1182. In a tavern in Terra Asia Minor. The owner stood behind the bar, cleaning the wine glass with a rag, staring at the holographic projection in the store. Because people from the agricultural area had flocked into the tavern, blocking the bar and the holographic projection, the owner had to tiptoe to see what was displayed on the holographic projection. There was only one person who didn't fit in the whole bar. That was Orpesin. This immortal sat at the edge of the bar, ignoring the holographic projection behind him, twisting a cigar in his left hand and holding a wine glass in his right hand. From time to time, he took a sip and exclaimed in admiration at the cool feeling. 2 days ago, the Ministry of Justice organized a trial of the Pan-Pacific Empire tyrant Duma. The judicial officers of the Ministry of Justice, who participated in the trial, voted unanimously to sentence the tyrant to death. In the early morning of today, the former Pan-Pacific Empire tyrant Duma was hanged, and his body was burned. Dum was a cruel tyrant, a powerful tyrant. When the Astartes Legion led by the Primarchs had defeated the enemy's allies in the Achaemenid Empire, and advanced towards the territories of other Terra warlords, the battle in the Pan-Pacific Empire was still going on very fiercely. But they were defeated, and victory belongs to us. Bello Lee, a scholar from the Historical Research Society, believes that the demise of the Pan-Pacific Empire marks the final stage of the War of Unification. The remaining warlords on Terra have only one choice: either be defeated like fallen leaves swept by the autumn wind, or submit and accept the rule of the flames and thunder. Hearing the news broadcast, the tavern owner cheered excitedly, and then shouted to the people present, "Today's drinks are free, for unification." For reunification. People excitedly returned to the table, and began to drink free beer to celebrate the War of Reunification. Alperson still felt out of place at this time. He slapped the one-day eagle coin on the bar, and then crushed the half-smoked cigar into the ashtray. The boss did not take the one-day eagle coin, but smiled and put his arm around Alperson's shoulders. "Today's wine is free, and the wine you drank last night is also free. To celebrate reunification, buddy. Alperson remained silent. The boss didn't want to make things awkward for himself, so he simply collected the eagle coins for the day's drinks and gave Orpessen the change. Dew is not the only damn tyrant. Orpessen glanced at the holographic projection, turned around and left without taking the change handed over by the boss. In this cheerful atmosphere, no one would pay attention to a dissenter. The boss put the change back into the drawer while continuing to watch the news broadcast on the holographic image. Our war is not over yet. The unification of Terra is inevitable, but humans are not just Terra and the solar system. Malkador accepted the interview. The unification war is a prelude to saving the human race. Our real mission is always to save the human race. We will continue to fight, but the battlefield is no longer on the surface of Terra, but in the void and other planets. We will excommunicate those aliens who enslave humans, and we will save our compatriots who are still in ignorance and panic. To this end, we already have the first fleet, as well as 2 flagships with a total length of about 46 kilometers. One of them is called the Lord of Flame. The other is called the Emperor's Dream. People will soon see these 2 flagships and fleets. When they rise from the surface of Terra and from the docks on Mars, everyone will see them. A few months later, the top of the Himalayas. Now a huge building stands on the highest peak of the Himalayas. It looks like a tall tower. It will provide the most accurate star map for all ships sailing in the void. On this giant tower that almost reaches the orbit, transport planes come and go, transporting reporters one by one to the top of the tower. As soon as the reporters left the cabin, they set up professional equipment and took pictures of the 2 figures in the distance. The professional photographers brought by the reporters were of high standard, and a delicate photo was taken with the equipment in their hands. Above were the man-made facilities on Terra's orbit. Below was the majestic sea of clouds in which the navigation tower was isolated. And in the middle, there was flame and thunder. Both sides of the double-headed eagle. All dressed up, surrounded by the Imperial Guards, leaving a small blank area between the reporters and them. The reporters speculated what Lai Yin and Lei Ting would say. Departure day? A speech to the media? Or a prediction of a greater war in the future after the end of the unification war? However, in fact, Qin Imo and the Emperor were talking about their 3rd trip to Mars. When I saw that the Martians really regarded us as gods, I felt a little sorry. You know, their beliefs, they really believe in the God of all things, but in fact. Qin Imo looked down at the majestic sea of clouds below. Hearing what he said, the Emperor persuaded him indifferently. To be honest, I feel bad too. It's like I played a trick on those Martians, but since I did it, I have to find a way to deal with the consequences. To be honest, what makes me feel embarrassed is that I dragged you into the Martian matter and asked you to help me solve it. Anyway, thank you. Qin Imo looked at the Emperor and nodded after 2 seconds. The Emperor also looked down at the sea of clouds, his eyes shining, as if he was expecting something to come out of it. The Emperor's voice was filled with joy. I really didn't expect that 2 flagships would be built in such a short time. You definitely built those 2 warships in advance. Hearing the Emperor say this, Qin Mo's eyes moved down, his expression a little complicated. But I know that you made preparations in advance for the great expedition. The Emperor looked at Qin Imo with a smile. Thank you, thank you. Qin Imo nodded. However, in fact, the 2 warships were originally prepared for another purpose, to leave Terra. When he was still cozying Mad Max with the Wanderer tribe, Qin Imo thought about the Emperor. He thought that after discovering his power, the Emperor would think that he was a star god and would be hostile to him. It's not impossible to defeat him, but it would be bad if the duel between the 2 magnetic field lunatics destroyed Terra, or even the entire solar system. Qin Imo still wanted the human race to rise. So he had a plan, which was to leave Terra. There were so many planets in the galaxy, so he could go anywhere. If Terra wasn't there, there were still Tyro, Tyson, Tyrone, or some other ghost planet with the word Ty in its name, not to mention that it didn't have to have the word Ty in its name. The warship has risen. Waldo walked behind Flame and Thunder and reported. The Emperor immediately leaned out and looked down at the sea of clouds below. The 2 flagships, the Lord of Flame and the Emperor's Fantasy, rose steadily towards Terra's orbit under the control of the stable stand, which not only protected the flagships, but also Terra. A warship as huge as the flagship will cause a natural disaster just by approaching the planet. Nothing can prevent the impact they bring. And at the top of the navigation tower, the smiling Emperor saw the 2 flagships slowly emerging from the sea of clouds. The 2 huge flagships protruded from the sea of clouds like giant whales leaping out of the ocean, and the clouds rushed into the corners of the 2 flagship shells like water. However, when watching from a close distance on the high tower, It was just two huge things rising from the ground and flying into the void. You couldn't see the cool full picture at all, and you could only see the gullies on the shell of the warships. Dream. The Emperor was strangely excited today. He patted Qin Mo's shoulder and pointed at a golden flagship protruding from the sea of clouds. Qin Mo also looked at the golden flagship. Emperor Dream. Qin Mo remembered that he was confused when he first heard the name, because the name Emperor Dream sounded like Emperor Daydream, as if everything he did was just an impossible dream. But later Qin Mo understood that the meaning behind Emperor Dream was the cause of the Emperor. That goal of reviving humanity and getting rid of the influence of the warp is as beautiful as a dream. Go to the void. The Emperor suddenly ran on the top of the tower, chasing the single-headed eagle emblem wrapped with lightning on the Emperor's fantasy. This behavior scared Waldo. When reporters tried to take pictures of the Lord of Thunder chasing the battleship emblem, Waldo perfectly blocked every shot. But Qin Mo knew that it was the remaining humanity of the Emperor that occupied the high ground at this moment, so he would do this. The Emperor's humanity was so excited not because he saw a big warship. For example, the name of the flagship, the Emperor's Dream. That dreamlike goal needs warships to achieve. Even the most powerful army cannot replace the duties of the Void Navy. Without warships, it can't even leave the solar system. That is the first step to achieve the goal. And the Emperor's Dream is the concretization of that cause and goal at this moment. When the Emperor's Dream and the Lord of Flame rose to orbit together, they entered the void. The Emperor, who was running on the tower, stopped. The smile on his face was replaced by his usual seriousness, but he still stared at the vague figure of the huge flagship outside Terra. It's time for us to realize our dream, the Emperor said to Qin Mo. His voice was cold and rational. The Great Expedition? Qin Mo nodded repeatedly, and then his expression changed from calm to excited, and suddenly shouted, "Start!" Chapter 1183. The wind of magic howled on the plain. High elves, lizardmen, humans, all the races of the Order camp were neatly arranged on the plain. Against these armies that united to fight against chaos were the scattered but powerful tribesmen of the wasteland, and the chosen ones wearing heavy armor. A man wearing armor and riding a warhorse appeared in front of the chaos battle formation. He wore a helmet that looked like it had 3 eyes, and wielded a great sword wrapped in flames. He galloped in front of the battle, roaring loudly, intimidating his followers. The two sides then engaged in a head-on bloody battle on the plain. Human steam tanks attacked Khorne's bronze bull cavalry. Dwarf helicopters and cinch demons fought in the air. Skulls made of flames were rampant on the battlefield. A huge dark purple pendulum suddenly appeared above the head of a human infantry phalanx, instantly taking away thousands of lives. There was a loud bang in the sky, and golden lightning tore through the red sky. The man riding a griffin and wearing gorgeous armor raised a golden hammer and rushed towards the Nurgle demon, shouting, "The enemy stops at Middenheim." For Sigmar. As this amazing melee was going on, a psychic gate opened and closed on a hill not far away. A tall warrior wearing silver armor, an ordinary human wearing tattered clothes and bare hands, and 3 wood elves came out of the psychic gate. "Kaldor, this is my world." The wood elf named Alaros pointed to the plain where the battle was going on in front of him. "It is on the verge of destruction. Once the enemy takes Middenheim, we will completely lose hope of counterattack. You seem to need a general cannon or a storm missile." Cardo looked at the battlefield and turned to Alaros and said, "If you need a big killer, ask him for help." Alaros knew that the tall silver-armored knight in front of him was referring to the ordinary human who looked ordinary. Alaros didn't think that this ordinary human with bare hands and ordinary appearance was anything powerful. This? Qin Mo ignored Alaros's gaze and looked at everything in front of him in astonishment. "What the hell is this? What the hell?" Qin Mo sat up suddenly from the bed and looked around in astonishment. What he saw was not an ancient battlefield, but a gorgeous bedroom full of technological style. This means that he is still where he should be, in a ship heading to the front line of the Great Expedition. What terrible dream did you have that affected your sleep? The voice of the AI sounded in the bedroom, and a blue woman named Kona appeared in front of Qin Mo's bed. "I dreamed that I went to the next door." "No, it was a place in the Middle Ages." Qin Mo wiped the sweat from his forehead. "I thought I was taken to the Middle Ages next door. The Great Expedition has just begun. Your dream in another universe or era." Kona wrote it down. "This is the 12th time you have had a similar dream." "Yes." Qin Mo stood up from the bed, walked to the water dispenser and picked up the cup, then put the cup down, went back to the bedside and took out a bottle of drinks from the pile of drinks in the refrigerator in the bed. Hiss. The sound of carbonated drinks deflated was heard. Qin Mo took a sip from the bottle, and stood by the porthole looking at the void outside. The transport ship had just arrived at a beautiful galaxy, where gorgeous nebulae could be seen. Those nebulae looked like they existed to make the universe less monotonous. God knows why those nebulae looked so decorative. Chin-mo was not in the mood to appreciate the nebulae, and was still recalling the dream just now. As Kona said, this was the 12th time that Chin-mo had dreamed of himself in another universe. Once, Chin-mo dreamed that he was in a broken universe on the verge of destruction. Once, he dreamed that he was in a universe in the 62nd millennium of the human race. The humans in that universe were still in dire straits, and the Empire was still in turmoil. There was even a more outrageous time. Chin-mo dreamed that he was fighting Korn in the warp. Chin-mo felt that unless he was crazy, he would never leave the real universe and go to the warp to fight the dark gods. Are you saying that the Middle Ages is really next to this universe? Chin-mo suddenly turned back to look at Kona and asked. I don't think so. Kona answered decisively, if, as you said before, the location of the Middle Ages is a planet, then the first void scan after the navigation tower is activated will discover the existence of this strange planet. Chin-mo nodded. In fact, what Kona said is correct. Shortly after the Lord of Flame and the Emperor's Fantasy were launched, after the Great Expedition officially began, the navigation tower would scan the entire galaxy. Chin-mo was still wondering at that time whether he would find a planet in a corner of the Milky Way, with lizardmen, high elves, humans, dwarves. It turned out that there was no planet. But maybe it was not in the Milky Way. Who cares? The latest progress of the Great Expedition. Chin-mo gave the order. The Great Expedition has been going on for 7 months, and we have recovered 421 star systems, thanks to the superluminal speed of our fleet and the determination and bravery of the warriors. Kona answered. Quite fast. Chin-mo nodded, not surprised. These 400 star systems were not conquered by the Primarchs, Thunder Warriors or mortals one by one. 70% of them chose to welcome the king's army with food and drink after hearing the news. Among the remaining 30%, 15% chose to surrender after seeing the expedition fleet with their own eyes. The expedition fleet was not large. On average, one pre-march or one expedition commander could be allocated 4 or 5 warships and some transport ships. But if they encounter a tough opponent in the Void War, the Lord of Flame and the Fantasy Dream will jump to the enemy's doorstep within 3 days. I guess the expedition won't be very smooth now. Chin-mo took a sip of his drink, paused, and continued. The Primarchs encountered a very powerful alien race. Their territory is not large, but their strength is not small. But they won't last too long, they will soon be finished. Because this is what you do at the front. Kona nodded. No, actually I went to the front for another thing. Chin-mo looked at a pocket watch in his hand, his eyes dim. Kona checked the route and the transport ship's logbook, retrieved some information, and then suddenly asked, Lorgar Aurelian is in a galaxy only 2 jumps away from us. He just conquered the galaxy, and is about to rush to the front line. Do you want to visit him on the way? Lorgar is in a galaxy next to the current galaxy. He conquered the galaxy called Los, and then because of his radical decision on Los, a galaxy with an extremely strong religious atmosphere, Los quickly rebelled after being conquered. So of course, Chin-mo has to go see Lorgar. Okay. Chin-mo put away his pocket watch, his face not looking good. I was just about to say this. Set a route for me to go to Lorgar next door. Chapter 1184. Los Number 1. The 17th Legion Astartes warrior named Hermit walked in the huge hive city, and his heavy footsteps would open up a path in the dense crowd on the street. The broadcasts on both sides of the street, and the propaganda boats flying in the sky with broadcasts echoed the admonitions of the Hermit's gene father at this moment. The religious beliefs of the Los system must be replaced. You sacrificed livestock and industrial products to your so-called gods, but the so-called gods did not come to save you. It was me who really freed you from the hands of the slave owners. It's Lorgar Aurelian. It's my 17th Legion. We liberated you. From now on, you can only believe in the truth of the Empire. You can only believe in the teachings of fire and thunder. The Hermit listened to the roar of the father of genes on the radio, walked through the crowd, and came to the center of the square. The fire was burning everything related to the beliefs of the locals in the Los system. Statues, books, video products. Lorgar himself was stepping on the remains of the golden statue of the god believed by the Los people, loudly preaching his arrangements for the Los people's beliefs. The Primarch held a stick-like scepter in his hand. On the scepter was the Imperial Eagle, which was held by the preacher of the Imperial Truth. But the scholar who came to Los to preach the Imperial Truth was killed by the locals. So Lorgar was shouting with a scepter that was completely inconsistent with his body shape. The hermit walked over. Your damn god can't save you, but can guide you to rebel? I swear here to the extremely sacred imperial truth and the flame thunder eagle that if your damn god guides you to rebel again next time, I will hollow out the head of its statue and put it in the toilet of my flagship as a toilet. Lorgar was still roaring. The hermit stood behind Lorgar and said in the communication channel, "The Lord of Flame is coming." "Shut up." Lorgar scolded the hermit. "Don't you see what I'm doing?" The hermit was silent. Lorgar continued to preach. In this universe, in any known place in this universe, there is only one thing that is sacred, and that is the truth I preach to you. If you... At this point, Lorgar suddenly turned around and looked at the hermit. "My uncle is coming." The eyes under the helmet of the hermit looked at the Primarch calmly, and nodded gently. "It's bad." Lorgar was horrified. He must have come here for the rebellion of the Los people. The hermit nodded gently again. The Primarch jumped down from the statue, put the scepter in his hand into the hands of the hermit, and then rushed to the garrison of the 17th Legion behind the square. The hermit walked to the remains of the statue, and continued the preaching that the Primarch had just not finished. And Lorgar ran all the way back to the barracks. The most filial heir of the 17th Legion, who was also the Legion commander, was found in the barracks by his Gene father. Seeing the Gene father so panicked, the Legion commander was also anxious. Could it be that the Lord of Flame has come? Lorgar nodded repeatedly. Yes, yes. The Legion commander immediately turned to look at his adjutant. Plan B. The Legion clerk immediately put down all the matters at hand, took out the seal of the Primarch, and quickly stamped on a pile of documents. Those documents will prove that the Primarch is not in Los at this time, but is doing and approving a series of good things. Lorgar still can't rest assured, and said to the Legion commander very anxiously, "Remember what I told you before?" The Legion commander nodded. Put all the blame on the Los people for the rebellion after the Los system was conquered. Boom. The sound of a sonic boom sounded above the military camp, interrupting the Legion commander's words. Lorgar felt terrified after hearing this sound. He had heard this sound countless times, but it was never as terrified as this time. The sonic boom was the sound of someone making fine adjustments to speed up the landing for accuracy. Then the person Lorgar least wanted to see in the Los system at this time fell from the sky. The smoke and dust suddenly rose up, and then suddenly dissipated. "Luo Jia, my good nephew, how long have we not seen each other?" Qin Imo walked towards Luo Jia with a smile on his face, under the breathless gaze of everyone in the barracks. Luo Jia was not so anxious at this time, and he calmed down. "Go away." Luo Jia, with a pale face, pushed the Legion commander. "This is none of your business." The Legion commander took a dozen steps back in surprise, then stood still, and looked at the Lord of Flame and the father of Genes in panic. Qin Imo held out his hand to Lorgar. "Follow me." Lorgar hesitated, but his legs and feet still carried him forward, but he still looked back at his Legion commander. "The Primarch has some urgent matters to deal with." The Legion commander whispered. "Your Primarch will not be beaten." Qin Imo grabbed Lorgar's hand and jumped up. The Primarch and the Lord of Flame disappeared in the sky in the blink of an eye, leaving only the deafening roar of the moment of jumping. On a towering mountain in Los Ai. The sudden roar dispersed the strange beasts on the top of the mountain, and Qin Imo and Luo Jia landed on the edge of the cliff on the top of the mountain. Luo Jia's most worried thing did not happen. Qin Imo let go of Luo Jia's hand, walked to the cliff silently, and sat down. In the clouds, you can see the towering religious buildings on the Los planet, which are being dismantled by the logistics machinery of the 17th Legion. "What are you doing standing there? Come and sit down." Qin Imo patted the seat next to him. Luo Jia hesitated, and walked over immediately. The Primarch sat down, curled up, hugged his legs, and looked at the huge religious buildings on Los Ai that he had ordered to be demolished. Why did the Los people accept the rule and then rebel? Qin Imo asked. His voice was light, as if he was talking about something not serious. It was also the tone of a question that already knew the answer, and did not need to be solved. Because I burned their idols, strictly prohibited their religion, and destroyed their temples. Lorgar said, the Los people resisted the truth of the empire, and they foolishly believed in a god, who would not care about them at all. I provided the Los people with the material conditions we could provide. Build industrial zones to produce synthetic food that can feed every one of them. And then, they still rebelled. Qin Imo listened to Lorgar's words. He was thinking about Lorgar himself. Lorgar no longer believed in religion when he was on the Great Crusade, but he treated the imperial truth like a religion. And this imperial truth came from a discussion between flame and thunder. Qin Imo remembered the emperor asking himself at that time, the imperial truth is indeed a lie, but in the absence of large-scale, anti-subspace influence means, Is it feasible to let everyone know the existence of the subspace and the dark gods? Of course not. Chi Nemo answered, if everyone knows the existence of chaos, the impact that may be caused is unimaginable. The Emperor nodded. So let's make Imperial Truth 2.0. Imperial Truth 2.0 has added dialectical weight compared to version 1.0, because it is an extension of rationality, acknowledging the existence of idealistic forces, and giving examples of the impact that idealistic forces will bring. This is the Imperial Truth that the Primarchs are now spreading in the Great Crusade. It is applicable to the period before the entire galaxy is isolated from the influence of the subspace. Chapter 1185. I don't want to say this, but the reality is that the soft approach doesn't work for the people here. Lorger was still explaining his reasons. When these ignorant people get synthetic food, they will thank their gods instead of us. They think that we are sent by their gods to save them. They didn't warmly welcome our management, nor did they warmly welcome our ideas. When I burned the first idol, they rebelled. Luo Jia was indignant. Using the industrial equipment we gave them to produce weapons to resist us. Eating the food we gave them, and resisting us. What did you see, Luo Jia? Luo Jia's words were suddenly interrupted by Chi Nemo. Hearing the question, what did you see? Luo Jia looked puzzled. Chi Nemo pointed to the religious building sticking out of the sea of clouds in front. What did you see? Temple. Luo Jia replied, it's beautiful. You don't mean to say that it's a pity that these temples were demolished? Chi Nemo patted Luo Jia on the back of his head, then pointed to the temple in front and said, what I see is not the building, but what these appearances represent. Luo Jia frowned. The religious beliefs of the Los people? Correct. Chi Nemo continued to say what he thought. When I came here, I saw that other worlds in the Los system were very poor, and only Los number 1 had such a huge temple building. What does this show? It shows that the Los system is very poor, but they will waste their materials and manpower on building an extremely magnificent temple that is even larger than the Terra Parliament building. What drives them to do this? It's their faith, which means they value their faith very, very, very much. At this point, Chi Nemo looked at Luo Jia. If someone peed on my statue, what would you do? I would hammer that person's head and legs into his own chest. Luo Jia gritted his teeth and said, that's it. Chi Nemo looked at the temple again. The Los people are not as strong as you. They can't smash people's heads into their chests. But they will resist. They will fight against those who violate their beliefs. So they welcomed your rule at the beginning, but when you burned the first statue, they rebelled. Hearing this, Lorger pondered for a few seconds. Then he didn't think there was anything wrong with what he did. That's true, but I can't completely not interfere with their beliefs, right? They believe in the so-called god of corruption and rebirth, the damn plague pig in the warp. I can't allow them to continue to believe in that monster anyway. Chi Nemo nodded. The Primarchs all knew the existence of the warp and the gods, and this matter was not hidden from them now. The beliefs of the Los people are actually a kind of Nurgle beliefs. There is nothing wrong with your idea, but your method is wrong. Chi Nemo said, I know your starting point is good, but don't start yet. Lorger nodded and listened silently. First of all, the Los people have believed in their own religion for 3,000 years, but there are not many signs of the influence of the galaxy's Rhea space, because it is very, very far from Cygnus Anomaly X or other subspace rifts. Perturabo still observed the Eye of Terror, and temporarily named the Eye of Terror the Cygnus Anomaly X phenomenon. There are no psychers in the Los system either. This is related to their ancestors, who were firmly opposed to psyker technology in ancient times. Then we don't have to use tough measures to eliminate their beliefs in a very short time. Lorger probably knew how the Lord of Flame wanted to deal with Los, and he had seen what he said, but he had to admit that he didn't think that much. The Los people may have Nurgle beliefs. When Lorger discovered this, he didn't even think of ruling them first, but bombing all the major cities in the Los system. Then we rule them normally, build industrial zones, agricultural zones, and residential zones. Industrial zones produce simple synthetic foods, and agricultural zones produce crops that must be grown in the soil, such as the raw materials for the medicine we use. First, make sure they have a better life than before. Then we transfer people to establish the local media system in Los, and in one peaceful negotiation after another, we will find out the religious members of the Los people and compile an assassination list. We will exchange interests with local religious figures and find a way for us to take over the education that was originally provided by religious schools, and in the process, we will bribe and intimidate the middle-level sect members under those big figures. Please ask your twin brothers to send 2 people over to kill one by one according to the assassination list. There is no doubt that the Los people will most likely find something wrong when the assassination is in progress, But the media controlled by us will make ordinary Los people completely unable to see any clues. Speaking of this, Chinemo looked down on those temples. The children of Los people will question the beliefs of their elders because of the conflict between their education and beliefs, and then pretend to obey their parents' teachings. Education will let them know where they have come from, and how ridiculous the gods their parents believe in are. In a few generations, the so-called gods that Los people can rebel for now will become garbage forgotten in the stinking ditches on the street in less than 200 years, and the statues that were once placed in the magnificent temples will be worthless in the antique market. After saying that, Chinemo thought for a while. Everything he thought of was based on the ability to carry out strong interference and resource investment in a recovered galaxy. If time is urgent, then for a place like Los, either ignore it or kill it all. But now there is the ability to interfere, there are resources to invest, and it is necessary to carefully manage a recovered world or even a galaxy. It's not that I can't think of these, Luo Jia whispered. I know you can think of it, you just hate the beliefs of the Los people. Don't let hatred take away your ability to think, Chinemo said. Lorger nodded silently, hugged his legs and sat on the ground, staring at the temples being demolished. Chinemo stood up, leaned on Lorger's shoulder, and looked up at the sky. Malcador thinks you should all learn some management knowledge. Malcador? His original words must not be so gentle, right? Lorger turned his head and asked. Chinemo nodded. Malcador's original words were indeed not so gentle. In the last meeting, Malcador raised a problem in the Great Expedition, that is, force takes precedence over management. The managers carefully trained by Terra are ready to show their talents after graduation, but they cannot do whatever they want. They have to listen to the soldiers. Just like the matter of Lorger, if the 17th Legion does not allow the management department to intervene in the jurisdiction of the Los system, then they cannot intervene. Malcador said that too much power is still given to those problem children and warriors. If the Primarchs, Thunder Warriors, and even the military commanders of the Mortal Army and Navy do not want to learn more management knowledge, then they should get out of the jurisdiction of the recovered system. Chinemo thinks Malcador is right in this matter. But as more and more things need to be dealt with, the territory under the double-headed eagle is getting bigger and bigger, and he will conflict with Malcador and the Emperor on some things. Chinemo thinks that Astartes should be given a representative seat in the parliament. Malcador can't object, but the Emperor above him can object. Chapter 1186. To be honest, I was quite surprised. Luo Jia suddenly said this. Chinemo was at a loss. I thought I was going to be beaten again. Luo Jia said, but I wasn't. Chinemo shook his head. You have grown up and received education. Corporal punishment is not advisable. Just like I can use my mouth to explain to you where you are wrong and let you know what to do, I don't have to beat you like I did when you looked down on Ms. Elsa when you were a child, because if you now look down on Ms. Elsa, I can also use my mouth to explain to you why you can't do that. Speaking of Aisha, Lorger said in a deep voice, I really want to go back to Terra. A year ago, I asked one of my chapter leaders to visit Ms. Aisha when he returned to Terra to report on his duties. But that bastard went straight back to his chapter as a reinforcement for Horus. When I asked Magnus to help ask my chapter leader, I learned that he was killed by the aliens. Perturabo went back 2 months ago and visited Ms. Aisha. Chinemo said, almost all of your brothers have asked Perturabo. So I'm the only one who doesn't know. Lorger stood up. Sanguinius didn't ask, so I don't know. Chinemo shook his head. However, it is necessary to build good interpersonal relationships. You have to learn to get along with your brothers. Lorger wanted to explain that he had heard that Perturabo had returned to Terra, so he wanted to ask, but Perturabo didn't answer his communication request. But it doesn't matter anymore. Lorger asked more important questions. Is Ms. Aisha okay? Not very well. Chinemo took out a pocket watch and hung it on Lorger's finger. She was affected by a strange weapon in the Wanderer tribe. She was fine at the time, but her physical condition deteriorated rapidly later. The transformation surgery I personally designed only slightly extended her life. Hearing this news, Luo Jia opened his mouth wide and was in a trance for a long time. Why? Is there any disease that cannot be cured even after being transformed to that extent? How is this possible? Luo Jia was very surprised and panicked. A trauma that penetrates deep into the soul. If she was hit head-on by the weapon that affected her, she would be as dead as a person immediately, but her body is still alive and working normally, but she has no consciousness. I used to think that it was a weapon that turned people into vegetables. Chinemo answered in a deep voice. Luo Jia shook his head repeatedly, rubbed his hair and sat back on the ground, staring at the pocket watch hanging on his finger. Ms. Aisha said, She hoped she could hold on until you finish your work and go back to see her. Chinemo also looked at the pocket watch. She also said that every time you were beaten when you were a child, it was probably related to her. She gave you her pocket watch, hoping that when you think of her in the future, you will think of happy things, instead of every time you talk back and get beaten. Lorger stared at the pocket watch for a long time, then lowered his head and stuffed the pocket watch into the storage layer of the armor. Chinemo glanced at the temples on Losai again and said, "Take your legion and go to the front with me to join your other brothers who rushed to Horus. Together we will solve the powerful alien empire. The 17th Legion is no longer responsible for things here. The Ministry of Administration will take over here. They hope to use the LOS system to prove the importance of administrative affairs in the Great Expedition and win more say." After that, Chinemo called the transport plane. Luo Jia stood up immediately, but hesitated. I want to go back to Terra. Your brothers all want to go back, but they can't for the time being, Chinemo said. Luo Jia opened his mouth to say something. Your father predicted the deadline for the withering of Ms. Aisha's soul, and I will resolve the battle with you before her soul withers, and take you back to Terra together. Chinemo interrupted what Luo Jia wanted to say. Any one of you could have solved the alien, and I came to quickly resolve the war against the alien. Lorger was relieved. The transport ship instantly jumped to the orbit of Los 1. The 17th Legion had received the transfer order issued by the Lord of Flame himself, and had already begun to teleport into the transport ship. Lorger's armor released a protective force field, and the teleportation beam was also projected to the top of the mountain. What exactly is that alien? Horus and Lion fought with him for so long but couldn't decide the winner. Lorger suddenly became curious. Horus spent his time on blockade, not on attack. Chinemo explained, but this is wise, because Horus was attacked by the alien fleet, and when he was chasing, he found that one of his warships entered the alien Empire's star system and lost contact. But the warship drifted back on its own. Horus's people boarded the ship to check, and found that everyone on the ship had committed suicide. Chinemo walked towards the transmission beam while explaining. Lorger followed slowly. By the way, I have never experienced the feeling of flying in the void. Can you take me directly to the front line? Hearing Lorger's request, Chinemo did not even turn his head. I don't like dog paddling in the void. Chapter 1187. Frontline of the battle against the unknown alien empire. The transport ship carrying the Lord of Flame and the 17th Legion stopped in the system, where the command center was deployed. The 17th Legion was sent to the spare strike cruiser, while the Primarch and the Lord of Flame went directly to the Emperor's Dream. All the Primarchs rushed here. They had just arrived, and then they were waiting in the bridge while checking the information collected by Horus and his descendants. When Chinemo and the Primarch stepped into the bridge, everyone's eyes were on them. Perturabo, who was standing in the corner, sneered when he saw Lorger. He sneered because he refused Lorger's request for communication, and did not inform Lorger of Ms. Aisha's recent situation. This was a revenge for the 17th Legion's snatching of credit in the Unification War. But when he saw the pocket watch on Lorger's hand, the smile on Perturabo's face disappeared instantly. It seems that we can kill this enemy sooner. Horus stood up excitedly to welcome the arrival of the Lord of Flame. Yes, very soon. Chinemo walked to the tactical table in the center of the bridge. The Primarchs who stood up made way for him, and then he followed. With a stroke of his finger on the tactical table, the information collected so far was fully presented on the tactical table. There was not much information, only about the 2 reconnaissance operations ordered by Horus. The first time was when the battleship disappeared and reappeared, and everyone on the ship committed suicide. The second time was a reconnaissance operation in which a large number of death row prisoners were sent to the galaxy occupied by the alien empire, and then they lost their minds in a very short time and all committed suicide. Chinemo randomly clicked on a recorded voice in the ship log. Sacrifice. Sacrifice. There was only one word that was repeated over and over. And when Chinemo clicked on a voice before the death row prisoners committed suicide, he found that the word sacrifice was still repeated in it. Very strange. Are there any signs of corrupt faith around the territory of the alien empire? Chinemo asked Horus. There is no sign of corrupt faith at all. It's strange to say that no matter what the alien empire is, the weak human forces around them will definitely be affected to some extent. But no, the human forces around the alien empire only know that there is a dead place that cannot be visited, and they don't even know that there are aliens there. Horus answered. We don't even know what the enemy looks like. Gilliman said calmly, we can't rule out the possibility that there are human forces in that untouchable land. So now we don't even know if the enemy is an alien. Chinemo raised his eyebrows. but you have fought fleet battles with the enemy before. Horus recalled. The enemy did not lose even a single ship, and no crew members drifted into the void. In addition, it is impossible to tell what race or civilization it is just from the appearance of the ship, because there is no structure about culture or belief on the ship. It is just a pure ship. Chinemo thought for a moment and looked at Magnus again. Have you used psychic means? I have sensed that place. Magnus nodded, but I can't see clearly what's inside. It may be that the powerful psychic energy obscured that place. When I was a child, I always peeked into the research institute in the Himalayas, but the psychic energy obscured that place, and I couldn't see it. It's the same feeling as now. Are you sure that the psychic energy obscured it? Chinemo asked. Magnus nodded, and then shook his head inexplicably. I am sure, but not completely sure. The feeling of not being able to see is almost the same. Whether it is not being able to see at the psychic level or the material level, I can't classify this feeling. Chinemo became more and more confused and looked at Sanguinius again. Sanguinius's ability to predict is very. I can't predict anything. Sanguinius shook his head. Why can't I predict? Chinemo asked. Please tell me more. It's like I can't see something. Sanguinius recalled the feeling. It's almost the same as Magnus said. After asking all the questions, Chinemo frowned and thought. The Primarchs felt a little guilty, and felt that they had not fought well. But Chinemo didn't think the Primarchs should be held responsible for this. In the face of a strange enemy, they did what they could. At least Horus blocked any star systems around the enemy, and maximized his advantage, without going into places where he would go crazy or die. Chinemo was confused. What kind of enemy was it? Randan? Jingyuan? Ra Ren? Chinemo thought about all the powerful enemies that appeared during the Great Expedition. There were many aliens or powerful human forces that had the ability to create a forbidden area where intruders would die, but considering the time and the progress of the expedition, that kind of enemy should not appear at this time. However, there is a way to deal with the situation where you will die as soon as you set foot in the galaxy occupied by the enemy. Your father and Terra's scientific research department have created a protective device that can filter out psychic influences. Chinemo said, I have added some technology to filter out the messy influences on the material level, even if your father does not think that the cause of madness and suicide is the influence of the material level. At least we may try to conduct a reconnaissance first. After saying that, Chinemo looked at Horus. He was letting Horus make strategic decisions. Like during the Unification War, Chinemo would not issue any combat orders when the Primarchs were all together. He would not force the Primarchs to obey, even if they were willing to obey. This is also a kind of education in itself. Face up to your own strengths and weaknesses, and let the right people do the right things. Conduct reconnaissance activities first. Horus had the same idea. Alpha, Omega, this is your mission. Alpha and Omega nodded together. Although the two Alpharius brothers were not raised by Malkador, they learned a lot from him when they grew up. In the recent Great Crusade, the 20th Legion was the only one that did not fight independently under normal circumstances. Its subordinate war bands were divided into various war zones, responsible for assisting the brothers of the Gene Father in fighting, collecting intelligence, assassinating important military personnel and other activities. This means that the 20th Legion is not responsible for the front battlefield and does not receive too many military honors. But the XX Legion gained more than it lost. The two brothers walked side by side, and left the bridge in unison to make the preparations they should make. The Emperor took a break from the current research on completely eliminating the genetic defects of the Astartes, and the device that took some time to make was installed on a small special ship. The ship carried the personnel of the XX Legion, left the fleet and entered the dimensional space, rushing to the forbidden area where the enemy was entrenched and would die if they set foot in it. Chapter 1188. The ship is in the dimensional space, and its position is at the coordinate point corresponding to the main dimension of the real universe, where the forbidden area is located. The device just installed on the ship was activated, and its influence permeated the dimensional space and interfered with the main dimension of the real universe, that is, the forbidden area that could not be set foot in before. In a galaxy designated as the main reconnaissance area, the soldiers of the 20th Legion left the dimensional space to perform their respective tasks. On a ship that is extremely dark. In a world of darkness. The 20th Legion was conducting silent activities. A patrol team on the ship was carrying out patrol missions as usual, and then an Astartes suddenly appeared in the blue light, and stabbed a soldier in the patrol team's neck with a dagger without any reaction. When other soldiers discovered the scene, they were also killed by the Astartes, who suddenly appeared from behind. The Astartes threw the enemy's body into the dimension space in the dark. One of the corpses was teleported back to the ship in the dimensional space, and the rest were vomited out by the dimensional space and turned into garbage that drifted in the void and quickly froze. The Astartes who killed the patrol retreated, their bodies gradually engulfed by the blue light, and the last person who entered the dimensional space released gas with the device integrated in his arm, which eliminated the blood and any other traces at the scene. In other worlds in the galaxy, the Astartes moved in areas of each world, killing enemies, collecting corpses, and ensuring that the Gene Father in the dimensional space could see every type of individual of the unknown enemy, even individuals with different biological characteristics due to different regions. In silence, the Astartes completed the first step of reconnaissance. In the small special ship in the dimensional space, the Alpha brothers transmitted the scan results of the corpse to the Emperor's dream. The people waiting in the bridge saw clearly what kind of biological enemy they were fighting. See what I said? It's really an alien. Lion patted Gilliman's shoulder heavily, and Gilliman's body trembled. Gilliman rolled his eyes at Lion, but he did admit in his heart that his idea that the enemy might be human was a bit of a nitpick. In the holographic pattern presented on the holographic image, the corpse looks like an arthropod, similar to a bug. 7 legs, 7 limbs with functions similar to arms. The whole body is wrapped in a carapace. The scan results show that they have no visual organs, no auditory organs, and their whole body is wrapped in a carapace without any blind spots. They communicate through brain waves. In addition, this is obviously not a creature like the Tyranids, although they are indeed bugs, because they do not use biological weapons, but industrially produce standard weapons. They can build ships, they can produce weapons, and they can produce armor wrapped in carapaces. 7 legs, 7 arms. Chin-Mo pondered. This number triggered the keyword. We will complete all the reconnaissance before the enemy on the first ship we infiltrate discovers that they are missing a patrol. Alpha's projection far away in the dimensional space said, I suggest that the attack begin at that time. Horus nodded in agreement. The communication ended. Horus immediately made a series of arrangements after the reconnaissance operation was completed. Various information detected by the 20th Legion was continuously transmitted, and this information also became a reference condition for Horus to formulate strategies. The Primarchs and the Astartes Legion, as well as the dozen Thunder Warrior Legion sent by Tyrannes to support the battle, will launch an attack. They will use dimensional technology and protective devices to enter the Forbidden Area and jump out of the capital world of the alien empire identified by the 20th Legion. By then, orbital bombardment, landing operations, and a series of tactics will be implemented, and the top leaders of the alien empire will be eliminated and communications will be cut off. Then it will be the turn of the industrial world of the alien empire. Until the end, they can only wait for defeat and panic, and out of ammunition and food. After Horus finished his plan, his brothers returned to the main battleships of their respective legions, waiting for the moment when the attack order was issued. The attack began. The human army left the dimensional space near the capital world of the alien empire, and the orbital bombardment began at the same time as the information from the alien monitoring outpost was transmitted. The important military facilities discovered by the 20th Legion were all destroyed in the first wave of orbital bombardment. The army then descended on the various alien military bases that had just received the defense order. In less than 7 solar hours, the capital world of the alien empire and even the entire galaxy lost contact with other places. Horus regarded the enemy as an equal or even stronger opponent, so he would mobilize other brothers to come to him and make a full-scale battle plan. But facts and victories proved that the enemy's strength was not worth mentioning. Apart from the weird technology that could create a forbidden area where people would commit suicide if they entered, nothing could pose a threat. When the war reached the stage where only one star system was occupied, Horus in the dream was already formulating a specific offensive strategy against other star systems of the alien empire. He made some adjustments. Based on his judgment of the enemy, he determined that the enemy was not worthy of being regarded as a strong opponent, so the adjusted strategy focused more on speed than before. Orders were conveyed one after another. Soon, the attack on the star system surrounding the alien empire's capital star system produced results, and everything went smoothly. It went smoothly until Horus didn't have to do what he least wanted to do, which was to deploy the Lord of Flame as a high-level combat unit to a difficult planet. Because there was no so-called difficult planet that the coalition of Astartes, Thunder Warriors and mortal troops could not quickly occupy in a short attack. Report: a frigate of the 13th Legion was destroyed. When Horus heard this report, he immediately became alert. Could it be that the enemy fleet was put into battle so quickly, or even that they had powerful void combat weapons that even the 20th Legion had not investigated, so that they captured a frigate of the 13th Legion in a very short time? This is not right. Warships all have emergency detachment devices, which will quickly jump into dimensional space after suffering serious damage. There are only two possibilities for a warship to be destroyed, especially in such a short time. First, the emergency detachment device is broken. Under the care of the maintenance team composed of the Terramet people, the Mechanicus, and the elite graduates of the maintenance major of the Naval Academy, the device broke down. Second, something destroyed the entire frigate so quickly that even the device could not react. Report: all the warships of the 2nd Cruiser Squadron of the 13th Legion were severely damaged and have been urgently withdrawn from the battlefield. The 4th. The 17th Regiment of the 4th Legion has lost control of the alien capital world. Horace summed up a piece of information from a series of reports in an instant. That is, something is rushing towards the alien capital world at a very fast speed, and it is also defeating all the opponents along the way at a very fast speed, and finally even recaptured the capital world that was being guarded by the 17th Regiment of the 4th Legion in a few seconds. The 4th Legion. Horace was a little dazed. That's Perturabo's warrior. Chapter 1189. 1 minute before Horace received the news that the 4th Legion's chapter had lost control of the alien empire's capital world, a meteor fell into the atmosphere and fell towards the surface. The chapter that stayed in the capital world was building a military fortress, preparing to colonize this world later. The commander, who had a lot in common with Perturabo, was planning how to build the fortress more beautiful. The adjutant hurriedly found his commander and pointed to the sky. The captain looked up and saw the meteor falling rapidly. It's just a meteor. The captain patted his adjutant's chest, then lowered his head to continue his design. When the captain looked up again and thought about the size of the fortress to be built with reference to buildings and conspicuous terrain, he suddenly found that the meteor in the sky disappeared. When he saw the meteor, it was still very high in the sky, but it disappeared in the blink of an eye. The captain squinted his eyes and tried to find the meteor somewhere else in the sky. As his eyes searched the sky, his vision was suddenly occupied by a huge silver humanoid creature. The waving sickle was the last thing the captain saw. At the same time, half of the Astartes on the other side of the capital world planet reacted and found themselves in the dimensional space. This automatic emergency transmission was activated only because more than half of the Astartes in a regiment were killed or injured in too short a time. No one knew what happened, except for the aliens on the planet. At the fortress site chosen by the leader, the aliens gathered and knelt on the ground with twisted limbs. In the communication information different from that of humans, the name of the god worshipped in the alien empire, Azagorod, was circulated. The Knight Embracer was surrounded by his believers and clansmen. This star god floated in the air, dragging his sickle, looking up at the stars above his head. The people chasing him will arrive soon. The Knight Embracer lowered his head and looked at the believers gathered around him. Waste. Not even the sickle was swung. Not even a single movement was made. Just a word from the star god. This extremely potential race, created by the Knight Holder through intervention in evolution and infusing his own power, died cleanly in an instant. No matter where the individuals of this race are, they are all exterminated from the real universe because of their strong connection with the Knight Holder and a thought of the god they worship day and night. After killing his own slave race, the Nightbringer looked forward. Chinemo landed in front of the Nightbringer from the sky, looking at this star god with a serious expression. Just now, the Nightbringer left his own temple world. It attacked the 13th Legion that attacked the galaxy where the temple world was located, and was blocked by Chinemo, who came to the temple world to clean up the corruption of Nurgle. Fortunately, the 13th Legion's fleet lost a frigate, and all were severely damaged. Although it cannot go to war for several years in the future, it is not completely destroyed. But Chinemo knew that this was also because the Knight Holder did not want to get entangled with the fleet. Maloriade. How could it be? The Knight Holder looked at the person in front of him, as if he was a little confused. How could you have the courage to stop me? Did the fact that I was only 70% complete give you the courage to attack me? Or was it when Magradros was not around? Chinemo stared at the Knight Holder, thinking quickly about countermeasures in his mind, and did not spare the energy to answer. Chinemo sensed that the Knight Holder in front of him was 70% complete. For some reason, some things in this universe are different from what Chinemo knows. When Mimic said that Night Bearer was the most complete star god besides Forger and Outer One, Chinemo thought that Mimic was just crazy again. Night Bearer should be very broken. Moreover, it should be very crazy. Are those big and small upright apes your followers? Night Bearer pointed at the corpse of Astartes lying on the ground with a sickle. Why are you attacking my followers? I raised them to help me find my sickle in the subspace. What does this have to do with you? Why are you joining in the fun? It doesn't matter. The Night Embracer slowly floated up. Kill them all, devour you. Kill them all, kill them all. No, no, those upright apes are still useful. They can help me find weapons. I should have known not to kill all those dear bugs. Chi Nimmo was still thinking about countermeasures. He heard a voice. The stars in the galaxy reflected a signal to him, and that signal came from the mimic. The mimic that had previously disguised itself as a transport ship was rushing over, and it told the forger to be smarter when escaping, and to stay alive as long as possible until it arrived and could fight 2 against 1. Chi Nimmo wanted to fight the Nightbringers on this planet rather than letting it enter the void. The Primarchs were not in this galaxy now, but they would come. After thinking for a while, Chi Nimmo decided to fight the Nightbringers on this planet. The dimensional rift opened, and a spear fell into Chi Nimmo's hands. The blade of the spear shone with golden psychic light. This was a weapon made by the Emperor, a gift. Chi Nimmo was surprised to receive this gift when he was about to arrive at the front of the great expedition. In return, he gave the Emperor a shield he made himself. The spear was attached with the Emperor's psychic energy, which meant that Chi Nimmo would have psychic attack methods to deal with enemies that were difficult to deal with pure material power. Because Chi Nimmo had said something about the Star God, and that the Star God might find him. The shield given as a return gift can use pure material power, which is equivalent to a medium. Chi Nimmo thought that he would never need to use the spear in his hand, but now he must use it as an advantage in the next battle. Use psychic weapons? The Night Embrace slowly approached, smart. But it doesn't make sense. Chi Nimmo still didn't respond, staring at the Night Embrace intently, thinking about its possible actions next. He also paid some attention to shaping giant turrets and iron men nearby. You? The Night Embracer suddenly stopped talking and looked up at the sky. Then he jumped up. Chi Nimmo quickly caught up and threw a spear. The Night Embracer dodged the flying spear, but was hit back to the surface by the dimensional lightning that was thrown at it. The cruel Star God adjusted his posture in midair and landed smoothly, and then he sneered. I was just about to help you. I would have pulled the mimic over so that it would roll over quickly, and then this battle would have become more interesting. Since you don't want to, I kill you first. Chapter 1190. The whole world was suddenly isolated from the outside world by a powerful force. A black curtain enveloped this world that was used as a dual field. Beyond the black curtain, the distance was infinitely far away, and a fault appeared between spaces that could not be crossed by conventional means. The Night Embracer swung his sickle twice, leaned forward, and came to Chi Nimmo in an instant. The weapons collided several times, and then their weapons were only a few millimeters away from each other's vital points, and the two sides quickly distanced themselves again. The crystal plates float slowly into the air. The atmosphere descends. Such a strange phenomenon that cannot occur normally occurs, because both sides intentionally or unintentionally distorted the normal physical rules during the brief battle just now. In the ancient records of the Eldar, the descendants of the ancient saints, the star gods are called star vampires. These vampires only need to land on a planet to cause non-psychic supernatural changes on the planet. So in fact, to keep the planet you are unstable as usual, you need to deliberately control it. Close combat is the Nightbringer's strength and hobby. Chi Nimmo doesn't like this. After pulling away, he quickly used all his means. Antimatter meteors appeared out of thin air in the sky and smashed towards the Nightbringer. Dimensional lightning struck the Nightbringer. Even the satellites contained in the black curtain were dragged down. The Nightbringer stood still, waving the substitute of its original precious weapon in its hand, the sickle it casually made with atoms, and each swing would disintegrate an attack. At the moment of flying out, the lightning made the entire northern hemisphere of the planet shattered, like a daytime lightning being shattered by a sickle. The meteor turned into debris in the continuous flashes of cold light. Even the satellites that were pulled to the surface, and were countless times larger than the Night Holder, were torn into pieces, and floated in the air with the land plates. It seemed that there was nothing that the Night Holder could not shatter. The premise is that the Night Holder is willing, just like it has to use weapons to cut things, it is just a hobby, then it can shatter satellites and even lightning and fire. When Chi Nimmo was about to release lightning again, the Night Embracer took a light step forward but crossed 1,000 meters. The sickle in his hand chopped the spear that Chi Nimmo blocked. While Chi Nimmo was shocked and took a step back, the Night Embracer quickly stretched out his hand. Chi Nimmo was grabbed by the neck by the Night Embracer and fell backwards. The ground beneath them was originally rock, but it swallowed up Chi Nimmo's body and the Night Embracer like water. They sank rapidly in the rock. Passing through the mantle, through the core, through the mantle again, through the surface. During this process, the speed kept increasing. Until the moment he passed through the surface, Chinemo was pushed by the Night Holder from one side of the planet to the other, and then flew out. After passing through the surface, he and the Night Holder fell to the surface again. This time, the whole planet was no longer like water. Chinemo hit the rock layer firmly, broke through the surface, and broke through the mantle. When he was about to enter the core, Chinemo suddenly turned over. He mastered the trick of playing with the laws of reality like the Night Holder. They were suddenly dumped out by the planet's core, falling down, but falling to the surface of the planet. During this process, Chinemo raised the spear in his left hand, accumulated lightning in his right hand, roared and stabbed the spear, hitting the head of the Night Holder. In the end, the spear stabbed the ground, and the right hand hit the rock. Chinemo quickly raised his head. The Night Holder stood above his head, and the distance between them quickly increased. Chinemo felt that it was not the Night Holder who was distanced from him, but the geological environment that was stretched and magnified. After a brief exchange of blows, the battle temporarily stopped. Chinemo stood on the ground and looked around, only to see what he and the Night Bearer had done to the planet. The planet was no longer a planet, but a square box, with the surface being the 6 sides of the box. He and the Night Bearer stood on opposite sides. Continue. The Night Bearer raised his sickle and jumped up. Chinemo stared at the Night Bearer jumping towards him with great solemnity, thinking about how to fight next. It was obviously not feasible to use other things to deal with the Nightbringers. Whether it was the Iron Man or the turret, they just disappeared without anyone noticing. In this case, Chinemo thought nervously, and then, suddenly he stopped thinking. The nervous expression disappeared without a trace, replaced by a dull, even boring expression. It was like a different person. Chinemo lowered his head to look at the spear in his hand, admired it for a while, and then stuck the spear into the ground. He opened his arms. Not far away, 2 weapons condensed out of thin air, and then flew into the hands of the person who shaped them. Chinemo caught the scepter with his right hand, and the long sword with his left hand. The Knight Embracer, who was rushing towards him, was keenly aware that things did not seem so simple, and the distance between it and the caster was irreparably widened. Experience made the Knight Embracer make changes immediately. It tried to change its trajectory, but found that it was subjected to a distorted inertia, and could only continue to rush towards Chinemo. Bullying a novice, right? Chinemo also stuck the long sword into the ground, held the scepter with both hands, swung his arms, and gathered all his strength. The Knight Embracer came in front of him in an instant, and swung his staff. The Knight Embracer was knocked back. In the uncontrolled flight caused by inertia, he was pulled back along with the space, and was knocked away again. This cycle repeated, until the last strike, Chinemo pulled out the sword stuck in the ground and swung it. A small electric current surged from the sword and flew towards the Knight Embracer. Chinemo put down the sword, leaned on the staff, and did not move. The small electric current hit the Knight Embracer, and the lightning instantly illuminated the entire star. In the sky of the star, a ball of light appeared that was larger than the star itself. The Earth's crust and the ocean were hit by lightning and created huge waves. Flash number 3. This planet, which would later become a resort world, had its most amazing and attractive spectacle in the future because of an attack at this moment. Rock wave. The rock wave that was born in a distorted environment under the extremely strong impact of the Earth's crust and entered the orbit of the planet was still flowing at this moment. The lightning dissipated. The Night Holder fell to the ground. Chinemo took a light step, but crossed 1,000 meters, and came to the Night Holder. A hypercube maze was thrown out. The purple and white sphere called the Master Maze hit the Night Holder's head, turning it into a ray of light and absorbing it. The sphere trembled twice, and a line of words appeared. Capture success. Chinemo picked up the maze, and put it in front of him. He saw that the Night Holder inside was frantically looking for a way to break out, but there was no doubt that it could not get out. This high complete Night Holder, which is very rare in all universes, has become a high-level energy supply unit in this universe. Chapter 1191. The Dream and the Lord of Flame were docked in the Alien Empire's capital star system, and all the Legion's fleets were surrounding the world shrouded in black. The offensive against other star systems of the Alien Empire had completely stopped. Of course, now that the entire alien race was dead, there was no need to attack anything, so the Primarchs were now focusing on preparing for something that they thought was more important. Magnus. Horus opened his arms, and let the Terravat put on the Terminator armor for him. You will be the main force when we go down, so get ready. Magnus leaned on his scepter, and nodded very seriously. All the other Primarchs were also present. All the legions were prepared like their gene fathers. Various tests showed that although the black curtain looked very strange, it was now diluting, and there were no particularly bad consequences for penetrating it. The original alien empire capital world wrapped in the black curtain was now very chaotic under the analysis of the transmission device, and difficult to measure by any scientific means, so transmission could not be used, and everyone could only use the backup method, that is, the airdrop capsule. When Horus put on his armor, and prepared to lead the airdrop personally, heavy footsteps came from the entrance of the bridge. Everyone looked at the entrance of the bridge in unison. Several warriors wearing golden armor, and holding large shields and long spears entered the bridge first. Behind them, golden armored men who were stronger and taller than these most exquisite genetically engineered creations walked slowly under the crowd. The senior leaders of all the legions in the bridge made way, and lowered their heads. The Imperial Guards walked past the Astartes with their heads held high, ignoring their existence. Even after arriving in front of the pre-march, the guards still held their heads high, looking at the Emperor's most outstanding masterpieces, as if they were ordinary people. The guards looked a little arrogant, but this was not arrogance, but the perfect posture extended from their perfect features, neither humble nor arrogant. Father. Lorgar knelt on one knee and bowed his head to greet the Emperor surrounded by the guards. Some of the primarchs also knelt on one knee, while others stood and stared at their creators. The Emperor frowned. He looked at the primarchs, who knelt on one knee before him, and felt that they were strangers. Because of this etiquette, he felt very distant from them. The Emperor looked at the primarchs standing. Some looked at him coldly, some looked at him calmly, and some looked at him with fear and respect, which were all looks he didn't want to see. Sanguinius, who usually extended his wings for comfort, folded his wings to the limit the moment he saw the Emperor. Why are you gathered here? The Emperor said coldly. Do you all think that your mission in this war is to join in the fun? About 10 minutes ago, we encountered an extremely powerful enemy. Horus spoke first. When I checked the enemy's vague information 7 minutes ago, and found that it was just a single soldier not as big as a transport plane, the powerful enemy had already fought with the Lord of Flame. Perturabo continued, we are going to support the Lord of Flame. After listening to the two primarchs, the Emperor looked at Horus. Perturabo and Horus both felt that their father was looking at them. If someone hadn't walked in with a bunch of corn heads like a catwalk, we would have been airdropped by now, Amron said with a smile. The Emperor looked at Amron and asked coldly, go down to seek death? No matter if it's seeking death or not. Amron looked up, just don't chat here. The Emperor stared at Amron. Amron is emotional, and because he can feel more emotions than others, he is sometimes particularly impulsive. The Emperor knew this, and he turned his eyes away from Amron, and he did not blame Amron. What the Emperor was thinking at this time was that if the primarchs were allowed to lead the legions to fight, it was hard to say what would happen to the primarchs, but the Astartes would be 100% dead anyway. The Thunder Warriors who came from other places to support the primarchs could feel how terrible it was below, so they refused to follow Horus' orders, but the Astartes didn't know whether they couldn't feel how dangerous the Veil was, or they were blindly loyal, and actually dared to prepare for the next airdrop. Therefore, we must not let the primarchs and the Astartes Legion go to support. That is the Star God. The Emperor spoke after a moment of silence. You know they exist, but you have never faced them, so you foolishly think that as long as you help the Lord of Flame, things will get better. The Emperor turned around and glanced at the Legion commanders and chapter leaders present. But it is more likely that you will have no effect except adding tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands of casualties after you go down. The Emperor looked at the primarchs again and added, of course, this includes you. Don't beat around the bush. Amron interrupted the Emperor impatiently. He was overwhelmed by the anxiety of his brothers. If you think it's more appropriate for you to go down, then go down quickly. Don't waste your time talking. The Emperor was still unhurried. If I can't go down to fight, how can I rush here from Terra? What I said is education, the education you deserve. After the sermon, the Emperor glanced at Horus, then signaled Valder and the guards to stay on the ship, and he turned around and walked out. His figure became fainter and fainter until he finally disappeared in the bridge. The Emperor found that his psychic energy could not penetrate the black curtain under normal circumstances. The Emperor, who had fought with the Void Dragon, speculated that it was the power of an unknown star god. No matter how the power of the star god would distort reality, those powers were material. It was also very simple to dispel the curtain. Considering that this galaxy is far away from the Eye of Terror and the nearby subspace rifts, it would be enough to open a small rift in the galaxy. The subspace energy that the star god could not understand would flow into this galaxy, and weaken everything related to matter. But this is no different from chopping off one's head when choking on food, and then reaching into the neck to take out the stuck food. This suicidal way of dealing with problems is a low-energy behavior that only demons or gods in the subspace, whose behavior is influenced by the sea of extreme emotions rather than controlled by the brain, will occasionally do. Fortunately, Qin Mo did not have anything related to psychic power in his hands. The Emperor saw a large black blur in the psychic vision, but there was a golden light in the black blur. He stretched out his hand and used the psychic power attached to the spear, passing through the subspace in an instant. Chapter 1192. When the Emperor came out from beside the spear stuck in the ground, he was stunned when he saw this world. The stars existed in the real universe in a distorted form. It turned into a square box, with the earth all around it and the ocean floating in the air. The rock layer on the surface was like water blown by air and spread around, and the rock layer even formed a strange scene similar to a huge wave. The space was upside down, and the ecology was chaotic. The Emperor felt as if he had not come out of the subspace in a trance, because this strange scene was only common in the subspace. In a huge deep pit, the lonely figure of Qin Mo was seen by the Emperor. Qin Mo sat on the ground, looking at the sunlight and clouds that somehow penetrated the outer shell of the star. He sat curled up, holding his legs with his hands, hunched back, looking particularly lonely and desolate. On both sides of the lonely figure, there was a sword and a scepter. The sword was an ordinary chainsaw sword, which looked very new and should have been newly made. But the scepter made the Emperor pay more attention, because the double-headed eagle on the scepter looked like something he had never seen before. It certainly looked like the sky eagle of the human empire, but the specific appearance was different. There was nothing special about these two weapons. They were just new weapons that had just been created. The only thing the Emperor was curious about was why Qin Mo did not use the spear he had given him, but instead used two new weapons that would not provide any additional help in the battle against the star god. "Are you injured?" The Emperor walked to Qin Mo's side in an instant, looked at him and asked. Qin Mo raised his head. His face was heavy and uncomfortable. He hesitated for about half a minute before answering. "No, I was just a little confused after being chopped by the Nightbringer. A little confused, a little confused." "Nightbringer?" The Emperor was instantly alert and released his psychic energy to detect the surroundings. "Where is it? Where did it go?" "It's here." Qin Mo took out a purple and white sphere in the hypercube maze. Seeing the hypercube maze, the Emperor was confused at first. Qin Mo said that he wanted to make a hypercube maze, but he was still researching it. How come there is a finished product now? After taking a closer look at the shape of the hypercube maze, a smile flashed across the Emperor's face. "You have a really bad taste, catching the star god as a spirit." "Huh?" Qin Mo forced a smile. This hypercube maze was not created by him. "We have unlimited energy." The Emperor didn't know why Qin Mo looked so worried, so he said in exciting good news, "As long as we can use this hypercube maze and the night holders inside, the human race will no longer be restricted by energy, real infinite energy greater and more useful than stars." "Then why don't you use the Void Dragon as energy?" Qin Mo asked. "If I could find a way to bind the Void Dragon to a place where it can't get out, a thing only the size of a fist, I would have used it as a battery long ago," the Emperor said. Qin Mo still looked worried and nodded. "What happened?" The Emperor sat on the stone opposite. "Nothing, I defeated the Nightbringer, and then I sealed him in the maze. It's that simple." Qin Mo lowered his head and looked at the ground. "Then I started thinking." "What did you think about?" "I thought about the philosophy of the universe." Qin Mo slowly said what he was thinking. "Is there a larger place outside the real universe and outside the subspace? Are we not the only ones on all levels? I'm thinking, maybe we are not the only ones fighting against chaos. The subspace is very large. No, there is no concept of space in that damn place, but it is indeed large in our cognition of real creatures. Perhaps there are other worlds outside the subspace." Listening to Qin Mo's dreamlike words, the Emperor frowned and wondered why he said this. Did the power of the Nightbringer affect him? No, it is unlikely. The Nightbringer does not have the ability to make people think meaninglessly. Or maybe after he actually saw the existence of the star god, he began to feel that ordinary creatures in the real universe are too small, so he thought about things about the star god's universe? The Emperor could not think of Qin Mo's motives and reasons for thinking like this, and he had no way to respond, so he chose to interrupt the topic. The Emperor was the most experienced in interrupting a discussion or inquiry. He stood up and looked around. It seems that the Nightbringer is not easy to deal with. This planet has been beaten into this state. Before I came here, I considered releasing the Void Dragon to deal with the Nightbringer. It is not advisable to drive a tiger to swallow a wolf, But if it is really forced to the point of no choice, how do you know that I have encountered a star god? Qin Imo asked. Because of that spear. The Emperor said, when you used it to stab the Nightbringer, I felt vaguely that I was fighting with the fragments of the Void Dragon in the 12th century, which was the feeling of fighting against an extremely terrifying material existence. So I guess that you met a star god. Psychic energy is quite convenient. Qin Imo nodded thoughtfully, and he remembered the mimicry that also came to support him. But the mimicry has not arrived yet, and I don't know what trouble it has encountered. Or maybe it went crazy and delayed because of various problems caused by incompleteness halfway. Let's go! The Emperor held out his hand. Let's leave here, return to the Primarchs, and then we return to Terra together. Qin Imo grabbed the Emperor's hand and stood up. After leaving the distorted world, Qin Imo went to find the mimicry lost in the void, and then returned to the Dream flagship. In order to celebrate the defeat of the alien empire and a star god, a grand celebration banquet was held in the flagship. In a separate restaurant, the Primarchs and the two leaders of the empire dined alone. Compared to the restaurant, the atmosphere here was not so cheerful. The Primarchs were all talking about the war just now. That damn thing was so small that the radar couldn't detect it. Gilliman mentioned the Nightbringer. I stood in the bridge of the Legion's flagship and looked outside. In the blink of an eye, a frigate exploded, and then that damn thing passed through the fleet. All the ships were opened with a big hole, and then they jumped into the dimensional space urgently. I never dreamed that I would see the scene just now. Just a combat unit almost killed my entire fleet. Gilliman talked endlessly about what would happen when the Nightbringers and his 13th Legion engaged in battle. The other Primarchs were silent. They were all wondering what would happen if their fleets encountered that kind of enemy. That thing has already failed. The Emperor interrupted Gilliman's narration. Now you should think about the various things that will happen next in the Great Crusade. Tyrannes is commanding the battle on another front. You should have a sense of competition, and not be content to lag behind others. Everyone was silent after the Emperor spoke. Until Qin Imo spoke, the Great Crusade will proceed normally, but before the next war begins, before the start of a larger-scale expedition war in the future, we can go back to Terra first. It won't take much time. This is exactly what the Primarchs thought. Chapter 1193. Because of the Emperor's presence, the celebration banquet ended in silence. The Primarchs' legions dispersed to various war zones to rest and prepare, and the Primarchs began to prepare for a short return trip. The transport ships transformed into mimics will send the Primarchs and Flame and Thunder back to Terra at the fastest speed. On the night after the war, Qin Imo quietly flipped through the detailed records of the Great Crusade and checked the information about the aliens and other human forces. This was not to prepare for strategy, but he just wanted to see this. The Emperor sat opposite Qin Imo, crossing his legs and looking relaxed, but he was looking at the document on his knees very seriously. That was a document about subhumans. In the short expedition so far, the Empire has discovered many kinds of aliens and subhumans. The Emperor flipped through the documents about those subhuman races. Cat people. Fish people. After looking at it for a while, the Emperor put the document in his hand on the table, and said to Qin Imo, as if complaining, there are many subspecies of humans. Some have cat heads and human bodies, and some have fish bodies and human heads in the ocean world, but the Empire's scientific research institutions have found that they are indeed human subspecies at the academic level after testing. Qin Mo's attention shifted from the documents on the desk to the Emperor. How will these human subspecies be dealt with? The Empire's racial affairs are handled by Malkador, who is the Emperor's man. Qin Imo doesn't know much about racial affairs, and he thinks Malkador's behavior will definitely be influenced by the Emperor. I don't know. The Emperor shook his head. Now I don't judge what the fate of a race is. Maybe. The Scientific Research Institute will determine whether a race is a subspecies of humans from a genetic perspective. If so, they will probably be classified as subhuman by the Ministry of Government Affairs. As for how to deal with it, this is something that the Imperial Parliament needs to discuss. After saying that he would not interfere with the ruling at all, the Emperor thought for a moment, and said something that Qin Imo would be very concerned about. If it were according to my idea, I think those subhumans should be assigned to a galaxy, a world, and they should reproduce within themselves instead of reproducing with normal humans, and then they will get everything that normal people have. Starport, school, living security. It's not their fault that they are subhumans. It's the fault of many humans in the past. They shouldn't die. After listening to the Emperor, Qin Imo agreed very much, and at the same time, he felt that it was great that he did not appear 10,000 years later. The human empire in 30K was still very civilized and rational. A subhuman race that did not look like a human would be discussed by scientific research institutions and the imperial parliament about the fate of the race, instead of whether they lived or died entirely at the whim of the pope of the state religion. No matter how alien the subhuman looked, even if they were slaughtered by the Astartes 10,000 years later, they would still have a place in the 30th millennium. The problem of subhumans is just one of the countless problems in this expedition. Qin Mo placed the files of human forces he had examined in front of the Emperor. Now, the isolated human forces in the galaxy are also strange and varied. There is a world where the Thunder Warriors conquered it and slaughtered the aliens, who enslaved humans, and then found that the slaughtered aliens were transformed from the ancestors of the enslaved humans by their own kind. There is also a world where people live a utopian life because it has an advanced energy technology from the 20th millennium of mankind, until the Astartes attack them. There are all kinds of strange things, and they can be found in all kinds of places. Speaking of this, Qin Mo sighed, and couldn't help but sigh. The Emperor had no expression on his face, and no feelings. Humans are always like this, even in the best times of the human race. Cruel slavery and massacres coexist with the spread of civilized rationality, and the material and spiritual assistance to weak races. When I could still hide among the crowd, there were two very extreme organizations. One organization uses babies as materials for psychic technology, establishes slavery, calls people with psychic talents superiors, and calls people without psychic talents inferior apes. Another organization has the most advanced medical technology, treating any patient they can find in the galaxy, regardless of the patient's race, rich or poor. As long as they can be found by a disease detector that scans a range of 10 light years, they will receive complete free treatment. So humans have never been a monolithic entity, and it is impossible to reach complete agreement in form and thought. The Emperor took the document and read it carefully. When he saw that the end of the civilized world that Qin Mo said was that the Astartes forcibly took over the ruling power of the planet and sent 30% of the young and middle-aged people to the mortal army, he didn't think there was anything wrong with it. There are such a beautiful and bright group of people in every era, but they can never expand or grow. They can only live their good lives in a small place and pray that they will not be discovered. However, they will be discovered, and it will only be a flash in the pan after all. Outside the beautiful civilized world, humans in tens of thousands of worlds are suffering, and the suffering they endure is even more diverse than we can imagine. After saying this, the Emperor looked at Qin Mo quietly, and it was obvious that he still had something to say. After hesitating for a long time, the Emperor still spoke. Whether it is a civilized world, whether it is a subhuman race, or anything else, the special agencies and departments will handle it properly, and we don't have to worry too much. This is why you always lock yourself in the laboratory. Qin Mo said, you want humans to rule themselves, so you refuse to participate in anything in the parliament. The Emperor nodded, yes. Qin Mo did not comment on this, because he did not often participate in the affairs of the parliament. He also agreed to put the fate of mortals in the hands of mortals themselves. But that will be after everything is settled. Give Astartes a seat in the parliament. Qin Mo suddenly said. Okay. The Emperor agreed unexpectedly. I will not vote against it this time. If both of us agree, the Astartes seat can be directly finalized without going through the parliament. Then the Emperor explained why he had voted against it in the past. At this point in the Great Crusade, it has become clear which of the Primarchs has better leadership, and who has more prestige in the Legion. Horus also has enough prestige, so he can directly appoint an Astartes to attend the council without any opposition. I refused before because I was worried that it would be impossible to add more than one seat. At the beginning of the Great Crusade, there would be fierce competition among the Primarchs, who were dissatisfied with each other and their respective legions. When the Emperor gave the reason, Qin Mo nodded. This is why I am now formally asking you to vote with me. Chapter 1194. A few days later. A transport plane flew from Terra's orbit to the surface. The Primarchs sat in a row in their armor. Opposite them were the Emperor and Qin Mo. When the Emperor was present, the atmosphere was always very serious, so that the last leg of the journey home that the Primarchs had been thinking about could not be walked with laughter. The Emperor was wondering why the Primarchs did not seem to want to return to Terra at all. He had previously acquiesced to the Primarchs' return to Terra, and now he said nothing. There was silence in the cabin. Qin Mo could never stand a bunch of people crowded together, but no one was talking, so he took the initiative to speak. We didn't go directly to your cradle world in the dimensional space because Ms. Elsa now has to use psychic energy to maintain her existence. She is now in the Himalayas. Is there no way to cure Ms. Elsa's spiritual disease? Magnus asked. Your father, and I have thought of every possible way. Qin Mo shook his head. The Primarchs all lowered their heads after hearing this. When Lady Aisha took care of him, they didn't feel anything wrong with her, even though she was transformed into a cyborg. Only Ferris would ask Aisha what technology was used to transform half of her body. After growing up and understanding the world outside the dimensional space, the Primarchs were puzzled when they saw Aisha. Why did Lady Aisha's transformation look so obvious? The technology of prosthetic implants has been very perfect. It has reached the point where if the person who has undergone the transformation does not say it himself, others cannot tell what kind of transformation he has undergone. However, Elsa's half-body has always been very obvious. Fulgrim and Ferris once wanted to make Elsa's half-mechanical body more beautiful. Elsa also asked Ferris to study the transformation she received. Then Ferris found that this very obvious body integrated a huge number of functions, and the existence and position of even an atom in it was extremely important and strict. Even adding a layer of beautification to the body may affect many effects, not to mention beautifying it directly from the structure. The psychic weapon that affected Elsa has a very simple name, called the Curse. The Emperor said, in the 25th millennium of mankind, it was born in the hands of a mad scientist who likes to transform humans into terrible and abominable things. Unless you have a soul as strong as ours, or no soul, you will definitely die if you are affected. That's right. Chi Nemo nodded. Ms. Elsa's half-body was not transformed because her original body was damaged, but half of her body had to be removed for transformation so that she could exist for a longer period of time. There was another silence. Until Magnus spoke, I know some forbidden techniques about the soul. Maybe I can help Lady Elsa. When Magnus said this, all the Primarchs suddenly became alert, first staring at Magnus, then looking at Flame and Thunder. Your father knows 10,000 times more forbidden knowledge than you. Chi Nemo stared at Magnus very seriously, but he won't use it because he knows what the consequences might be. Magnus was silent for a few seconds, lowering his head and looking at the cabin floor. He actually knew what the consequences might be, but he felt that it was more important for Ms. Aisha to be saved. The transport plane slowly landed on the tarmac of the Himalayan fortress. The hatch opened, and the Primarchs immediately left the cabin. The Emperor also slowly walked out of the cabin, glanced at the backs of the Primarchs, who were leaving, turned around and walked in the opposite direction. When Chi Nemo walked out of the cabin, he saw Sanguinius suddenly leave the brothers' team and quickly chase the Emperor. Father! Sanguinius hesitated, then called softly. The Emperor stopped and turned to look at Sanguinius. When his eyes swept over Sanguinius's wings, Sanguinius subconsciously folded his wings. Can you come with us to see Lady Aisha? Sanguinius asked hesitantly. Perhaps, if you can spare a little energy to go see her in person, you will have a way to keep her alive. Hearing this request, the Emperor thought expressionlessly. He had visited Elsa a long time ago, and he had made great contributions to Elsa's survival. But there was really no way. The Emperor thought, I am a pure human who was born in Asia Minor in ancient times, and I am not a god. How could I forcibly protect a cursed soul, unless it was just to keep Elsa alive, turning her into a demon host or using the forbidden knowledge of corruption and rebirth to keep her alive? But for Elsa, it would be better for her to die. Besides, the Emperor glanced at the Primarchs who were leaving, and felt that if he was there, it would ruin the atmosphere. Although he wanted to bid farewell to Elsa, the lady who took care of the Primarchs on his behalf, he decided not to. Thinking of this, the Emperor turned around expressionlessly in the expectant eyes of Sanguinius. The expectation in Sanguinius' eyes turned into disappointment, and then anger. Lord of Thunder, Emperor, if what I can learn from Lady Aisha is how to love mortals and get along with mortals, then what I can learn from you is only cold-bloodedness. The Emperor stopped again, and turned around expressionlessly. When their eyes met, Sanguinius took a few steps back in fear. The Emperor turned around indifferently. You can learn better from me, such as a sense of responsibility. Sanguinius stood there in a daze, looking at the Emperor's back. He is even worse at expressing himself than Perturabo. Chi Nemo stepped forward, grabbed Sanguinius's arm, and took him away. The Lord of Flame and the Primarchs came to the Himalayas, not the cradle world they were so familiar with. The Primarchs held their breath and walked carefully towards the largest building in the Himalayas, and then entered Lady Aisha's room under the guidance of the Imperial Guards. When Kerr silently opened the door, he and his brothers were stunned. Ms. Elsa was lying on the bed, with many things that looked like cables hanging from the ceiling, connecting to Elsa's body in a large area. Golden psychic energy was flowing into Elsa's body along those cable-like structures, providing fuel for her soul that was like a dying candle. Elsa closed her eyes tightly, and squeezed her hands out from those dense cables. She looked like she was buried by those cables that were shining with golden light. Magnus used psychic energy to detect it, breathed a sigh of relief, and nodded to his brothers. Chinamo stood behind the Primarchs and looked at Aisha, feeling relieved. Although they encountered the Nightbringers, the Primarchs still quickly resolved the war and returned to Terra in time. When he saw the psychic energy flowing in the cables, Chinamo thought that the Emperor also made a lot of efforts, although he did not visit the foster of his sons after returning to Terra. In silence, Horus walked forward and gently grasped one of Aisha's fingers. Aisha's body was still normal. She felt the touch and woke up from an endless long dream. She opened her eyes and looked at Horus, and then at the Primarchs. Finally, it's time. Horus gently grasped Aisha's hand and lowered his head. Chapter 1195. The room was almost filled with cables flowing with psychic energy, and only Horus could enter by himself. The Primarch stood by the door and looked at Aisha uncomfortably. Chinamo raised his hand. The cables disappeared instantly. She felt that living like this was undignified, but in order to wait until you came back, she accepted this way of survival. Chinamo said to the Primarchs. After hearing this, the Primarchs stared at Aisha, and then walked into the room. They took off their helmets and held them in their hands because they were in a hurry to come here, and half knelt down to gather around Aisha. When she saw Sanguinius folding his wings, Aisha reached out to him. Sanguinius stepped forward and stretched out a finger for Aisha to hold. Don't feel inferior to your wings. Aisha said, you and your brothers are born extraordinary and different. You just have one more difference than your brothers. Sanguinius heard this sentence from Aisha more than once. When he heard it again, his wings gently spread out, covering his brothers on both sides. Aisha's eyes swept over the faces of the Primarchs one by one, and finally fell on Chinamo. Aisha wanted to tell Chinamo some truths at this time, some great truths, about the fate of the human race or the cause of the real universe that she couldn't understand, but just like she couldn't understand those things, she couldn't say it. Chinamo told Aisha with his eyes that she didn't need to say anything for him. The Primarchs understood everything. Aisha nodded gently and retracted her gaze. Maybe there is another way. Magnus said, those forbidden knowledge those. I know those witchcrafts, my mother is a witch. Elsa looked at Magnus, and I also know what those so-called methods of resurrecting the dead will bring. I have witnessed a person who was resurrected become like a monster, with no dignity. Don't let me become like that, child. Magnus gently pinched Elsa's arm, his facial features twisted together in grief. I know you know it too. Elsa raised her hand and stroked Magnus' face. You are just too sad, so you want to save him at all costs. Magnus nodded vigorously. Your desire for knowledge exceeds any scholar I have seen in my 140 years of life. Elsa said, but whether a person really masters knowledge and is truly knowledgeable does not depend on how much he knows, but on whether he can foresee what kind of cause and effect his knowledge will bring. I don't know much, and even compared to you kids, I'm stupid, but I've seen the fate of those who have delusions about mysterious knowledge. Always be wary of mysterious knowledge, okay? Magnus nodded continuously after hearing what Elsa said. Elsa slowly looked at each Primarch again, one after another, just like she had told bedtime stories to the Primarchs many times before, one after another. After the Primarchs fell asleep, when they were waiting in the dimensional space, there were many times when Elsa imagined what she would tell each Primarch if she faced the day of her end. She imagined many situations. These superhumans who were born different could not come to her to do more important things, and she had to die alone. Or there were other possible situations. For example, they died suddenly, and their souls dissipated. Elsa wanted to prepare a suicide note full of instructions many times, but every time she picked up the pen, she didn't know what to write in the suicide note. It's not that she had nothing to ask of each of the Primarchs, but she had no regrets. All the instructions that a person might say to the person who raised him when he was dying, Elsa, who had been nagging for several years, had told all the Primarchs countless times. Now Aisha just wanted to sleep in the embrace of the Primarchs. Horus sat behind Aisha and let her lie in his arms. He remembered that Lady Aisha had said that she would never die lying down, which was not in line with her culture. Aisha was about to ask Horus to help her sit up, but she was glad that Horus remembered this, and she gently closed her eyes. Time passed in silence. When Magnus suddenly trembled all over, the Primarchs knew that Aisha had fallen asleep. It was exactly like sleeping. Aisha lay in Horus' arms, breathing normally, blood flowing normally, but she had no reaction no matter how Horus shook her. The withering of the soul was like the passing of consciousness, and the whole person was only alive on the physiological level. Chinamo stood up straight, lowered his head and closed his eyes. In the dimensional space. On the cradle world where the Primarchs grew up, on the plain outside the beautiful castle and countless magnificent giant buildings. The Primarchs and Qin Mo were preparing for the funeral. Amran knelt on the ground in agony. Lane and Lehman Russ carried 2 large trees and placed them on the ground. Ferris and Vulcan took tools to make coffins out of the trees. Fulgrim took out the most beautiful clothes and burial objects he thought were prepared for Lady Aisha. Other Primarchs also took out items that they valued and related to their childhood experiences and placed them next to Aisha. Aisha didn't expect that she could live so long. She had already told the Primarchs about her afterlife. Her culture was the culture of a nomadic tribe in the Terra Desert, and she was the last inheritor of her culture. In that culture that even Elsa herself didn't know what it was called, people had to be buried after death, which meant stopping wandering and no longer having a fixed place to live. Perturabo and Dorn dug a circular pit with a radius of 30 meters, then jumped out of the pit and walked to the coffin. The brothers had already put the items they had prepared into the coffin, leaving Perturabo and Dorn. Dorn put the collection of stories that Lady Elsa had told him when he was a child into the coffin. Perturabo took out a box and put the little girl's clothes he had worn when he was a child, and the leather rope used to tie his pigtails into it. The coffin closed. When we were young, we often came here to play after the lady fell asleep, Kurz said. He himself did not know why he said this. Perhaps Kurz remembered that when he was young, he was always the one who chose not to pretend to sleep among all the brothers who pretended to sleep. Why would the Primarchs need sleep? They just wanted to reassure Lady Aisha. Bury her quickly, Perturabo urged. The Primarchs immediately cast dissatisfied eyes at Perturabo. From the beginning, Perturabo was like the Emperor who was present at Aisha's death, expressionless, and now he urged again. Qin Mo raised his hand, and the coffin slowly floated up and landed steadily in the deep pit. Perturabo silently stepped forward, picked up the shovel, dug the soil and buried it. When everyone bowed their heads in silence for Elsa, Perturabo turned and went into the woods next to him. When he came out, he was carrying a huge stone on his shoulder. Perturabo placed the bottom of the stone facing outward on the ground. Then he squatted down and carved words on the smooth bottom of the stone with his fingernails. A most loving person rests here. After carving the words, Perturabo turned around expressionlessly, pushed Lorgar away, and walked towards the exit of the dimensional space. Chapter 1196. Our father is always so unkind. The Primarch sat on the cliff of Mount Kapo in the Himalayas, looking at the plains ahead, which were completely different from a few years ago. A huge building stood on it and reached into the clouds, and countless shuttles came and went. That was the Ministry of Justice of the Empire. He was not even willing to go and see the person who raised his sons at the moment of his death. Sanguinius complained. The Primarchs were silent. No one spoke, but this was not because Sanguinius was not recognized, but because everyone had recognized him to the point where they could not recognize him anymore. What kind of person is the Emperor? Is there any need to say more? Malcador is about the same. Horus suddenly spoke. I don't know how my uncle can work with him. The Primarchs had just talked for a few words when Qin Mo landed on the cliff with an ice bucket full of drinks. Qin Mo gave each Primarch a bottle of drink and took the last bottle for himself. Looking at the expressions of the Primarchs, he could guess what they had just discussed. A person who is not good at expressing himself. Qin Mo floated off the cliff and looked at the Primarchs. Your father has that kind of personality. If you try hard to change him, he can get better, but not much. Hearing Qin Mo talking about their father, the Primarchs listened in silence. Objectively speaking, he cares about you very much. He knows what each of you likes. When I built the cradle world for you, he put aside many things at hand, and made a plan for how to build your baby room. Every time I come back from the cradle world, I will give your hair to your father, and then he will concentrate on testing your physical health. He will also pretend to ask about each of you unintentionally. To put it bluntly, he is an older version of Perturabo. Perturabo cares about most of you, and he also cares about Ms. Elsa, but he won't say it. This character is definitely inherited from your father. Perturabo also cares about mortals. During the Great Crusade, he tried his best to avoid causing damage to mortals and ancient buildings in certain worlds, but he didn't say it directly, and he used cold means to cover it up. As he said this, Qin Mo looked at Perturabo, who was standing silently behind his brothers. I only care about myself, Perturabo said coldly. See. Qin Mo retracted his gaze. That's it. The Primarchs couldn't help but think about their father, and then they looked at Anran. If there was anyone who could explore the hidden face of others, it was only Anran. Anran shook his head. He couldn't use his talent to feel the Emperor's emotions. Although they didn't get proof from Anran, the Primarchs still believed everything Qin Mo said, which was a habit of thinking they had developed since childhood. But I'm not trying to defend your father. Shin Imo continued. If he could come to Sanguinius, or just tell him in a dream that I don't hate your wings, then Sanguinius wouldn't feel inferior because of his wings, and every psychological counseling that Ms. Aisha and I gave Sanguinius about the wings wouldn't be ineffective. He thinks everything, but says nothing. He's not a cold-blooded and cruel person, but his behavior makes him look like one. This is not a defense, but an objective fact. As for the misunderstanding he suffered because of this, I can only say that it was his own fault. After saying this, Shin Imo looked at the Primarchs. The Primarchs had complicated expressions. Don't be that kind of person in terms of communication. Shin Imo looked at Perturabo and said, don't do that. Perturabo pondered. He didn't admit in his heart that his personality was similar to his father's, but in a secret corner of his heart, a corner of his subconscious, he had to admit that his uncle was right. He also wants to change, but change is not so easy. Ongron raised his hand at this time. Do we need to be considerate of our father, or you just need to know what kind of person he is? Be considerate of him, forgive him, or something else. It's up to you. Shin Imo said, but I think a person should not ask others to be considerate of him unilaterally unless he changes first. Ongron nodded. He also thought so. After talking about the Emperor, Shin Imo talked about the Great Crusade with the Primarchs. I hope you will work together in the next expedition, just like when we went to war against the alien empire ruled by the Nightbringers. Shin Imo said, you are brothers, you are blood-related, there should not be any long-term conflicts and misunderstandings among you, you must understand each other. We will. Horus stood up, nodded, and looked at all the Primarchs. As Uncle said, we are brothers connected by blood, and there is no conflict that cannot be resolved. Lady Aisha also taught us this, we should unite instead of tripping each other up. Hearing this, Lorgar looked at Perturabo. Perturabo stared at Horus and nodded gently. I don't deny it. Horus is not the elder brother of all the Primarchs, but he has such a talent to unite and lead others. Shin Imo looked at each Primarch. If there is a Primarch that he has not changed, it is Horus. Horus has not changed much, he is still bright, still just, neither a cold-blooded and cruel commander, nor a saint who is so kind that he cannot swing a knife. When the Great Crusade is over, what will happen to us and our warriors? Guilliman suddenly asked. We will serve as an army to defend humanity. Shin Imo replied, the Great Crusade will not be the end of the journey. Guilliman obviously did not want to hear such an answer. There was no expression on his face, but he hesitated and stammered, there is a rumor in the Legion. Some people think that our end is to be abandoned, just as the Emperor showed that he hated the wings of Sanguinius. He likes real humans. Shin Imo became serious. The contradiction between Astartes and mortals still exists. As it should be. When Astartes fight on the front line like thunder warriors, going deep into desperate situations that mortal soldiers cannot go deep into, they have no say. The difference is that thunder warriors are jointly owned by both sides of the Imperial Sky Eagle, and they have a mortal to represent them in the parliament, while the Imperial Guards are directly attended by Valder as the maintainer of parliamentary order. The contradiction exists objectively, and cannot be ignored. It must be acknowledged and then resolved. There will be a seat for Astartes in the parliament. Shin Imo said, you can appoint a member of parliament. Chapter 1197. Hearing what Shin Imo said, all the Primarchs showed disbelief and surprise on their faces. Having a seat in the Imperial Senate does not allow the Astartes to get any favorable conditions they want, but it is a proof of the right to speak. Just like a person's mouth, this organ seems to be commonplace, but it is fatal if you don't have it. Horus. Guilliman immediately called Horus' name, urging him to make a decision. The Primarchs also looked at Horus. Guilliman thought that it would be enough to have one seat, no matter who or whose offspring it was. Most people thought so too. But Lorgar thought that Horus would most likely appoint his own offspring. Perturabo was waiting for Horus to say the name of the offspring he appointed, and then he would object. Horus felt the pressure instantly. This was a difficult decision. There were too many seats and too little meat. The Astartes had 20 legions and 21 Primarchs, but only one seat. This is already hard-won and extremely precious. The seats cannot be divided equally. If you don't want to cause conflicts, you must first exclude Horus's own 16th Legion. Shin Imo also knew that this was a difficult decision, so he signaled with his eyes that Horus didn't need to answer, and he would appoint someone. But Horus felt that he should still take on this responsibility at this time, so he still spoke. I have decided to appoint the adjutant of the 12th Legion, Khan, as a member of the Imperial Parliament Astartes. Hearing this result, Amron, as the genetic father of Khan, was stunned for a long time. Gilliman was very satisfied with the appointment. Others were more or less surprised. Is there something wrong with you? Lion knocked his head. The 12th Legion? Regardless of who that guy named Khan is, the 12th Legion was very brutal in the Unification War. He was the Legion that received the most complaints from civilians until Anran took over the Legion. Khan, who could become the 12th Legion, is probably not a good person. After a heated argument, Ryan looked at Anran. I'm just stating the facts, man. I have absolutely no intention of targeting you. The source of the 12th Legion is not even the coldest Albions, but more ferocious and brutal criminals. At least most of them are like that. Hearing Ryan mention the Albions, Perturabo, who recruited from the Albions, glared at Ryan with dissatisfaction. Anran could sense Ryan's true thoughts, and he didn't feel offended at all. I agree with Ryan. I have thought about it carefully, Horace said. Then he opened his heart and explained why he made such an arrangement. We don't need a literary person or someone who is particularly good at mediation and management to serve as a counselor, such as Magnus' warrior named Ahriman, or Gilliman's warrior. The reason is that one person on a seat needs to express the demands of all of us, and he can only be the mouth of all of us. Secondly, about the 12th Legion. I used to worry that the 12 legions would not obey Angren's command and management, but that is not the case. Most of them are very close to their pre-march, and even make changes for him, as was the case during the Great Crusade. Horace explained briefly, and there were many things that he could not say directly. Some things always sound cold when they are said in an occasion where blood brothers gather together. Why can't we take turns? Perturabo asked Horace. A person's term in the Parliament is 70 years, almost a lifetime. This is to consider the establishment of a human race force across the stars in the future, to avoid a person coming down without having time to do anything right after he gets on the throne. Horace looked at Perturabo. We have 21 men, 20 legions. Taking turns will only cause us to quarrel over who comes first, and who comes later. Perturabo spread his hands and glanced at each of his brothers. Does it mean that our warriors can't even live for 100 years? Why can't we take turns? Is 70 years a long time for us? Gilliman supported Horace and explained it more clearly for Horace. Taking turns will only result in one thing, brother, that is, when it is the legion's turn, that legion will let its people only propose things that are beneficial to their legion in the Parliament. In the end, the Astartes sitting in the council will not represent all of our legions, and then no one of us will be satisfied in the future, and we will have another quarrel like now. Perturabo narrowed his eyes and pondered for a moment. He didn't quite understand the twists and turns here, but he couldn't say, screw it, I don't understand, you decide it yourself. In the end, Perturabo could only show a hint of sudden enlightenment and nodded. So far it's settled. Horace showed the necessary courage and toughness, and then began to think about how to let an Astartes represent all of their legions in the council. Gilliman had an idea. We have established wartime liaison groups between our various legions, responsible for communicating requests for assistance and the progress of the war. So I suggest, Horace, that we expand this group, change its name, hold regular meetings, and let all our legions express their ideas at the meeting, and then hand them over to Angren's people to propose. Just do as you say. Horace nodded. Anran was lost in thought. Somewhere on Terra. In the accommodation that specifically receives the entourage of high-ranking Imperial officials who come to Terra. Khan sat on the windowsill, leaning against the window frame, holding a book in his hand. A restored creature called Cicada kept chirping outside the window, and from time to time a breeze blew into the room with the smell of soil and grass. Khan looked at the book in his hand. He didn't understand why someone would have nothing to do and write a book about how to eliminate negative emotions. Isn't this ability something that everyone is born with and must have? But for some purpose, he had to read it, and even memorize it. Being able to recite by heart was what Khan required of himself. A moment later, the door was pushed open, and the heavy footsteps immediately attracted Khan's attention. He heard who was coming and jumped down from the windowsill. Anran walked into the room in his daily clothes, came to Khan, and began to organize his words. Khan had a very confident smile on his face. I saw that idle old mule. Khan was suddenly speechless, thinking for a long time, just thinking about the title of the book. Of course, he could memorize those contents by heart, but those contents were like a ball of paste stuffed in his head. Mechanical recitation seemed too deliberate in this situation. For a moment, it was as if his mouth was blocked, and he couldn't even stammer. What? Nothing. Seeing Khan was speechless, Anran could sense some of his emotions, but he didn't know what was wrong with Khan. Anran certainly didn't know that Khan had wasted a precious opportunity, and the source of this opportunity was that Khan's friend, who was a guard beside Lorgar, asked Lorgar to observe what Onron would do in his spare time. "Come with me to the Imperial Parliament." Onron turned and motioned Khan to follow him. Khan hurriedly followed. Onron explained as he walked, "Have you heard about the Parliament giving Astartes a seat? From now on, you will represent Astartes." "Ah?" Khan stopped in his tracks for a second, and pointed at himself after a daze. "I'm a member of Parliament, is this true?" Chapter 1198. On the top of Terra's towering navigation tower, the Emperor held a drink and admired the latest giant statue built on Terra. Soldiers wearing mortal auxiliary power armor, scholars wearing white clothes, workers wearing engineering power armor. A special metal that can be classified as adamantium type shaped them. They gathered together, holding high the flag of the Imperial Sky Eagle. Above them, the Flame Thunder Eagle was suspended with its wings spread, and its sharp eagle eyes looked at the starry sky of Terra. A large number of newly built warships left Terra's starport, and slowly sailed in groups above the giant statue in the night sky. The Emperor watched all this with joy. Prosperous Terra, gradually recovering ecology. An era belonging to mankind, an era more prosperous and powerful than the peak of mankind in the past is coming. Boom. The sudden sound of sonic boom abruptly drew the Emperor's attention back to the front. The Emperor turned around, leaned on the railing and looked at the visitor. If the existence in the subspace does not target us, the human race will eventually be more prosperous than 20,000 years ago. They should have already targeted us, or have been targeting us for a long time. Chi Nemo said ambiguously, "To be honest, I really didn't expect that they hadn't prepared to do anything until now. This was beyond my expectation." "They." The Emperor smiled, and shook his head. "They are not them. They are a collection of many concepts and emotions in the subspace. They actually have no self. Perhaps for some reason they will even have a positive impact on reality. This is the gods. But we still have to be prepared," Chi Nemo said. The Emperor nodded as a matter of course, but he felt very relaxed at this time. It has been a long time since the Imperial Senate established a seat for the Astartes, and the Primarchs returned to the Great Crusade. The most powerful opponent they encountered was the Randan Empire, and this empire was easily drowned by the Imperial Guards, Thunder Warriors, Astartes, and a large number of mortal armies and navies. Even that joint operation was not for the purpose of destroying the Randan. Instead, Tyrannes and Horus discussed and decided to open up a new front. When all parties sent people to open up the new front, they found and destroyed Randan. This is why the Emperor felt relieved at this moment. "I heard that a kind of green spore animal was found on the front line. I know them." The Emperor remembered the latest war report. "Then the two of us can go together to kill their boss. Our existing world has been fully tapped into its potential, with a huge amount of troops, warships, resources, equipment." Chi Nemo walked to the railing, looked at the prosperous Terra, and shook his head. "We don't have to go to the front line in person." Hearing this, the Emperor raised his eyebrows and said in a relaxed tone, "I also want to see with my own eyes the scene of people fighting and contributing their strength for the same goal. After all, the words on the battle report are not as exciting as seeing it with your own eyes. Even I feel excited." The Emperor turned his head and stared at the prosperity under the navigation tower. Everything is thriving, people are united, fighting and sacrificing for the same goal. The ignorance, hatred and infighting that occurred during the low period of development were all cleansed away by this centripetal force. Listening to what the Emperor said, Chi Nemo looked down at the bottom of the navigation tower and said in a deep voice, "But everything has a cycle, prosperity, decay, rebirth, prosperity. Such a cycle will never end. Entropy increase." The Emperor nodded. "Indeed, even abstract non-material existence will increase entropy, but no matter what, the changes it brings will always exist. Even if the Empire decays thousands or tens of thousands of years later, it will still prevent the human race from encountering the fatal low point as usual, and then someone will stand up and bring a thriving situation, just like now." Chi Nemo was thoughtful, silent for a few seconds, and suddenly asked, "Those leaders in the history of the human race who brought people out of the trough, were they mentally strong, or did they also have extraordinary powers? I am particularly interested. By the way, do you know these, such as some leaders in history are psychics, or have other superpowers?" "Of course not." The Emperor shook his head. "They didn't encounter a situation that required extraordinary powers to deal with. They are not alone. It is because people are eager for the return of rationality and order, so many people will stand up. Even if their leaders do not have extraordinary powers, they can gather together to change everything, unstoppable and invincible. If most people are willing to degenerate, or even miss degeneration, and are not worth saving, then even if it were you, I'm afraid I would be helpless and have no way to deal with it." Chinemo thought about it, and it was hard not to agree. They were both silent for a while. When leaning on the railing and looking at Terra, there was only the sound of the bubbles of the drink bursting. Until the Emperor suddenly asked, "If the human race no longer needs us, what do you want to do?" "I will solve other problems of the human race." Chinemo answered without hesitation, "No matter when, there are always troubles to be solved, such as gods." "Then I will hide in the crowd," the Emperor said. "I am just the most powerful psyker of the human race, perhaps the most powerful psyker in the galaxy. I am not a powerful subspace entity, I am just the most powerful in the real universe. But if the human race can be like me, we no longer need to fear the threat of the gods. I will do this after the human race moves towards the light, no matter how long it takes, no matter what the cost." Chinemo suddenly looked at the Emperor. He remembered the Emperor's ascension plan. This plan was just to create a new folder on the data board, and it seemed almost impossible. Then it's settled. Chinemo looked up at the sky. "When the human race no longer needs us, I will go to the subspace to fight against the gods, and you will study how to make humans ascend in reality. Then you can bring the ascended humans to the subspace to help me. If you ask me, you should stay in reality." The Emperor smiled and shook his head. "When humans ascend, we will go to the warp to fight together. If humans no longer need us, we can do whatever we want." Chinemo nodded. The Emperor also nodded. A few seconds later, the Emperor's face suddenly became serious, and his eyes became extremely deep. "Humans will no longer need us. Humans will also forget us in time. It's as beautiful as a dream." Chapter 1199. The eastern part of the current territory of the human empire. Void Monitoring Station. The station master was awakened in the bedroom, and immediately put on his clothes, and walked out of the room. In the corridors connecting the various parts of the monitoring station, scholars and ordinary staff hurriedly ran around. The station master immediately ordered the monitoring station to prepare for dimension jumps, and immediately leave this uninhabited galaxy in case of abnormal conditions, and then rush to the command deck. On the command deck, scholars, who came from other places gathered together to discuss, and various scientific terms emerged in their discussions. The station master ignored the scholars, and came to the observation system to adjust the observation equipment on behalf of the operator. The part of the stars that this monitoring station is responsible for monitoring is displayed in the observation system. A purple astronomical system that is overflowing and looks like the face of some ferocious creature. The stars gather together and look like lines. Something unusual has happened there. The scholar, who was conducting research at the monitoring station at his own expense, came over with a heavy file, piled the file on the table with a bang, and twirled his beard. "That strange unknown astronomical phenomenon is even stranger than what we have observed before. It's weird, I know." The station master didn't even look at the pile of information, but asked, "Didn't the Bellis Corona Star Region University set up a special research? Did they find anything?" A scientific expedition team went to an uninhabited world around the astronomical anomaly. The scholar's beard trembled. They died, and then in the images they sent back, the existence of unknown creatures was discovered. The station master frowned. The scholar immediately walked to the pile of information, instantly found a file sandwiched in it, and then opened the file bag and shook out the contents. One photo after another. The scholar glanced at the colleagues who were talking behind him and whispered, "I advanced my pension to hire someone to steal these photos from the Bellis Corona Sector University." The station master stared at the photos. A green creature was photographed there. It looked like a fly, a very fat and huge fly. There were also various unknown creatures in other photos. A freak with bared fangs and claws, a red ghost thing with its tongue sticking out. The station master entered all these photos into his data board. "Don't." The scholar stretched out his hand to stop him. "Don't digitize them. Can you guarantee that your data board will not be hacked by hackers? These things must reach the hands of the Imperial Research Department as quickly as possible." The station master ignored the obstruction, and put the photos back into the file bag. "Sir, that's mine." The scholar stretched out his hand to grab the file. The station master looked at the scholar coldly. "It's not yours. It belongs to the University of Bellis Corona Star Region. You said people to steal things from there, and wait for a lawsuit." Hearing this, the scholar withdrew his hand in fear. The webmaster glanced at him. "How do you know the existence of these photos?" "One of my students is a member of the scientific expedition team. He sent me a message before he died." The scholar answered truthfully in fear. "Okay, I know." The webmaster looked down at the old man who was a head shorter than him seriously, and threatened in a deep voice, "If you keep the attachments, I guarantee that you will get the most severe punishment. Otherwise, I will explain in detail in the report why you stole the photos, and then you will offset your merits and demerits. The scholar was silent. Guys. The station master walked over to those who were talking loudly. Give that abnormal astronomical phenomenon a name, so I can write a report. It has a name. Someone answered. Cygnus Anomaly X1. Cygnus Anomaly X1. This is the fucking Eye of Terror I mentioned. Chi Nemo looked at everything outside the porthole. He was on a ship at this time. A fully automated ship. This ship was controlled by the Emperor's psychic power, and it did not require any crew members to operate normally. Of course, there was no one else on the ship except Chi Nemo. The Emperor standing behind Chi Nemo was not his real body, but a psychic projection. The Emperor found that he could not make any kind of psychic energy exist permanently in the place where Chi Nemo was, but now he could. As the ship got closer and closer to the Eye of Terror, the Emperor even found that he did not need any attention to make his psychic projection exist forever beside Chi Nemo. The demon is leaving the Eye of Terror. The Emperor's real body looked at the photo, while the psychic projection frowned. But why? They feel tortured in the real universe. Why would they choose to leave the Eye of Terror? And they have no attack target, aimlessly. I will investigate it clearly. This is Chi Nemo's purpose, to find out why the demons left the Eye of Terror, but it doesn't seem like they were driven by the gods to cause trouble in the real universe. The Emperor is responsible for stabilizing the overall situation, and the Emperor has too much experience in stabilizing the overall situation. As for what the sighting of the demons caused, many people already knew about the existence of demons. Although the information sent by the monitoring station was encrypted, someone must have handled it along the way. However, those who discovered the demons did not have much reaction. They felt that those unknown creatures were very similar to demons. But no matter what kind of demons they were, the various demons that appeared in human history, and those discovered now, were all considered to be creatures created by the idealistic power of unknown source recognized by the Imperial Truth 2.0. The Scientific Research Department of the Empire has even begun to discuss how to design anti-demon weapons. By studying existing people who have idealistic powers, they can design weapons against idealistic powers. Although this projection is no different from me being there, I can use the same power, but be careful. The Emperor warned, use the spear I gave you, it can kill subspace creatures. I can do it myself. Chi Nemo said suddenly. You? The Emperor looked at Chi Nemo suspiciously. You haven't even seen a demon. Chi Nemo didn't respond. The ship was getting closer and closer to the Eye of Terror. The Emperor's psychic projection began to see through the situation in the Eye of Terror. Psychic power is so convenient, provided that it is stable. There is no need to stay in the Eye of Terror for a long time to collect information, and there is no need to interrogate demons. The Emperor can see through the past and future of demons, and then easily. I can't see what those demons have experienced. The Emperor's psychic projection opened its eyes, and stopped perceiving. I can only see an abnormal phenomenon in the Eye of Terror. Something seems to have appeared there. Are you sure that it has something to do with the demons leaving the Eye of Terror? Chi Nemo asked. Otherwise I can't see anything else. The Emperor controlled the ship to speed up and sail towards the Eye of Terror. Let's go there directly. Chapter 1200. The ship sailed past some planets that were severely affected by the warp. Those planets all had strange situations without exception. When approaching, you will find that some of them are not even planets. A large number of demons are running in the void, and they are rushing out of the Eye of Terror. The ship is like a small boat, and the demons are like big fish in the river. The fish swim up and down, and left and right from the boat in groups. The physical laws in the real universe are meaningless to them, and the environment here. Some force is pulling them. The Emperor's psychic projection suddenly said, if there is no force pulling them, they would have rushed out of the Eye of Terror now. What force? Chi Nemo asked. The Emperor still shook his head. He could not sense it. The best way to deal with demons is psychic power, although psychic power cannot wipe them out forever. The Emperor's body far away on Terra sent a psychic communication to Magnus 2 months ago. Magnus and his legion are now guarding outside the Eye of Terror. If the demons rush out, they will be intercepted. Chi Nemo nodded. The ship continued to sail. Chi Nemo felt that his eyes could not summarize some of the environments in the Eye of Terror, and his senses were not so sharp. Sometimes he felt that the ship was retreating, and sometimes he felt that the ship was flying up and falling. Then in a few breaths, the ship suddenly stopped completely and arrived at the destination. The huge warship was like a small boat docked near the destination. Chi Nemo and the Emperor's psychic projection teleported out of the ship together and came to shore. This is the core of the entire Eye of Terror, like a star emitting dark purple light. But it is not entirely a star. It looks like a plane covered by dark purple light, and then the light covers the plane in an indescribable form, and then releases light, forming purple star cracks seen by people who look at it outside the Eye of Terror. Occasionally, the dark purple light will also look like a demon, or some kind of abominable image that can trigger the uncanny valley effect of humans. Don't pay attention to the environment here. The Emperor's golden pupils were always staring forward. The Eye of Terror is the connection between the subspace and the real universe. Here, the environment is like rules and logic, meaningless and non-existent. This damn place is really outrageous. Chi Nemo closed his eyes to calm his mind, and then opened his eyes again. When he subconsciously observed before he actively intervened in his thoughts, and stopped paying attention to the environment, he found that this damn place had changed again. There are no plains, only an endless ocean. The ocean flows in the sky, and there are endless stars below. Chi Nemo no longer looks around the environment here. After the Emperor came to the Eye of Terror, everything was normal, just like returning home. Not only was he not affected by the turbulent environment here, he could even find the right way forward in this environment without logic and rules. I don't know why. The Emperor suddenly closed his eyes, and felt it. I always feel that there is something here that is very close to me. Why? Chi Nemo was puzzled. You hate the warp so much. Why do you feel close to this place? I don't know. The Emperor no longer felt or struggled. Far away in Terra, he controlled his psychic projection to lead the way. Thunder and lightning flashed among the mountains. Lava and ocean surged above the endless blood-red desert. Anyone, even a psychic, would be lost here unless they were loved and blessed by the dark gods. But the Emperor deliberately distinguished. He could feel the strangeness in the eye of fear. So under his guidance, Chi Nemo was able to ignore any interference and move forward easily. After trudging through the desert in the rushing sea water, and then passing through some unknown ruins of ancient civilizations, the two finally came to a city together. No matter what kind of ghost environment appeared in the Eye of Fear, it was not enough to surprise people, just ignore it. But the Emperor was scanning the surroundings with his golden pupils at this time, indicating that Chi Nemo must pay attention to the environment here. This place is unchanged, the Emperor said. Chi Nemo looked around. This is a huge city, with white marble buildings everywhere. In those intact buildings, there are scenes of prosperity that will never fade away. Those creatures that look like humans, but are not humans, play their own roles in this eternal prosperity. Based on the prosperity he saw, Chi Nemo determined the role of many buildings in the city. Hospital. Almost all of them are hospitals. Large, small, and magnificent like temples. But these hospitals should have brought higher medical standards. But the people living in that eternal prosperity are not like that. They all look sick. This is another illogical classic Eye of Terror environment. But this scene made Chi Nemo ponder. He recalled the things about the Emperor. If the Emperor chose to accept his own power during the Horus Heresy, ascended to the gods and joined the great game of the gods, then the Emperor's godhood would be the Dark Lord. But the premise is that the Horus Heresy will happen in this universe, and the Emperor will accept the power of the Black King. But the fact is that the Black King does not exist in the warp. There is only an empty position of the Lord of the Eightfold Trial, which means that the Emperor cannot choose to ascend to God. The Emperor, the Black King, and the scene in front of him have no great connection, but Chi Nemo thinks of Nurgle. He once imagined that if Nurgle was also a similar existence to the Emperor, if he was not a god condensed by extreme emotions in the warp, but a creature who chose to ascend to God, then what would Nurgle experience when he was still a mortal? Considering that it has so much authority over life, Nurgle may be a doctor. But this is just an imagination. It is hard not to think of Nurgle in the environment here, but it is more likely that this is a civilization blessed by Nurgle, and it does not know why it appeared in the Eye of Terror. This is shaped by the power of Nurgle. The Emperor was a little stunned, but why does it cause demons to flee outside the Eye of Terror? You said that this place makes you feel at home, and the power of Nurgle makes you feel at home? Chi Nemo asked. No. The Emperor shook his head. Of course not, it's something else, but I can't see where it is. From the Emperor's perspective, it was in a giant storm of white and golden fuzzy information. He trudged into the eye of the storm, and everything he saw was chaos. How could a mortal in the eye of a chaotic storm at the psychic level find what he wanted in the storm? He could only see the storm itself, and the only thing he could find was, of course, the storm. In this environment, the Emperor felt like a powerless mortal in the storm, and he even began to regret bringing Chi Nemo to the storm. Chapter 1201. The violent storm generated at the psychic level is the abnormality that the Emperor saw outside the Eye of Terror. But this is something psychic. Chi Nemo can't sense anything about psychic things, so he certainly doesn't know how helpless and regretful the Emperor feels now. But soon something that can be seen with the naked eye appeared. A green storm swirled from a distance. It was a group of corrupt wind. And when the corrupt wind approached, it suddenly seemed to be materialized by something, and the green corrupt wind gathered into a fat and bloated body. A Nurgle demon carrying a crucible appeared. It was obviously not the demon's own intention to become a physical entity. It did not enter the real universe, nor did it pass through the tattered curtain. It was a chaotic existence in the subspace, a part of its benevolent father. It did not want, and did not need to have a physical entity. So when the demon found itself turned into a physical entity, it was very surprised. It sniffed its armpits, and pulled the intestines flowing out of its stomach. After doing this, it looked at Qin Mo with a confused face, as if asking, "Do you have any clues?" Qin Mo didn't want to answer. He carefully picked up the spear given to him by the Emperor. The Emperor came back to his senses from his trance and helplessness, picked up the shield Qin Mo gave him and his own sword. Both of them faced this demon very seriously, as if facing a great enemy. On the way here, Qin Mo had imagined what to do if the demon rushed out of the Eye of Terror. What to do? Only kill. If the Nurgle demon in front of him passed through the veil and descended into reality, he would be forced to have a physical body. Qin Mo dared to guarantee that within 3 moves, he could strangle the demon with its intestines. But this is the Eye of Terror, not reality, and the power of the demon will not be weakened. But with the Emperor's psychic projection, it is not extremely difficult to kill this demon. Sorry. The Nurgle demon suddenly apologized, then took out a doll woven with corpses, and inserted it in front of Qin Mo. "I don't have time to play with you. Sorry, I'm leaving first." After that, the demon jumped and ran away. Qin Mo and the Emperor looked at each other. The Emperor put down his sword and shield and shrugged. This is what creatures controlled by extreme emotions in the subspace are like. Qin Mo was a little helpless. Just as he was about to put away his spear, he saw more green corrupt wind sweeping in front of him. How many green storms were there? They were too numerous to count. They looked like a sandstorm that suddenly blew up on a desert planet, sweeping over the sky and earth. Those corrupt winds materialized again, turning into big demons with accurate shapes. When the Emperor and Qin Mo were more vigilant than before preparing for battle, the big demons ran past them. Some of them laughed while running, and even greeted them, and some of the more evil ones ran over and secretly hit them with a hammer. The two were attacked. The Emperor held up a psychic barrier to prevent the two from being affected by the numerous demons running wildly to the back. "We can't let them run away like this." Qin Mo picked up the spear, and was about to walk out of the barrier. "Let them enter reality." The Emperor held up the barrier. "Otherwise, how can we defeat the numerous demons in the Eye of Terror?" In the case that it was impossible to repel so many demons in the Eye of Terror, the Emperor made a more rational choice. But what happened next proved that the two did not need to think so much. A sun suddenly descended above the ruins. All the Nurgle demons were scorched by the sun's high temperature. The sun that could scorch the demons was obviously not an ordinary sun. It had no temperature, but it could release a huge amount of psychic energy that shocked the Emperor. In addition to being surprised, the Emperor also found something in the Eye of Terror that made him feel close. It was the sun. The Emperor even vaguely felt that part of his power came from it. Soon, another existence appeared right after the sun. A person. When they saw him for the first time, Qin Mo and the Emperor felt that he was a demon. Because he was wearing red armor, and the grooves of the strange patterns on the armor were full of flowing blood and lava. The breastplate of the red armor was even a demon's head. It looked like a demon from Korn, but the demon's head that was transformed into a breastplate did not have the obvious characteristics of a bloodthirsty demon, but a huge head covered in a helmet. Even the head didn't need too many steps to be transformed into a breastplate. It had its own armor, so just make a hole and put it on. In addition to this extremely strange-looking armor, the visitor also held a huge axe that was several times larger than himself. In his right hand was a huge axe, and in his left hand was a purple skeleton whip, as if the spine of some creature had been pulled out and used as a whip. The visitor temporarily ignored the Emperor and Qin Mo, swung the purple spine whip, and whipped the ground, and then all the fleeing Nurgle demons came to a position completely opposite to the direction of escape. The bloody axe was swung, and the demon army composed entirely of great demons, which were as numerous as weeds, was instantly cleansed and turned into green fluorescence scattered in the air. In a trance, the Emperor, whose main body was far away in Terra, felt that his soul had left his body. A strong suction force appeared, pulling the green fluorescence into a strong wind, rushing towards the strange visitor. Qin Mo and the Emperor were left here, and the sun and the visitor. The great demons were gone, dead and without a trace. Eliminating the great demons of Nurgle did not make Qin Imo and the Emperor relax their vigilance. In the great game where the dark gods put most of their power and attention, it was very common for demons to kill each other. Without knowing what the other party was up to and sensing a great threat, the Emperor called upon his psychic energy, but the pressure released by the sun instantly fixed him in place, whether it was his original body far away on Terra or his projection right here. The surging psychic energy rushed through the Emperor's original body and projection, and even part of the sun's psychic energy was unconsciously drawn out by him. An unprecedented psychic impact that even the Emperor would find shocking was about to be released. Leave this place. The Emperor turned to look at Qin Imo quick. The psychic shock was released. Like a psychic supernova explosion, the violent shock released caused the entire Eye of Terror to vibrate. But the released psychic energy was absorbed and dissolved by the sun, as if nothing had happened. I am not a demon. The visitor standing under the sun spoke. To further prove it, he opened his scarlet helmet and revealed his true face. The moment he saw his appearance, the Emperor fell into shock. And Qin Imo returned to normal after a brief surprise. He knew there would be such a day. Chapter 1202. Your real universe will be safe. The Great Crusade will not fail, your cause will not stop, and your dreamlike ideal is not a dream, but a reality that will soon be realized. When Neos and I leave, I will close the Eye of Terror here. The Emperor heard Qin Imo standing in front of him speaking to him. Qin Imo, who was standing side by side with him, was silent. What is it? The Emperor raised his hand and pointed to the sun. And how do you know my real name? It is you. Qin Imo glanced at the sun above his head. It also told me your real name. As he said that, Qin Imo stuck the giant axe into the ground, reached out to pick up the necklace around his neck, and showed it to the Emperor. In the center of the subspace, in the main reality within the veil, we are friends. To be precise, I am friends with your humanity. Your humanity chose to leave that reality and return to the sun. This is a contract he signed with other wills in the sun, and it is also what he is willing to do, because he can control the actions of the sun to help me in the next battle. Listening to Qin Mo's incomprehensible words, the Emperor looked at the necklace hanging around Qin Mo's neck. The necklace was connected to a sign. There was a line of words engraved on it. VIP guest certificate of Tylong No. 3 Resort World No. You look like a demon. The Emperor said vigilantly. Qin Imo put down the necklace and pointed to the armor he was wearing. You mean this? It is the blood god, and the whip in my hand is Slainish. Did you accept their reward? The Emperor asked. No, it's just that they still want to trick their other brothers even after they die. Qin Imo raised his whip. You know, the endless infighting among the dark gods is called the Great Game. Even if they die, they want to participate in the Great Game in another way. Qin Imo knocked on his breastplate. This is how they continue to participate in the Great Game. The Emperor looked at Qin Imo in astonishment, thinking that all this was both outrageous and reasonable. Your cause is not over yet, but it will succeed. Qin Imo looked at himself across from him. Without the influence of the gods, the human race will easily achieve any goal under the leadership of Neos, especially since you have left behind the hyperdrive. Hearing this, Qin Imo, who was standing next to the Emperor, looked at Qin Imo under the sun, hesitated for a moment, and nodded. Come back. Qin Imo stretched out his hand. I'm going to fight Nurgle soon. It has seized many powers of the two gods that have disappeared, so I need to be able to fight Nurgle at 100%. Qin Imo nodded again. He actually knew all this. After destroying the Nightbringer, he learned all this from Qin Imo, and he was ready to leave as a force one day to deal with the dark gods. So, Qin Imo walked towards himself, who was shrouded in the cold sun. After taking a step, the Emperor suddenly grabbed him. He can't leave with you like this. The Emperor stared at the cold sun, and the other Qin Imo. He is the Lord of Fire of this universe. He should stay here. Even if victory is certain, he should see the day when the fruits of victory are produced. A directional psychic shock hit the Emperor. The Emperor's body and his projection were both in a trance for a moment, and then he heard a voice coming from the sun. Neither he nor I need to seek consent. At least you can stay here. Don't force me to press you on the toilet in the palace now, make you torn into pieces, and then come to me and I will take you away. We are all suffering. Why can you enjoy the moment when your dreamlike career is realized? Don't force me, Neos. Countless voices enveloped the Emperor's soul, and those voices alone were enough to make the Emperor feel crazy pain. But soon, those voices dissipated. Qin Imo looked at the Emperor of this universe and said calmly, If I don't continue to kill the gods, this universe will not be safe, and your career will not be realized. Kill the gods? The Emperor was puzzled. How long have you and the sun been in the subspace? Are you sure you are not crazy? If we were crazy, then this universe would have been eroded by the power of the blood god and Slaanesh. Chi Nemo answered calmly. As for how long he stayed in the warp, Chi Nemo had forgotten. He even forgot when he stopped calculating time. Time does not exist in the warp, and it has no meaning. But for those who fight in the warp, it is very meaningful, although it is only a subjective false existence. Thousands of years? Tens of thousands of years? Hundreds of thousands of years? Chi Nemo tried to recall the approximate number, but couldn't remember it. The only thing he remembered was the time he spent with Gilliman in the agricultural world of Talon, before embarking on the road of killing gods. Under the scorching sun, Chi Nemo and Gilliman lay on the top of the cockpit of the agricultural mecha. The refreshing feeling brought by the carbonated drink still lingered in the throat. Feeling the breeze blowing. Don't talk about big things, there is no small things in your head. For countless years since then, there has been an endless battle in the warp, and there is no longer the ease and leisure of that time. Recalling it, Chi Nemo thought for a while, and said softly, "When the cause of killing gods is over, I will send him back. He is a part of me. He will not forget or die." The Emperor was silent, and turned to look at the Lord of Flame, who had fought side by side with him until now. The Lord of Flame nodded. "We all know that the gods are the biggest threat. If I need me, I will do this without hesitation." The Emperor remained silent. Many years later, when the Emperor sat under a parasol on the ridge of a field, watching the Primarchs working in the field, he suddenly heard the familiar sound of sonic boom and saw a figure falling from the sky, and then heard the Primarch shouting in surprise. Before that, the Emperor felt that the bastard wearing corn and holding Slaanesh said that the so-called "he will be sent back" was a lie and prevarication. If you want to go with him, then fine. The Emperor's expression became cold, and he took a few steps back, crossed his hands in front of his chest, and looked coldly. The Lord of Flame had a complicated expression. He stared at the Emperor for a moment, then turned and walked under the cold sun. The powerful force that would devour psychic energy began to accumulate, and would devour the entire Eye of Terror after they left. "I will bring you back," the Emperor suddenly said. "I can also enter the warp. So, it will definitely happen." The Lord of Flame smiled and nodded gently. After a 2-second pause, he said, "Be honest with the Primarchs." Before the Emperor could respond, the cold sun instantly dragged the two Chi Nemo below into the warp. The material destructive force released by Chi Nemo instantly wiped out the Eye of Terror from this real universe. The Emperor's psychic projection dissipated. At this moment, the Emperor's body suddenly stood up on the Himalayas of Terra. His deep golden pupils stared outside the Himalayas. On the huge statue, the double-headed eagle with thunder and fire on both sides still looked shining and noble under the light. The Emperor squatted down again, raised one hand, and rubbed his temple. How should I tell them? Chapter 1203 Extra. The sun is blazing. The Emperor lies under a parasol, staring at the data pad in his hand. The damned Eldar aliens tore open a rift of idealistic power when they were about to be destroyed. But with the efforts of the Empire's brave Thunder Warriors, Astartes, and mortal armed forces, the evil conspiracy of the Eldar is ultimately nothing more than a farce. The Parliament has begun voting. Perhaps the aliens think they can control the fate of their race, but they are wrong. The fate of these damned aliens is in our hands. For humanity. The Emperor slid the data board expressionlessly. ZZ. Hello, Scholar Yusaka E. Blood of the Alien Research Society of the Cadia System. In the last communication between the Imperial Senate and the Eldar Death Army, the Eldar ambassador claimed that these aliens are nobler and more perfect than us. Although this is undoubtedly nonsense, in the spirit of scientific rationality, we need to know whether they are really nobler and more perfect than us at the racial level. So we invited professionals. Professor Yusaka, what do you think about this? Well, I can only say that from a biological perspective, the Eldar are indeed very perfect, because these damn aliens are the product of biological engineering, and they are designed to serve a certain purpose. You know? Just like the gift that the Lord of Flame gave to the Lord of Thunder thousands of years ago, before he left, a completely material and loyal AI. We used part of that AI to create the Stone Man, and the Stone Man we created is also very perfect. Fundamentally, it is meaningless to debate on the biological level. They do have their advantages, and objectively speaking, those advantages are enough to make them justifiably proud. But in the galaxy, productivity and war capabilities are more important. Whether a race can grow and prosper does not depend on whether they are beautiful. Just like, well, for example, the Tyranids from another galaxy. We found that the Tyranids who came to the galaxy to plunder biomass were driven by something, and then we found that they were driven by a Zerg that could cultivate biomass themselves. If the Eldar continue to dream of taking back their so-called habitat through small fights, their fate will be to be defeated by us and then go wandering, wherever they want to go, it doesn't matter. The Emperor took a sip of his drink, raised his eyes, and looked at the busy figures in the farmland. The matter between the two races was too far away from the Emperor. Both the Terran Council and the Eldar were thousands of light years away from this world. There was only a peaceful and quiet life in front of him. It was the autumn harvest season, and the Primarchs, who usually didn't farm, would come to the farmland, bareback with sickles, and harvest the fields that occupied half of the plains of this beautiful agricultural world faster than a harvester. The Eldar won't be defeated like this. They will continue to fight guerrilla warfare or stay in the webway for a few years before coming out to trouble us. Just like 3,200 years ago. Magnus walked out of the farmland, threw away his sickle, sat next to the Emperor, and took a drink from the refrigerator and took a big gulp. They are not trouble. The Emperor looked at Magnus. Just like before, they are just aliens that need to be dealt with regularly. Hearing this, Magnus shrugged his shoulders, neither objecting nor agreeing, and took out a book from his pocket to read. Are you still thinking about your uncle's affairs? The Emperor stared at the book about the gods in the Eldar Black Library. Don't waste your energy, it's useless. Everything is possible, Magnus said. We have been to the warp. The Emperor recalled, what is going on there is not something we can interfere with. We can't even sense what the warp has become. Magnus remained silent. A minute later, Magnus stood up and left with the book. The Emperor looked at his son's back and shook his head helplessly. He also wanted Magnus' research to make some progress. At least, if he entered the warp again in the future, he would not be like the many times before, unable to tell where he was, and where the person he was looking for was. But the Emperor's reason told him that this was impossible, and also told him that Magnus was just trying to comfort himself. He didn't want to do nothing, and he was the one among his brothers who could do something about this matter. Perturabo came in silence, attracting the Emperor's attention. When Perturabo put a huge machine used to thresh grain from his shoulder to the ground, the Emperor spoke subconsciously. Go to the other side of the mountain and call we're over. He promised to come to dinner today, but he hasn't come yet so late, you help me remind him. Hearing his father's order, Perturabo looked up at the Emperor and just looked at him. The Emperor continued to instruct as if he didn't know what was going on. Then help me get the ice bucket for drinks in the house, and put it here. Finally, he added, love you, kid. This is not a fucking spell that works all the time. Perturabo complained in a low roar. He went back to the house to get the ice bucket, and slammed it next to the Emperor's beach chair. I've had enough. Gilliman, and those idiots who make fools with him. What's the point of growing food? He can't even get 2 tubes of toothpaste by growing food for a year and throwing it to the Star Market. It's like he's competing with Ivan Foods to see who's better, farmers or synthetic production lines. This damn day. The Emperor listened to Perturabo's complaints and watched Perturabo carrying a bucket of ice fish towards the mountains behind the edge of the farmland. Orpesan lived at the foot of the mountain. Old or didn't have that many sons, so he couldn't grow too much land by himself, so he could only herd sheep. The Emperor withdrew his gaze and continued to look at the data board, and took out the drink from the ice bucket that Perturabo had just put down. Unscrew the bottle cap, insert the straw, hold the straw, and suck. When the drink entered the Emperor's mouth, a shock wave suddenly descended, accompanied by a thunderous roar that followed, and the drink sprayed out of the Emperor's mouth. That was the sound of a sonic boom. It was not strange to hear a sonic boom on this agricultural world, because the reconnaissance planes of the Star Zone Patrol Fleet would come to the agricultural world to routinely patrol whether local farmers had planted controlled plants. Then the reconnaissance plane made a roar and flew back from the atmosphere to the patrol fleet outside the orbit. But this time, the Emperor was very surprised. Before the sonic boom, there was a shock first. The Emperor could feel that it was a shock wave from the top of his head, which meant that something flew over his head, stopped, and then instantly accelerated upward to supersonic speed. And the one who would tease me with such a despicable behavior while I was drinking a drink. The Primarchs ran out of the farmland. Perturabo returned with the bucket of fish that was originally intended for ore. They all heard the sonic boom. Something fell to the ground at a very fast speed, followed by rubble and smoke. Then, a shock wave dispersed the smoke and dust that was stirred up, along with the dark clouds over the agricultural world. The bucket in Perturabo's hand fell to the ground. Children, I'm back.